Chapter E. Conscription of Laborers. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, open the door. Wang Wenfu is awakened by a sudden series of urgent knocks. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the hollow adultos and the ceiling were adorned with intricate spider's webs. With great difficulty, he sat up, causing that decaying primitive imitate piercing creak. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave, causing it to touch intensely. How had traveled through time? This place was Linshan County, and the former occupant of his bodies had read the same name as him. Relying on his position as a jailer, he had not have seen the countryside. Lacking in virtuous deeds, he had been poisoned and couldn't lie on herbal medicine to stop prolong his life. One night, his father, who had spent all the family solving and ventured out of money, never returned, and the former occupant breathed at his last. Then, he had taken over the identity. Thick knocking sound resounded, this time more urgent and rapid. Just as Wang Wenfu was about to open the door, he heard the people outside conversing. As they stated, last time I came, he was barely breathing. Should we recommend get some benefits? No, the surrounding plebeians are watching. If he's really dead, we'll be in trouble. I still want to go to Flower Street and enjoy myself after work tonight. You're right. So he should get now. Pays death notice of tax payment and he still and welcome me back after the deadline. Ili stand to you. Followed bristling sounds, the door was pressed twice. Wang Wenfu waited until they were far away before reopening the door. And it so passed on the door. Fortunately, he could understand the text here. Pay the taxes in full within 7 days, or I will be conscripted for labor and sent to the border to build Great Wall. Wang Wenfu read the content and focused on the final amount. 2 and of silver? This money was meant for an entire quarter. However, the former occupant had been relying solely on herbal medicine to sustain his life, spending money like quarter, and the family solving shade already been depleted. Collecting this amount of money within 7 days was equivalent to earning 20,000 in a week. It would be difficult in modern society, let alone in ancient times with such underdeveloped productivity. Plus, Wang Wenfu was alone, making it even more impossible. Thinking about the labor service had learned booting history textbooks hunger, exhaustion, weeping, and attacks from barbarian tribes, with the slingency of survival. He did not want to experience this blood scenes mercifully. Everyone wants to build a triumphal arch, not beyond. Wang Wenfu shuddered red and decided he could not wait any longer. He needed to find a way to overcome the immediate difficulties. Wang Wenfu glanced around. The house was barren, with valuable items already sold to be medicinal herbs. Fairy seizure in the corner read thickly of dust at the bottom, and through a say that most inside, filled with regret. Gurgle. Wang Wenfu rubbed his empty stomach. He hadn't eaten for a day. Hunger had already caused his limbs to ache him. His last post neatly folded jailer's uniform at the end of the bed. Since being poisoned, the former occupant had not gone to work at the jail for a long time. Having I remember at the through is scheduled to work today. If he left now, he could still catch the meal. He might as well go and fill his stomach first. Wang Wenfu put on file out jailer's uniform and picked up a slightly blunt single-handed waste knife from under the bed. As soon as Shishan touched the handle, a line of text automatically appeared in his mind. Introduction to jailer's knife technique. Experience sharp, 100分. A simple and practical knife technique, more than sufficient for capturing evil lions. Was the system? Thick knife technique learned before from mere occupants had been inherited. However, it was a light introduction, allowing him to perform thick knife technique barely. At least it was a good start. After eating, he would delve into how to operate it. With the confidence he boosted by the system, Wang Wenfu walked with vigor. Soon, a jail made of blue stone bricks appeared at the southwest corner of the city wall. The gate was tightly closed, and other jailers were already standing outside. Hello, Foreman Chen. Wang Wenfu greeted the middle-aged gatman in front. Wenfu! The middle-aged gatman turned around and was startled. Have you survived and recovered? You're not a ghost, are you? Ash spoke, he put Wang Wenfu's arm to see if he was a ghost. Of course, I'm naturally strong and have bled through. Wang Wenfu petitious, showing the thoughts completely recovered. That's good, that's good. Prepare for a shift change. Line up at the back. Foreman Chen nodded and let Wang Wenfu join healing of jailers. Wang Wenfu was very familiar with the other jailers and didn't say much, just quietly waiting for the shift change. After a while, their own prison door was opened, releasing the follow door of decay. Wang Wenfu wrinkled his brow, while the others seemed accustomed to smell and entered only after an offer. There was a long table in the prison, with meals already laid out. Foreman Chen was telling the middle-aged he hand over, sending it red to at first. That will people handling that transfer contact the prisoner, this skillfully without deliberately distancing themselves from others. Wang Wenfu sharply noticed that among the items be in transfer read with the martial arts manual. With many people around, he couldn't stare at it for too long and decided to keep an eye on it. A new prisoner arrived this morning. Keep an eye on him at night. The leader of the morning shift instructed Foreman Chen. How did he get him? He got into a fight at Changfenlu, broke Song Yong's arm, and wouldn't reveal his background, so had to lock him up. The prison in this count usually held few inmates, mostly for petty theft, neighborhood disputes, and the like. It was rare for Song Yong to break Song Yong's arm in a fight. Go Tit. You'll leave it up night. After the handover, Chin pointed to that interval. An observant jailer immediately picked up a pebble and fled to retrieve a large bowl of porridge for him. Foreman Chin satisfactorily sat down and began to attend drink. Like his starting signal, the remaining jailers joined him. The meal was not abundant, consisting of water-rye porridge and greased vegetables with little oil and salt. At the center of the table, there was a small palm-sized piece of steel sun-smelling meat pasta. Wang Wenfu only had to take a bite before the rest was divided up by others. After eating to a booty intense full, Wang Wenfu began to study his system. With experience points, the easy means that performing corresponding actions can increase proficiency. Drawing first knife from its CF, Wang Wenfu began to practice, following the movements etched in his memory. Indeed, his experience began to increase. The second move, short strike with knife back, involves extending the right foot forward and using the power of the waist and abdomen to knock out the opponent. Wang Wenfu recited the movie and this body followed. This year's knife technique was only introductory, with some awkward transitions between moves. Moreover, most of the moves were designed to subdue opponents, not to kill. Hey, Wang Wenfu has not only survived the disaster but also seems more energetic. He was the laziest before. Look at this move, she can't even connect the fourth and fifth moves properly. The prison was not large, and Wang Wenfu could certainly hear the other jailers discussing him. However, he didn't care. As long as his experience points increased, his proficiency would level up. After completing the 13 moves of the knife technique, his experience points came to be is by. It seemed to be working quickly, whether it was because the former occupant was too lazy or at the system's enhancement. He would keep it up. During a second practice, Wang Wenfu clearly felt that the awkwardness had disappeared. Instead, his body moved smoothly, and these knife cuts were sharp and fierce. Isn't this movement much smoother? No way, aside from martial arts prodigies, how can rest the sense of a knife technique just be completing it? Man, it's making me handsitch. Shall we also practice? Good, let's do it. Chapter 2: A Dark and Windy Night. 5 axis. 6 axis, open. Alright. The drills of the jailers distracted Wang Wenfu from concentrating. The clashing of dice, the hustle and bustle of the jailers, and the scraping of tables and chairs against the ground resonated like a tightening headband chant. With new eruption, have ventured to the farthest corner of the prison, where a small, unnoticed patrol formed spacely. Passing below so few unrated cubicles, Wang Wenfu caught sight of the new prisoner mentioned by the foreman earlier. Dressed in a blue brocade garment, his hair was disheveled. His skin was pale, and his nails were long, clearly indicating a status of young master. However, his appearance was far from dignified, with his mouth and ears plucked, and his eyes covered with thick cloth strips. His shins and feet were tightly bound, causing him to crouch on the ground. These was a common tactics employed by the jailers to deprive prisoners of their senses, leaving them to suffer in a void where each day felt like a year. Such wealthy young masters, accustomed to arrogancy and privilege, would noticeably forgive an arm being severed. Presumably, it wouldn't belong before Simeon arrived with a cast full of gold and silver to grease the 3 pounds of the county officials. This person must be from outside the region. The jailers weren't afraid of repercussions from using such tactics, for even a powerful dragon as not Lado, a local serpent. Wang Wenfu pondered. As passed by the Ryan rated cells, he observed other prisoners her squinting or staring at those to past hit this time. The farthest reaches of the prison were dimly lit. The glow of fire and sunlight reacted the hell where the jailers were active, but darkness wasn't a significant issue. Wang Wenfu as quickly adapted, allowing him to resume practicing his knife skills. At this rate, it wouldn't belong before it could descend to the next level. The hustle and bustle left he held was isolated, leaving gun-like sound of the knife tips slicing through the air. The 13th move. Full. Level up. Mastery of jailer's knife technique. Experience 3210. You have proficiently grasped the essence of the jailer's knife technique, countering attacks with ease and moving gauge please. Upon completing the final set of moves, Wang Wenfu joyfully observed City's jailer's knife technique he descended to a level of proficiency. Rubbing his wrists, he stood and dressed that for armament. The original body had been poisoned, paving the way for Wang Wenfu's arrival. Although he had been reborn without feeling no residual toxins, long-term confinement bed had inevitably left this body weak. During his rest, Wang Wenfu examined the down patient. It should be the county office. The blade had severe natural upon receipt. The handle seemed rapid and red thread, but over time, it had been stained black. Having finished resting, Wang Wenfu unseated adopted distance, practicing jack move with precision. Dedication to taste leads to skill improvement. Previously, his steel wielding had been mechanical, and in aerial battle, he might have been flustered. But now, at the level of proficiency, each move flowed naturally. The starting move of his first form could seamlessly transition into the third. The activities outside had begun to cease, and the jailers gathered in small groups, chatting before. Soon, the first jailer could no longer hold to 10 begin to snore. What's this if yearning gave Fuko in CD when sleep is more important? Moreover, there were only 5 prisoners in the prison. And all the widows and jailers were on duty tonight. Could they possibly cause any trouble?
With such thoughts, others around him began to yawn in unison. The drowsiness spread like an infectious disease, lulling everyone into a deep slumber. Even the foreman, resting against the wall, had his eyes shut, his head bobbing ever so slightly. At this moment, Wang Wenfu had just completed another set of sword techniques, the result of prolonged and arduous training, leaving him breathless. It felt as though 1,000 needles were embedded in his chest. Each breath sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Unable to continue any longer, he stood still, allowing his body to gradually recuperate. Peering through the ventilation shaft, he noticed that tonight, even the moonlight was absent. The moonless night was eerily dark and windy. For some reason, the term moonless night echoed in his mind. This was merely a small border county, surely nothing significant could occur here, amidst the rhythmic sounds of snoring. Wang Wenfu's keen senses detected an unusual noise. It was the cautious footsteps of someone, the soft rustling of shoes against the gravel floor. Could it be the county guards on patrol? That seemed unlikely. The guards would typically stride with confidence. If this stealthy approach felt decidedly amiss, Wang Wenfu cautiously leaned out, casting his gaze toward the entrance. The prison's main door had been opened, though he could not recall when. A group of cloaked figures, clad in black, entered, brandishing daggers as they methodically dispatched the guards one by one. A prison break. He never imagined that a scenario he had only witnessed in films would unfold before him. Prioritizing his survival, Wang Wenfu quickly concealed himself, ensuring he remained unseen. His sword techniques had yet to be tested in real combat. He was uncertain if he could face so many adversaries. More importantly, he had no way of knowing whether any of the black-clad figures possessed advanced martial skills. As he concealed himself, his experience in stealth increased. 130 points. Utilizing the environment, he masked his presence. Controlling his breath and footsteps. At this critical juncture, the system unlocked a new skill, and his proficiency increased with the enemy's movements. This ability to conceal oneself did not equate to invisibility. Wang Wenfu glanced at his arm, which remained opaque. This skill merely allowed him to camouflage within the terrain, reducing the enemy's perception range, yet, that was more than sufficient. Hidden in the darkness, Wang Wenfu observed the actions of the black-clad figures. They moved with agility, clearly well-trained, executing their tasks without a hint of hesitation. The guards, caught in their dreams, were swiftly silenced as their mouths and noses were covered, their throats cut, leaving no sound to escape. There were 9 assailants in total, and within a single breath, 9 guards were rendered motionless. The division of labor was alarmingly efficient. They had come prepared. In the end, only the foreman remained, slumped against the wall. A small, slender figure approached, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Unexpectedly, the foreman, having slept lightly, awoke at the sound of footsteps. Upon seeing the group of black-clad figures, he drew his waist knife without hesitation. The ambush failed, and a fierce struggle ensued. The other black-clad figures joined the fray. Though the foreman had the wall to his back, he could only face his attackers head-on, yet 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. And the black-clad figures were not weaklings. One of them seized the opportunity to slice open the foreman's neck. Blood sprayed onto the ceiling as he crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Old Gio, although your talent is commendable, your recklessness nearly jeopardized our mission. A month's training has already cultivated his chi and blood. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the blood refinement stage. This foreman could have subdued him without your assistance. The slight figure among the black-clad men seemed to have just entered a new realm, exuding a formidable presence, unwilling to be reprimanded, his pride taking hold. Enough chatter, saving lives is paramount, the tallest of the black-clad figures interjected, appearing to be the leader of the group. Search for the foreman, the keys should be on him. The black-clad figures rummaged through the foreman's clothing. Retrieving a set of keys hidden in his chest pocket, Wang Wenfu felt a pang of regret. The foreman had a chance to take down that slender black-clad man, but he had succumbed to the ambush. Thankfully, he had refrained from recklessly revealing himself, or he would have fared no better. The black-clad figures remained oblivious to the presence of another guard hiding in the shadows. Their sole focus was on liberating the young wealthy prisoner. Was it truly necessary to kill so many just to save one person? These young scions, matters that could be resolved with money should not warrant such ruthless measures. Wang Wenfu found himself utterly perplexed. The young man dusted himself off and stepped forward. The black-clad figures knelt in unison, proclaiming, "Your Highness, forgive us, you have suffered." Chapter 3, The Shadow Assault. Throughout history, those worthy of the title Your Highness are either princes or royal relatives. What could such a significant figure be doing in this remote border county, embroiled in conflict and imprisoned? This was a dire predicament. Wang Wenfu, fully aware of his status as a commoner, understood that becoming embroiled in royal strife could lead to a swift and brutal demise. Yet, it appeared these individuals had not detected his presence, allowing him to remain hidden. Who would have thought that such a humble locale would necessitate the involvement of old Jiu, in contrast to the kneeling black-clad figures? The disheveled young man appeared even taller. He stretched his limbs and began to pace outward. Have all matters been taken care of? Leave no traces behind. There were a total of 13 guards tonight, and they have all been dealt with. The leader of the black-clad figures followed closely behind, slightly bowing his tall frame to remain below the young man's height. Behead them all to prevent any from feigning death. The young man seemed to be a perfectionist, ensuring no loose ends were left behind. The black-clad figure muttered, "Cutting their throats should ensure they won't survive." As he followed orders, "Your Highness, we have completed your command." "Good, now let us take these prisoners with us." "What does this mean? It would be too obvious for me to escape alone. Taking the others with me will create confusion." "Your Highness, we have a limited number of personnel for this operation. We must reach the capital swiftly. These burdens will only slow us down." "TCH, are you suggesting we dispose of them at the foot of a mountain after leaving the city?" The young man replied dismissively, treating the matter as casually as squashing a few insects and discarding them. Wang Wenfu squinted. In this world, human life was as insignificant as weeds. Experiencing the scene firsthand was far colder than the historical accounts he had studied. To these nobles, lives were no different from livestock. The black-clad figures executed their task once more, opening the prison doors and dragging out the remaining prisoners. Those who had previously watched the spectacle now gasped in shock. Realizing the danger had turned towards them. "What are you doing?" "I refuse to leave." The prisoners, having overheard the earlier conversation, were far from cooperative. The black-clad figures wasted no time. After a flurry of punches and kicks, they stripped the prisoners of their garments and stuffed them into their mouths. "Your Highness, may we depart now?" The young man paused momentarily at the question but offered no reply. He used the keys to unlock a wooden box meant for the foreman's handover. Rummaging through its contents, the black-clad figures fidgeted with impatience, but given the young man's high status, they refrained from urging him. The ledger within recorded the names of 14 guards. The young man pointed to the records in his hand, counting the bodies on the ground. Unfortunately, the vast prison was dimly lit by only a few flickering candles on the walls. Locating the remaining hidden individuals would take considerable time. "Your Highness, time is of the essence. We just engaged in a battle, and the noise has likely attracted attention. The county guards could arrive at any moment. We cannot linger. We must eradicate every last one." This was the Emperor's dying wish. The young man was relentless, and the leading black-clad figure sighed, gesturing to the slender figure among them. "Old Jiu, redeem yourself. Find the remaining individual and deal with him. We shall leave first, with old Jiu left behind." The group hastily departed. The silence in the prison was palpable, and Wang Wenfu remained on high alert, listening intently as old Jiu approached. "Come out, I see you." Old Jiu's voice was sharp, akin to a cunning rat. Wang Wenfu would not be easily lured out by such simple tricks. The experience for his stealth skill continued to rise, indicating that old Jiu had not yet discovered his presence. Seeing no response, old Jiu slowly ventured deeper into the prison. "Not if you come out willingly, I might spare your life." "Do not be foolish." Wang Wenfu controlled his breathing, striving to remain hidden in the corner. Level up. Stealth skill, entry level, experience, 190.at. This critical moment, his skill had advanced a level, and he gained a new skill feature, Gale Step. Launch a surprise attack from a hidden state, catching the enemy off guard. The first strike from a hidden state delivers a critical hit. Combined with his proficient sword techniques, he might stand a chance against old Jiu. From their earlier remarks, it seemed old Jiu had just begun to cultivate his chi and blood. Qi and blood represented the foundational form in martial arts. It typically took ordinary individuals several months or even a year to develop Wu Jiu. Achieving this in merely a month was indeed a rarity. Come closer, just a bit closer. Wang Wenfu's hand gripped the hilt of his sword, waiting for the enemy to approach within striking distance. After circling around without discovering anything, Wu Jiu rubbed his eyes in frustration. These worthless fools, relying on their earlier entry into the organization, have left the dirty work for me. He muttered curses under his breath, initially contemplating a swift exit, yet realizing that his superiors were not easily fooled. The imminent threat of the county guards made his indecision all the more palpable. If I find no one after one last check, I'll take my leave. It turned out he suffered from a degree of night blindness, rendering him nearly blind in the dim light. Old Gio glanced back at the oil lamp on the wall, which had been securely fastened to prevent guards from pilfering it for personal use. After attempting to remove it without the necessary tools, he resigned himself to his fate. Ultimately, Old Gio decided to resort to his old method. Feeling along the wall, the foreman had fought back against him. Yet this mere guard posed no threat. The disparity in realms between martial artists and ordinary individuals was vast. Even one who had merely cultivated their qi and blood was beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Wang Wenfu had observed every move he made. I've lost my patience. Do not make me find you, or I will dissect your chest and watch you suffer. Old Zhou's voice was sharp, laced with malice. Hoping to instill fear in the guard hiding in the shadows, the sound of footsteps became more pronounced as he abandoned all pretense of stealth, eager to complete his task swiftly. Here he comes. Wang Wenfu felt a slight flutter of apprehension in his heart. After all, he had yet to experience real combat, while his opponent appeared to have already claimed several lives. As the footsteps drew nearer, the black figure finally stepped into Wang Wenfu's attack range. Now was the moment. With a fierce shout, Wang Wenfu swung his blade forward, cutting through the air with a whoosh. The flash of the blade revealed Lao Jiu's astonished expression. Lao Jiu had expected the remaining jailer to cower in a corner, trembling in fear, begging for mercy when found. He anticipated being able to toy with the jailer, demonstrating the prowess of a martial artist in the early stage of blood refinement. Once bored, he would sever the jailer's tendons, allowing him to bleed to death. To his surprise, the situation had turned. The opponent dared to launch a sneak attack. Moreover, the attacking swordplay was swift and fierce. Far from that of a mere jailer lacking in training, Lao Jiu forcibly twisted his body, adopting an awkward posture in hopes of evading the lethal strike. Chapter 4, Rooting Out the Weeds. Lao Jiu let out a pained grunt. Though he avoided the fatal blow, his chest was still torn open, blood spilling forth. Wang Wenfu did not relent. He pivoted the blade, thrusting upward toward the enemy's heart. If this strike landed, it would decisively end the battle. The attack was evaded once more, but this time, Lao Jiu coughed up a mouthful of blood, suggesting that this bizarre posture had caused internal injuries. How could this be? I, a martial artist, am being suppressed by you, a mere jailer. Spit. Lao Jiu coughed up another mouthful of blood. Initially, he had thought this would be a simple cleanup task, only to encounter a formidable opponent. Wang Wenfu paid no heed to the opponent's words. The villain perishes from excessive chatter. What he needed to do now was to amplify his advantage, not allowing the other a moment's respite. Wang Wenfu struck Lao Jiu several more times, though none were fatal wounds. This the disparity in realms. Observing the opponent's movements, Lao Jiu, despite being ambushed and injured, found that the advantage from the sneak attack diminished over time. His blood soaked through his clothing, yet he was no longer in the dire straits he had been immediately after the ambush. How about we call it a truce? With your skills, you could join our 9 fingers. Your future would be bright. Lao Jiu attempted to sway Wang Wenfu with words, believing that if the latter hesitated even slightly, he could stabilize his position. As a gifted martial artist, he was a coveted target for martial arts academies. Why was he struggling against a mere jailer today? Just wait. As long as he could endure the initial phase, catch his breath, he could mobilize his qi and blood and regain the initiative. Wang Wenfu was also waiting, for unlike practice, the experience gained in real combat surged rapidly. In just a few exchanges, the jailer's swordplay was on the verge of breaking through. Level up, jailer's swordplay mastery. Experience, 1320. Due to prolonged practice, your understanding of this swordplay has surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The blade's trajectory is flawless, entering a new realm. Wang Wenfu's swordplay became razor-sharper. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of weapons sparked bright flashes. Just when Lao Jiu thought he had found a moment to breathe, a fierce strike caught him squarely in the chest. The previously balanced situation was suddenly skewed. No, it shouldn't be. I am clearly the martial arts prodigy. Lao Jiu muttered to himself, having always been regarded as a top-tier presence in the eyes of those around him. To his master, he was exceptionally gifted, destined to soon become a direct disciple. To his peers, he was a towering mountain they would never hope to climb. His confidence crumbled a spit. Several blood holes appeared on Lao Jio's body. Wang Wenfu could not discern what his opponent was muttering. Only focusing on feeling his own realm. After upgrading his swordplay, a mysterious warmth seemed to swell within him. This warmth flowed with his movements, infusing his weary arms with newfound strength. However, this sensation came swiftly and faded just as quickly. This warmth resembled a pool of clear water. Though it could be cupped in one's hands, it would inevitably leak away. This qi and blood. Wang Wenfu was unclear about the true sensation of having cultivated qi and blood. Nor had anyone taught him. Before him, Lao Jio was already half kneeling on the ground, his clothing tattered. Can we come to an understanding? Wang Wenfu thrust his waist knife through Lao Jio's left and right chest, then severed his head, rooting out the weeds. This is what you taught me. The arc of the blade dripped the last drop of blood, and Wang Wenfu felt no real sense of taking a life for the first time. The prison was enveloped in a deathly silence, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Long hours of practice, coupled with this life-or-death struggle, left Wang Wenfu somewhat drained. He stepped over the scattered headless corpses on the floor and approached the dining table. Thud thud thud. After drinking half a jug of water, Wang Wenfu took a slight breath. After tonight's events, he deeply understood that only strength was the fundamental means of survival. On the table lay a wooden box opened by the young man. Inside, the handover ledger was in disarray. What is this? Wang Wenfu recognized the martial arts manual he had seen during the handover by the foreman. Now, with no one around, it was the perfect opportunity to explore its mysteries. Wang Wenfu took the manual in hand, preparing to flip to the first page. Clang, clang, clang. The jarring sound of a gong echoed, followed by a flurry of footsteps as a group of county soldiers burst in. Wang Wenfu quickly tucked the manual into his bosom and stood up, not reporting in time. Signals unanswered. Are you all dead asleep? The burly man at the forefront, with a thick beard, was ready to berate the jailers for their negligence. Wang Wenfu realized it was the county soldiers checking in and stepped forward to meet them. The bearded man tripped over a corpse, causing him to stagger, and now, he finally saw the blood-soaked corpses strewn about. The soldiers who followed squeezed in, their eyes wide in shock. Some, weak of will, even retched. The bearded man pointed at the bloodied Wang Wenfu, about to order his arrest. Upon noticing the jailer's uniform he wore, he swallowed hard, stammering, "Why you? What's your name? What happened here?" Wang Wenfu recounted the events, though he did not mention his ability to level up, merely stating that his diligence in practicing swordplay had led to the defeat of Lao Jio. With the foreman gone, you survived. That's no small feat, the bearded man remarked. Such a significant matter, I will report it to the county magistrate. This is beyond our handling. Wang Wenfu certainly understood that royal matters were not something he could involve himself in. What mattered most was to raise his strength as quickly as possible. The county soldiers began to secure the area, and the coroner, dressed in thin nightclothes, was brought over. With the foreman gone, you'll have to fill in for now. I'll help you with the manpower. After assigning tasks, the bearded man approached, glancing at the young man who had been at the center of the storm that night, having endured such calamity and still remained composed. Slaying a martial artist, his future was boundless. Thank you, County Lieutenant. May I practice the foreman's martial arts? Wang Wenfu tentatively inquired, eager to learn more about martial arts. Previously, the information in his mind only covered the realms of martial arts, with the first three stages being blood refinement, skin refinement, and bone refinement. He had just discovered that there was a stage before blood refinement, called qi and blood, that, like wages, requires the county magistrate's approval. I have no authority over it. The bearded county lieutenant stroked his beard, shaking his head. Wang Wenfu felt helpless. He had learned that being a substitute merely meant shouldering more responsibility at a lower position while the benefits remained stagnant. Moreover, should someone else be promoted, he could swiftly be ousted, with all prior achievements attributed to others. Without power or influence, even a minor position like the jailer foreman was beyond his reach. The coroner had already arranged for the bodies to be removed, and the county soldiers departed the prison. The county lieutenant locked the wooden box, hanging the bloodstained keyring on the wall hook. He glanced at Wang Wenfu and took out a seal, affixing it to the opening of the box. Though there are no prisoners left, you'll still have to wait for the shift change. I will return now. After completing these tasks, the county lieutenant yawned as he approached the prison door, confirming that everyone had left. Wang Wenfu took the manual from his bosom and opened the first page. Chapter 5, A Promise. Wasn't this still the jailer's swordplay? Was there something different? As Wang Wenfu flipped through the pages, he soon discerned the distinctions between the two. The swordplay practiced by the foreman included foundational internal skills. The internal skills contained methods for mobilizing the warm currents within the body, essentially the perception of qi and blood. No wonder it was locked in a wooden box. Even a gifted jailer could not cultivate qi and blood without internal skills. Wang Wenfu glanced at the sealed box, since he couldn't return the manual. Practicing it wouldn't hurt. There was still some time before the morning shift change. Although he was already exhausted, he could familiarize himself with the manual for future practice at home. Reading uninitiated 1350. The sea of knowledge is boundless. Reading and writing are merely the basics. The system prompted him with corresponding skills, and Wang Wenfu smiled this unexpected gain. If it were a prosperous era, he might have become a literary giant. Passing the civil service exams, yet in this great Yin dynasty, outside the city lay countless bandit threats, robbing and killing. Inside the city, wealthy gentry and martial arts academies amassed vast resources and wealth, ruthlessly engaging in land monopolization, not to mention the border, where northern tribes stirred restlessly and southern pirates continued to harass. It was better to diligently study martial arts. So, to integrate the qi within one's bloodline. When the qi and blood formed a large character shape, that would be the blood refinement realm. After reading the manual, Wang Wenfu began introspecting. The heart serves as the power source of the body and the gathering place for qi and blood. Attempting to draw out the qi and blood, he found that the force remained unmoving. It seemed he still needed to combine the practice of the manual. He couldn't conjure the blood refinement realm out of thin air. After toiling through the night, Wang Wenfu's eyelids began to droop. At just a moment of rest, he thought. As he closed his eyes, when he opened them again, the sunlight had already streamed into the cell. It was time for the shift change. Wang Wenfu patted his chest to ensure the shape of the manual wouldn't be exposed, then stood up and extinguished the oil lamp. He had already memorized the cultivation methods. As long as he practiced diligently upon returning home, success would surely follow. After enduring until the shift change, Wang Wenfu returned home. Placing a bag of brown rice upon the table, Wang Wenfu glanced at the mere 200 yuan remaining in his possession. The daily wage of a jailer amounted to a mere 300 yuan, which had, in times past, afforded a reasonably comfortable existence. However, as taxes continued to proliferate and grow heavier, the quality of life had plummeted dramatically. In such dire circumstances, merchants had begun to inflate the prices of rice, flour, and oil, leaving the populace with unutterable grievances. With merely 6 days left, it was impossible to amass the required 2 taels of silver. Even if he were to forego food and drink, 2 taels of silver, equivalent to 20 guan or 20,000 yuan, was beyond the means of a jailer's meager earnings. The wealthy families, of course, had their riches, yet they were acutely aware of the covetous eyes trained upon them, often harboring several martial artists in their midst. Setting such thoughts aside for the moment, Wang Wenfu prepared the rice. Pairing it with a meager handful of pickled vegetables to quell his hunger. Accustomed to the bounties of modern life, where meat and vegetables graced his daily meals, he found himself lamenting as he swallowed the rice, which had the texture of plastic. How he longed for meat. Earlier he had passed by a butcher's shop and, upon glancing at the prices, had turned away in dismay. The jailer's daily wage barely sufficed for a few taels of meat. To pursue martial arts, one must consume meat. Without the sustenance of strength, martial skills are but a stream without source, a tree without roots. What was to be done? Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, Wang Wenfu fell into contemplation. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped again, this time with a softer cadence, devoid of the tax collector's relentless urgency. Who would come to visit in his time of misfortune? Could it be a debt collector? Wang Wenfu could not help but think so, having been betrayed by so-called friends during his recent tribulations. He opened the door to find a lean, elderly man standing before him. The man bore a resolute countenance, his eyes ablaze with vigor, dressed in a coarse, short garment, showing no signs of the frailty that age typically brings. Upon seeing Wang Wenfu, a flicker of surprise crossed the old man's face, quickly followed by a sigh of relief. You made it through. Thank goodness, Uncle Zhang. What brings you here? Wang Wenfu recognized him as Zhang the Hunter, a close friend of his father, often seen accompanying him on outings. Has your father returned? Zhang the Hunter inquired cautiously, wary of touching upon a sensitive subject. Wang Wenfu shook his head, the implication clear. Zhang the Hunter sighed, peering into the room and confirming its emptiness. Disappointment evident in his eyes. You haven't settled your household taxes, have you? Indeed, 2 taels of silver, Wang Wenfu admitted, scratching his head. He had carelessly set aside the earlier tax notice, unaware that a guest would see it. 2 taels, they're counting your father's share as well. Shall I explain the situation to them? Might it reduce the amount owed? Don't hold your breath, those corrupt officials only care about appearances. They want to see the dead before they relent. Zhang the Hunter hesitated before uttering the word death, casting a cautious glance at Wang Wenfu, lest the mere mention of it bring ill fortune. Seeing that Wang Wenfu displayed no overt reaction, he continued, they will simply assume that someone has fled and will demand that the family cover the shortfall. Wang Wenfu was well aware of this reality. But the burdens upon them were simply too great. Was he truly destined to serve in labor? Zhang the hunter observed the troubled young man, recalling his own child at home that he had been blessed late in life. And his child was of a similar age to Wang Wenfu. Father, why hasn't brother Wenfu been out for so long? He is unwell and resting. Oh, he told me he would teach me sword techniques for my birthday. It seems that one happened now, you little rascal, always dreaming of learning martial arts. Do you think our family can afford that? Look at those sycophants from the martial schools, bullying others. Once I learn martial arts, I'll right the wrongs. First learn your father's archery skills. I refuse. Zhang the hunter found himself lost in reminiscence, recalling a conversation with his son before his birthday. Perhaps I should share that path with Wenfu? He bit his lip, just as he saw Wang Wenfu turn and retrieve something from beneath the bed. Earlier I told Di Chang that I would teach him sword techniques for his birthday. Although the day has passed, I must honor my promise. Here, take this book. Zhang Dichang was Zhang the hunter's son, who had grown up playing alongside Wang Wenfu. Whether the original intent to teach sword techniques was mere bravado or genuine, it was now impossible to ascertain. However, in fulfilling this commitment, Wang Wenfu felt he had completed a promise. The jailer's sword technique that Wang Wenfu handed to Zhang the hunter was a standard version meant for jailers to practice. Since he already possessed the complete version, this ordinary one could serve as a gesture of goodwill. Zhang the hunter accepted it carefully, gazing at the sincere expression on Wang Wenfu's face. Feeling a wave of shame wash over him, he had kept his own means of earning a living a closely guarded secret, while Wang Wenfu had offered up a valuable technique with no expectation of return. Wenfu, there is a way to earn some money if you wish to know, Zhang the hunter said, no longer withholding. Wang Wenfu's interest was piqued. Is there another way to make money? Can the earnings cover the taxes? If fortune smiles upon you, it might even allow you to marry. What say you? What is this method? Chapter 6, Archery Instruction. Come with me to hunt. I was an old partner of your father's, and I shall teach you. Zhang the hunter pointed beneath the bed. There should be a hidden compartment there. I've seen your father retrieve items from it before. Following his direction, Wang Wenfu lifted the wooden board beneath the bed and indeed discovered a long box. Upon opening it, he found a hunting bow and 6 weathered conical arrows. The bow was a traditional recurve bow crafted from jujube wood with the grip and limbs reinforced with bamboo, and the bowstring made from processed cow tendons. As Wang Wenfu held the bow for the first time, he looked to Zhang the hunter. String the bow. I have a target at home, let us test your skills. Zhang the hunter beckoned, leading the way. He retrieved a straw target, positioning it in an open area devoid of onlookers. Try from 20 paces. Zhang the hunter set the target and returned, a stalk of straw adorning his head. 20 paces was approximately 26 meters, and Wang Wenfu noted that the target was about the size of a basin. He handed the hunting bow to Zhang the hunter, who demonstrated the proper technique. Zhang the hunter handled the bow with the familiarity of an old friend, bending it and knocking an arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck true at the bullseye. This bow, capable of 4 power, was the maximum force permitted for civilian ownership. Zhang the hunter nodded in satisfaction, stepping forward to retrieve the arrow from the target. How is the power calculated? Wang Wenfu inquired curiously. 10 gene equals 1 power. Thus, 4 power signifies 40 gene. Zhang the hunter handed the bow to Wang Wenfu, guiding him through the foundational posture. Now grasp the grip with your left hand and knock the arrow with your right. Following the instructions, Wang Wenfu slowly drew back the bowstring. Thanks to his foundational physical training in martial arts, the task was not laborious. He focused on the target, regulating his breath, and clearing his mind of distractions. Zhang the hunter diligently instructed him, striving to solidify his fundamentals. Without a strong foundation, one's future potential would be severely limited. Believing he had aimed accurately, Wang Wenfu released the string. Whoosh! The arrow flew towards the target, grazing its edge before veering off course. You're just beginning. Hitting near the target is already commendable for a novice. Zhang the hunter consoled. Wang Wenfu remained undeterred. With continued practice, he was certain he would soon master the art of archery. As he shot again, this time he managed to land the arrow on the target. After firing 6 arrows, Wang Wenfu collected them, feeling a slight fatigue in his arms after shooting 30 or 40 arrows. By the time he reached 60, drawing the bowstring became increasingly challenging. With his growing experience, his accuracy improved, and his arrows began to converge towards the center. Let us take a break. You don't want to overexert yourself. Here, have a drink. Zhang the hunter observed Wang Wenfu, drenched in sweat, and brought him a stool. Thud, his final arrow struck the upper edge of the bullseye as Wang Wenfu accepted the water bowl and drank deeply. Zheng the hunter assisted in removing the arrows from the target, secretly astonished. In just half a day of practice, Wang Wenfu had nearly matched the progress of others who had trained for 100 days. Previously, he had worried whether Wang Wenfu's rapid learning would allow him to hit his targets. If necessary, he could always hunt and share the spoils to prevent him from being conscripted. However, seeing Wang Wenfu's remarkable talent, he realized he had been overly concerned. At this rate, I'll be able to take you up the mountain tomorrow, Zheng the hunter said, collecting Wang Wenfu's arrows. Hasn't the entire mountain been bought by the martial schools? Isn't there a hefty fee to enter? Wang Wenfu questioned, recalling that the surrounding lands had long been monopolized by martial schools. Particularly those mountains infused with spiritual energy, teeming with rare beasts, were treated as exclusive domains by the martial schools. Only wealthy scions would purchase passes to hunt there, while hunters were left to scavenge for wild chickens and rabbits at the foot of the mountains. Their yields diminished compared to the past. There are no clear boundaries in the mountains. How can one discern between what is above and below? Zheng the hunter squinted, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Besides, if I drive the game from the mountainside to the foot, it becomes game at the foot of the mountain, does it not? Wang Wenfu considered this. It indeed presented a gray area. The mountains were vast, and the martial schools could hardly fence off every location. Bold individuals could potentially employ Zhang the hunter's method to secure larger game. However, such actions would also carry risks. The martial schools were not known for their amiability. Even the most menial disciples were treated as lords by commoners. Should they encounter a patrol, they could lose their game or, worse, suffer severe penalties. Let us not dwell on that for now. We will first hunt small game at the mountain's base tomorrow and observe the situation. Zheng the hunter suggested, recognizing the balance of risk and reward. Wang Wenfu nodded. His current state had yet to reach the level of blood refinement, so caution was prudent. Besides the jailer's wages, he could indeed hunt for some extra income. If all went well, would he not soon have meat to eat? With this thought, his weary body found a measure of renewed energy. If he could bolster his vitality and arm himself with sword techniques, he would be able to hold his ground against the disciples of the martial schools. The previous confrontation with Lao Jiu has instilled a sense of confidence within him. A sword technique devoid of boundaries can effortlessly slay a warrior who has merely cultivated their vital energy. If this is the case, then during his own blood refinement phase, wouldn't he be able to dominate opponents of the same level and even challenge those beyond his rank? By the way, where has De Chang gone? Wang Wenfu, resting on a stool, engaged in conversation with Zhang Luo. Despite practicing for such an extended period, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Zhang Deshang. Every day, he daydreams about martial arts, mingling with the disciples of various martial arts academies. Zhang Luo sighed, seemingly disapproving of his son's behavior. Now that he possesses the sword technique you provided, it should keep him occupied for a while. He looked at Wang Wenfu with a sense of satisfaction, as if his teachings had found a worthy successor. Oh right, these arrows are for training purposes. They tend to break easily when hunting. Wait a moment. After finishing his sentence, Zhang Luo entered the room and returned with 10 intact arrows. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. No need for thanks. If you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Wang Wenfu stowed the arrows in their case and rose to leave. Seizing the remaining time in the evening, he intended to practice the sword technique. The book stated that the vital energy cultivated prior to entering the blood refinement phase serves as the foundation for all realms. The more solidly one's vital energy is cultivated, the higher the limits one can attain in the future. If he perfects his martial arts, he would be able to hold his ground against the disciples of martial arts academies should he encounter them. I will return now. Call me again when we set off tomorrow. Very well. If you happen to see Deshang on the way, remind him to come back quickly. Understood. Wang Wenfu acknowledged and proceeded outside. As he passed by the largest tavern in the county, he spotted Zhang Luo's son Izheng Deshang was pouring wine for two individuals dressed in blue garments, though not much older than him. They exuded an imposing presence. From their demeanor, it seemed they were indeed the disciples of a martial arts academy, as Zhang Luo had mentioned. Remembering Zhang Luo's admonition, Wang Wenfu approached them. As he drew closer, he overheard their conversation. You must take good care of brother Luo. He is favored in front of the master. Indeed, once I secure a favorable mood from the master, it will be a simple matter to help you gain entry. The two disciples were indulging in their meal, boasting about their status with unabashed arrogance. Zhang Deshang, filled with joy, had his eyes gleaming and hurriedly ordered another fine jug of wine. Observing their demeanor, Wang Wenfu felt that the two were not trustworthy. It would be prudent to offer a word of caution. Wang Wenfu stepped forward. Brother Wenfu, you're better now. Upon seeing Wang Wenfu's arrival, Zhang Deshang was overjoyed. His face flushed, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. He beckoned Wang Wenfu to sit down. Please take a seat. However, Wang Wenfu did not sit but instead pulled Zhang Desheng aside and led him outside. Those two disciples of the martial arts academy do not seem reliable. Have you gained any benefits from spending such a hefty sum on their meal? Brother Wenfu, rest assured, they took me to tour the academy. And that place is truly fit for habitation, Zhang Desheng replied, his eyes sparkling as he reminisced about the imposing structures of the academy. They said that as long as the price is right, I can gain entry without examination, and then I would also be an outer disciple. Realizing that Zhang Desheng had fully embraced the prospect of joining the academy, Wang Wenfu felt compelled to make one last effort. Did we not agree that I would teach you the sword technique? I have already given the martial arts manual to Uncle Zhang. You can learn it at home, and I shall assist you with anything you find difficult. Zhang Desheng shook his head, glancing back at the two disciples who were still indulging in their food and drink. Thank you, Brother Wenfu, but they said that the techniques of the servants are merely external arts. Incapable of cultivating any true realm, Wang Wenfu fell silent. There was indeed some truth to that statement, however, it was certainly preferable to spending a large sum and learning nothing in return. To avoid further aggravating Zhang Desheng, he refrained from voicing this thought. Do not worry, once I enter the martial arts academy, I will not forget my childhood friend. Should anything arise, I will be there to assist you. Noticing Wang Wenfu's silence, Zhang Desheng mistakenly believed he had offended him with the remark about servants and hastily sought to remedy the situation. Little Zhang, have you finished conversing with your friends? You promised to treat us to flowers and wine tonight? Which is why we came out. Indeed, our progress in training has been hindered. This meal cannot compare to that. The disciples of the academy, having finished their meal and drink, urged Zhang Desheng, who had taken too long to return. All right, I'm coming right away, Zhang Desheng replied, casting an apologetic glance at Wang Wenfu. I'm sorry, I have to attend to them first. Goodbye, Brother Wenfu. Watching him return to the table, Wang Wenfu shook his head. He had said what needed to be said. If he were to ruin the situation, Zhang Desheng would ultimately harbor resentment toward himself. It was best to focus on training. Upon returning home, Wang Wenfu pushed open the gate to the backyard. A thick layer of withered leaves covered the ground, and the fence, towering above him, was entwined with vines. This courtyard had been built by his father when taxes were not so burdensome. There used to be a stone table in the center, but it had been sold due to financial constraints. After tidying up a bit, the spacious courtyard proved ideal for training. Wang Wenfu stood at the center, gripping the sword in his right hand. Positioned at his chest, the complete technique replayed in his mind, and as his heart moved, the courtyard was suddenly illuminated by flashing sword light. While dancing with the sword, Wang Wenfu endeavored to channel his vital energy, guiding the energy to extend towards his limbs. So this is where that warm current originates. As the vital energy flowed through his arms, he felt an increase in strength and agility. The first strand. The second strand, though it was merely finer than a hair, the response within his body was akin to a stampede of horses. Wang Wenfu's heart raced, and steam rose around him as if he were in a sauna. He gritted his teeth, persisting as sweat fell to the ground, forming an oval-shaped darkened patch. He executed slashes and upward thrusts, each movement faster and more lethal than before. After completing the set, Wang Wenfu's clothes were soaked through. Upon checking his internal state, he confirmed that the vital energy was indeed spreading to his limbs as described in the book. However, the progress was not as swift as he had envisioned. He still needed to practice for some time to reach the blood refinement stage. Practicing martial arts was an exceedingly exhausting endeavor, having completed his morning archery training, and now having performed a full set of sword techniques. Wang Wenfu's stamina was nearly depleted. After rinsing off with well water and consuming a meal of coarse rice, lacking in meat, he merely filled his stomach. The following morning, a knock sounded on the door. Upon opening it, he found Zhang Luo waiting outside, his eyes red and dark circles evident beneath them. Uncle Zhang, are you all right? Wang Wenfu was concerned about Zhang Luo's condition and whether he could manage the journey up the mountain. I'm fine, just that Desheng returned last night reeking of alcohol, and we had a quarrel. Zhang Luo sighed, rubbing his gaunt palms over his face. Let us go outside the city and try our luck. Wang Wenfu nodded, recognizing that family matters were best left to the involved parties. Since he claimed to be fine, he chose to trust the expert, with his hunting bow slung over his shoulder. Zhang Luo led Wang Wenfu into the desolate outskirts. Look, the droppings, footprints, and hair snagged on branches are all signs of prey. Hunting was not an easy task. It required meticulousness, patience, and a touch of luck. Zhang Luo began teaching him the basics of tracking. These are rabbit droppings. We encountered them several times along the way, indicating the presence of multiple rabbits. Rabbits are ideal for novices to practice on. As long as you can hit your target, the arrow's power can instantly take down the prey. Wang Wenfu listened attentively, following Zhang Luo's directions. At the base of a tree, he spotted a well-concealed rabbit burrow. End of translation. The arrow pierced through the wings of the pheasant, dislodging several feathers. The struck pheasant plummeted briefly through the air, yet managed to stabilize its flight and soar off into the distance. Wang Wenfu also entered a focused state, as he was relatively close to the flock. At this distance, the pheasants appeared to be the size of apples. This was his first attempt at hitting a flying target. And he had not noticed that Zhang the hunter had missed. With his entire being fixated on the trajectory of the prey, he prepared to deliver a precise shot. Now is the moment. The arrow, as anticipated, traced a perfect arc, intercepting the pheasant's path. A direct hit. The airborne pheasant faltered mid-flight and plummeted to the ground, landing with a thud. Splendid. Zhang the hunter clapped his hands in admiration. It was only then that Wang Wenfu realized Zhang had failed to secure any game this time. Before long, you will surpass me, Zhang the hunter remarked, moving ahead to retrieve the unclaimed arrow. Wang Wenfu had entered a state of deep immersion during his shot. It felt as though he instinctively knew the arrow would strike the target, and the world around him appeared to slow down. Upon reflecting on his archery skills, he realized he had reached a fundamental level of proficiency. This wholehearted dedication to practice was yielding rapid improvements in his abilities. Let us move on, for time waits for no one. And there are more creatures awaiting our pursuit. Zhang the hunter beckoned, leading the way toward the tracks they had previously discovered. As dusk approached, both men returned to the county town, their waists laden with game. They arrived at the county's largest tavern, the very place where Zhang Deshang had treated the martial arts disciples to a meal. Zhang the hunter did not linger in the main hall. Heading straight for the kitchen, the tavern keeper, upon seeing their arrival, gestured to a table before them. Zhang placed the game upon it, and Wang Wenfu followed suit. Before long, a burly chef appeared, carrying a scale. After weighing the game, the total came to 1,900 yuan, which he noted carefully. The tavern keeper skillfully worked the abacus to tally their hunting spoils. Wang Wenfu reserved a rabbit for himself, selling the remainder. The day's haul equaled what a jailer would earn in a week. Zhang the hunter's catch was similarly substantial, and as they exited the tavern, Wang Wenfu pondered that with only 5 days left, their bounty might not suffice. Adding the jailer's earnings, he calculated that even at their best, it would barely amount to 2 taels of silver. They needed to hunt larger game. Today was indeed fortuitous. On lesser days, we would be lucky to bag even 2 rabbits, Zhang the hunter commented. It seems that having you along has granted me a sort of novice protection, as prey has been abundant. What do you think? Shall we venture higher tomorrow in search of fortune? This was a coded phrase among hunters, implying they would seek game in the mountains. Zhang the hunter harbored no desire to see Wang Wenfu conscripted for labor. A fate fraught with peril. Wang Wenfu had already made up his mind. Since fortune favors the bold, he needed to hone his skills very well. Uncle Zhang, we shall ascend tomorrow. Not on their way home, Wang Wenfu listened attentively as Zhang shared his recipe. Purchasing some spices, having spent a lifetime in the company of wild beasts, he knew how to prepare meat both deliciously and without waste. Although spices were not cheap, their lasting utility made them worthwhile. As he boiled the rabbit meat with rice, Wang Wenfu retreated to the backyard. The text suggested that the broader the qi and blood vessels, the better. Yet, he sensed something peculiar within himself. While his internal qi and blood were robust, upon closer inspection, they appeared to be intertwined in delicate strands. He had uncovered the reason for his slow progress. Others possessed a singular flow of qi and blood, with their thickness representing their limits. In contrast, Wang Wenfu's qi and blood were more resilient and capable of layering upon itself. As long as he continued to intertwine, his limits would continually expand. The downside was that the transition from the qi stage to the blood refining stage would be prolonged. A weak foundation could lead to instability. Thus, he resolved to strengthen his base, even if it meant progressing slowly. Wang Wenfu understood that mastery required patience and that hastening growth could be detrimental. True experts exuded a long and powerful aura. It was time to begin the first move. Wang Wenfu entered his focused state, drawing his waist knife. He had improved significantly from his previous bedridden state. Since cultivating his qi and blood and honing his skills, his physical condition had consistently improved. Through his thin garment, the contours of his muscles became apparent as he exerted himself, completing a series of swift knife techniques. He felt his qi and blood advance further. Gurgling sounds emerged from the kitchen, where the meal was nearly ready. Tonight would be the most satisfying meal Wang Wenfu had enjoyed since arriving in this world. Once the taxes were settled, he planned to purchase some blood-replenishing soup to expedite his training progress. While at the market buying spices, he noticed a pharmacy affiliated with the martial arts school. It was evident that the medicinal herbs related to martial arts were monopolized by the school. The price for a simple blood-replenishing soup soared to 1 tael of silver, the adage of the poor being scholars and the rich being warriors rang true. The expenses of martial training were considerable. The costs of meat and medicinal herbs, along with the elusive techniques, posed significant barriers for the average person. After finishing his meal and allowing time for digestion, Wang Wenfu resumed his practice in the backyard. His experience with the jailer's knife technique was on the verge of advancement, and he felt confident it would come to fruition tonight. Even with some improvement in his physical condition, the exertion involved in practice was evident. Fortunately, he had just rested and enjoyed a hearty meal. Taking a deep breath, Wang Wenfu began to move. A day without cleaning had resulted in a plethora of fallen leaves in the backyard. Under the influence of his knife's wind, the leaves danced and fluttered about. Some unwitting leaves ventured too close to the blade's reach, shredded into countless fragments. Level up. Jailer's knife technique. Minor accomplishment experience. 3580. The technique reveals its initial brilliance in your hands. The blade flashing like lightning, unyielding and unstoppable. Whoosh! The vines on the fence were severed with tremendous force. The detached remnants tumbled to the ground, yet the wooden fence remained unscathed, exhaling a breath of stale air. Wang Wenfu began to regulate his breathing. With the skill's advancement, his qi and blood surged forward, nearing the large character formation described in the texts, just a step away from reaching the blood-refining realm. He would soon be able to spar with practitioners at the skin-refining level. Wang Wenfu felt invigorated, dispelling the weariness from his body. Excellent. Tomorrow, we shall ascend the mountain and procure some substantial game. Chapter 9, Shimei Needle. The following day, Zhang the hunter arrived promptly at the door. Wang Wenfu, fully prepared, stepped out with his hunting bow and waist knife instead of taking their usual route out of town. Zhang veered into a nearby artisan's shop. Old Xing, bring me 10 Shimei needles. The craftsman, referred to as Old Xing, was busy at his workbench grinding weapon components. Upon hearing the entrance, he raised his head slightly. I heard you, no need to shout. He did not cease his work but gestured with his chin toward a nearby rack piled with arrows, indicating Wang Wenfu could help himself. Zhang moved with ease, locating the desired arrows among the disarray, handing 5 to Wang Wenfu. Upon inspection, these lacquered needles differed from the standard arrowheads. With flat tips, sturdy shafts, and slender points, they were armor-piercing arrows capable of penetrating the thick hides of wild boars. When paired with a high-powered bow, they can pierce armor, Zhang the hunter explained. Old Xing, having finished his task, interjected, Are you heading into the mountains? Dusting off the debris from his clothing, he stood, Yes, I'm taking Wenfu to hunt some big game. The sun rises in the west. Will your stubborn self reveal your route to others? Zhang retorted, Get back to your ironwork and mind your own business, just don't say these arrows were sold here. Old Xing replied, I know the rules, here is the money, count it yourself. Zhang placed the coins on the table and turned to leave. Despite having received 5 arrows, Wang Wenfu intended to offer his share of the payment. However, Zhang refused to accept it. This is a trivial matter, you haven't even settled your taxes yet, focus on that first. Wang Wenfu had no choice but to accept this and, after expressing his gratitude, secured the arrows. The craftsman had mentioned a high-powered bow. Had he made one, their earlier conversation had imparted much knowledge to Wang Wenfu. Armor-piercing arrows combined with a high-powered bow could penetrate armor. The certainty in Old Xing's tone suggested he had witnessed such scenarios. Although the small county town lay near the borders, the nearest military outpost was several dozen miles away, since no one at the martial arts school practiced archery. This was indeed peculiar. Old Xing's son served as a guard on the city walls and was reportedly a small leader in the archery unit, with bows custom made for him. No wonder the craftsman could openly sell armor-piercing arrows. He had connections. However, obtaining a high-powered bow required entry into the military. No matter how familiar he was with Old Xing, he could not overstep, lest he bring trouble upon him. Zhang seemed to sense Wang Wenfu's thoughts and patiently elaborated. As they conversed while walking, they reached the hunting location, close to where they had hunted previously. The moment they set foot on the hillside, Wang Wenfu sensed a stark contrast to the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain. The flora was lush and vibrant, sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating an ethereal ambience. The lower lands had been thoroughly scoured by hunters, resulting in a diminishing population of game. In contrast, Wang Wenfu had already discovered over 8 distinct traces of various prey. This abundance far exceeded that of wild rabbits. It was no wonder that affluent youths often ventured to hunt in these mountains. As long as their archery skills were decent, they would not return empty-handed. Amidst the multitude of tracks, Wang Wenfu spotted a deeper and heavier footprint. A wild boar. The details of the trail indicated that the boar had departed no more than 10 minutes prior. Have you found anything? Zhang the hunter inquired, observing Wang Wenfu's serious demeanor. Wang pointed to the wild boar's hoof print and indicated the direction it had taken. Zhang nodded in satisfaction, and the two followed the tracks. Given the depth of the prints, it was likely that the wild boar they encountered would be quite large. They could not afford to be careless. Zhang lowered his posture, whispering as they proceeded. Wait, perhaps. That's a detail the tracking didn't provide, likely due to its low level. The heavier the wild boar, the longer it had lived and the more cunning it would be. A moment's inattention could turn a hunter into prey. Wang Wenfu was well aware of the numerous cases of fatal encounters with wild boars long before his travels. Moreover, they were potentially tracking one of the larger individuals from the boar population. After a prolonged pursuit, Wang Wenfu finally stumbled upon the latest traces of a wild boar, and not far away, he could hear rustling sounds accompanied by the grunts of the pigs. There were quite a few. He treaded lightly, inching closer to the target. It was a formidable black boar adorned with sharp bristles on its back, trailed by 5 or 6 piglets. What a fortune! The solitary boar must weigh between 300 to 400 pounds. And with the piglets included, it would not only cover his taxes but also yield a substantial profit. Caution was paramount. The greatest threat undoubtedly lay with the leading sow. Her tusks jutted out like plows, burrowing into the earth as she gnawed at the roots below. A sudden tap on his back startled Wang Wenfu, and upon turning, he saw Zhang, the hunter, signaling towards the ground. He seemed to suggest luring the prey down to the foot of the mountain for the kill. Wang Wenfu had initially intended to launch a stealthy ambush, catching the wild boar off guard. However, his 4-strength bow could not guarantee an immediate takedown should a confrontation occur and the mountain patrol from the martial arts school intervene. He would surely be caught. Thus, it was prudent to first lead the boar down before executing the hunt. Wang Wenfu's gaze shifted to the piglets following closely behind. It is often said that a mother's instinct to protect her young is fierce. He resolved to use this to his advantage as bait. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang, who then made his way down the mountain. Over the past few days, Wang Wenfu had successfully established himself as a trustworthy ally in Zhang's eyes. With stealth, Wang Wenfu approached to within 10 paces, a dangerously close distance. The boar ceased its digging, lifting its head, ears swiveling in his direction. Advancing any further would surely reveal his presence. He nocked an arrow, effortlessly drawing back the bow, which stood at half his height. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, striking the last of the piglets. The arrow pierced the spine of the little creature, which let out a piercing scream. Wang Wenfu dashed forward, seizing the piglet and sprinting downhill. The heavy thuds of hooves behind him confirmed the effectiveness of his tactic. The louder the piglet cried, the more frantic the sow became. Beyond the thicket ahead lay the foot of the mountain, where Zhang awaited. Wang Wenfu glanced back and saw the boar charging towards him like a dark wind. Its tusks gleamed like twin daggers, and a direct hit would spell disaster. The piglet now lifeless, Wang Wenfu secured it at his waist and swiftly turned to shoot again, aiming for the boar's eye. The boar was cunning, sensing his movement. It twisted its body, causing the arrow intended for its eye to strike its skull instead, becoming lodged there. It is said that the skull is the hardest part of an animal's body, and even a penetrating arrow could not breach it. The boar let out a pained grunt, its gaze towards Wang Wenfu now filled with hatred. Seizing the moment of the boar's halted momentum, he loosed another arrow. The boar faced him head-on, its shield-like head blocking most of its body, leaving only its eyes exposed. A perfect shot. Wang Wenfu's novice archery skills proved sufficient at such short range. His aim unwavering. Typically, an animal's eyes are positioned on either side of its head. If one eye is incapacitated, its field of vision is severely compromised. Now was the time to strike. Chapter 10. The Great Hunt. Sensing its impending doom, the boar unleashed its full potential, charging at Wang Wenfu like a battering ram. Wang Wenfu nimbly sidestepped, his training in knife techniques lending him agility as the tusks narrowly missed him. Whoosh! He seized the opportunity to release another arrow, this time piercing the boar's front leg. The arrow penetrated its thick flesh, embedding itself deep within the muscle. The boar faltered, rolling away with the momentum. Ignoring its injured leg, the boar rose once more. Lunging at Wang Wenfu, he fired 2 more arrows, one striking the boar's chest and the other its rear. The boar, gasping for breath, relentlessly pursued him, determined to take him down with it, feeling around his waist for arrows. Wang Wenfu realized he had exhausted his armor-piercing bolts. The ordinary pointed arrows had proven ineffective against the boar's thick hide and bristles. Zhang's supply of kamei needles was intended for regular wild boars or deer, but this one was a rare and formidable specimen. Despite sustaining multiple arrows, one of which had lodged in its lung, the boar continued its desperate struggle. Zhang, standing nearby with his hunting bow, felt anxious. The close quarters of their skirmish made it tricky for him to shoot without endangering Wang Wenfu's position. He regretted not insisting on a fair share of the spoils, realizing too late that his hesitation could cost Wang Wenfu dearly. "Wenfu, be careful." Hearing Zhang's warning, Wang Wenfu turned to face the charging boar, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Little did you know, you were about to witness my true form." He slung his hunting bow over his back and drew his waist knife. Standing firm like a Spanish matador preparing for the final thrust, with his right hand slightly extended, the tip of the knife pointed directly at the oncoming beast. Crash! The two collided, and it was as if the boar's spirit had been siphoned away. Its body crumpled to the ground. A gaping wound, which had penetrated its heart, gushed forth blood. The soul lay dead, causing the piglets behind it to scatter in panic. Wang Wenfu dispatched them one by one with arrows, ensuring they would reunite with their mother in the afterlife. "All done, Uncle Zhang, let us carry these back," Wang Wenfu suggested, glancing at his now damaged knife, which had suffered a chip from the earlier impact. Like his bow, this old blade was gradually becoming inadequate for his needs and might even hinder his potential. Where might he find a weapon worthy of his prowess? Wang Wenfu sighed, turning to see Zhang approaching with a bamboo pole and vine. "Uncle Zhang, let us split this catch 70-30. Please help me carry it to the county town." Unsure of how to fairly divide the spoils, Wang Wenfu casually suggested a ratio. Zhang waved his hand, explaining that typically hunters assist one another with the burden for a nominal transport fee. Moreover, since he had not contributed significantly during the hunt, he felt it inappropriate to take more. Wang Wenfu understood that without Zhang's guidance and his arrows, capturing this wild boar would have been far more challenging. Their cooperation had led to this successful hunt, and he had no desire to claim all the glory for himself. "Uncle Zhang, if it weren't for your guidance, how could I have encountered this prey? Please don't decline. If we delay, the meat will spoil." Zhang wanted to argue, but the determination in Wang Wenfu's eyes silenced him. He nodded in agreement, albeit suggesting a 2/8 split. Feeling that he had not exerted much effort, he silently resolved to remember this kindness, hoping to repay it in the future. The two men hoisted the wild boar and made their way back. Halfway along the path, Wang Wenfu spotted a group of individuals on the mountainside. "That must be the patrol from the martial arts school," he inquired, receiving a confirming nod from Zhang. As the two groups drew nearer, Wang Wenfu noticed that the patrol members wore blue garments, similar to those of the two individuals who had accompanied Zhang Deshang previously. Clearly those sent on such grueling tasks held a lower status within the martial arts school. Wang Wenfu's earlier judgment of the two had proven accurate. They observed the patrol team, and in turn, the patrol members scrutinized the duo carrying their prize. One of the men pointed at the boar, speaking to the leader, whose response was met with nods of agreement from the others. The leader stepped forward, pointing at Wang Wenfu, shaking his head. Noticing his prison guard attire, Wang Wenfu realized it had drawn their attention. Despite the allure of a wild boar, it could not compare to the repercussions of offending the county office. The patrol members whispered among themselves before begrudgingly changing direction. Wang Wenfu saw Zhang visibly relax, clearly relieved that the martial arts disciples had not taken an interest in them. Upon reaching the county town, the sight of the massive wild boar drew the attention of many. "Is that a wild boar? I've lived over 40 years and never seen one so large." Zhang must have hunted it. "He has over a decade of experience." "Not necessarily. Look at the boar's chest. Such a gaping wound doesn't seem like it was made by an arrow. It is likely the work of that young man's knife." "I don't believe it. That guy Wang Wenfu just started hunting. He caught several hares on his first day and now has a wild boar on his second. Can you believe it? Wang Wenfu, the one who was poisoned. It's astonishing. I wonder how he managed to bring it down and why he seems so different now, in a small county town with little entertainment." The spectacle of a significant catch drew crowds eager to gawk and discuss. Some, fueled by excitement, even began to place bets. "Zhang, tell us, did you truly bring down this wild boar?" one of the onlookers queried. Stepping forward after placing a bet, Zhang shook his head, stating the truth. "This wild boar was taken down by Wenfu himself. I hardly contributed. Oh, and these piglets too." The onlooker's jaw dropped in disbelief, while cheers erupted from behind him, suggesting they had won their wagers. How enviable, to catch such a prize. The money from selling it could afford several trips to the flower market. Wang Wenfu, uncertain of what the flower market was, perhaps a place for selling flowers, felt the burden on his shoulders lighten. Selling the boar would not only cover his taxes but also allow him to procure several nourishing blood-replenishing soups. With such support, the day of refining his blood would soon be at hand. 320 pounds, 9 taels of silver, and 6 strings of cash. The price of the wild boar exceeded Wang Wenfu's expectations. With such wealth, an ordinary family could sustain themselves comfortably for several years. Yet for martial arts training, this sum would merely suffice for a few medicinal soups, barely enough for the blood-refining stage. Uncle Zhang, please keep this 2 taels of silver. If Deshang wishes to learn martial arts, let him seek a reliable path. According to their agreement, he owed Zhang 19 strings of cash plus 200 coins, but Wang Wenfu couldn't be bothered with the exact calculations and simply handed over the 2 taels. Thank you, Zhang. The hunter's eyes glistened with moisture, yet he accepted the money nonetheless. In these times, the oppressive burden of taxes rendered the populace wretched, and this sum offered a glimmer of hope for a slightly better existence. Wang Wenfu stuffed the remaining coins into his pouch and made his way directly to the martial arts clinic's apothecary. The blood-replenishing soup. Here I come. Chapter 11, Elevation of Realms after deducting taxes. Approximately 5 taels remained in his possession. If memory served him correctly, a serving of blood-replenishing soup cost 1 tael. Upon arriving at the marketplace, the most grandiose structure on the street was the apothecary, Yunha Apothecary. The characters on the sign corresponded clearly to the county's largest martial arts establishment, the Yunha Martial Arts Academy. Zhang the hunter had procured the hunting grounds nearby. It seemed, please prepare a serving of blood-replenishing soup. No need for additional preparation, Wang Wenfu stated as he entered, addressing the apothecary behind the counter. The apothecary promptly retrieved a paper-wrapped bundle of herbs from a chest behind him and tossed it onto the table. 2 taels. Wasn't it 1 tael previously? Wang Wenfu recalled the price distinctly, having assisted the foreman in purchasing the soup half a year prior. What ancient calendar is that from? The apothecary crossed his arms and stroked his goatee. The harvest from the medicinal fields has been poor this year, leading to a rise in herb prices. Isn't that just a monopoly-driven price hike, masked with excuses? Wang Wenfu thought to himself. The martial arts academy controlled a vast expanse of land. Converting it into medicinal fields, besides supplying their own needs, they sold the surplus at the apothecary. Given the favorable weather this year, there was no possibility of a poor harvest. One must buy regardless. This is a fundamental and heavily utilized medicinal item, otherwise it would not have been packaged for direct sale. Leaving 2 taels behind, Wang Wenfu took the herb bundle home. Upon opening the paper wrap, he found the herbs already crushed and mixed, requiring only to be boiled in a pot. As the herbs simmered, Wang Wenfu began preparing the pig's heart, which Zhang the hunter had advised retaining. According to him, this wild boar possessed a touch of spirit, and consuming its heart would undoubtedly be beneficial for martial training. The heart was sufficient for 2 meals, and Wang Wenfu set half of it in the well for preservation. It seemed that since he began hunting, he had never lacked for meat. As the pot began to bubble, he removed it from the stove and replaced it with the pot containing the pig's heart. A full bowl of blood-replenishing soup was poured out, its clear liquid exuding a sweet aroma, more enticing than honey water. Once at a suitable temperature, Wang Wenfu drank it in one go. The warmth coursed from his throat to his chest, enveloping his entire body. Filled with vigor, he felt as though boundless energy surged within him. Prison guard's blade technique. Minor success experience. 11,580. The technique began to shine in his hands, the blade glimmering like lightning. Capable of slicing through anything, the enhancement from the herbs not only invigorated his body but also fed back into his skills. Wang Wenfu's breath formed a mist in the air. He shed his upper garment and ventured into the backyard. The vines on the fence had been completely trimmed, offering a view of the passers-by through the wide gaps. Wang Wenfu resumed practicing the blade technique he was already familiar with the soup's enhancement. His vitality flowed even more smoothly than before. The spiraling energy coursing through his body deepened with each step, consuming more of his stamina. Wang Wenfu's thoughts were wholly consumed by the desire to break through. His body moved almost instinctively. The breakthrough was not as simple as he had imagined. It resembled climbing a mountain, with the final few steps being the most arduous. Gritting his teeth, he seized every opportunity to ascend. Sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging fiercely, yet his body had no leisure to wipe it away. Just a little more, just a bit more. Wang Wenfu felt a tearing pain in his throat, accompanied by a metallic taste in his mouth. Open! With that shout, the energy within him finally extended to the tips of his limbs. Crack, crack. A tingling sensation coursed through his body as he sensed a transformation occurring. It was as if he had undergone a second growth spurt. His height surged once more, and his arms thickened noticeably, with the muscles visibly straining as he exerted force. His six-pack abs and 2 bulging pectorals worked in concert, creating a blade-like wind that sliced through the air. Neighbors passing by were drawn to the sound. Leaning against the fence, people have an inherent tendency to gather around spectacle, and soon the fence was crowded with onlookers. There stood a shirtless youth. wielding the blade with a ferocious grace. He was tall, with fluid muscle lines, exuding the aura of a battle-hardened warrior. A tiger's back and a bear's waist, someone exclaimed, and others nodded in agreement. No other words could more aptly describe the young man's physique. Furthermore, the martial art he practiced evoked a singular word in the minds of the crowd: beauty. In this era, beauty was typically disconnected from martial prowess. To the masses, a martial artist was akin to a noble. If a noble seized your belongings, you had to praise their discerning eye for recognizing the worth of common goods, yet the youth before them combined elegance with lethal intent, his aura magnificent yet exquisitely refined. The crowd held its breath, as if witnessing a dance of blades. Finally, after completing the last set of his technique, the young man sheathed his blade and entered a state of recovery, standing with his eyes closed like a towering monument. Who is he? The crowd gradually realized they could breathe again, exhaling in unison. Isn't that Wang Wenfu? He used to cause trouble everywhere with his two-blade techniques. Has he improved again? Our days may become difficult now. I've heard he's changed for the better, reformed, even pigs wouldn't believe it. Wang Wenfu paid no mind to the gossip of the neighbors. The attempted breaking through had left him utterly drained. However, upon introspection, he noticed that his energy now coursed through his limbs, aligning with the large character formation described in books. Moreover, the energy spiraled, its strength more resilient than that of a single blood vessel. Is this the blood refinement stage? Observing the changes in his body, Wang Wenfu clenched his fist, the muscles in his arms bulged, as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. In the initial phase of blood refinement, the primary energy channels had been established. The remaining task was to deepen the energy into the secondary meridians. Once the energy reached his entire body, he would enter the later stages of blood refinement. As a foundational phase, this period significantly determined his future potential. The records in his books concluded here. After all, they were intended for the prison guard leader. Attaining the blood refinement stage was already sufficient. Did the prison guards aspire to become martial saints? Were they plotting a rebellion? Wang Wenfu then noticed the throng of neighbors gathered outside the fence. 3 layers deep. Was his blade dance truly so captivating? What are you all staring at? Wang Wenfu intended to inquire and initiate a conversation, hoping to salvage his reputation, which had suffered due to his previous misdeeds. However, his voice resonated with an unexpected authority, causing the first row of onlookers to nearly buckle at the knees. Bowing in reverence, the crowd dispersed in a flurry, leaving Wang Wenfu momentarily bewildered. Forget it. I'm starving. The food should be ready by now. Wang Wenfu returned to his room and lifted the lid. A delectable aroma wafted forth. Jing the hunter truly had a knack for cooking, following his recipe. One could enjoy sumptuous meals daily. No wonder he remained so sprightly despite his age. After finishing his meal, Wang Wenfu sat on the bed digesting. Where could he acquire further martial knowledge? The Martial Arts Academy. If funding permitted, that could be an option. The military, too far from home, and in these chaotic times, it was hard to discern which factions were reputable and which were not. A stroke of bad luck might lead him to encounter a bald head from another world. Commanding, move the archers 5 meters to the left, risking his life in the process, yet, that was the only way to learn martial arts without monetary expenditure. Perhaps he would assess the situation tomorrow. Seizing the opportunity to practice archery while the effects of the pig's heart lingered. Chapter 12. A deceitful encounter. The enhancement from ingredients mirrored that of medicinal herbs, though the former lacked a stable output. One had to hunt for it. Last time, luck was on his side, encountering the patrol team only after dispatching the wild boar. Had he been confronted directly, his identity would have been of little use. He pondered the capabilities of those disciples in blue robes. The image of the foreman being besieged and killed by black-clad assailants lingered in his mind. Wang Wenfu removed the hunting bow from the wall and slung the quiver around his waist. Unlike Zhang the hunter's expansive grounds, his home lacked open space, and the street outside was bustling with passers-by, making archery practice perilous. The backyard was the most suitable, but it was only a few paces long. Akin to shooting at a target a stone's throw away, rendering it ineffective for improving shooting skills. Rubbing his head, he gazed skyward, catching sight of a shooting star. This was not the world of yore. No one would wish upon a ballistic missile. Weight, insufficient distance, but height could compensate. Wang Wenfu recalled seeing a video about a high trajectory test for missiles, increasing launch height while shortening the testing distance. His bow also utilized a parabolic trajectory. Could he adapt this principle? He placed an unchopped log against the wall and drew the bow, aiming skyward. Thud, the practice arrow embedded itself into the wood. Producing a dull thud. Experience points began to accumulate. This method proved effective. Seizing the enhancement, he practiced diligently to elevate his archery skills. Archery proficiency, 183, 200. The ability to draw the bow and nock an arrow had begun to take form. Yet further refinement was still necessary. Drawing the bow demanded considerable core strength, but with the elevation of his realm, his stamina had significantly improved. After 100 repetitions, he completed the training session within the time frame of the enhancement. His arms were only slightly fatigued, unlike before when he could barely lift them. Time for a rest. I've trained all day. Wang Wenfu reclined onto his bed and swiftly drifted into slumber. In the morning, he awoke to a hasty knock at the door. He had arranged to hunt with Zhang the hunter tomorrow, and the tax collector was not due for another 3 days. What could this be about? Muttering to himself, he rose and opened the door. A person from the neighboring street stood outside. He could not recall their name. Who are you? Wang Wenfu questioned, perplexed as to why this stranger would disturb him so early. Zhang the hunter's family is in trouble. We beseech your assistance. The visitor stepped forward swiftly, grasping Wang Wenfu's hand. That gesture made Wang Wenfu suspect that the individual might also be a martial artist. You are from the Yamen, I implore you. Even the most junior of prison guards was still associated with the Yamen, a common perception among ordinary folk. Zhang Lihua enjoys quite a favorable reputation among the locals. And given that Wang Wenfu had previously accompanied him on a hunting expedition, it was only natural for this individual to seek him out. After all, Zhang Lihua could be considered a half-master who had introduced him to the trade. It was only right to check on him in light of his family's troubles. Wang Wenfu brought along his bow and knife, swiftly making his way to Zhang Lihua's residence. A throng of onlookers had gathered at his doorstep, and Wang Wenfu skillfully maneuvered his way inside. I did not steal your belongings. Do not slander me, Zhang Desheng protested, one hand bracing against the wall while the other clutched his abdomen. Despite his evident frailty, he maintained a defiant posture, his eyes wide with anger. Behind him, Zhang Lihua's face was flushed, his grip on the hunting bow revealing the tension in his muscles. Yesterday, you were with us, and after you left, my jade pendant disappeared. What a coincidence that is. 2 disciples clad in green, who had previously shared drinks with Zhang Desheng, abandoned their earlier charm and adopted a confrontational demeanor. I have never laid eyes on any jade pendant. You are framing me, Zhang Desheng insisted. Whether you are indeed framing him will be revealed once we conduct a search, one of the green-clad disciples retorted. On what grounds should you search? Zhang Desheng challenged, still brimming with indignation despite his weakened state. After being beaten a few times, you still have the strength to resist? The disciple flexed his arms, cracking his neck as he advanced, preparing to land a punch on Zhang Desheng's face. In that instant, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if something from the depths of an abyss were watching him. Wang Wenfu emerged from the crowd, steadying the swaying Zhang Desheng. What is happening? That fellow claims Desheng stole his jade pendant and is demanding 5 taels of silver in compensation, Zhang Lihua explained, his urgency apparent as he clutched his bow, though he had forgotten to bring arrows. In a true conflict, that bow would serve merely as a psychological comfort. Wang Wenfu placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Desheng, subtly sensing his pulse. Fortunately, it seemed to be merely an external injury, likely the result of his earlier bravado coupled with excessive stress. Desheng, did you steal it? He inquired gently. Zhang Desheng shook his head. Though he was passionate about martial arts, he would never resort to such petty thievery. Zhang Lihua corroborated this. Wang Wenfu nodded, feeling reassured. What are you whispering about? Do you still hope to resolve this amicably? The green-clad disciple shouted once more. Indeed, before you stands Zhu Dongsan, who was trained to the point of refining his blood in a month and breaking through to the next level in half a year. Another disciple declared, his nose held high as Zhu Dongsan scoffed, pointing to the silver thread embroidered on his chest. I am at the refining blood stage, and this good-for-nothing dares to steal after indulging in 2 days of drinking. If given 2 more days, would he not turn the world upside down? Yet here you are, a refined blood practitioner, still victim to a common thief. Are you not also worthless? Zhang Desheng retorted from his position on the doorstep, his words laced with sarcasm. Instead of becoming enraged, Zhu Dongsan's lips curled into a smirk at the taunt. Wang Wenfu rubbed his forehead, realizing that Zhang Desheng was rather naive, easily manipulated into uttering words he should have kept to himself. Listen, he himself just admitted to stealing. Zhu Dongsan seized the moment, ready to counterattack. You did not hear me say I stole anything. Zhang Desheng found himself at a loss, having been outmaneuvered. Either pay up or allow us to search your home. The choice is yours. Zhu Dongsan grinned maliciously, as if he held all the cards. Wang Wenfu squinted, pondering the sequence of events. Why were these disciples from the martial arts school so intent on tearing open old wounds and harassing Zhang Desheng? It seemed they were after money, but why not drag it out and extract their demands slowly? Given Zhang Desheng's demeanor in the past few days, it was unlikely he would refuse their requests. Wenfu, this commotion is not a solution. If the county office arrives, it will only bring chaos upon us. I have a bit of savings hidden in the stove. Perhaps we should just give them that. Zhang Lihua whispered, joining Wang Wenfu. He had just drawn his bow in a symbolic act of defiance, which was already pushing his limits of the common folk dared not offend the martial arts school. Merely wishing to minimize their losses, once there was a first instance of yielding, there would certainly be a second. Retreating would not elicit pity, and the aggressor would only perceive weakness, since they were not interested in reason. Wang Wenfu resolved to abandon conventional tactics. I have had enough of this pretense. Let me be clear, will you give it or not? Zhu Dongsan had already placed his hand on the sword at his waist. Slowly advancing, Wang Wenfu faced him, his tone calm yet resolute. I am the one who stole it. What did you say? Zhu Dongsan momentarily faltered, taken aback by the audacity of this lowly jailer. I stole it. Come and take it from me. Wang Wenfu stood firm between the disciples and Zhang Lihua, a steadfast barrier. Brother Zhu, what do we do? The bewildered Gui Tianzhong, caught unawares by this unexpected turn of events, found himself at a loss. Normally, a mere display of their status would cause the commoners to relent, yet this jailer seemed unperturbed. Was he unaware of the chasm in their realms? This was the refining blood stage. After all, Zhu Dongsan, realizing this had exceeded his expectations, had anticipated that the jailer would merely bargain. Who cares if he knows? We brothers fear no one. Gui Tianzhong drew his sword, flourishing it in a display of bravado. Let these lowly folk know our might. If we do not strike for 3 days, they will not understand our strength. With that, he lunged forward, intending to show this jailer the prowess of their martial arts. As a jailer, he was an agent of the county office. A serious injury would suffice, as long as it did not lead to death. After all, it would be easier to explain later, Gui Tianzhong thought to himself. Swish! The sound of something slicing through the air reached him, and before he could discern the approaching object, he felt a powerful blow to his chest. Gui Tianzhong let out a cry of anguish, only to receive a second strike to his abdomen. The 2 blows left him curled up, howling in agony. What just happened? The onlookers were bewildered, unable to comprehend the rapid sequence of events. When they regained their senses, they found Wang Wenfu still poised as if he had just released an arrow. Tsk. Wang Wenfu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. These martial arts disciples were indeed wealthy, clad in soft armor that his bow could not penetrate, forcing him to retreat instead. With his current archery skills, a headshot would not have been difficult, but handling the aftermath posed a greater challenge. Killing a disciple of the martial arts school in broad daylight would certainly provoke retaliation. If he bore the burden of guilt, he would truly be forced to flee for his life. Brother, save me. Gui Tianzhong, pale and drenched in cold sweat, stammered, his words barely coherent. In that fleeting moment, he had thought he was facing death, brushing against the gates of the underworld, which left him with a warm sensation below. Seeing his junior suffer, Zhu Dongsan scolded, You brute, how can you be so unreasonable? Wang Wenfu laughed heartily. Weren't you just presenting a choice? Why are you suddenly advocating for reason? Reason, I am the very embodiment of it. The crowd silently applauded, as who among them had not been extorted by the martial arts school at some point? However, they did not dare to express their approval too openly. While the disciples remained vigilant, Zhang Lihua felt a surge of fear. Had he been the one to shoot those 2 arrows, the outcome would not have been certain. Hunting and confronting a human were entirely different. The psychological pressure of aiming at a person was incomparable. Wang Wenfu had improved remarkably in just 1 day. It seemed his archery skills would soon surpass Zhang Lihua's years of experience. As Zhu Dongsan surveyed the crowd, noting their expressions of wanting to cheer yet fearing retribution, and nearly ground his teeth in frustration. As someone at the refining blood stage, he had failed to perceive the nature of the earlier attack. Such a fierce display of archery could only be the result of extensive practice. Engaging him from a distance would yield no advantage. It would be wiser to close the gap and leverage the strengths of his straight sword for close combat. Junior brother, lend me a hand. Lend what? Gui Tianzhong, bewildered, found himself lifted by the waistband from behind. The sharp pain in his abdomen had yet to subside, and now the tightening of his waistband caused him to cry out in agony like a slaughtered pig. Zhu Dongsan intended to use his junior brother as a human shield to approach Wang Wenfu. Now, your arrows cannot reach me. Zhu Dongsan peered over Gui Tianzhong's shoulder, anticipating the shot that never came. He watched as Wang Wenfu slowly lowered his bow, seemingly relinquishing his resistance, but it was too late. I shall sever your hands, Zhu Dongsan thought. Believing he had the upper hand, he kicked aside the unconscious Gui Tianzhong and swung his straight sword downwards. Envisioning the jailer's body cleaved in 2, writhing in agony on the ground. Yes, this was the sensation, the gratifying resistance of a sharp blade slicing through bone. Zhu Dongsan smiled in satisfaction, realizing he had been overly cautious. This jailer posed no real challenge. He had easily struck him with a single blow, leaving him disappointed. This jailer's bones were surprisingly tough, able to withstand his blade's edge. Immersed in his fantasies, Zhu Dongsan blinked. only to see his sword blocked by an old waste knife. In this county, anyone capable of deflecting his full force strike, though numerous, certainly did not include this jailer. How could someone in the initial stage of refining blood foresee his attack? It must be a coincidence. Just as Zhu Dongsan intended to change his attack stance, a copper pillar loomed large before his eyes. Bang! What? Zhu Dongsan howled in agony, clutching his right eye. Good riddance. Wang Wenfu had initially intended to gauge this refining blood disciple's skill, purposely allowing a strike to land. To his surprise, the opponent appeared only to be at the initial stage of refining blood, with a surprisingly weak sword technique. If the realm represented a person's inner strength, then the mastery of weaponry was its external manifestation. Only through the integration of both could one's overall prowess be realized. Wang Wenfu had hoped to practice his knife techniques through this encounter, but the other party was unable to defend against even the tail end of his blade. Fortunately, I managed to restrain my strength, otherwise even the hilt of a waste blade could have shattered a person's eyeball. Well struck. Taking advantage of the martial arts disciples, one lying on the ground and another covering his eyes, someone shouted in excitement. In an instant, the crowd erupted with fervor, cheers rising and falling like the tide. They had been suppressed for far too long, and at last, someone was meting out justice to these lawless ruffians. Who dares to cheer? Zhu Dongsan bellowed, disregarding the pain in his eyes as he brandished his sword at the onlookers. His right eye was tightly shut, adorned with half a panda eye, and his tear-streaked face combined with his furious gestures was quite a comical sight. The crowd's applause turned into laughter. No laughing. As the martial arts disciple regained his sight, the crowd, fearful of being recognized, subdued their demeanor, though an occasional snicker still slipped through. Since entering the martial arts academy, Zhu Dongsan had never felt so humiliated. All because of that little pawn. He had merely underestimated his opponent, and now he would show you my true strength. He summoned the blood and energy within him, exuding wisps of white mist. You have provoked me, little pawn. I shall sever your limbs and leave you to wallow in filth. Zhu Dongsan's veins bulged, his speed doubling from before. He swung his straight sword forward, aiming directly at his foe. A wise adage warns against displaying one's abilities in anger, lest others discover one's true lack of skill. Wang Wenfu observed Zhu Dongsan charging towards him, already devising a counter. This direct approach was indicative of a swordsman who had only scratched the surface of swordplay. Wholly incapable of adapting his technique, the footwork of the wild boar he had previously encountered was far more agile. For the disciples of the martial arts school, such a level of prowess was sufficient to bully the locals, and a lack of ambition was commonplace. Although Zhu Dongsan's attack appeared fierce, it was riddled with flaws. This time, Wang Wenfu could hardly be bothered to deflect the strike with his knife. Instead, he pivoted and drove his knee into Zhu's solar plexus. Zhu Dongsan coughed up a mouthful of green bile, still dazed when the back of his head was struck by the blade, sending him crashing to the ground. A disciple of blood refinement is not a foe to be taken lightly? Chapter 14. The prodigal son returns. In this small county town, such a master still exists. Although the blood refinement stage is the first level of martial arts, not everyone can cultivate it. To evade a full-on assault from a blood refinement warrior and even counterattack is a feat that warrants respect. Such strength should not be wasted on mere jailers. They are the kind of figures whom martial arts academies would seek out. Wenfu, are they alright? Zhang the hunter queried, stepping out of his home as the dust settled. He feared that Wang Wenfu might have slain the two men with a single stroke, for such a tragedy would lead to dire consequences. Although the Wuing dynasty was embroiled in chaos, the laws still held firm. In broad daylight, no official, especially one with connections, dared to commit murder on the streets. They are fine, merely unconscious for a short while. Wang Wenfu was confident in his control, ensuring Zhu Dongsan would faint without inflicting serious harm. Noticing Zhang the hunter's anxious demeanor, he reassured him and approached Zhang Deshang. Zhang Deshang was nearly recovered, leaning against the doorframe as he attempted to rise. Now tell me, how did they target you? Wang Wenfu pressed, pushing him back down with an imposing presence. I merely declined their invitation for drinks, and they came looking for me the next day. Zhang Deshang lowered his head, realizing that a simple refusal had brought calamity. Clearly, they had sensed their long-term benefactor slipping away and sought to extract one last payment, only to encounter me this time. Wang Wenfu gradually pieced together the situation and turned to Zhang the hunter. If they return, remember to call for me. Zhang the hunter nodded, but a furrow formed on his brow as he pondered. This incessant vigilance against thieves was not a sustainable solution. Perhaps I should simply offer them some money instead. He still clung to the mindset of an ordinary person, even if they were in the right. He feared further trouble. This was a common sentiment among the townsfolk. Being targeted by the martial arts academy could only lead to misfortune, so it was better to part with some wealth to avert disaster. Having learned from this encounter, they would recognize that your family was not to be trifled with and would refrain from further provocation. Wang Wenfu understood that in this era, strength spoke volumes. The audacity of these martial arts disciples stemmed from their identities as warriors. Even those who had not yet cultivated their blood and energy could easily overpower ordinary folk. By offering them money, they would only feel justified, rendering my intervention meaningless. Wang Wenfu felt a surge of irritation. Once a concession was made, these individuals would cling like leeches. Before long, they would return repeatedly for more money. Complicating matters further, it would be better to deal with them today, making them aware of the difficulties they face, thus sparing future disputes. Very well, I will heed your advice. Zheng the hunter sighed. Stooping his shoulders, his usual vigor diminished. If these people saw trouble again, just because I cannot kill during the day does not mean I cannot do so at night. Wang Wenfu refrained from voicing this thought. Aware that walls have ears, and I remember you were quite compliant with them before. What prompted your sudden refusal? Wang Wenfu turned to Zhang Deshang, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Embarrassed, Zhang Deshang scratched his head. Pointing at the bow and arrows behind Wang Wenfu, it was you who awakened me, Wenfu. I now believe learning archery from my father is the better path. Wang Wenfu could not recall when he had inspired him. I saw you take down that wild boar with your father. I was impressed, but the distance was too great for me to greet you. My father mentioned that you did it all on your own, which was remarkable. I aspire to be as strong as you. Zhang Deshang animatedly recounted the thrilling details of hunting the wild boar, as if he were reliving the moment. Seeing you use your bow to fend off a lackey today solidified my choice. Wang Wenfu was surprised that his actions could influence Zhang Deshang's development, yet if it led the prodigal son to return, it was a good thing. He approached the disciple named Gue Tianzhong. That fellow had already regained consciousness, his eyelids fluttering as he surveyed his surroundings. Wang Wenfu lifted his right foot, feigning a heavy stomp. Awake, are we? If you are, take your senior brother and go home. No, please. Gue Tianzhong scrambled up, prostrating himself in a show of submission. Big brother, spare my life. I promise I won't return. This fellow truly knew how to adapt. Just moments ago, he had been swaggering alongside Zhu Dongsan, and now he was bowing and apologizing. It seemed he had gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities, his eyes now bright with clarity. Get lost, alright, thank you, big brother. Gue Tianzhong scurried away in a hurry, disappearing in an instant. You forgot your senior brother, Wang Wenfu called out. Such a person who used his junior as a shield was not worth his concern. The wind carried Gue Tianzhong's distant voice, indicating he had already fled far away. With no other choice, Wang Wenfu left Zhu Dongsan at the street corner to prevent him from being trampled by passers-by. The matter resolved, the crowd on the street dispersed. Wang Wenfu carried Zhu Dongsan to a shadowy corner. Just as he laid the unconscious figure down, a few effeminate gentlemen approached. They pointed and whispered about Zhu Dongsan's posterior while occasionally glancing at Wang Wenfu. A wave of goosebumps washed over him, prompting him to hastily leave the area. As he stepped onto the street, he mused that since he was already out, he might as well procure a dose of blood-replenishing soup. Having tasted its benefits, Wang Wenfu had developed a fondness for that enhanced feeling, as if he possessed boundless energy. Please prepare a serving of blood-replenishing soup. No need for decoction. Certainly, that will be 3 taels of silver. This time, the herbalist was particularly enthusiastic, though the price seemed a bit off. Wasn't it just 2 taels yesterday? Upon hearing this, the herbalist launched into the same old tale about poor harvests. Wang Wenfu was taken aback. Ever since the Martial Arts Academy monopolized the herbal market, they had stopped pretending. After all, the herbs within a 10-mile radius belonged solely to the Martial Arts Academy. If you didn't buy from them, there was no alternative. With only 3 taels of silver remaining, he had initially intended to purchase the blood-replenishing soup and then reinforce his waist blade at the blacksmith's. If it couldn't be enhanced, so be it. It wasn't as if he hadn't trained before. Wang Wenfu turned to leave. He would rather use this money to acquire a fine blade for himself. The waist blade in his hand was feeling the strain. He had just taken Zhu Dongsan's strike and had carved a notch into the blade. The opponent's sword was clearly superior to the blade issued by the jail, which had now suffered a significant defect. Wang Wenfu had previously attempted to apply for a replacement blade from the county office but had been mercilessly denied. By their account, simply receiving an old blade was already considered a great favor. Jailers from neighboring counties had to purchase their own blades out of pocket. If he wanted a better blade, he would have to procure it himself. Arriving at the blacksmith's shop, Master Xing was still seated at his workbench, holding a half-finished bow, assessing various components. Though Wang Wenfu had only recently taken an interest in archery, he could tell at a glance that the wood used for this bow was exceptionally fine. Noticing someone enter, Master Xing ceased his work. It's that young brother who came with old Zhang last time. What do you need this time? It seemed his aloof demeanor only applied to regular customers. Could you take a look at this waste blade? Is there any possibility of reinforcing it? Wang Wenfu extracted the blade and placed it on the table. Master Xing frowned upon seeing the weapon. Don't even think about it. Even those selling meat in the market would find this blade too dull. If it has lasted this long, consider yourself fortunate. With that, he pushed it back towards Wang Wenfu. Wang Wenfu had no choice but to turn to leave, but Master Xing abruptly changed his tone. I have something good. Would you be interested? Chapter 15, The Crossblade. Seeing a turn of events? Wang Wenfu nodded. He was in urgent need of a reliable weapon and was determined to seize any opportunity that arose. Following Master Xing into the workshop, he was greeted by a plethora of half-finished weapons. From a rack painted in red lacquer, Master Xing retrieved a straight sword over a meter long. This sword was clearly forged from superior metal, gleaming silver white and reflecting a dazzling light. The straight blade, pedaled guard, and blood grooves on the blade demonstrated exquisite craftsmanship. Compared to the waste blade issued by the county office, this sword was nothing short of a treasure. However, its hilt was yet to be completed, with the slender grip appearing rather awkward. While Wang Wenfu wasn't well versed in the styles of blades, he immediately recognized it as one of the 4 varieties of Tang swords, the crossblade. As you can see, it merely lacks a good hilt. A fine horse deserves a fine saddle, and similarly, my blade must be paired with a suitable handle, otherwise, the grip will be unsatisfactory, and selling it could tarnish my reputation. However, hunting has become increasingly difficult, and the prices of materials at the martial arts hall have skyrocketed. It is uncertain when I will be able to complete my work. Master Xing wiped the blade with an oilcloth, squinting one eye to inspect its curvature. Appearing quite satisfied with his creation, he cast a glance at Wang Wenfu, the implication clear. Wang Wenfu, being a sensible individual, inquired further, "What materials do you require?" "I shall procure them at once." Master Xing, pleased, placed the blade back on the rack, wiped his hands, and replied, "I need a mature male deer, at least 5 years old. After processing its tendons, I will wrap the handle. I noticed you have learned a few techniques from old Zhang. If you can hunt one down, I shall sell you this blade at a good price. Of course, you may sell whatever remains after I extract the tendons to the tavern." Wang Wenfu agreed, seeing the benefit of acquiring a fine blade at a discount while also making some profit from the leftovers. After finishing his night shift, he planned to head straight to the mountains for hunting the following morning. Bidding farewell to Master Xing, Wang Wenfu returned home to prepare a pig's heart and then made his way to the familiar prison. Though he was the foreman, he still had to ensure a smooth handover. Today, he was to hand over duties to a foreman who was said to be a distant relative of the county magistrate. Where is the martial arts manual recorded in this ledger? It seems to be missing. The foreman was diligent, meticulously checking the items being handed over. During the last prison break, this box had been rifled through by thieves. It must have been taken then, Wang Wenfu explained, knowing that, without evidence, no one could contest his claim. When will it be replaced? I have already reported it. It should be replenished in a few days. Wang Wenfu's response was formulaic, knowing the county office was too apathetic to change even a dull knife, let alone remember a martial arts manual. After the handover was complete, it was time for the usual meal. Although there was no foreman's pay, the first bowl of porridge still had to be served by the foreman. Wang Wenfu filled a large bowl with porridge and took out the still warm pig's heart to eat. The enticing aroma of the meat drew the envy of the other prison guards, who could only savor the smell while chewing on their vegetables, pretending to indulge in meat. After satisfying his hunger and resting for a while, Wang Wenfu grabbed one of the guards and drew his waist knife. Come at me, he beckoned to the guard. Seeing the hesitation, Wang Wenfu adopted the foreman's authoritative stance, compelling the guard to attack. I concede. The guard, with no choice, swung his knife forward. He still had some basic skills. Though unwilling, his technique was sound, and a common person would likely be defeated in a single move. Well done, Wang Wenfu shouted, parrying the blow and swiftly twisting his wrist, placing the blade against the guard's neck. Again, the two separated and clashed once more, with Wang Wenfu swiftly dispatching the guard again. This practice continued for dozens of rounds until the guard, drenched in sweat, trembled and leaned against the wall in exhaustion. I can't go on, spare me. Wang Wenfu shook his head and grabbed another guard, repeating the process. I can't take any more. Next, my legs are giving out. Another. After this relentless training session, all the guards lay on the ground, one even foaming at the mouth from exhaustion, truly lacking in stamina. They need more practice. Wang Wenfu shook his head, having barely worked up a sweat himself. While these men lay defeated, his actions served not only to hone his skills but also to sharpen the guards' techniques. These men, having lived in peace for too long, believed they could easily handle a few commoners. They spent their days gambling with dice and indulging in wine. Only those like Wang Wenfu, who would face life and death situations, understood that true combat is bloody and brutal. When calamity strikes again, at least these men can buy him some time, preventing him from being overwhelmed, having used half of the pig's heart's benefits. Wang Wenfu turned to the coarse wooden post beside his cell as a target, practicing his cuts. His internal energy surged, the blood flow invigorating his body. For an ordinary person, this process would be lengthy. But for Wang Wenfu, it was different. The enhancement from his skills reacted within him, and the blood vessels expanded visibly. The robust energy supplied ample power to the tributaries, accelerating their movement within him. Knife technique proficiency, 486580. Your knife skills have begun to shine. The blade is swift as lightning, impervious to obstacles. Having exhausted the enhancement, he was but a fraction away from leveling up his knife technique. The energy within him had also expanded considerably, likely covering about 30% of his body. Wang Wenfu drained his water flask and closed his eyes to recuperate, although his stamina had increased. Prolonged exertion would still take its toll. He needed to maintain a sharp mental state for hunting the following morning. The night passed uneventfully. After completing the handover in the morning, Wang Wenfu returned home, took up his hunting bow, and ventured into the mountains. Master, you must take charge for me. In the bright hall, Zhu Dongsan knelt on both knees, bowing his head after being dealt with by Wang Wenfu yesterday. He awoke at a street corner. Apart from his disheveled clothing, he had lost nothing of significance. However, since that day, he had experienced some leakage and discomfort in his backside, which was quite embarrassing in public. Zhu Dongsan was convinced that Wang Wenfu's blade had caused some issue with his head. Unable to bear it, he sought out his master during a quiet moment. His master was at the late stage of the skin refinement realm. If he chose to intervene, dealing with a minor character would be as easy as capturing a chicken. That scoundrel stole my jade pendant and injured us. Zhu Dongsan adopted a sorrowful expression, squeezing out a tear of feigned sorrow. While the injury to me is of little consequence, it has tarnished my master's reputation. He bowed his head again, remaining still to avoid revealing his smirk. What realm is the opponent in? A middle-aged man with graying temples stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the kneeling disciple. He is at the blood refinement realm. I matched him and held my ground. It was only due to his unscrupulousness that I was defeated. Zhu Dongsan raised his head in delight. His master's inquiry suggested there might be hope. The master's face was partially obscured by shadow, making his expression unreadable, but he replied calmly, "Understood, you may leave now." Zhu Dongsan exited, and the middle-aged man cleared his throat, asking, "Is what he said true?" Chapter 16. The pursuit of dear Gue Tianzhong emerged from the inner chamber, bare-chested, with ointment applied to his chest and abdomen. He was knocked down by Wang Wenfu with one strike. How could he not falter? In the martial arts hall, you must address him as Master Gue, who sighed at his son's lack of prowess. I warned you to keep your distance from such people, and now you've been dealt with. Gue Tianzhong chuckled. It was quite enjoyable to play with him. I never expected a hidden master to emerge from the county. Gue, who delivered a sharp tap to his son's head, exclaiming, "There are countless masters in the world. Do you think you can recognize them all?" Gue Tianzhong rubbed his sore head, realizing he had gained a valuable lesson. Not only had he learned that there are always greater talents, but he also understood that one cannot judge a person by appearances. The brother he often called brother might use him as a shield in critical moments. Is that Wang Wenfu truly at the blood refinement realm? Gue, who asked. Gue Tianzhong nodded, then shook his head. It appears he is, but his strength far surpasses brother Zhu's. He gestured towards his father, who was at the skin refinement realm, indicating the disparity. If you were to engage him, it might take a considerable effort. Gue, who delivered another sharp tap, causing Gue Tianzhong to yelp. Have you ever seen your father unleash his full strength? You think you can gauge it just like that? You, who are not even close to the blood refinement realm. Ouch, it hurts. Stop hitting me. Keep this up, and you'll be knocked senseless. Do you understand? Humph, I think you're truly foolish. If you say so, then it must be true. However, Wang Wenfu was indeed someone worth meeting. This time, Wang Wenfu set off for the mountains without the guidance of Zhang, successfully finding the path upward. Familiarity breeds efficiency. Following the tracks, he identified a deep hoof print. The print extended into the distance, requiring him to venture further into the woods. Anticipating the possibility of encountering a patrol team, Wang Wenfu lowered his posture, stealthily weaving through the underbrush, without the interference of others. His concealed presence significantly reduced his visibility. Level up, tracking proficiency, 0200. The footprints before you are unmistakable, and the characteristics of the prey can be identified in advance. After leveling up, Wang Wenfu could now see detailed information about the tracked prey. Mare deer, male age 6, weight 300 to 400 gene, just right for Master Xing's requirements. His efforts had not been in vain. Wang Wenfu followed the tracks at a brisk pace and soon found the mare deer near a small waterhole. The deer was massive, using nearby trees to sharpen its sturdy antlers. Wang Wenfu drew a chime needle from his quiver. This time, having learned from experience, he brought along 20 arrows. The more arrows, the greater the weight, and consequently the noise while running would increase. Now at the blood refinement realm, Wang Wenfu could better control his body, allowing him to carry more. Drawing back his bow, the sound of the string caught the deer's attention. Its hearing was sharper than that of a wild boar, and it was more alert. However, Wang Wenfu's arrow was swifter. As the deer raised its head, an arrow pierced through its skull. The deer stiffened and collapsed. Wang Wenfu rushed over, attempting to lift the prey. The deer measured at least 1.8 meters in length, its abdomen soft and large. Wang Wenfu found it challenging to gain leverage as the lifeless body flailed its limbs while its long neck bore the weight of its massive antlers. He had no choice but to draw his waist knife and cut branches and vines to fashion a makeshift sled. The difficulty in hunting deer lies in their heightened alertness. Had Wang Wenfu not struck true with a single arrow, the deer would have fled deeper into the woods. He could only drag it down the mountain and seek assistance at the base. Fortunately, they did not encounter the patrol team again along the way. Wang Wenfu drew his bow to the heavens and released a piercing arrow. The hollow arrowhead emitted a sharp shriek as it soared skyward. This was a technique taught by Zhang the hunter to summon the nearby hunters for assistance. After a brief wait, a dark-skinned man wrapped in a headscarf came running over. "Brother, you are a stranger here. You must be in need of help." He immediately spotted the elk and gasped in astonishment. "By the heavens, how long has it been since I've seen such a magnificent creature?" The dark-skinned man glanced around and inquired, "Brother, may I ask where you hunted this? My home is in need of silver." Naturally, Wang Wenfu could not divulge that it was taken from the mountains. Who knew if he would turn around and sell him out? He insisted he was merely fortunate, having originally intended to hunt rabbits. But unexpectedly, this elk had dashed down from somewhere and met its demise by his hand. The man harbored doubts but had no evidence, so he let it be. "Could you assist me in transporting it to the county town?" "The price remains the same." After waiting a moment, Wang Wenfu confirmed that he was the only one nearby and spoke up. The dark-skinned man leaned against a tree, a distance of several paces from Wang Wenfu. Having been unable to bargain previously, he concocted another scheme. "It's a bit far to the county town. This price isn't cheap, you know." This youth was unfamiliar, likely a novice, and having taken down an elk seemed like sheer luck. Perhaps he could squeeze out a better deal. His wife had been nagging him about a cosmetics box, and if he succeeded, he might enjoy a few days of peace. Suddenly, thud, an arrow embedded itself in the trunk of the tree behind him. A mere finger's breadth from his face, the man jumped in shock, and before he could react, a cold, scaly striped rope draped over his shoulder. "Brother, when one is a hunter, one must be cautious. Do not become the prey." Wang Wenfu's chilling voice echoed. The dark-skinned man turned to see a vividly colored snake pierced through the head by the arrow, its body dangling over his shoulder. 18 paces, striking a target the size of a coin with precision. He recognized this as a display of skill, but among hunters, competition was all about technique. If he were to attempt the same, he could not guarantee such accuracy. He was simply outmatched. "Brother, no, elder brother, where shall I deliver this?" The man removed the arrow and the snake, handing them to Wang Wenfu. In a way, Wang Wenfu had saved his life. That snake had a triangular head and vibrant scales, clearly a venomous creature. In an era devoid of anti-venom, a single bite could lead one to an untimely demise. After cutting 2 wooden poles, the 2 men hoisted the elk and made their way back to the town. "Wenfu, you bagged another big catch. Just last time you took down a wild boar, and now you've hunted an elk." Previously, when he had taken down the wild boar, some had questioned Zhang's assistance, but now, with another equally substantial prey in such a short time, it truly showcased his prowess. "I even saw him fend off the thugs from the martial arts hall, protecting Zhang's family." Had he truly turned over a new leaf? Previously, Wang Wenfu had been akin to the disciples of the martial arts hall, a ne'er-do-well who exploited the villagers. Now, he was creating wealth with his own hands and protecting others. His reputation began to spread. And the villagers' perceptions of Wang Wenfu started to shift. After delivering the game to the craftsman's shop, artisan Xing took up his knife, extracting the necessary tendons and even skinning a piece. "All right, the rest you can take to sell," artisan Xing said with a smile, as artisans sought nothing more than to perfect their craft. "When will the knife be ready? How much silver will it cost?" Wang Wenfu inquired. "Tomorrow, 2 taels of silver," artisan Xing replied, already immersed in his work, evidently relishing the process. Wang Wenfu placed the 2 taels of silver on the workbench and then headed to the tavern. 355 Jean 9 taels of silver 2 guan and 300 won. The innkeeper skillfully counted the money and placed it in Wang Wenfu's hands. Wenfu, should you come across any good goods in the future, don't sell them elsewhere, the innkeeper said, having grown somewhat familiar with Wang Wenfu. Grasping his hand as he spoke, Wang Wenfu explained that the parts taken had other uses. I thought you sold good things elsewhere. The handling was rather poor, otherwise this elk could fetch a higher price, the innkeeper lamented. Wang Wenfu had no choice. Artisan Xing was no chef, and the cutting was already commendable. Outside the tavern a commotion arose, and several individuals made their way toward the kitchen. Bang! The door burst open, and a group of burly men clad in deep red garments strode in. Wang Wenfu, you were looking for me. Chapter 17. Urgent assembly. Wang Wenfu's mind went blank. Why were these people seeking him? Are you the chief jailer Wang Wenfu from the county town? The leading man in red inquired. I'm just filling in temporarily, Wang Wenfu replied honestly, hoping to disassociate himself from any trouble. Yes, indeed. There is no such thing as a temporary position, the man in red boomed, his voice resonating like thunder, causing ears to ring. Wang Wenfu grimaced, thinking to himself, go tell the county magistrate and remember to bring up my wages. The man in red paid no heed to Wang Wenfu's mutterings, loudly declaring, this is an emergency assembly. As the chief, you are to report to the county office before the hour of the snake tomorrow. After stating this, they turned to leave, leaving behind a final warning. Don't even think of running. The monk can flee, but the temple cannot. What significant event has transpired? An emergency assembly. The innkeeper was taken aback. Finally regaining composure, who knows, is it good fortune or misfortune? If it is misfortune, it cannot be avoided. Innkeeper, please bring me a jug of fine wine. Would he truly be celebrating with a jug of wine now? What? I am going to brew snake gall wine. Wang Wenfu pulled out the venomous snake from his bag, gesturing, this is a 5-step snake, excellent material. The innkeeper leaned in to take a closer look, repeatedly praising it. A fine catch. How about you pay a crafting fee, and we help you prepare it? Wang Wenfu readily agreed. Having assistance in the making certainly saved time. The total, with the wine, came to 1 guan. He would return tomorrow to collect it. Thank you, innkeeper. Wang Wenfu expressed his gratitude before turning to exit the kitchen. As he passed through the tavern's main hall, he overheard several attendants discussing, did you hear? There has been a rebellion over in Lindong City. Yes, a fleeing guest said the entire family of the county magistrate was slaughtered, their heads hung on the city walls. They seem to have rallied mountain bandits, colluding to breach the city gates. If you ask me, there must be an insider among the officials. Wang Wenfu slowed his pace, blending into the throng of patrons. These attendants were bustling about, well informed indeed. Since they spoke thus, the county office's urgent assembly was likely related to this matter. Were the jailers being sent to the battlefield? Had the soldiers of the Wuyin dynasty perished? However, since the assembly was not until tomorrow, he hoped to complete the snake wine in time. If it truly came to an irreversible moment, he could always slip away under the cover of night. Upon returning home, Wang Wenfu prepared to hasten his practice of swordsmanship to ready himself for the potential conflicts ahead. Logically speaking, untrained jailers summoned should only be tasked with logistical support. However, it was better to be prepared. Who knew if the commander might act rashly and send jailers to the front lines? With a calm mind, Wang Wenfu felt the weight of his waist knife. Though not a divine weapon, it had accompanied him through several battles. Tonight would mark its final dance. Come, he shouted, once again immersing himself in his swordsmanship practice. Level up. Jailer's swordsmanship reaches its pinnacle. Experience 9750. The jailer's swordsmanship flourished in your hands, the blade's shadow akin to a dragon, invincible. As if sensing its mission was complete, the waist knife snapped in two with a resounding clang. Along the gap created by the slash, after executing the final move, Wang Wenfu stood still to catch his breath. He then solemnly wrapped the waist knife in cloth and placed it beneath his bed. After a night's rest, Wang Wenfu awoke refreshed. His vitality had nearly reached 50%, which could be considered the mid-stage of blood refining. Coupled with his swordsmanship, he could deftly handle opponents of the skin refining realm. Under the morning sun, Wang Wenfu bathed and dressed before heading to the craftsman's shop. Artisan Xing, with heavy bags under his eyes, clearly had been busy all night. You've arrived. I heard you were being summoned, so I worked overtime to finish it for you. With that, he unsheathed the knife with a clang and presented it. Wang Wenfu accepted it, feeling the exquisite texture of the sheath through his palm. The elk hide had been used to wrap the sheath. The top of the sheath, or admit the handguard, was intricately carved with cloud patterns. The newly crafted handle, with a core of firm yet supple tendons, was wrapped in red cotton thread on the outside. Grasping it, it conformed perfectly to the shape of his hand. Such ingenious design revealed the craftsman's dedication and pursuit of beauty. Be careful, the world is becoming increasingly unsettled. Artisan Xing rubbed his eyes and remarked, his son was in the military, so he certainly had more insight into the situation than Wang Wenfu. Such a comment indicated that storm clouds were indeed gathering. Thank you, Artisan Xing. I must be off to assemble. Shortly after Wang Wenfu stepped outside, he glanced back to see Artisan Xing closing the shop door, heading back to catch up on sleep after stopping by the tavern to collect the snake wine. Wang Wenfu made his way to the county office. The county office was situated in the heart of the town, a stark contrast to the prison's corner, which relied on the city walls for its structure. The others summoned were mostly gathered, chatting in small groups. Among them were chief jailers, constables, and lumberjacks from the forest, totaling over 100 to 200 individuals. As the hour approached, Wang Wenfu noticed the earlier red-clad man entering the room. He stepped forward and clapped his hands. Silence. The gathered individuals showed no signs of discipline. Upon hearing the command, they continued their hushed chatter as silence. This time, the red-clad man's voice roared like a tiger, causing everyone present, save for Wang Wenfu, to tremble. Seeing the room finally quiet down, the man in red nodded in satisfaction. Listen well, everyone. The rebel forces in Lindong City have colluded with mountain bandits, seizing the city and murdering officials of the court. The man in red loosened his robe, revealing silver-scaled armor beneath. I am Su Shangrong of the Shandong Guard. You may call me Su Baihu. Today, under the orders of the Qianhu, all of you here will be under my command as we join forces to eliminate these rebel bandits. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussion. I didn't hear anything about a battle. In my household there are both the elderly and the young. What shall we do about this? Indeed, are we truly 100 strong against the rebel forces? I just recalled that there are taxes yet to be paid at home. What shall we do about that, except for Wang Wenfu? Everyone else has unanimously expressed a palpable fear of battle. Even the more timid among them are seeking opportunities to stealthily slip away from the county office. Yet, as they turned to leave, they were met head-on by the county soldiers stationed at the entrance. Su Shangrong clapped his hands once more, and under the weight of his prior authority, all discussions ceased. This assembly shall not leave anyone at a loss. First and foremost, the families of those present will have their tax burdens alleviated for the latter half of the year. The mere mention of this topic invigorated the crowd slightly. After all, for many who bear families, the prospect of a tax exemption could save a substantial sum. Furthermore, those of you who are to embark on this expedition need only to maintain a defensive position at the rear. The front lines will be manned by my soldiers and the county troops. We shall bear the costs of provisions and weaponry, so there is no need for concern. To be exempt from taxes and not have to fight. Many began to cheer. It seems rather agreeable, does it not? Yes, upon reflection, the adversary is merely a band of mountain brigands, not to be feared. Wang Wenfu chuckled. Such rhetoric had long been exhausted in the previous world. First, they claim no effort is required, then suggest minimal involvement, followed by encouragement to contribute a bit more, and finally, it becomes a matter of completing the task at hand, gradually advancing, for they hold all the cards. Sensing the situation was ripe for manipulation, Su Shangrong waved his hand. Those among you who have trained in martial arts and have cultivated your vital energy, step forward, looking left and right. Only Wang Wenfu stepped forth. The initially buoyant Su Shangrong, who had intended to boost morale with a stirring address, furrowed his brow at the lack of quality recruits in this county, those capable of executing a complete set of techniques. Step forward. To his surprise, over a dozen jailers and constables emerged. Good, those who have cultivated their vital energy, these 11 will follow your lead, the remainder shall form a line of foot soldiers, once the groups were organized. Su Shangrong approached the frontmost Wang Wenfu and inquired, You are Wang Wenfu, are you not? Thank you, Su Baihu, for remembering my name. Wang Wenfu replied with neither humility nor arrogance, bowing slightly in respect. Come, let us have a demonstration. Su Shangrong summoned a mid-level practitioner of blood refinement, seeking to verify Wang Wenfu's claims. Please, allow me. The young practitioner drew his blade, and the two began to spar. Wang Wenfu had been in search of such a counterpart and deliberately suppressed his own strength. The two exchanged blows, and for a time, neither gained the upper hand. In this contest, vital energy serves as the source of a martial artist's stamina. Wang Wenfu's advantage soon became apparent, as the entwined vital energy provided him with a continuous flow of strength. Allowing his presence to remain resilient and unwavering, the young practitioner, initially holding back, realized he was at a disadvantage and began to take the bout more seriously. To his astonishment, even when earnest, Wang Wenfu continued to maintain his ease. While the young man's own energy began to falter, after over 10 exchanges, the panting young practitioner voluntarily stepped back, conceding defeat. Well, such remarkable skill at such a young age, Su Shangrong exclaimed, patting Wang Wenfu on the shoulder. Noticing the hunting bow slung across his back, "You can use a bow, I've practiced for a few days. I wouldn't dare claim proficiency," Wang Wenfu modestly replied. "Isn't this Wang Wenfu?" A constable, stepping closer, introduced him to Su Shangrong. "He is quite renowned in the county. He recently felled a large wild boar and caught a stag yesterday. Typically, such game requires the coordination of 3 or 4 individuals, yet he managed it alone." "Really?" Su Shangrong's interest was piqued. "Come show me." He led Wang Wenfu to the county's shooting range, a place where the county soldiers typically tested their skills. At a distance of 40 paces, Wang Wenfu drew his bow and struck the bullseye. Upon a second shot, he hit the same spot, pushing the previous arrow aside. Su Shangrong opened his mouth, intending to commend him, but remembering his position, he maintained a serious demeanor. Soldiers are human too, perhaps even more appreciative of the beauty and strength. Realizing merely gaping was ineffectual, he cleared his throat and stated, "Let us try from 50 paces. Wang Wenfu stepped back and aimed. Although he struck the circular target, the arrow did not land precisely at the center. This distance was already the limit for the hunting bow. Due to power constraints, the arrow's flight speed was significantly reduced, making it susceptible to air currents. A sudden draft had caused the arrow to veer slightly off course. Not bad, but this bow limits your capabilities." Su Shangrong, experienced in the nuances of archery, understood how the quality of the bow could greatly influence a marksman's performance. This young man, wielding a 4-power bow, was already hitting the target with perfect accuracy at 40 paces. If he were to use a more powerful war bow, would he not easily pierce the target at 100 paces? "Su Darren, was it true what you said about providing the weapons?" Wang Wenfu inquired as he stowed his bow, eager to pursue this opportunity for a more formidable bow, which would bolster his confidence. "Of course, my word is my bond," Su Shangrong replied, thumping his chest, and called for the county's warehouse manager. "You unlock the warehouse door and allow this brother Wang to choose." After relaying the instructions, he stepped outside to prepare for the expedition. Upon reaching the weapons warehouse, the manager unlocked and pushed the door open with a creak, the sound piercing the air and tearing through the spider webs clinging to the entrance. As Wang Wenfu entered, a cloud of dust was stirred up. "Choose what you will." The manager remained outside, waiting. Wang Wenfu surveyed the surroundings. The stock was alarmingly sparse, with many weapons haphazardly piled in corners, some decayed and rusted beneath. Although merely a county arsenal, one could discern that the inventory in other places was likely no better. This scene filled Wang Wenfu with a sense of foreboding regarding the upcoming expedition. After a thorough inspection, finding no blade that compared to the newly acquired broadsword, he focused his attention on the bows and arrows. Fortunately, the bows, hanging high, had suffered less damage than the other weaponry. Wang Wenfu selected a 10-power bow and exited. A 10-power bow, capable of drawing a weight of approximately 100 pounds, was the heaviest war bow available in the stock. "This is a 100-pound bow, used by military commanders. Are you sure you can handle it, young man?" The manager, having never witnessed Wang Wenfu's archery skills, assumed he was intentionally choosing the largest weapon available. Wang Wenfu made his way back to the shooting range, setting himself up 70 paces away, and drew the bow fully. Thud, the arrow struck the bullseye with tremendous force, shattering the practice arrow into 2 pieces. "Can you handle it?" Wang Wenfu drew another arrow, aiming for the target again, and once more, the arrow splintered on impact. Yes, take it. I will also provide you with 20 heavy arrows." The manager, fearing the bow might be aimed at him, hurriedly retreated to retrieve the heavy arrows. Fully equipped, and noticing that the expeditionary force had yet to depart, Wang Wenfu drank a bit of snake wine and began practicing his archery with the heavy bow. His long-range striking power had significantly increased. The strength required for a 100-pound bow was far greater than that of the hunting bow. Wang Wenfu summoned his vital energy and focused on his aim. Such precision demanded a high level of core strength. The battlefield and hunting share similarities. The enemy may not remain stationary for you to strike, thus, one must often draw and aim, waiting for the perfect opportunity to eliminate foes with a single shot. Moreover, as Wang Wenfu aimed, he also began to step back, aware that archers attract hostility. When others realize you are aiming, they will certainly seek to disrupt you, while the onlookers outside the shooting range fantasized about how they would spend their tax exemptions. Wang Wenfu was already preparing for the future, honing his skills. Level up, archery skill proficiency, 21350. Drawing the bow like a full moon, arrows akin to shooting stars, rapid fire, shoot 2 arrows in an instant. Wang Wenfu examined the skill description, withdrawing 2 arrows from his quiver. After a moment's consideration, he realized that this skill did not simply allow him to shoot 2 arrows with a single draw of the bowstring. Such an action would not only compromise accuracy but also significantly wear on the bow's lifespan. Following the rhythm of his body, Wang Wenfu knocked one arrow onto the bowstring while holding the other with his pinky. After releasing the first arrow, he exerted pressure with his pinky, pushing the second arrow into position. Whoosh, whoosh. The two arrows, one after the other, struck the straw target, the latter piercing through the former. Gather. The county soldiers sounded the gongs as they called for assembly. Wang Wenfu stowed his bow and returned to the crowd. This time, all personnel were present as Su Shangrong summoned his 100-strong unit. The county soldiers, led by the bearded county lieutenant, stood beside the assembled troops. Su Shangrong's soldiers were neatly attired and stood in an orderly formation. Though the county troops were less organized, they stood tall and silent. In stark contrast, the hastily gathered troops appeared disheveled, some leaning against each other. Scattered haphazardly, the county troop numbered 206, ready for Su Daren's command. The bearded lieutenant also donned leather armor, a single-handed sword and shield slung across his back. Good, all units, march in formation. Let us depart, Su Shangrong declared, mounting a brown horse and leading the way out of the county office, with his troops following closely behind. Proceed ahead, the bearded lieutenant gestured with a sweep of his hand. He intended to position the hastily assembled individuals in the middle, preventing any from fleeing at the last moment. Wang Wenfu inhaled deeply, raised his right hand, and pointed forward with conviction. Onward. Chapter 19, a decisive night assault. As the main force marched on. The county town where Wang Wenfu was stationed was the closest to the site of the rebellion, approximately a day's journey away. As night fell, they set up camp in a hilly area, the elevated terrain affording them a view of the surrounding villages of Lindong County. Wang Wenfu, Xing Chang, come here. I need to arrange the night watch, Su Shangrong called from in front of a small tent. Summoning personnel for a discussion in the encampment, only he was permitted to reside in the tent, while the others made do with a piece of oilcloth for shelter, sleeping in their clothes for the first time. Wang Wenfu learned that the bearded lieutenant's name was Zhang Chang, and he wondered whether his family had any ties to the shamanistic traditions. The campsite was divided into 12 sectors based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches. With a group assigned to each sector. Su Shangrong sketched a rough map on paper, instructing, once night falls, no one is permitted to move about without authorization. Violators will be executed without mercy during the night. The military would enforce a strict curfew to prevent disturbances within the camp. Having confirmed their respective responsibilities, Wang Wenfu returned to his own unit. He had only 11 men at his disposal, just enough to assign one to each position. The soldiers in the formation were not under his command. Wang Wenfu arrived at his post, which, though referred to as a sentry, was merely a small enclosure constructed from wooden planks. Inside the sentry post were 3 men, 2 on duty and 1 resting, with a rotation every hour. During the latter half of the night, it was Wang Wenfu's turn to stand watch. Leaning against the enclosure, his gaze was sharp, keenly observing any movements in the surroundings. His battle bow was gripped tightly in his hand, ready to unleash lethal arrows at any suspicious figures. As the hour of the tiger approached, with the second crow of the rooster marking the time when humans are most drowsy, the county soldier beside him struggled to keep his eyes open, his body swaying left and right. Wang Wenfu, however, possessed exceptional physical stamina, able to maintain prolonged activity with brief rest. An unsettling silence enveloped the area. Something felt amiss. It wasn't merely the absence of noise that was troubling, but rather a silence so profound that even the chirping of insects was absent, an anomaly. Indeed, from the shadows, he discerned several dark shapes writhing. These figures occasionally lifted their round heads, surveying the situation in the camp. Enemies, although clad in dark garments, their physical outlines were unmistakable. Such furtive behavior could only signify an enemy raid, not an act of benevolence. Wang Wenfu made a swift decision, drawing 2 arrows from his quiver and loosing them in a heartbeat. At a distance of 60 to 70 paces, the 2 shadows were pierced through their skulls by his arrows. In the pitch darkness, those figures remained oblivious to their fallen comrades, continuing to advance like pests. This provided Wang Wenfu an opportunity for practice. With a flick of his hand, he silenced another 2 shadows. Realizing something was amiss, the remaining figures began to panic, the sound of arrows slicing through the air unmistakable evidence of their discovery. One figure stood and shouted, "We've been discovered, charge forward, the first to breach will be heavily rewarded." This cry confirmed the leader's position for Wang Wenfu, and he swiftly released 2 arrows, pinning the leader to the ground. Without their commander, the group found themselves in disarray, unable to advance or retreat. The sound of arrows continued to fill the air, and finally, one individual broke down, fleeing in terror, like a stone cast into a pond. The rest, who had been hiding in the grass, stood up and retreated. Wang Wenfu seized the opportunity, shooting at any moving target that crossed his path. The ease with which he wielded his bow was remarkable. As long as he aimed true, the enemy would fall. Lifeless, his archery skills were improving rapidly, proving far more effective than mere target practice. Wang Wenfu's hand instinctively moved to his quiver, only to find that he had exhausted all his training arrows. The two men in the sentry post were neither hunters nor archers and bore no arrows. They could only watch as the remaining shadows retreated. What had begun as an enemy ambush had turned into a counterattack. With Wang Wenfu present, this raid, which could have determined the outcome of the encounter, was thwarted. By morning, he reported the skirmish to Su Shangrong. What, such a significant event? Su Shangrong, having just donned his armor, was taken aback by the startling news. How many were there in total? It was too dark to count accurately, but I shot down 27 of them, Wang Wenfu replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely chased away a group of passing rabbits. Take me to see. The group proceeded to the ambush site from the previous night. One could not deny that the enemy had chosen an excellent location, a small depression surrounded by dense brush. From the hills, this spot was incredibly concealed, ideal for launching a surprise attack. Upon counting, indeed, there were 27 bodies. Su Shangrong patted Wang Wenfu on the shoulder, exclaiming to the soldiers behind them, had it not been for Wenfu's timely intervention, we would have surely faced annihilation. He felt a wave of anxiety. Had the enemy successfully raided their camp, the entire unit would have been shattered. In a short time, no other forces could be mobilized to quell the rebellion. Over time, if the insurrection was not suppressed, other factions with malicious intent would undoubtedly follow suit. At that point, it would no longer be merely a matter confined to one county, rather revolts would erupt across the nation. Initially, he believed that the insurgents consisted solely of mobs and bandits, yet he did not anticipate that they would dare to raid under the cover of night. Clearly, there must be someone of great skill advising them. It seemed that the 400 to 500 men under his command would have to face a tough battle ahead. Su Shangrong gazed at Wang Wenfu, who had repeatedly demonstrated extraordinary prowess. Unfortunately, he was not a military household and could not be utilized for his talents. Wenfu was rendered a great service, yet it is a pity that you are not under my command. Thus, your merit cannot be officially recognized. Su Shangrong looked around, contemplating. I shall relay your accomplishments to the county magistrate. He will arrange for your reward, however, that will take some time, and I hope you will not mind. Wang Wenfu nodded. He understood that military officers and civil officials operated within separate systems. His designation still lay within the county office, while Su Shangrong was a 100-man commander, leading his own troops. If rewards were granted bypassing the county office, it would undermine the authority of the magistrate. Thank you, my lord. No need for thanks. I shall take the liberty of advancing a portion of your reward. Su Shangrong led him to the stables. This is my spare horse. I shall lend it to you. He pointed to a gray horse and instructed the stableman to bring it forth. Compared to the sturdy pack horses, this steed had a more streamlined physique, with proportions more harmonious. Can you ride? If not, I can learn. Wang Wenfu approached the gray horse and gently stroked its neck. The horse snorted contentedly, tossing its head lightly. This mount was suitable for reconnaissance or as a steed for light cavalry, but would struggle under heavy armor. It was said that the barbarian tribes possessed numerous warhorses strong and swift. The nearest barbarian settlement lay merely a few dozen miles beyond the Great Wall. Once his strength was sufficient, he could consider testing his mettle. With this horse, at least he would not have to walk everywhere, and in dire situations, he could make a quicker escape, with his left foot in the stirrup. He pulled himself up, swinging his right leg over. The stableman instructed Wang Wenfu on how to properly control the gray horse. To make him move, give a gentle squeeze to his belly, following his guidance. Wang Wenfu applied slight pressure with his legs, and indeed, the horse began to walk forward slowly. Horses are creatures with their own minds. The rider and mount must work in harmony. Fortunately, this riding horse was quite docile, and Wang Wenfu quickly grasped the essentials of riding. Giddy up, he galloped along the path, drawing envious glances from the soldiers in the camp. The stableman was equally astonished at how swiftly the young man mastered riding. Watching in awe as Wang Wenfu raced farther away, gripping the reins in one hand and drawing his saber in the other, he aimed at a tree trunk the width of a bowl. With a swift motion, the blade glinted as it severed the tree cleanly. Wang Wenfu turned back and sheathed his sword. The sensation of riding and slashing was satisfactory, though the saber seemed better suited for foot combat. Moreover, it was likely that the rebels would remain entrenched and would not require cavalry for a siege. Upon returning to the camp, Su Shangrong had already announced the preparation to break camp and set out. With only 2 mounted soldiers in the ranks, Wang Wenfu's presence immediately altered the dynamics. Aside from Su Shangrong, he appeared to be the second in command, his status even surpassing that of the county lieutenant. Upon arriving at the city of Lindon, the ramparts teemed with people, bloodied heads dangled from the gates, seemingly warning any who approached of their fate, "Open the gates and surrender the city, we shall only execute the ringleader. The rest shall not be harmed," Su Shangrong called out as he approached the city walls. This psychological warfare was Su Shangrong's forte, designed to sow discord among the various factions within. "Eat my arrow," a young officer atop the ramparts, witnessing the wavering resolve of his soldiers due to Su Shangrong's words, knew he must not allow this to continue. He drew his bow, knocking an arrow aimed at Su Shangrong. This armor-piercing arrow with a broad head could penetrate scales if it struck true. Crack! The arrow aimed at Su Shangrong was abruptly intercepted mid-air. All eyes turned to see Wang Wenfu, bow in hand atop his horse. Having achieved this remarkable feat, the gasps from both sides conveyed differing sentiments. Those outside the city were filled with elation, recognizing that this confrontation would significantly bolster their morale. Conversely, those within the city were filled with panic. Taken aback that their leader's desperate attack had been effortlessly thwarted by the enemy. "Since you insist on courting death, prepare for your heads to fall." Su Shangrong, infuriated by this attack, uttered a parting remark before returning to his ranks to issue commands. Surround the city, not a single rat shall escape. He was no fool, he understood that a forced assault would result in severe losses. The best strategy was to besiege the city. The rebels inside would eventually starve without external support. As for the civilians within, ordinary citizens would have fled. Those remaining were surely part of the insurrection. Inside the city, seated in the magistrate's chair, a rotund man grasped a teacup resting on the table. His trembling hands caused the scalding tea within to slosh over, splattering onto his plump white hands. The man felt no discomfort, bringing the cup to his lips, pausing momentarily, shaking his head, and placing the cup back down. "Didn't Your Highness say that once I captured Lindong County he would send troops to aid me? Now the official forces have besieged the city. Is there any news from over there?" The portly man queried, addressing a burly figure seated before him, who lounged with his legs crossed, his dark hands rubbing the bound form of a pale woman. "You should have woken up by now. We are merely pawns in the struggle of the imperial family." The burly man, known as Zhang Niu Jiao, grew bored of his plaything and tossed her aside, the woman muffled by a rag stuffed in her mouth. "I was content being a king in the mountains. You foolish pig deceived me into seizing this city, trapping me in this wretched place." The plump man shrank back in his chair, although his seat was more comfortable. It was clear to all present that Zhang Niujiao was the one in charge. "Zhang Niujiao, you yourself agreed to His Highness's deal and now blame me, so what shall we do now?" The rotund man asked. "While there is still enough food in the city, let the brothers have a hearty meal, then we'll break out. Whoever can escape, let them." Zhang Niujiao stood up, a large axe leaning against his chair. Its handle still stained with dark red blood. The individuals positioned to the west of the city wall observed that the training standards were alarmingly poor, yet they felt there was potential for a breakthrough from that direction. I, however, dared not take such a risk. His Highness possesses a benevolent heart and will undoubtedly dispatch troops to provide aid. Without a doubt, the rotund man had shrunk entirely into the confines of his armchair. Reluctant to confront the unfolding events outside, Zhang Niujiao let out a sinister chuckle. "Since you do not wish to engage on the battlefield, let us instead convene at the banquet table." He brandished his axe and advanced towards the rotund man. Wang Wenfu was keenly observing the movements of the city. The rebels had hoisted their flag atop the battlements. If he could manage to shoot down that flag, it would deal a significant blow to their morale. Wang Wenfu rode his horse closer to the city wall. The young general from before was still present, vocally hurling insults at him. The previous archery contest had left him unable to hold his head high amongst his peers, and he was determined to reclaim his honor this time. Wang Wenfu deliberately positioned himself within the archer's range, recalling that it was here that Su Shangrong had been struck down last time. The young general recognized Wang Wenfu's provocation, his face flushed with anger as he shoved through the crowd to draw his bow. Wang Wenfu simultaneously knocked an arrow, the second arrow resting on his pinky. Whoosh! The two arrows soared towards each other, colliding head-on. The young general atop the battlements, seeing his initial attack thwarted, attempted to fire a second arrow. However, the impact of the two arrows sent them scattering into the air, and a third arrow emerged from the splinters. This arrow hurtled towards him with ferocity. The young general saw it but had no time to react. Crack! The heavy arrow pierced his forehead, causing his body to convulse twice before falling silent. A commotion erupted once more atop the battlements. These people were nothing more than a rabble, and upon witnessing one of their own fall, they hastily retreated behind the city walls, too afraid to peek out. This was precisely what Wang Wenfu had aimed for, as he could now leisurely take aim at the flag. The rope bearing the rebel banner was severed by his arrow, causing it to plummet from the battlements. Oh, Wang Wenfu's troops erupted into cheers. A particularly bold and swift soldier dashed to the foot of the wall, retrieved the flag, and presented it to Wang Wenfu. Not a single rebel dared to show their face atop the battlements. These successive attacks had thoroughly shattered their morale. Your flag, if you possess the courage, come and retrieve it. Ha! The soldiers taunted the rebels above. Wang Wenfu lifted the flag with his blade, displaying it to the enemy. Suddenly, silence enveloped the city wall, soon followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Many individuals descended from the battlements, converging within the city. It seemed they were preparing for a new development. Wang Wenfu sensed that this movement was unusual and turned to caution his troops. Creak, creak, the heavy gates groaned as they slowly opened. I thought they could hold out longer. Now they are surrendering, indeed, but it's for the best. We can return home to embrace our wives sooner. The soldiers engaged in optimistic discussions. Wang Wenfu was stationed at the west gate, the same position as the soldiers. My lord, do you have a wife? If not, I can introduce someone to you. Some soldiers? Seeing Wang Wenfu on horseback, mistook him for a high-ranking official and attempted to ingratiate themselves, entirely oblivious to the imminent battle they were about to face. Wang Wenfu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the opening gates. My lord, do you prefer young maidens or those with more allure? The man continued to prattle on. A silence. Wang Wenfu barked, his bowstring taut and ready. Kill. Chapter 21. A single warrior charges forth. The rebels shouted as they charged forward. They are attacking. Steady your positions, do not let them break through. Wang Wenfu rode his horse, shooting and commanding simultaneously. The soldiers, who had moments ago been laughing and chatting, were instantly thrown into disarray. They had never witnessed such a scene. Didn't we agree this was merely a show of force? Why are the main rebel forces charging this way? Many trembled, unable to steady their weapons. Those with initiative crouched low, preparing to flee from the rear. Suddenly their necks were met with the cold edge of a blade. It was Su Shangrong's soldiers, positioned as a disciplinary force behind them. Any who dare to retreat shall be executed without mercy. Wang Wenfu had no time to tend to the chaos surrounding him. The rebels were drawing near. He turned his horse and charged out, striving to avoid encirclement. The agility of 4 legs surpassed that of 2. And Wang Wenfu danced along the periphery of the enemy, drawing his sword, each strike claiming a rebel life. Among them were those wielding pitchforks and short axes. Compared to them, Wang Wenfu's soldiers were well equipped. If the rebels were truly so weak, Lindong County would not have fallen. They must have reserves. Indeed, reinforcements from the rebels surged forth from the city, and this new contingent was evidently more formidable than the last. Each clad in leather armor and wielding wooden shields and short swords. The previous disorder caused by the ragtag rebels had left Wang Wenfu's soldiers in disarray. The disciplinary troops brandished their blades. Watching the increasingly hysterical crowd, some soldiers fled only to have their heads severed midway, while others flailed wildly, shouting and indiscriminately striking, indifferent to whether their targets were allies or enemies. Such fruitless exertion would have no impact on the battle, only draining their stamina. As the elite rebel forces engaged, it was as though a cleaver was slicing through flesh, cleaving through the ranks of Wang Wenfu's soldiers. Hold your positions, do not panic. The exhortations of the disciplinary troops were drowned out by the cacophony of battle cries. Reinforcements from other units were still en route, yet by the time they arrived, these soldiers might have already succumbed. Just as they exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, a young man mounted on a tall steed charged into the fray. His eyes ablaze with fervor. Hey, did you see that? I just slashed that one, and his inside spilled out. Delightful. The tactics our leader taught us are remarkable. We, the mountain dwellers, are finally having our day in battle. Stop your chattering, cavalry is charging in. These individuals, who had merely been bandits, had somehow learned the formations of an army. With their ample experience in brawling, upon seeing a mounted figure charging, several immediately assumed defensive positions. Upon recognizing the approaching rider, their faces turned to expressions of astonishment. Who would dare charge into battle alone? No matter how powerful a warrior entangled within a formation, they would face grave peril. Human stamina is finite. If you can contend with 10, what of 20 or 30? They could foresee the inevitable demise of this reckless youth, cut down by a flurry of blades. Wang Wenfu, with a firm grip on the reins, swung his blade in a diagonal strike as he neared the formation. The foremost bandit beheld a flash of silver, his wooden shield and body cleaved in twain. Wang Wenfu pivoted his horse, thrusting his blade to pierce the neck of a bandit attempting to ambush him. The length of his blade was somewhat lacking. Each time he struck, he had to extend half his body to reach his target accurately. In a single charge, Wang Wenfu had already felled 3 or 4 rebels. The bandit formation began to waver. Their mastery of the formation was still nascent, and their ability to reinforce positions was nowhere near that of a true army. Sensing the effectiveness of his assault, Wang Wenfu pressed on, urging his steed forward. As long as he maneuvered along the edges of the formation, they could not encircle him. After several engagements, he had decimated half of the 50 or so bandits. That mounted warrior is too formidable. We cannot contend with him. How is it that such a fierce warrior exists among the soldiers? The bandits, having never encountered such a fierce combatant, began to waver. Even the county soldiers of Lindong City had been slain in droves by their collective efforts, yet this single youth had shattered their previously unyielding formation. The shifting tides of battle invigorated Wang Wenfu's soldiers. The enemy was not invincible. The crumbling morale of the soldiers steadied somewhat a flee. Let us retreat to the city and fortify our defenses, someone shouted from among the bandits, retreating towards the city as they shouted. Who dares to run? A thunderous roar erupted from within Lindong City, and a burly dark-skinned man surged forth, clad in a tiger-striped tunic, with silver chainmail visible on his chest. He wielded an axe taller than himself. Cleaving two fleeing bandits in half with a single swing, the previously faltering formation suddenly regained its strength and surged towards Wang Wenfu's troops once more. It seemed this man held considerable sway among the bandits. While Su Shangrong's disciplinary troops had no positive effect on the soldiers, if not for Wang Wenfu's valorous fight, they would have scattered long ago. This brawny giant, with a single roar and display of brutality, managed to rally the spirits of the bandits and restore their resolve. I am the king of Black Mountain, Zhang Niujiao. You, young general, state your name. Zhang Niujiao recognized that Wang Wenfu was the most formidable warrior among these soldiers. Rather than allowing him to strike his underlings and incur needless casualties, he would rather confront him directly. Linshan Wang Wenfu. Wang Wenfu shared the same thought, since this man was the leader of the bandits. His death would merely be a matter of time before the remaining bandits fell into disarray. Very well, I shall meet you in battle. Zhang Niujiao produced a crimson pill from his pocket, crushed it in his mouth, and swallowed. That wretched prince, though cunning and devious, does possess some fine goods. Zhang Niujiao felt a surge of power coursing through him, the limits of his strength seemingly on the verge of breaking through under the influence of the potion. His body crackled with the sound of bursting beans, expanding as though inflated. Could it be that I have reached the skin refinement stage? Haha, Zhang Niujiao laughed heartily, raising his massive axe and testing its weight in his hand. The blade, which typically sliced through iron with ease, merely left a white mark on his palm. Indeed, you, lad, shall meet your demise. He swung the enormous axe and charged forward with great strides. Wang Wenfu, braced with his sword, gazed at the oncoming Zhang Niujiao, who resembled a war chariot. Skin refinement, let us see. With his knife skills having reached their zenith, he had yet to find a worthy opponent to hone his abilities against. The previous skirmishes with the bandits had left him wanting for more. Now, he was eager for a true test of skill. Wang Wenfu began to relish this life-and-death experience. Clang! The opponent's massive axe boasted a distance advantage, and Wang Wenfu deftly deflected the initial strike with the back of his blade. He withstood the challenge, though his steed did not fare as well. The immense force transmitted through it caused it to whinny and retreat several steps before regaining its footing. As Zhang Niujiao charged again, the gray horse's eyes filled with fear. Had it not been for Wang Wenfu's firm grip on the reins, it would have fled long ago. It seems that when one is truly thrust into the battlefield, the use of warhorses becomes indispensable. Wang Wenfu dismounted, casually securing the reins to a lifeless body on the ground. Rather than allowing it to undermine his stability, he deemed it more prudent to keep his feet firmly planted, ready to engage in ground combat. Thus commenced the infantry combat segment. Chapter 22, Slaying the Thief. The earlier thunderous strike had rendered the two combatants the focus of attention on the battlefield. Both the soldiers and the mountain bandits ceased their skirmishes, awaiting the outcome of this duel. They understood that the two martial artists locked in confrontation were the backbone of their respective forces. This marked Wang Wenfu's first direct confrontation with a practitioner of the skin refinement stage. Previously, although Zhu Dongsan was at the blood refinement stage, his skills were woefully inadequate, rendering him unworthy of any serious trial. You young pup, as the first to fall to my blade at the skin refinement stage, I shall peel your skin off whole and adorn my trophy display with it. Zhang Niujiao gripped his axe with both hands, forcibly channeling the energy within. Normally, such exertion would only marginally enhance one's physical responses. However, the technique he had mastered allowed him to double his strength and reflexes when his vitality surged. This unexpected advantage had led many martial artists to defeat at his hands. Yet, such a tactic bore its drawbacks. It drained stamina at an accelerated rate and significantly diminished the potential of his bloodline. This was the reason Zhang Niujiao remained stuck at the late stage of blood refinement. Now, having consumed an elixir to break through to the skin refinement stage, his body could endure greater strength, allowing him to unleash his energy without restraint. By slaying the young warrior before him, he could break through the encirclement alongside his subordinates and return to his mountain stronghold, continuing his reign as king of the hills. What stage are you at? Zhang Niu Zhao exhaled a plume of white mist. The potion not only elevating his stage but also expanding his vital energy to a greater circumference. Mid-blood refinement, Wang Wenfu replied candidly. Mid-blood refinement, and you've managed to slay so many of my men and withstand my full-powered strike? Zhang Niu Zhao questioned, incredulous. Why not? In Wang Wenfu's eyes, such feats were commonplace. He had begun challenging those of higher ranks since his arrival in this world. With that, he thrust his blade forward, aimed directly at Zhang Niu Zhao's forehead. The attack came with ferocity, compelling Zhang Niu Zhao to retreat several steps in haste. Being relentlessly pressured was no solution. He widened the distance and bellowed, "You have some audacity. The difference between skin refinement and blood refinement is like heaven and earth. Let me show you the consequences." With that, he charged, channeling his strength for a sweeping strike. The force behind it was immense, relying on the reach of his mighty axe, which surpassed that of a blade. Boom! The massive axe cleaved the ground, sending debris flying. Wang Wenfu advanced rather than retreating, his horizontal blade flashing as he aimed to sever Zhang Niu Zhao's right hand. Zhang Niu Zhao barely managed to twist the axe handle to block the blade, then swung his great axe in response. The heavy axe struck the ground, creating a fissure, yet Wang Wenfu's figure was nowhere to be seen. A glint of silver flashed by. Zhang Niu Zhao leaned back just in time to evade the blade that sought to slice his throat. He withdrew his axe, bewilderment etched on his face. As a king of the Black Mountain, with countless lives claimed at his hands, he found himself evenly matched against this mid-blood refinement youth. Should this news escape, where would he find his dignity? Wang Wenfu was equally astonished. Could the reaction time and strength enhancement of the skin refinement stage truly be so profound, even at merely newly attained levels? Zhang Niu Zhao had instinctively neutralized two of his lethal strikes. Unaware of each other's true capabilities, they resumed their fierce exchange. Lord Wang is holding off the enemy's skin refinement commander for us. His strength is evident in how long he can withstand, yet the disparity in realms was as vast as the heavens to the earth. They hoped he could endure until reinforcements arrived. Has Subaihu not arrived yet? Not yet. I've heard that other gates are also under siege by rebels, and they require time to deal with them, the surrounding soldiers discussed as they currently faced off against the mountain bandits. The two fighters stood as the dividing line between both factions. On the other side, the mountain bandits eagerly gazed at their leader. The longer this standoff dragged on, the less favorable it became for their breakout. Earlier, this young warrior had single-handedly entered the fray, slaying numerous foes, leaving an indelible mark in the bandits' minds. Now, even their leader, who had just broken into the skin refinement stage, could not gain the upper hand against this youth. With such prowess, how had they not heard of this individual before? The clash of steel resonated throughout the battlefield as figures darted back and forth. Wang Wenfu had repelled Zhang Niu Zhao's axe strikes more than once, yet the latter's onslaught persisted. Zhang Niu Zhao's confidence was not unfounded. The gap in their realms was an objective reality. Each time he parried an attack, it required the full extent of his strength. However, if he could merely endure the initial onslaught, Wang Wenfu would not emerge victorious. In terms of stamina and endurance, he had indeed picked the wrong opponent. As the battle progressed, Wang Wenfu discovered that the vitality within him was truly exceptional. His entwined energy was remarkably resilient, brimming with power. The energy expended in a single attack by others could fuel Wang Wenfu's onslaught 3 or 4 times. Conversely, Zhang Niu Zhao was evidently draining his stamina rapidly. Wang Wenfu truly understood what it meant to be out of breath like an exhausted beast. Zhang Niu Zhao's strikes were undeniably powerful, yet Wang Wenfu, with his mastery of the blade, could counter each one. With the loss of that advantage, Zhang Niu Zhao found himself helpless against Wang Wenfu's assaults. You freak! Truly troublesome. Zhang Niu Zhao had slain countless martial artists but had never encountered such a scenario. Despite possessing a higher realm, he could not establish a dominating position. Instead, he found himself forcibly channeling his energy, leading to exhaustion. The strain on his body forced Zhang Niu Zhao to cease his tempestuous attacks. Don't stop. If you don't come at me, I will. In stark contrast, the young warrior remained poised and composed, his breath steady and untroubled. As a lethal barrage of blade strikes surged towards Zhang Niu Zhao, he could only raise his axe in defense. When he could no longer withstand the onslaught, he instinctively dodged the blade just in time, narrowly avoiding disaster. The once fervent Zhang Niu Zhao now felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. How could it be that he, the one of higher rank, found himself in such a predicament? He recognized a terrifying truth. If this continued, he might be outlasted by this youth, through the shimmering blade light. Zhang Niujiao spotted in the distance a troop of official soldiers rushing towards him. Should they complete the encirclement, all would be for naught. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Zhang Niujiao resolved to abandon his subordinates and make his escape. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength for a sweeping strike. Taking advantage of Wang Wenfu's brief retreat, Zhang Niujiao turned to flee. Aiming to carve an escape through the ranks of soldiers, "You won't catch me now, huh?" Zhang Niujiao delightedly noted that Wang Wenfu did not pursue him. His plan had succeeded. Whoosh, two piercing sounds echoed as arrows sliced through the air, prompting Zhang Niujiao to quickly evade. The first arrow narrowly missed, but the second seemed to anticipate his movements, blocking his path. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Zhang Niujiao had collided with the arrow. His unprotected left arm was struck, the arrow embedding itself painfully within his flesh. Zhang Niujiao groaned but did not halt his flight. The sound of thundering hooves echoed behind him. Chapter 23, Swift Cavalry Assault. Wang Wenfu had refrained from blocking Zhang Niujiao earlier, knowing that the latter was already on his last legs, allowing him a few steps to lower his guard. Wang Wenfu mounted his horse and drew his bow, aiming for Zhang Niujiao's back. With motion against motion, two arrows were loosed. The arrows intersected Zhang Niujiao's path of evasion, ensuring that regardless of his movements, one arrow would strike true. Should he choose to remain still, both arrows would find their mark. The 10-power bow effortlessly penetrated the skin of a practitioner at the skin refinement stage, causing him to stumble. Nevertheless, the man pressed onward, disregarding the pain. Wang Wenfu spurred his steed in pursuit, raising his horizontal blade high. Zhang Niujiao, aware of the impending threat, was left with no choice but to turn and defend. Clang! The clash of the horizontal blade against the great axe reverberated with a thunderous sound. Zhang Niujiao's left hand, pierced by an arrow, rendered him unable to wield his weapon effectively. Thus, his single-handed grip on the axe was flung aside. Wang Wenfu, undeterred, pivoted his horse and charged once more. Without his weapon, Zhang Niujiao, in a panic, charged directly at Wang Wenfu. The latter thrust his blade into Zhang Niujiao's chest with tremendous force, lifting him off the ground as he grasped helplessly at Wang Wenfu's arm. "What a formidable individual you are! How have I never heard of you before?" He coughed blood, his eyes filled with resentment. Wang Wenfu saw no need to converse with a dying man. Twisting the blade, he pulverized Zhang Niujiao's heart. The latter shuddered and breathed his last. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the mountain bandits scattered in disarray. Those who had attempted to breach the encirclement were captured by the soldiers, while some fled towards the city, seemingly intent on sealing the gates in a desperate defense. Wang Wenfu would not allow them this opportunity. He charged forward, cutting them down. "Quick, close the gates." A few bandits rushed into the city, activating the winch. As the heavy gates slowly began to close. Go! Wang Wenfu urged his steed, racing to enter before the gates shut completely. The gray horse beneath him exerted every ounce of strength, galloping and neighing as its frothy saliva flew from its mouth. Level up. Beginner horse riding. 2200. The swift cavalry assault had granted him a significant advantage. As the skill upgraded, Wang Wenfu felt the horse beneath him became far more manageable. He no longer needed to focus intently on maintaining his balance, even feeling as though he could stand atop the horse's back. Clop clop cloppy behind Wang Wenfu, the sound of hooves echoed as well. Turning back, he saw Su Shangrong leading a contingent, encircling the remaining rebels. At this point, only those bandits within the city remained to resist. In a desperate bid for survival, the bandits unleashed an unprecedented potential, causing the city gates to close even faster than anticipated. Despite the speed of the horses, it seemed they would reach the gates only as they were closing. Wang Wenfu stood upon his steed, timing his leap just as the gates were left with a mere crack. "Wenfu, be careful," Su Shangrong shouted upon seeing Wang Wenfu leap from his horse, just as the city gates were about to shut. Unbeknownst to how many more rebels lay within the city, such a daring entry could spell disaster. "Lord Su, what shall we do?" inquired the chief flagbearer, witnessing such reckless bravery for the first time. "Continue to encircle and consolidate those rebels. Should Wang Wenfu be captured, we might negotiate an exchange for him." Su Shangrong finds himself in a predicament. Although the city is not an impregnable fortress and the main force of the rebels has been significantly weakened during this breakout, a direct assault remains a last resort. His troops are merely a reserve force, and any substantial loss would inevitably lead to dire consequences for him. Under these constraints, Su Shangrong refrains from constructing siege ladders and opts to wait for a chance to besiege the city. He hopes fervently that Wang Wenfu remains alive. The youth possesses extraordinary talent, and it would be a grave pity if his life were to be cut short here. Wang Wenfu adopts a defensive stance as he lands, crouching slightly with his sword held horizontally across his chest. Before him stand the astonished mountain bandits and the remaining rebels. Without hesitation, he swiftly beheads the two bandits in front of him. Wang Wenfu's primary objective now is to seize the winch atop the city tower, to open the gates and allow his forces to enter alone. He calls for his companions, a rebel shouts, prompting others to close in. Suddenly, one rebel lunges forward, brandishing a spear aimed at Wang Wenfu. He blocks the attack with one hand, deftly slicing through the opponent's carotid artery with the tip of his sword. Blood sprays onto the nearby rebels. A few, undeterred by the carnage, attack him with knives, spears, and clubs. Wang Wenfu stands firm. These assailants lack any martial discipline, relying solely on brute force. However, having been attacked, he sees no reason not to retaliate. He deflects their strikes and seizes the opportunity to dispatch each of his attackers. In a short while, more than 10 corpses lie at his feet. The bandits exchange wary glances, hesitant to advance. Observing their reluctance, Wang Wenfu steps forward, crossing over the fallen bodies. Though he stands alone, it feels as though he faces an army, causing the bandits to retreat in unison. Ascending the steps, Wang Wenfu prepares to reach the city tower. As he climbs the third or fourth step, a bandit seizes the moment, thrusting a spear from below. This underhanded tactic exploits a blind spot for an ambush. Anticipating the attack, Wang Wenfu neither flinches nor dodges. He simply cleaves the wooden spear in two. The severed spearhead flies through the air, which he catches and hurls back at the bandit who attempted the ambush. The thrown weapon strikes the bandit squarely in the chest, the force pinning him to the ground. Though he is not yet dead, he writhes and wails in agony. This display of strength deters any further advances from the others, allowing Wang Wenfu to reach the city tower unimpeded. The winch at the city gate is as large as a revolving table in a tavern, with several protruding rods, clearly requiring multiple individuals to operate. Inside, the rebels hear the voice of Su Shangrong calling out, warning that the young captain who just entered should not be harmed, for they possess a valuable hostage for exchange. Not knowing what Su is referring to, Wang Wenfu shakes his head and approaches the winch. Beside it, a small table laden with food catches his eye. The rebels dine quite well, with an assortment of dishes including meat. The quantity suggests they have been eating freely, and surprisingly, the quality exceeds that of the meals provided to him in the prison. A sudden thought crosses Wang Wenfu's mind, causing him to furrow his brow. The aroma of the meat now seems somewhat repugnant. After exhaling a few times to clear his mind, he refocuses on the winch. Gripping the handle tightly, his muscles bulge as he exerts every ounce of strength to push forward. Remarkably, he manages to operate the winch alone, which should require 3 or 4 people, with a series of clicks. The city gate creaks open. Su Shangrong, witnessing the gate's opening, feels a surge of hope for a successful exchange, exclaiming that as it gradually released the young captain, we have prisoners to trade as well. Before he can finish, a figure emerges from the tower, fearful of being struck by a hidden arrow without Wang Wenfu's protection. Su Shangrong instinctively shrinks back. Su Baihu, I have opened the gate, but there are still some rebels entrenched inside that require clearing out. Wang Wenfu's voice calls down from the tower, prompting Su Shangrong to breathe a sigh of relief. It seems this youth possesses considerable strength, managing to capture the tower and open the gate. Su Shangrong inhales sharply, realizing the significance of the situation. Advance. Chapter 24. Untangling the knot. Having served in the military for 20 years, Su Shangrong has encountered numerous battles. He has dealt with oblivious bandits who robbed officials or repelled probing assaults from barbarian tribes. However, he has never witnessed a singular individual breach a city and take the lead. Such feats were previously unheard of. To breach a city and take the lead alone would typically earn one a significant promotion. Yet this youth has accomplished it all by himself. Were he to hear such a tale from another, Su Shangrong would surely laugh heartily, suspecting it to be the exaggeration of an aristocrat claiming undue glory. Yet here, before him, the reality unfolds in full view. Su Darren, should we not advance? A flag officer beside Su Shangrong inquires, noting his hesitation. I was merely contemplating the possibility of hidden ambushes. Do not rush me. Su Shangrong replies, fabricating an excuse for his earlier days, your insight is commendable, I have erred in my consideration. The flag officer bows respectfully and spurs his horse forward. Very well, since there is no movement within. Let our contingent enter the city first, secure the tower, and then proceed with the cleansing operation. Su Shangrong commands with a wave of his hand, directing his 100-man unit into the city, the mountain bandits and rebels, having lost their will to fight after Wang Wenfu's onslaught, drop their weapons and surrender as the main force arrives. A siege operation that was expected to take months is swiftly concluded thanks to Wang Wenfu's remarkable performance. Congratulations Su Darren on the swift eradication of the rebels with minimal casualties, reclaiming Lindong City under the dynasty's rule. This is a momentous victory, and you shall surely ascend the ranks. Do not forget to elevate us as well. Two flag officers surround Su Shangrong, offering their flattery. A smile graces Su Shangrong's face as he chuckles in response, but internally he is clouded with concern. He is acutely aware that the true credit for quelling this rebellion rests with Wang Wenfu. Whether it was during the night raid on the bandit camp or the solo breach of the city, the most pressing issue remains: Wang Wenfu was not a soldier but a temporary recruit from the prison. If he were to report the truth, it would be a source of mockery that a force of hundreds was outshone by a mere prison guard. What should he do? Su Shangrong dismisses the others and ascends to the tower alone. The sound of air slicing through captures his attention, and upon closer inspection, he sees the youth standing atop the wall, wielding an extraordinary straight sword that glimmers in the sunlight. Each swing of the blade cuts through the air with a sharp crack. Su Shangrong nods, recalling the earlier encounter where arrows were met with arrows. This youth not only excels in martial arts but also possesses remarkable archery skills. Indeed, true masters often dwell among the common folk. He muses, recognizing that his statement reflects the unfortunate reality that talented individuals often remain underappreciated. So be it, I shall accompany this noble youth, Su Shangrong resolves, determined to report the accomplishments truthfully with the knot in his heart untied. He feels a sense of lightness as he leans against the wall, admiring the captivating display of swordsmanship. Wang Wenfu catches sight of Su Shangrong but remains focused, dedicating himself wholly to his martial practice. The rhythm of his swordplay synchronizes with the flow of his inner energy. He anticipates that with the next upgrade of his skills, his energy will envelop his entire being. At that point, he will be on the cusp of reaching the blood refining stage, just one step away from the skin refining stage. However, the next stage's techniques remain elusive, and he is unsure how to obtain them. The methods to attain the skin refining techniques are only found within martial academies or military ranks. Having reached the blood refining stage, Wang Wenfu has certainly drawn attention should he advance to the skin refining stage. It is inevitable that others will come to investigate. Without the appropriate status, practicing martial arts clandestinely would be tantamount to rebellion. Why, one might ask, is it permissible for martial academies? Because they enjoy the protection of the court. Anyone below the rank of fourth-grade official who dares to encroach upon these forbidden zones would find themselves dead by the next day, their corpses left to rot in the sewers. Once his training concludes, Wang Wenfu sheathes his sword and takes a moment to recuperate. The battle against Zhang Nyojo has provided him with invaluable insights. Not only has his swordsmanship experience increased, but his mindset has also shifted, and now, even against opponents at the skin refining stage, he feels confident in drawing them into his rhythm. Splendid! Upon hearing the praise, Wang Wenfu turns to see Su Shangrong clapping his hands in admiration. Subaihu, Wang Wenfu greets, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. If only my soldiers could possess even half of your diligence, we would not have found ourselves in such peril. Su Shangrong expresses, genuinely appreciating the young man's capabilities. Rest assured, Subaihu, I have already gauged the strength of these bandits before charging into the city. Wang Wenfu reassures him, having had ample confidence when he dismantled the bandit formation earlier. Without their formation, they were no more than a rabble. Excellent. To possess both courage and wisdom at such a young age, Su Shangrong grows increasingly fond of him, wishing he could return immediately to petition for the young captain's inclusion in his ranks. However, given the distance from the Wei Guard to Ling Mountain, he wonders if the youth would be willing to leave his hometown now that the rebels have been vanquished. Let us examine the spoils of war. Su Shangrong claps Wang Wenfu on the shoulder, guiding him to inspect the accumulated treasures. Thank you, Subaihu. I shall graciously accept your invitation. Wang Wenfu nods, understanding that the offer is not merely to view the spoils but also an invitation to select some choice items. Since there are benefits to be gained, why not seize the opportunity? In a resplendent palace, the sound of a guqin resonates melodiously. The inner walls are adorned with vibrant murals, and tables are set with sandalwood incense. Have we tested the army's mobilization capability? After discarding 2 soldiers, a young man with disheveled hair lazily shifts from a recliner, loosening his shirt. Your Highness, according to reports, over 500 troops were dispatched from the Wei Guard to suppress the rebellion. A white-robed official kneels to respond. Oh, is it truly possible for the Wei Guard to muster 500 from their reserves? The young man picked up the small paper bag on the table before him, pouring the grey powder inside into his mouth. Subsequently, he seized the still-warm wine flask and gulped it down. Indeed, there was but one adult present, 100 men, with the remainder comprising county soldiers and hastily conscripted laborers. The official in white robes dared not raise his gaze, merely bowing his head to respond to inquiries. Excellent. The more laborers captured, the greater the influence on local production. Splendid. Following the ingestion of the substance, The young man visibly became exhilarated, pacing back and forth on the high platform, feeling a surge of heat coursing through his body. He discarded his clothing, leaving only a pair of underpants, utterly indifferent to his appearance. "Your Highness, should we notify the king?" an official inquired, lifting his head, only to lower it again upon witnessing the indecorous scene. No rush. First, relocate the garrison of this expedition to where the laborers were conscripted from. The young man, with a pallid complexion, eagerly pressed, "Your Highness, that would be Ling County. Good, issue orders to transfer that garrison there. It will not only create a gap in the Great Wall but also disrupt their deployments, causing the troops to be overextended. Your Highness, such troop movements require either the Emperor's or the Grand General's edict." The young man erupted in fury at the official's assertion. "Isn't your very existence for this purpose? You receive such ample compensation each year. It is high time you performed your duties." Chapter 25. Adorned in armor, Wang Wenfu gazed at the towering pile of spoils amassed in front of the county office, most of which consisted of sundry supplies such as grain and provisions. There were few weapons, and they paled in comparison to the saber and bow in his grasp. Armor was present, albeit tattered and stained from prolonged use. Su Shangrong sifted through the loot, clearly dissatisfied with the haul. "Is everything here?" he called to a junior officer. "Indeed, my lord, all items seized from the rebels are present," the junior officer replied with a bow. Su Shangrong stroked his chin, regretting allowing Wang Wenfu to select the spoils. How could these items be presented? Just as he found himself at an impasse, Wang Wenfu noticed a peculiar trail amidst the usual footfalls in the county office. The floor, typically polished from constant use, was dusty in corners where no one tread. On the dusty ground, there was only one set of footsteps. This footprint seemed intimately acquainted with the surroundings, leading directly to the corner by the tea table. Wang Wenfu followed the trail, which culminated in a circular indentation, as if someone had knelt there searching for something. Anything of value would likely be hidden beneath the tea table. Upon bending down, he indeed discovered a concealed compartment. Extracting it revealed a small, exquisite copper key engraved with the characters Lin. "How intriguing! How did you uncover this?" Su Shangrong inquired, having approached and astonished that such an overlooked corner could harbor treasures. Ordinarily, when rebels seize a city, they would clear it of valuables for their own use, yet these individuals seemed content merely to occupy the territory. Wang Wenfu nodded in agreement, reflecting on the rebels' lack of resources. Having seized the land, they would typically scour it for supplies. Strange indeed, it appears as though they merely sought to occupy the city without thoroughly pillaging the county office. Perhaps we arrived too swiftly, and the rebels, upon learning of our advance, were thrown into disarray, Su Shangrong asserted confidently. "Let us consider it so," Wang Wenfu thought to himself, temporarily setting aside his doubts. Continuing to trace the footprints, he arrived at a side chamber where the trail halted before an enormous hanging painting. With a swift motion, Wang Wenfu sliced through the painting, revealing a hidden door behind it. "You didn't even inquire if that painting holds value before slashing it," Su Shangrong exclaimed from behind. "Is it valuable?" Wang Wenfu queried, bemusement etched on his face, wishing he had rolled it up and sold it himself. "Of course," Su Shangrong replied with a sly grin, picking up the severed half of the painting. "Not valuable at all. Such grand masterpieces are typically housed in the royal palace. This county magistrate merely hung a replica." Wang Wenfu smirked. After engaging in battle together, they had grown familiar enough to share such banter. "Isn't it said that those who have fought side by side form the strongest bonds? The life and death struggles of the battlefield forge the deepest connections." Inserting the key into the lock of the hidden door proved a perfect fit. With a click, the heavy door creaked open, revealing it to be crafted from cast iron, suggesting the county magistrate held the contents within in high regard. The door opened just a crack. A gleam of gold poured forth. The county magistrate hoarding the sun within, Wang Wenfu quipped as he pulled the door wide. By heavens, even one as composed as Wang Wenfu could not suppress his astonishment at the sight before him. It was nothing short of a miniature armory, the dazzling metals blinding to the eye. "The county magistrate's tastes are rather peculiar," Su Shangrong explained, having approached from a closer distance. "It is said that the magistrate of Lindong County, in his youth, had a passion for martial arts, yet was turned away by martial academies due to a lack of talent. He sold his family estate to purchase a minor official position, yet retained his fascination with martial arts, which morphed into a passion for weaponry. The items here must be his collection." Wang Wenfu rubbed his eyes, dazzled by the brilliance, carefully examining the spoils. He could almost envision the county magistrate fantasizing about donning such gear and achieving martial prowess. At the far end of the dim chamber stood a wooden mannequin adorned with a silver-scaled dragon armor. It was evident that the magistrate held this piece in high esteem, having polished it to a brilliant sheen and displaying it prominently. Wang Wenfu's eyes lit up at the sight of the armor. With a blade and bow already in hand, all he lacked was a fitting suit of armor. Su Shangrong cleared his throat. Recognizing Wang Wenfu's intentions and chuckling, "By rights, these assets should be returned to the national treasury." With that, he closed the side chamber door and, closing his eyes, added, "I shall take a brief nap. When I awaken, if those items remain, I shall be most displeased." Wang Wenfu turned, bowing in gratitude before stepping inside and donning the silver armor. The battle gear emanated a chilling aura, its main body composed of countless tightly interlinked silver scales. The shoulder guards were topped with a lifelike silver tiger head, its maw clasping a crimson fringe below. The red edging was exquisitely smooth, enveloping soft satin. After moving about and testing its flexibility, Wang Wenfu found the silver armor did not hinder his agility. Its weight felt negligible, akin to a second skin. Once assured he was fully adorned, Wang Wenfu exited the dim chamber, reproaching Su Shangrong, who had now opened his eyes. He remarked, "You present a striking appearance." Su Shangrong praised. Wang Wenfu, already possessing an appealing visage, combined with his powerful physique and fitted armor, resembled a heroic figure straight from poetic verses. "Come, gather these supplies," Su Shangrong commanded, summoning the soldiers outside to clear the hidden chamber of its contents. The handling of Lindong County was nearing completion, and soon they would return to their own lives. Exiting the county office, Su Shangrong observed the soldiers bustling about and mused, "The garrison lies several days' journey from Ling County. Who knows when we shall meet again?" Wang Wenfu too realized the time for parting was imminent. Reflecting on it now, perhaps military service was more suited to him. As one transported from another era, Wang Wenfu felt an innate aversion to the aristocratic demeanor of martial academies. Moreover, to gain entry into such institutions typically required a substantial fee. Not to mention the customary gifts during festivals. After paying the fees, navigating the intricate relationships within would pose its own challenges, akin to the chaos of a royal harem vying for power. "Assemble the troops," Su Shangrong bellowed, calling the forces to gather at the county office's entrance. "I shall remain to safeguard the city until the new magistrate arrives. Wang Wenfu, you shall lead the troops back to Ling County." "Understood." The individual to whom Su Shangrong gestured was not County Lieutenant Zhang Chang but rather Wang Wenfu, a fact that ignited Zhang Chang's jealousy. Previously he had accepted being outstripped by a younger man, but now the authority had been conferred upon this youth. Moreover, how could the county soldiers, under his command, show such deference to this armored youth? Obediently following orders, Zhang Chang had not witnessed Wang Wenfu breach the city single-handedly at the east gate, but most of the soldiers had, leading them to regard Wang Wenfu as a trustworthy powerhouse. "Thus we part." Wang Wenfu signaled his troops to prepare for their return to the city. "Wait." Chapter 26. Achieving perfection. Su Shangrong called Wang Wenfu back, scratching his cheek and pointing at the gray horse he had borrowed. "This horse belongs to the garrison. Returning it to you would be difficult to explain." Wang Wenfu nodded, dismounting to return the horse to its handler. "My apologies." Su Shangrong understood the value of the horse, but lamented his own position as merely a 100-man. "If I were the commander of the garrison, would it be this way?" "No need for apologies. I understand that one must strive for what they desire." Wang Wenfu was keenly aware of this truth. What if I were to sneak away under cover of darkness to the barbarian tribes and steal a warhorse? He pondered this, but ultimately dismissed the idea. If scaling the Great Wall were so simple, the barbarians would have infiltrated long ago. Besides, if he ventured onto the grasslands without a guide, any unforeseen mishap would be disastrous. For now, he would set that thought aside. "Zheng Baitu, until we meet again." Wang Wenfu waved goodbye, leading his troops away. Zhang Chang felt a surge of satisfaction. Without the superior horse, this fellow would surely blend into the crowd. However, his expectations were dashed. Even without a mount, Wang Wenfu's presence remained the most distinguished in the ranks, clad in silver-scaled armor, with a saber at his side and a powerful bow on his back. He appeared as a general leading his troops into battle. As he walked along the path, even passing merchants couldn't help but glance in admiration. Zhang Chang's eyes, like those of a venomous snake, fixated on Wang Wenfu's retreating figure. Having seen him in the prison previously, he was certain this young man was destined for greatness. To my astonishment, the prophecy has manifested itself with such swiftness that it has eclipsed my own glory. Understanding the situation in my heart is one matter, grappling with jealousy is quite another. Zhang Chang, despite his initial indifference, grows uneasy at the thought of having previously denied this youth the opportunity to master the complete sword technique while imprisoned. The cultivation of martial arts does not require the magistrate's approval, and at that time, he simply feared that the youth might become a nuisance, hence the denial. If this youth were to ascend to a high position and seek retribution, Would that not intensify Zheng Cheng's fears? Resolute, he determines to extinguish this budding threat before it can break ground. Wang Wenfu, oblivious to the fact that he is being closely monitored, diligently leads his team. A day later, he returns to Ling Mountain County. Upon entering the city gate, he disbands the team and rushes to the apothecary to purchase a restorative blood tonic with the exemption of taxes for half a year. He now possesses sufficient funds for medicinal supplies. Fortunately, the price of the blood tonic has not risen further. Otherwise, no amount of money would suffice to fill the void. It is often said that travel can be exhausting. Yet Wang Wenfu feels no fatigue from his day's journey. His immediate goal is to elevate his sword technique, striving to reach the latter stages of blood refinement upon returning to the comfort of his familiar abode. He feels remarkably invigorated. Without even shedding his armor, he begins to practice his sword techniques, acclimatizing himself to the sensation of wearing armor to avoid distractions during actual combat. Upgrading, the prison guard's sword technique has reached a state of perfection. Experience. Full, with a sigh of relief, Wang Wenfu inspects himself and discovers that dense vitality now pervades his entire being. His strength and reflexes have markedly improved, and his control over his body is more precise than ever. With a deft flick of his sword, he accurately severs the wings of a mosquito that flits through the air. The wingless creature flails helplessly on the ground, only to be further incapacitated as he methodically eliminates its legs. Letting you buzz in my ear at night, he mutters. Wang Wenfu sheathes his sword, preparing to visit the tavern the following day for reconnaissance. His intention is not for frivolity, but to gather intelligence. Should he decide to enlist in the military, he must first comprehend the dynamics of the Wuing Dynasty's army. The tavern, bustling and filled with chatter, is an ideal place for information to circulate rapidly. Previously, if not for the tavern staff's revelations, Wang Wenfu would have remained unaware of the rebellion in Lindong County. Thanks to their insights, he was well prepared and made a significant contribution. It seems that, as long as the price is right, he should be able to glean a wealth of information regarding the military that isn't classified. Early the next morning, Wang Wenfu heads to the tavern. He spends a bit of money on a selection of fine dishes while observing the staff. Soon, he identifies a particularly articulate and well-informed attendant, under the pretext of ordering a jug of wine. Wang Wenfu invites the individual to dine with him. After a brief moment of contemplation, the attendant agrees, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of a lavish meal. What would you like to know? My friend, I shall speak freely, the attendant offers. Having worked in the tavern for many years, he possesses a keen understanding of the world. There is no such thing as a free meal, and Wang Wenfu's generosity must come with expectations. What factions exist within the Wuing Dynasty's army, and what are their respective characteristics? Wang Wenfu inquires. The attendant pauses, a pained expression crossing his face as he responds, My friend, are you attempting to pry into military secrets? Such inquiries could cost me my head. Wang Wenfu, prepared for this, produces 2 coins and places them on the table. The attendant's eyes are drawn to the coins, and upon noticing Wang Wenfu's gaze, he awkwardly grabs a peanut. I'm no spy for the barbarians. You needn't be alarmed if you satisfy my curiosity. These are yours. Resting his elbows on the table, Wang Wenfu brings his hands together beneath his chin. You could have mentioned this sooner. It had me worried for nothing, he replies with a smile. Wang Wenfu had already discussed prices with Zhang, the hunter, earlier that morning, knowing that a mere meal would not suffice to loosen the attendant's lips. The attendant begins to explain, revealing that the Wuing Dynasty's army is divided into 3 main branches. The troops previously commanded by Su Shangrong are collectively referred to as the 12 army garrisons. Stationed around the Great Wall. As the name suggests, they consist of 12 garrisons, each varying in size from a few thousand to tens of thousands, depending on their strategic location. The southern region is home to the Navy, tasked specifically with combating maritime bandits, though information about them is scarce due to their distant operations. The third branch is a specialized force personally established by the founding general, known as the Elite 100. This unit is composed of elite soldiers drawn from the various garrisons, each proficient in multiple combat skills. This Elite 100 serves as a special operations team, deployed in dire situations to salvage seemingly hopeless battles. May I inquire, given your physique, do you practice martial arts? What realm have you attained? The attendant asks after concluding his overview. I have only just begun to refine my blood, Wang Wenfu responds, withholding his true capabilities. If you diligently practice within the army, you might attain the rank of a junior officer overseeing 10 men, the attendant suggests, nodding in agreement. Yet I previously knew a junior officer who was at the blood refinement stage. How is it that you say otherwise? Wang Wenfu counters, recalling his earlier acquaintance who had achieved that level. That is merely a baseline, blood refinement is not the upper limit, the attendant clarifies, continuing to elaborate on the ranks within the military. In the garrison, the highest rank is the commander, followed by the deputy commander, then the 1,000-man leader, who oversees over 1,000 soldiers. Below the 1,000-man leader are 1,000-man leaders, each commanding 2 standard bearers, who in turn manage 5 junior officers. And what of the current military situation? Are casualties significant? Wang Wenfu inquires. The southern front is too distant for me to ascertain, but here, the barbarian tribes occasionally cause disturbances. Though there has not been a major offensive in several years, the attendant replies, finishing his meal and gesturing towards the coins on the table. Wang Wenfu nods in understanding as the attendant gleefully pockets the coins. With the current military landscape, he need not worry about large-scale wars for the time being. He can continue to cultivate his martial arts, striving to break through to the skin refinement stage, having gathered the necessary information. Wang Wenfu returns home. Just as he prepares to organize his belongings, a series of urgent knocks resound at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Open up, open up. This relentless knocking reminds Wang Wenfu of his arrival in this world. Upon opening the door, a tax officer clad in a green round-collared robe strides in. Wang Wenfu is momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the tax officer's purpose. The officer produces a well-worn ledger from his pocket and loudly declares, "The tax period has elapsed. The tax records indicate that your household has not paid the stipulated amount. According to the law, you are to serve labor." Upon the officer's announcement, several county soldiers jostle their way inside. Wait, Wang Wenfu senses something amiss. Had not Su Shangrong previously stated that his taxes were exempted for half a year? I participated in the suppression of the rebellion alongside Su Baihu from the 11th garrison. He promised to exempt me from taxes for 6 months. Is this not true? Upon hearing Wang Wenfu's statement, the tax officer ponders for a moment. Indeed, there is such a record. Then why are you still demanding my taxes? Wasn't I exempted? The tax officer regards Wang Wenfu with skepticism, his eyes brimming with distrust. I have already checked the roster of those who participated in this campaign, and your name is not listed. Do not attempt to take advantage of the situation. To think that despite having fought in battle and earned merit, his name is absent from the records. Wang Wenfu had not anticipated that trouble would come before his rewards. Is there some underlying issue at play? If everyone else has no problems, then why do I? This must be your error. I did indeed participate in the suppression of the rebellion. County Lieutenant Zhang Chang can testify to that. Why are you so obstinate? Shall I call him in to confront you? Yes, Zhang Chang, come in. At the tax officer's command, Zhang Chang enters. With his bushy beard and shifty eyes, he emanates an air of dishevelment. Sir, you called for me. Zhang Chang bows, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This man claims to have participated in the rebellion. Can you confirm this? To answer your inquiry, there was no such individual in the expedition. Zhang Chang feigns contemplation, shaking his head. What did you say? Wang Wenfu was taken aback. Mere days ago, they had fought side by side, and now this man seeks to slander him. Had he offended Zhang Chang in any way? What could have prompted such behavior? The tax officer, having heard Zhang Chang's words, beams with confidence, lifting his chin as if to assert his authority over the taller Wang Wenfu. You see, we have both witness and evidence. What further denial can you offer? It is evident that they have come prepared, and Wang Wenfu lacks concrete evidence to counter their claims. He scans the county soldiers, hoping to find a familiar face. But they are all strangers. This is troublesome. The situation is decidedly unfavorable for him. Wang Wenfu's fists are clenched, ready to strike should they force his hand. The commotion has drawn the attention of passers-by, who gather outside in curiosity. Wang Wenfu has been targeted by the tax officer. Did he not recently acquire a significant amount of goods? Has he not paid his taxes? I recall he was part of the expedition. Was he not? Those who participated in the expedition are exempt from taxes. Their murmurs circulate amongst the crowd. Zhang Chang realizes that allowing them to continue will only worsen the situation. A swift resolution is necessary. What are you doing? Seize him at once. Zhang Chang urgently commands the county soldiers, his voice strained. Several soldiers rush forward, though their skills are inadequate to pose a threat. Wang Wenfu dispatches them with ease. One punch at a time. What do you think you're doing? The tax officer, taken aback by the audacity displayed before a government official, brandishes his badge of authority. I am a government official of the 8th rank. Do you dare to rebel? Who would dare to touch him? Before Wang Wenfu can respond, a booming voice rings out from outside. The crowd falls silent as they part to allow Su Shangrong passage. Su Baihu, Su Shangrong nods at Wang Wenfu before approaching Zhang Chang. This man fought alongside me in the suppression of the rebellion. Why is he not recorded? My lord, I must apologize. I must have made an error in my records. Zhang Chang stammers, his demeanor shifting from arrogant to obsequious. That constitutes dereliction of duty, does it not? Su Shangrong presses, closing the distance between them, cornering Zhang Chang against the wall where he can hardly move or respond. The fault lies entirely with the county lieutenant, not with me. The tax officer, embarrassed, shifts the blame entirely onto Zhang Chang. Seeing that no one pays him any heed, he seizes the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. Xu Dongsan, blending into the crowd, follows the tax officer as he exits. Second uncle, who is this Baihu? When did this fellow acquire such backing? Upon hearing this, the tax official hastily replied, this time, I am helping you out due to our familial ties. Do not seek me out again in the future. With that, the tax official quickened his pace and vanished around the corner. Xu Dongsan was left in disarray, recalling his previous conversation with his master. Master, it has been many days. Have you considered seeking justice for your disciple? Do not rush. I am currently focused on cultivating my mind and have no leisure time. The master replied dismissively, if you do not wish to assist, why offer such excuses? Taking his master's advice into account, he thought, the other party is also in the blood refining stage. If you concentrate on your martial arts, you may not necessarily be outmatched, since the master was unwilling to help. He resolved to seek alternative methods. If even his own master no longer protected him as before, how formidable could Wang Wenfu be? Xu Dongsan, undeterred by superstition, sought out his second uncle, who was acquainted with County Lieutenant Zhang Chang. The three quickly formed a plan for today. Little did they expect that Wang Wenfu would have the support of an army, specifically a Baihu from the garrison. This blow struck like iron on steel. Xu Dongsan found himself at a loss. With others unreliable, he determined to rely solely on himself. Gritting his teeth, he devised a scheme. The green robe of the tax official was highly conspicuous as Xu Dongsan approached. Wang Wenfu had already spotted him. To his surprise, this fellow was involved in the matter. Xu Dongsan had thought he would retreat in the face of difficulty, since he insisted on courting death. Wang Wenfu would show no mercy. Returning to the courtyard, Su Shangrong had already bound Zhang Chang's hands behind his back and forced him to kneel before Wang Wenfu. Su Baihu, weren't you stationed in Lindong County? What brings you here? Wang Wenfu inquired. Do not mention it. We received an order from above to relocate the 11th garrison to Lingshan County, and we have come to scout the area, Su Shangrong replied. Ignoring the kneeling Zhang Chang as they engaged in conversation, doesn't the 11th garrison have over 10,000 men? Are they all being moved to Lingshan? Indeed, the commanding officer also finds this order perplexing. Yet military orders must be obeyed. Su Shangrong shook his head, expressing the widespread confusion regarding this order. Such a large-scale troop relocation, especially in these times of military strain, was exceedingly unusual. Wouldn't it require the reconstruction of living facilities for over 10,000 personnel? Wang Wenfu possessed a certain understanding of military formations. Before troops were mobilized, provisions must be secured. If a force of 10,000 were truly moved here, issues regarding food and shelter would arise. Good point. Hence the commanding officer has taken precautions and sent 1,000 men ahead to establish 1,000 household headquarters here. Su Shangrong spoke as if surprised that Wang Wenfu understood. This way, it neither violates orders nor hinders the investigation into who issued this command. Wang Wenfu nodded. Realizing that Su Shangrong would likely remain stationed here for the time being, did this not mean he could enlist nearby and directly train? Su Shangrong had already seized the county lieutenant like a chick and was leading him away. I will take this person to the county magistrate. As they reached the door, Su Shangrong suddenly thought of something and raised an eyebrow. I have good news for you. You are now one of us, and your previous achievements have been recorded. Head to the 1,000 household headquarters outside the city. Chapter 28. Wang Baihu's sleepiness arrived. Offering a pillow, Wang Wenfu had not anticipated that he could enlist directly. After bidding farewell to Su Shangrong, he immediately set off for the 1,000 household headquarters outside the city, while it was referred to as the headquarters. It resembled more of a wasteland. Piles of timber and tarpaulin were scattered haphazardly on the ground, and there was a significant amount of waste nearby. The soldiers were making progress in their construction, though it could hardly be described as substantial. Who are you? A soldier guarding the entrance asked nonchalantly, one leg draped over a makeshift barrier that barely constituted a door. I am Wang Wenfu. Please relay my arrival. Standing at the entrance, Wang Wenfu, fully equipped, spoke with neither arrogance nor subservience. The gatekeeper scrutinized his gear and realized this individual was not to be trifled with. It was best not to accept any bribes. Without a bribe, the soldier immediately lost interest and ambled inside. Approaching the largest tent at the headquarters, he exchanged a few words with those inside. The distance was too great for Wang Wenfu to hear clearly. But he saw the man staggering back. "The Lord of the Thousand Households has summoned you. Proceed," the guard concluded, crossing his arms and turning his gaze away. Saying nothing further, Wang Wenfu entered and stood outside the tent. Inside, it seemed several individuals were engaged in conversation, though their voices were subdued. As Wang Wenfu's shadow fell upon the tent, the occupants sensed his approach, and their chatter ceased abruptly. "I am Wang Wenfu. I pay my respects to the Lord of the Thousand Households. Come in," the voice beckoned. Wang Wenfu parted the tent flap and stepped inside, where a long table was set up. At the head sat a middle-aged general with graying temples. Accompanied by what appeared to be a deputy, Lord of the Thousand Households, Wang Wenfu offered a bow to the person in the main seat. To his surprise, the middle-aged general did not respond but burst into hearty laughter. Pointing at the individual to his right, "Gu Qianhu, I told you the main seat should be yours. Look, this young man has indeed mistaken the person." Gu Qianhu chuckled in agreement, clasping his hands. "Lord Lu, you jest. You hold a distinguished position as an envoy. How could I, a mere 1,000 households, take the main seat?" Enough, let us cease with the jesting." After the light-hearted exchange, Lu Qinhai adopted a serious demeanor. He regarded Wang Wenfu, observing the young man's robust physique, complemented by his silver-scaled armor and the precious blade at his waist. Indeed, he was strikingly impressive. Lu Qinhai nodded in satisfaction, glancing at Gu Qianhu. Understanding, Gu Qianhu rose and approached Wang Wenfu, patting his shoulder. "Your merits have been duly reported by Su Baihu. You were the foremost contributor in quelling the rebellion." Wang Wenfu bowed his head in humble acceptance. Offering no counterargument, the two had likely already grasped the situation of the battle and formed their own conclusions. Any further discussion would merely serve to diminish the recognition of others' efforts, and in such moments, speaking too much could lead to missteps. "The Ministry of War has granted special approval to elevate you directly to Baihu. We hope you will continue to excel," Gu Qianhu declared, fastening a plaque inscribed with Wang Wenfu's name to his waist. "Moreover, Lord Lu has brought a gift from His Majesty." With that, Lu Qinhai rose and placed a wooden box before Wang Wenfu. "Having achieved such notable success at a young age, His Majesty is pleased and has bestowed a jar of imperial wine." He opened the box to reveal a white porcelain flask and a teacup. "Imperial wine?" Wang Wenfu shivered. Finding the notion of receiving such a gift rather unsettling. One could only attribute this discomfort to the memorable performance of Empress Dowager Dong in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which had left a lasting impression. "Once you consume the imperial wine, you belong to the emperor. Your future will undoubtedly be promising," Gu Qianhu remarked, though his eyes betrayed no envy. "Such a grand reward. Why not pour the wine?" he urged. "Then I must express my gratitude to His Majesty and to both of you." Realizing he could not evade the situation, Wang Wenfu decided to accept it. After all, how could the emperor conspire against loyal subjects? He poured a cup of wine, raised it with both hands in a toast to the two men, and drank it down in one gulp. Comprehensive enhancement. Upon swallowing the wine, Wang Wenfu discovered that all his skills had received a boost. Furthermore, there were two plus signs, exceeding the enhancements provided by pig heart and snake wine. What an exquisite wine! After finishing the first cup, he poured another. "Would either of you gentlemen care for a cup?" At the invitation, both men shook their heads vigorously. "This imperial gift is something we are unworthy of receiving." "Indeed, enjoy it at your leisure." The reason for not sharing a drink was not due to Wang Wenfu's reluctance, but rather the addition of a new status effect, poisoned. The substance bore an extremely high potential for addiction, manifesting every 3 months and requiring similar substances for relief. This imperial wine was indeed suspect. No wonder Gu Qianhu had warned that drinking the wine would bind one to the emperor. It was a form of drug control. 3 months, you say, since it was not an immediate acting poison. He still had an opportunity to extricate himself. Moreover, he could not afford to waste this enhancement. Wang Wenfu downed the remaining contents of the flask in one go. The wine was delightful. When he regained his senses, he found himself indulging in a hearty drink. Wiping his mouth, he appeared unfulfilled. "Well then, now that everything is settled, I shall take my leave." Upon witnessing Wang Wenfu drink the imperial wine before him, Lu Qinhai breathed a sigh of relief. He recalled the conversation he had overheard prior to his departure. "Master, does this drug truly have such an effect? Haven't you been eager to add it to the imperial wine?" Lu Qinhai packed away the items, handing them to his attendant. "Do well, and I hope we meet again." His words held a deeper meaning. If the drug were to take effect more than 3 times, the toxicity would spread. At that point, The internal organs would dissolve, leading to a tragic demise. The implication was clear: if Wang Wenfu could achieve further accomplishments during this period, he might find relief. If he faded into mediocrity, his fate would be sealed. Only when Wang Wenfu truly became an individual of imperial caliber would he be granted the antidote. Thank you, Lord Lu. Wang Wenfu performed a bow, seeing the envoy off. Wang Wenfu, no, you should now be addressed as Wang Baihu. Guqian, who scratched his head, stating, due to the abrupt turn of events and the recent relocation of the 1,000 households, we currently lack soldiers to assign to you, so, my first achievement has merely earned me a jar of poisoned wine and a position without troops? This wretched court ought to be overthrown. Wang Wenfu mused. However, given his current predicament, he can only bide his time. In that case, may I learn the techniques appropriate for a Baihu? Since there are no soldiers, at the very least, grant me access to the martial arts manuals, Wang Wenfu thought, as his enlistment was primarily for this purpose. Can you wield a blade? Gu Qianhu inquired, glancing at Wang Wenfu's waist. Yes. I am somewhat proficient in swordsmanship. Then this technique is my gift to you. Take it and study it well. Gu Qianhu handed him a book inscribed with the title Tiger Subduing Blade Technique. Thank you, my lord. Upon receiving the book, Wang Wenfu dashed out. He could not allow the wine to be in vain. He must break through before the enhancements dissipated. A young man with disheveled hair reclined in a palace chair, turning his head to the side. A white-robed official kneeling below quivered slightly, quickly lowering his gaze. What was the name of that first to charge? The young man seemed to be recovering from a stupor, his voice laced with lethargy. Your Highness, that individual is Wang Wenfu, the official replied earnestly. Wang, right, he drank that old man's imperial wine? The young man's mind was muddled, struggling to recall even a three-character name. Indeed. Alas! That old fellow is remarkably swift in his actions. It seems he truly has high hopes for him. The officials dare not respond. They have witnessed firsthand the wrath of His Highness, since he cannot be of use to me. I must ensure that the old man does not succeed. He must be destroyed. The young man rose to his feet, but feeling his knees weaken, sat back down. He issued a command for that fellow to advance and assassinate the enemy general. Chapter 29, The Tiger's Claw Technique. The primary distinction between the Tiger's Claw Technique and the Executioner's Blade Technique lies in the former's abandonment of capture and restraint, placing greater emphasis on inflicting severe damage upon the adversary. This technique is grand and sweeping, much like its name suggests, akin to a crouching tiger that strikes its prey fatally. The military formations produced are indeed extraordinary. Wang Wenfu perused the techniques in hand, committing each movement to memory. He was on the cusp of advancing in his reading prowess. Wang Wenfu absorbed the content of the techniques with remarkable speed, imprinting them firmly in his mind. With a resounding clap, Wang Wenfu closed the book, drew his blade, and instinctively began to practice the movements described within. Others in the camp were also engaged in martial training, honing their spear and sword skills. Thus his activities did not draw excessive attention, building upon the foundational knowledge from the executioner's blade technique. Grasping the nuances of this new technique proved to be relatively straightforward. Moreover, the enhancement from the wine accelerated his experience points swiftly. The physical exertion required for breakthroughs was immense, and a white mist enveloped Wang Wenfu. The surrounding soldiers observed the mist obscuring him, occasionally pierced by flashes of lethal blade light. This was the technique learned by the esteemed Captain Qian. How could this fellow be held in such high regard? Rumor has it he single-handedly breached a city, causing the rebel forces to surrender without resistance. Is he truly that remarkable? I remain skeptical. Though I have not witnessed it firsthand, one cannot deny the evident strength he now displays. No matter how well he trains, he cannot possibly rival a battle formation. We have not forgotten the times we encircled and defeated masters of the skin refinement realm. As soldiers passed by, observing Wang Wenfu wielding his blade, they engaged in idle chatter. Their confidence in the formation stems from the notion that many ants can bring down an elephant. Captain Gu also observed the situation through the tense crevice. The commotion from Wang Wenfu suggested he was preparing to achieve a breakthrough. It is a pity that such talent must either be taken by His Majesty or perish unexpectedly within a year. Within the mist, Wang Wenfu's vision remained unobstructed, allowing him to clearly perceive each of his movements. His skin began to exude a black sweat, staining his garments. The familiar sensation of exhaustion returned, had it not been for his abundant vitality. He would have fainted long ago. Level up, initiation of the Tiger's Claw Technique. 22280. The blade's shadow bears resemblance to a young tiger pouncing for its meal, yet conceals the ferocity of a full-grown tiger. As his skill advanced, Wang Wenfu also reached the skin refinement realm. The viscous sweat left him uncomfortable, soiled and mucked. He appeared as if he had fallen into a mire amidst the astonished gazes of others. Wang Wenfu fetched a bucket of water from a well. He promptly removed his upper garment, allowing the water to cascade over him. The icy well water cooled his overheated skin, washing away the grime and revealing smooth skin beneath. The previous dryness and dullness vanished entirely. Such skin would surely evoke envy even among women. Wang Wenfu wiped his face with his shirt, exhaling deeply. Drawing forth his horizontal blade, he placed a finger upon its tip and pressed down forcefully. What should have resulted in a deep gash now only bore a pale line. Such resilience at the early stage of skin refinement. One can only imagine the strength he would possess in later stages. The well water's cleansing served merely as a temporary measure. Wang Wenfu yearned to return home for a proper hot bath. In his haste to seize the opportunity for enhancement, he had rushed out without considering how military duties were arranged. Reluctantly, he found himself returning to inquire with Captain Gu about the schedule for military duty. Pardon my intrusion once more. Could you enlighten me on how the military's duties are organized, Captain Gu? Displaying no impatience, began to explain. It turns out that the Wu dynasty implements a system of land reclamation, operating on a 3-to-7 split. 3 parts of the manpower are assigned to duties, while the remainder can arrange their own schedules, provided they pay their taxes. Each day, they assemble at the hour of the dragon, and following the roll call, they are free to manage their time. Though those assigned to duty must report to the Great Wall to stand watch. Thank you, Captain Gu. I shall take my leave now. Wang Wenfu departed from the captain's quarters and returned to the city. With his upper garment damp and clingy, he preferred to walk bare-chested through the streets. His well-defined muscles and smooth skin drew the attention of women along the way, the ladies, using their fans to shield their flushed faces, cast glances at him with sparkling eyes. One bold young woman even presented him with a fragrant sachet. Wang Wenfu felt a bit flustered and quickened his pace, eager to reach home. Were it not for the chaos of war, he might have succumbed to temptation and become ensnared in a web of gentle affection. Yet the haunting images of dismembered corpses littering the streets of Lindong County lingered in his mind, serving as a grim reminder. This was a dire warning to Wang Wenfu. He had no desire to become like Zhang Jia. Witnessing his beloved suffer indignities, Wang Wenfu recalled a novel he had once read. Now he found himself afflicted by a peculiar poison, seeking a remedy, let alone worrying about others. Crack! The grease in the firewood popped, interrupting Wang Wenfu's thoughts. After enjoying a comfortable hot bath, he lay down on his bed before nightfall. This evening, he still had some finishing tasks to attend to. Under the sparse moonlight, Wang Wenfu awoke. He donned a deep blue ensemble, armed himself, and slipped into the shroud of night. In the flower district, beneath the soft glow of pink lanterns, a half-closed door was pushed open. Zhu Dongsan adjusted his trousers and emerged with a buoyant spirit. Recently, he had been plagued by vexations, yet he found that only the embrace of a woman's warmth could temporarily alleviate his worries. This young lady today was particularly enchanting. He tossed a gold coin, coerced from earlier that morning, onto the counter. Well arranged. This is your reward. Zhu Dongsan swaggered out of the establishment. The chill in the air today signified the onset of autumn. The biting wind caressed his neck, causing goosebumps to rise. As a blood refinement warrior, am I to fear the cold? He chided himself, bolstering his courage as he strode homeward. He dared to traverse the night for precisely this reason, the multiple layers of protection he donned. As a blood refinement practitioner, even a surprise attack from an ordinary person would be easily detected, preventing retaliation from the oppressed populace. His attire, embroidered with the emblem of the martial arts school, deterred potential aggressors. That fellow is truly troublesome. Even my second uncle cannot deal with him. Tomorrow, I shall write to my grandfather, requesting vengeance. Zhu Dongsan had endured more grievances during this period than in his entire life. Accustomed to a life of luxury, he had never faced such setbacks. It was always others accommodating him. Wang Wenfu, the mere thought of his adversities caused Zhu Dongsan's previously uplifted mood to sour. As he walked, he muttered curses against Wang Wenfu's name, as if the sheer force of his words could bring about the latter's demise. Looking for me, suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, instilling fear in him. That inexplicable chill, could it be the aura of death? When had he gotten so close behind me? A blood refinement warrior possesses heightened awareness of their surroundings. It was inconceivable that someone could follow him without detection. Whoosh! Before Zhu Dongsan had a chance to turn, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air reached him. Chapter 30. The semi-spirit beast. The arrows came swiftly and fiercely, just as Zhu Dongsan placed his hand on the sword hilt. An arrow had emerged from his left chest. A second arrow quickly followed, piercing through his crown and turning his insides to mush. With a dual fatal blow, Zhu Dongsan collapsed like a sack of flour. Wang Wenfu emerged from the shadows, gazing at the lifeless form of Zhu Dongsan. Those accustomed to killing understand that while taking a life is easy, disposing of the body is a different matter entirely. This was not a battlefield. If someone were to discover the corpse in the morning, it would certainly draw the attention of the county office. While Wang Wenfu was confident in his skills, he could not guarantee that some astute investigator would not find a clue first. He needed to extract the arrows. Their weighty characteristics were too conspicuous, and any investigation would surely lead back to the captain's quarters. Wang Wenfu hoisted Zhu Dongsan's body. With his current physical capabilities, carrying someone weighing over 100 pounds posed no challenge. To facilitate the soldiers' movement, the city gate near the captain's quarters remained open. Wang Wenfu's ability to conceal himself reached a proficient level after killing Zhu Dongsan, significantly reducing his visibility. Seizing the opportunity created by the shift change, he slipped out of the city, while Wang Wenfu could remain hidden. The burden of the body could not. The recently changed county soldiers caught sight of something unusual from a distance. Did you see something humanoid floating in the air? Are you seeing things? It's late at night, don't scare me, I swear I saw it, a figure in blue waving at me. The next morning, 2 county soldiers recounted their eerie experience from the night before, and thus a legend of the blue-clad ghost seeking vengeance took root in the county. Wang Wenfu was unaware that he had inadvertently created a legend as he traversed the familiar hunting trails. He brought the body to the foot of the mountain, found a secluded spot, and buried it deep in the earth. After completing this task, he dusted off his hands and prepared to return to the city. Suddenly, several torches flickered through the woods. Drawing near, Wang Wenfu quickly concealed himself and peered through the gaps in the branches to discern what approached. The rustling of leaves grew louder as footsteps drew nearer, and Wang Wenfu beheld an old man in a purple robe accompanied by several youthful disciples in blue. The torches illuminated each face. The elder's expression was cold, while the disciples were animated. Master, is it true that we can become your personal disciples? A breathless disciple inquired. Do not ask so many questions, you will understand upon arrival. The elder replied, quickening his pace. As he accelerated, the disciples, too, found themselves too winded to speak. Mustering all their strength to keep up, the group passed without noticing Wang Wenfu concealed among the foliage. What could the martial arts school be doing in the mountains at such an hour? Once the figures had moved beyond, Wang Wenfu emerged from his hiding spot. The purple-robed elder, clad in cloud-patterned silk and adorned with golden thread, was evidently a high-ranking figure within the martial arts school. Their hurried demeanor suggested they were not merely on a patrol. Something clandestine was afoot. Wang Wenfu resolved to follow them and investigate further. The cultivation level of the disciples clad in green was rather limited. As they ran, they quickly found themselves breathless, compelling the speed of the elder in purple robes to wane. This provided Wang Wenfu with an opportunity to trail behind and observe from a distance. After a considerable stretch, Wang Wenfu felt they were nearing the mountain's summit, at which point the group finally came to a halt. Before him lay a garden enclosed by a fence, through the gaps of which he could glimpse plants of vivid red and yellow. Could these possibly be medicinal herbs? Lacking any medical expertise, Wang Wenfu could only speculate. Previously, there had been talk of where to find medicinal materials. It turned out that the elder possessed them at his residence. Perhaps he could borrow some from there later. The elder in purple robes rapped the wooden door 5 times in rhythmic succession. A figure inside peeked out, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one else was present. Come in, he beckoned. The group filed in, and the wooden door closed behind them. Wang Wenfu drew closer, peering through the slats of the fence to discern the scene within. He observed the green-clad disciples being led to a colossal iron cage, where a massive tiger lay. Its mane was long and coarse, resembling a coat of mail that covered its body. Upon noticing the newcomers, the tiger lifted its enormous head, baring its teeth to reveal razor-sharp fangs. Roar! The giant tiger let out a fearsome roar, causing the green-clad disciples to step back, gripping their weapons tightly. Even from behind the bars, the oppressive presence was palpable, evoking memories of the fearsome beast known as Tao Wu. To become the elder's personal disciple, they must survive this trial. The elder in purple robes smirked darkly, retrieving several vials of potions from his robe and laying them out on a table. These are newly formulated elixirs, each with varying effects. Choose one for yourselves, and once selected, you may enter. The disciples exchanged glances, reluctant to be the first sacrifice. The elder, seemingly unfazed, extended a surprisingly robust arm from his sleeve. Seizing the nearest disciple, the disciple struggled, but was unceremoniously tossed into the tiger's cage. The massive beast, surprisingly agile for its size, sprang up at the sight of fresh meat, charging forth. The disciple barely had time to draw his weapon before the tiger pinned him to the ground, crushing his skull with a single blow. The subsequent sounds of tearing and swallowing echoed ominously. These potions vary in potency, If fortune favors you, you may survive, otherwise, you will meet the same fate as him. The elder in purple slammed a hand down on the table, causing the potion vials to topple and roll about. Do not even think about resisting, unless you wish to experience my bone forging technique firsthand. One disciple, steeling himself, seized a green potion and downed it. Instantly, a crimson light ignited in his eyes as he drew his sword and attacked his companions. The elder effortlessly caught the blade with his hand and sent the disciple flying into the cage. Unsurprisingly, he too could not withstand a single strike from the tiger. With this demonstration, the remaining disciples hastily chose their potions and consumed them. The tiger in the cage belched loudly, its surroundings littered with blood and flesh. Master's method of human refinement is indeed clever, allowing them to absorb the potions before feeding them to the beast. The disciple who had opened the door approached the elder, exclaiming with delight, "It won't be long before this creature becomes a spirit beast." The elder shook his head, lacking the optimism of the disciples. Having fed it so much, it still remains at the half-spirit beast stage. And I am at a loss for what to do. He would routinely screen disciples without backgrounds, typically from ordinary families who could barely afford the costs associated with the martial arts academy. Once the time was right, they would be selected under the pretext of becoming personal disciples to feed the tiger. In these times, it was not uncommon for ordinary people to vanish without a trace. Should the tiger be slain, he would not incur a loss. Any capable disciple would be immediately claimed as his personal student. However, as of now, no one possessed such capability. A master, an increasing number of elders have been inquiring at the academy about the whereabouts of their children. What should we say? Tell them they've gone out to train. We can delay for a year or so. The disciple understood. After their conversation, they began gathering various materials in the garden before retreating into an inner chamber. It seemed they were about to concoct more potions. Wang Wenfu quietly exited the garden, having overheard their entire dialogue. He was relieved he had not chosen the academy, otherwise he would surely have met a gruesome end. Now that he had confirmed this was the Martial Arts Academy's medicinal garden, his next step was to learn medicine and resolve the poison within him. Chapter 31, a sparring session according to Zhang the Hunter. Half-spirit beasts are rare and sought-after prey. Dwelling in areas rich in spiritual energy within the mountains, they thrive on inhaling spiritual energy and consuming medicinal herbs, reaching the half-step threshold of spirit beasts only after many years. Their flesh can enhance cultivation, while their tendons may be fashioned into weapons. Most importantly, they possess a core within their brains, a coveted treasure even among those in the bone-forging realm. However, Wang Wenfu knew he must first purge the poison from his body before contemplating other matters. The following morning, after the customary roll call and assembly at the Thousand House, Wang Wenfu sought out Su Shangrong. You rascal, after just a day, you've already caught up to me. Should I now address you as Wang Baihu? Su Shangrong teased, eyeing the badge at Wang Wenfu's waist. Su Baihu, you're jesting. Were it not for your selflessness, I would not have achieved this honor, Wang Wenfu replied, fully aware that during the recent rebellion, Su Shangrong could have easily claimed the credit for himself. However, he chose to report the events honestly, leading to subsequent developments. Enough chatter. We are comrades from the battlefield, just call me Old Su from now on. As you wish, Wang Wenfu bowed slightly, grateful for the other's support. I heard His Majesty has also rewarded you with imperial wine. What does it taste like? Su Shangrong inquired, licking his lips, seemingly eager to sample the royal gift. It is not anything special, Wang Wenfu replied candidly. That imperial wine has only bound me with the emperor's shackles. Given Su Shangrong's expectant expression, it seemed he was unaware of the hidden contents within the royal wine. Contrasting sharply with Gu Qianhu and Lu Qinchai's attitudes towards it, is that so? I thought it was something rare. Su Shangrong's enthusiasm waned, scratching his head. What did Gu Qianhu reward you with? Wang Wenfu retrieved the tiger subduing blade technique to show him. He has already taught you this technique, Su Shangrong exclaimed in astonishment. Jiu Qianhu returned from the 1 against 100 training. This technique is far superior to the acrobatics we learned. Wang Wenfu was surprised to learn about Gu Qianhu's past. Not realizing he had undergone further training upon returning from such an arduous endeavor. Do you wish to learn it? Wang Wenfu asked, recognizing Su Shangrong's contribution. Forget it. I use a blunt weapon, and my current techniques do not align with it. Su Shangrong showcased his weapon, a long-handled golden melon hammer measuring 4 feet in length with a hammerhead the size of a fragrant melon. This weapon was exceptionally suited for mounted combat, capable of obliterating foes when paired with a horse's momentum. Observing his weapon, Wang Wenfu contemplated whether he should also practice with a long weapon. How has your new blade technique been? Feeling the itch to practice? Come, let us spar. Su Shangrong swung the golden melon hammer. making the heavy weapon appear as light as a twig in his hands. Then I shall oblige. Wang Wenfu seized the opportunity for a sparring partner, drawing his horizontal blade. If I recall correctly, you are still in the late blood refining stage. Yes, I have already reached the late skin refining stage. I want to take advantage of you and will lower my cultivation level. Su Shangrong focused his energy, channeling strength into his arm, and the hammerhead shot forth with tremendous speed and force. Clang! After the first strike, Su Shangrong rubbed his numb arm. Now serious, you sly one, when did you break through to the skin refining stage? The force relayed back from the weapon indicated Wang Wenfu had indeed transcended the blood refining stage's constraints. Su Shangrong kept attacking without restraint, channeling all his power. Is this the strength and precision of someone who has just broken through to the skin refining stage? Su Shangrong, seasoned by countless battles, had faced opponents in the skin refining realm before. This young man before him was evidently far superior to others of the same level. Is this truly the skin refining stage? As a late skin refining practitioner, Su Shangrong found himself at a disadvantage against Wang Wenfu, who had just recently crossed into the skin refining stage. Had it not been for his extensive experience, the blade would have already been at his throat. A few more exchanges like this, and he would undoubtedly be defeated. Stop, stop, Su Shangrong called for a halt, distancing himself from the fight. After all, he was a Baihu. Being bested so quickly would be a significant blow to his pride. Wang Wenfu, recognizing the moment, also ceased his attacks, allowing Su Shangrong a graceful exit. No more. I'm not in the best form today, Su Shangrong murmured, subsequently hanging the golden melon hammer on his saddle. Didn't Gu Qinhu assign you a horse? As a Baihu, you should at least be entitled to two. No, Gu Qinhu mentioned the new station is resource constrained. I currently have no horses or troops, Wang Wenfu replied with a hint of resignation. Su Shangrong could only shake his head in response. He too was merely a Baihu, beneath a superior in the Thousand House. Old Su, are there any medical officers in the Thousand House? Wang Wenfu inquired, as learning medicine would be most convenient from a military medical officer. The local medical establishments were intricately linked to the martial arts academy, as herbal supplies were sourced directly from there. Thus, unless one suffered a grave illness, common ailments like colds or coughs were often endured through sheer resilience. Medical officers, over there, Su Shangrong indicated toward a makeshift white tent. The cloth of the tent had yellowed from smoke, and the entrance was obscured by a pile of pots and utensils. No, I'm fine. Is the medical officer in need of apprentices? Wang Wenfu continued to ask. This camp is lacking in everything. Wait, you're not thinking of studying medicine, are you? Su Shangrong exclaimed anxiously, clearly disapproving of such a promising martial arts talent straying onto a misguided path. Focus first on honing your martial skills. Medicine is a profound discipline that cannot be mastered in just a few days. Rest assured, I won't neglect either. Wang Wenfu understood the urgency in Su Shangrong's tone, aware that his own system had never disclosed such matters. You best not become a jack of all trades and master of none. Only true geniuses can manage that. Su Shangrong began to caution, but then fell silent, as if realizing Wang Wenfu was indeed such a prodigy. I must take my leave. Wang Wenfu, finding himself at a loss for words, bid farewell, and stepped outside the tent of the medical officer. The various pots and pans stacked outside were all vessels for boiling medicinal herbs. Navigating through this clutter, Wang Wenfu entered the tent. Inside, the medical officer was grinding herbs in a stone mortar, with the compartments of the medicine cabinet fully opened, revealing only a few remaining herbs. Sir, do you require assistance? Wang Wenfu inquired, glancing around the tent where two pallid soldiers laid out. A kettle outside was still boiling, bubbling away unattended. Wang Wenfu lifted the kettle and set it aside. Thank you. And you are? The medical officer, having finished his task, wiped the sweat from his brow. I am Wang Wenfu. May I ask if you are accepting apprentices? You are the newly appointed Wang Baihu, indeed, given your esteemed position. It seems inappropriate for you to take on an apprentice. I am earnestly seeking knowledge. Please do not decline, sir. Wang Wenfu performed a respectful bow, to which the medical officer promptly returned the gesture. At that moment, one of the soldiers on the ground groaned, prompting a sigh from the medical officer. We are indeed short-handed, he admitted, pointing to a book atop the medicine cabinet. The medical texts are over there. Make sure to read them when you have the time. Wang Wenfu took the book, assisting the medical officer while perusing its contents. Beginner Medicine 1680, Rise Early and Sleep Early to Preserve Health. Chapter 32, 2 Paths to Advancement, Reading Basics 2100. A glance at 10 lines, never forgetting. A double blessing had befallen him. Not only had he acquired medical skills, but his reading ability had also improved. Moreover, the ability to never forget would complement his medical knowledge. The beginner's medicine had yet to provide any additional attributes, but as his level increased, it would likely unlock features akin to other skills. Thank you for your assistance. It is getting late. Bai Hu Wang, you should rest early. As dusk approached, the medical officer observed that the conditions of the two soldiers had stabilized and spoke softly. Wang Wenfu nodded. Realizing he hadn't eaten since the morning assembly at the Qinhu office was currently lacking even a chef, with meals being distributed by lottery. Passing by the meal point at noon, Wang Wenfu had caught sight of a pot containing a lump of purple mush. Neither its color nor its odor suggested it was fit for human consumption. Some soldiers, undeterred by the unappetizing sight, forced themselves to take a bite, only to soon turn pale and rush aside to gag. Wang Wenfu, unwilling to add to his burdens, resolved to wait until evening to return to the county town. With meat supplies at home having run dry, he planned to venture into the mountains the following day to hunt for larger game. Hoping to gain experience for his Fury Tiger Blade technique, a father, it seems Brother Zhu has not returned for quite some time, Gue Tianzhong remarked while practicing his swordplay, having learned from past reprimands. He had diligently trained and reached the blood refinement stage. Earlier Zhu had asked him to seek justice, but after being rebuffed, he likely sought vengeance himself. Gue, who observed his son's earnest practice but refrained from correcting his address. Does this mean Brother Zhu is in grave danger? If he lacks the skill, he is only himself to blame. Is this the doing of that Wang Wenfu? Although Brother Zhu has made many enemies, only he possesses the capability to do such a thing, regardless of whether it was Wang Wenfu or not. I shall soon find out. The next morning, Wang Wenfu rose from his bed, donned his gear, and prepared to report to the Qinhu office. Upon opening the door, he discovered an elderly man and a young one stationed at his doorstep. One of them, Wang Wenfu recognized as Gue Tianzhong, the troublemaker who had previously harassed Zhang Deshang. The other, a middle-aged man, appeared unfamiliar, likely brought by Zhang Deshang as assistants. Were they here concerning Zhu Dongsen? Wang Wenfu grew wary, fixing his gaze intently on the middle-aged man. Who are you? He asked curtly. I am Gue Hu, a martial instructor from the Yunhe Martial Arts Academy. Gue Hu smiled faintly, blocking the doorway. Yunhe Martial Arts Academy, the largest martial arts academy in the city. I have heard they boast hundreds of disciples. I do not recognize you. Wang Wenfu cast a disdainful glance at the academy members. The previous incident on the mountain had left him with a low opinion of their conduct. Of course, we have not met, but you should know him, Gue Hu retorted, producing a portrait depicting Zhu Dongsan's face. So you have indeed come for that dead man, Wang Wenfu mused inwardly, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Responding coolly, this defeated foe sought revenge after I taught him a lesson and found you as his backing. Wang Wenfu did not deny their conflict. It was common knowledge that he had knocked Zhu Dongsan unconscious. He likely has no opportunity to seek me anymore. Gue Hu shook his head, feigning sorrow. What do you mean? Wang Wenfu continued to feign ignorance, realizing that without proof, there was little risk. His prolonged absence has led even the discerning to suspect foul play. And you were his last adversary, making you our prime suspect, Gue Hu declared, arms crossed, adopting an air of conviction. Suspect? Do you possess any evidence? Wang Wenfu countered, his demeanor unwavering. Evidence? I am the evidence. Gue Hu drew his sword, channeling his energy, and his aura surged. Before you lies two paths. One is to accompany me back to the academy, for I have lost a disciple and must take on another. The second is to pay with your life for my disciple's demise. You must clearly understand the stakes. Make your choice. Confident that the youth would bow to his demands, Gue Hu believed that accepting him as an apprentice would bolster his influence within the academy's power struggles. In that case, I choose, since I have come to find you, you must surely agree. I choose the third option, to thrash you soundly. What? Gue Hu was incredulous, unable to fathom anyone rejecting his invitation. The personal request from a martial instructor of the academy was a dream come true for many martial artists. You are but a prison guard, and a mere blood refinement level at that. How dare you, Wang Wenfu, do not be ungrateful. My father is at the skin refinement stage. I advise you to reconsider. Gue Tianzhong chimed in, adopting a senior stance. Once you join the academy, I will protect you. We can learn martial arts together. Wang Wenfu remained steadfast, though the blade in his hand had already been unsheathed. His intentions cleared. Gue Hu smirked derisively, taunting, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. Let me show you just how laughable your realm is before me. With that, he propelled himself forward, soaring several meters with a single push of his toes. Can you keep up with this speed? The tip of Gue Hu's sword aimed directly at Wang Wenfu, intending to relish in the torment of this presumptuous youth, contemplating whether to first sever his tendons or remove his senses. He was startled to see a glimmer of silver rushing towards his face. With a resounding crash, he hastily raised his sword to block, the force pushing him back several steps. What happened? Onlookers saw the middle-aged man charge with his sword only to appear to collide with an invisible barrier. Retreating in confusion, Wang Wenfu stood calmly at the entrance, seemingly an unconcerned spectator. Gue, who felt like a fool. He is at the blood refinement stage. He angrily turned to his son for clarification. Gue Tianzhong's mouth fell agape. With his cultivation, he had also failed to discern the truth. Indeed, he was at the early blood refinement stage during his earlier confrontation with brother Zhu Gui, who clenched his sword tightly. Locking eyes with Wang Wenfu, who stood like a guardian at the door. This door is a trick. Gue, who had heard rumors of a peculiar technique in Lingnan capable of crafting various contraptions. Wang Wenfu must have acquired some divine ability. How else could he explain his full force strike being thwarted by a blood refinement level opponent? If you have the courage, step outside, Gue who bellowed. Believing that raising his voice would restore his lost dignity, he then witnessed Wang Wenfu emerge. Nowhere to run, Gue who charged once more. As a martial instructor at the skin refinement stage, how could he allow this youth to dominate him? Why would I flee? Wang Wenfu stood resolute, calmly observing the approaching adversary. His choice to join the military was increasingly validated. The martial arts practiced in academies were merely superficial, their flashy techniques and excessive movements were ill-suited for the battlefield, which prioritized swift and decisive kills. Wang Wenfu awaited Gue Hu's approach before nonchalantly directing the tip of his blade toward his opponent's chest. Gue Hu, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, hastily twisted his body to evade the sharp blade slicing through his garments. What? Chapter 33, Taking on an Apprentice. Why has Wang Wenfu still not arrived after the assembly time has long since passed? Gu Qian, who observed the sundial on the ground, his tone grave. He may have encountered some trouble. I will search for him, Su Shangrong volunteered, confident that Wang Wenfu was not one to squander time on slothfulness. Very well, go quickly, and return swiftly. Understood. Su Shangrong set off with his two standard-bearers, hastening toward Wang Wenfu's residence. Upon arrival, they witnessed a martial instructor wielding a sword vehemently assaulting Wang Wenfu, who stood immovable like a resilient rock amidst a tempest. Bai Hu Su, the opponent is a skin refinement practitioner. Should we intervene? One of the standard-bearers discerned Gue Hu's prowess and anxiously inquired. Although the military and the martial academies typically maintained a non-interfering relationship, they could not stand idly by while one of their own was under attack. To onlookers, it appeared as though Gue Hu had the upper hand, relentlessly pressing Wang Wenfu on the defensive. This was the prevailing assumption among the majority of spectators. In stark contrast, Su Shangrong observed the duel with arms crossed, seemingly unfazed, watching the panting Gue Hu. He felt an eerily familiar sensation. Skin refinement, fear not, even a bone refinement practitioner may not be able to subdue this fellow. As if to validate his statement, Wang Wenfu ceased his passive defense and began to counterattack. Level up, Fury Tiger Blade Technique Proficient 1490. The fierce tiger descends from the mountain, each move imbued with the courage of a tiger, having significantly improved his skills from the previous day's practice with Su Shangrong. He now faced Gue Hu. Wang Wenfu deliberately awaited the skill upgrade, unwilling to squander this prime opportunity for honing his techniques. Gue Hu had become a mere obstacle. It was time to bring this encounter to a close. Wang Wenfu exploded into action, seizing the moment of Gue Hu's attack to unleash a swift strike. Caught off guard, Gue Hu, still in an offensive stance, felt the blade slice open his chest, drawing blood. The pain jolted him awake. Just moments ago, he had clearly held the upper hand, relentlessly attacking, yet how had he suddenly exposed a vulnerability? Without time to ponder, a flurry of assaults came crashing down upon him. The slicing sound of blades cutting through the air resonated like a tiger's roar. Even when he managed to parry the strikes, his arms felt numb from the impact. It became evident that he was never in a position of advantage. Rather, Wang Wenfu had refrained from launching any offensive. The vitality within him was swiftly waning, and after just a few exchanges, Gue Hu's hand faltered, causing his sword to be sent flying. The tiger's roar followed in quick succession. Wang Wenfu's blade lunged towards Gue Hu's chest, the outcome already decided. With a gasp, Gue Hu coughed up blood, his heart shattered, yet he clung to life. Wang Wenfu leaned in close to his ear, his voice soft yet clear as he uttered, "Take a disciple." Gue Hu's eyes widened in anguish, his hands gripping the blade tightly, his bloodshot gaze fixed fiercely upon Wang Wenfu. Yet soon after, the light in his eyes dimmed. Unable to withstand the weight of his defeat, he collapsed to the ground. A father, Gue Tianzhong could hardly believe that his formidable father had been slain by a single strike, his mind unraveling in despair. "I will make you pay for this." He seized the sword that had fallen beside Gue Hu and rushed toward Wang Wenfu. With a heart full of vengeance, this boy must not be allowed to live. Wang Wenfu's blade aimed directly at Gue Tianzhong's throat. If even the seasoned Gue who could not survive more than a few exchanges, how could Gue Tianzhong, at the blood refinement stage, possibly stand a chance? He barely discerned the moves before the crimson spray erupted from his carotid artery. In no time, Gue Tianzhong met the same fate as his father. I am merciful, I grant you a family reunion. Wang Wenfu flicked his blade, sending the blood that clung to it splattering onto the ground in an elegant arc. Sheathing his sword, he turned to Su Shangrong, who stood with outstretched hands and a mouth agape. Attempting to intervene, realizing there was no turning back, Su Shangrong could only scratch his head and approach. You've made quite the ruckus, committing murder in broad daylight. Old Su, you are being biased, everyone witnessed it. I acted in self-defense. Wang Wenfu felt no remorse addressing the onlookers. Did you all see clearly? They attacked me first. I was merely forced to retaliate. The crowd, having just witnessed the martial arts school's members being vanquished in the street, felt a mix of shock and disbelief. Typically, it was the minions of the martial arts school who brutalized and killed people in public, only to pay off the county office to escape accountability. Not a single coin made it into the hands of the victim's family, which was nothing short of brazen. The martial artists who had oppressed them lay now like lifeless swine on the ground. We saw it, they struck first. We must eliminate these scourges. The public's pent-up grievances erupted. Had it not been for the presence of the military officer, these two would have been paraded through the streets in shame. You see, everyone has witnessed it, Wang Wenfu asserted with a slight smile, exuding confidence. This is not solely for us to decide. The Qianhu must also provide an explanation. Su Shangrong, feeling helpless, acknowledged that the martial arts school was indeed a local power. Killing their people openly would not be easily tolerated. Rest assured, I will have my reasons when speaking to the Qianhu. Wang Wenfu remained unperturbed by the killing of the martial arts school members. Instead, a thought began to take shape in his mind. If Gu Qianhu could seize this opportunity, perhaps he could extract benefits from the martial arts school. Since you say so, I shall tentatively believe you. Su Shangrong instructed two of his subordinates to maintain order and handle the aftermath before accompanying Wang Wenfu back to the Qianhu's establishment. Within the Qianhu's tent lay a newly crafted sand table, depicting the surrounding terrain, suggesting that the Qianhu's construction efforts were yielding results. After recounting the events, Gu Qianhu stroked his chin, falling into a contemplative silence. For him, the death of one or two martial artists was neither a great concern nor a trivial matter. The minor details held little weight. What he feared was the martial arts school escalating the situation, which would undoubtedly bring considerable pressure from above. You rascal, you've stirred up a crisis within days of taking office. Gu Qianhu sighed, his gaze fixed upon Wang Wenfu, who sat nearby. Wang Wenfu, however, did not appear flustered under the scrutiny. Instead, he took the initiative, saying, a crisis can also be an opportunity. Gu Qianhu, does the Qianhu office not lack resources at present? The mention of resources piqued Gu Qianhu's interest. It seemed the 11 Guard had gradually uncovered that the transfer orders did not originate from the Ministry of War, leading to a growing reluctance to comply with the relocation. Consequently, support for the Qianhu office had dwindled, as this area was not deemed a vital defense zone. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. The slow progress of the Qianhu office's construction was not without reason. Do enlighten me, Gu Qianhu said, resting his hands on the table, intrigued by the young man before him. They say a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, but I beg to differ. Wang Wenfu began to elaborate. The inability to suppress a local snake merely indicates that the dragon is not as strong as it seems. Gu Qianhu, newly appointed, required certain measures to establish his authority. Otherwise, those martial artists would never dare to come knocking at the 100 households' door. This statement concealed the fact that Gue, who was unaware of Wang Wenfu's transition from prison guard to 100 households. After all, there were no witnesses to the dead. You can use this as a pretext to summarily summon the martial arts school's members under the guise of an investigation, then dispatch capable personnel to hide the weaponry within the school. Are you attempting to frame them? Before he could finish, even Su Shangrong understood the implications of the next steps. The private possession of weaponry was a capital offense. Assaulting 100 households implied treasonous intent. Possessing weapons privately suggested treasonous ambitions. When the time came, they would be caught red-handed, and the rest would depend on Gu Qianhu's execution of the plan, Wang Wenfu concluded, observing the gleam of ambition in Gu Qianhu's eyes. Chapter 34. The master foots the bill. In these times, the bold thrive while the timid perish. Jiu Juanshang, having climbed to the position of Qianhu, was certainly not foolish. This scheme of empty-handedly ensnaring a wolf could indeed place the martial arts school firmly in his grasp. As a martial force, the school permitted a few sets of armor for show, but large-scale concealment of weaponry and armed disciples under the guise of the martial arts school would be tantamount to raising private soldiers. An act deserving of treason charges. Heed my words, if this succeeds, you shall share in the credit. Gu Juanxiang rose, rallying his men to invite the martial arts school's members. Wang Wenfu, you are most familiar with the roads of the county. Take Su Baihu with you and handle the concealment operations. Understood. Wang Wenfu led a contingent to lay an ambush around the martial arts school. As the members of the school vacated the premises, he stealthily infiltrated the building. The architecture of the martial arts school was indeed as grand as Zhang Deshang had described. However, Wang Wenfu had no time to dwell on such matters. He evaded the gaze of passers-by and located a side entrance. Over here, he signaled to Su Shangrong, who lay in wait. A group hurried over laden with various packages and piled the concealed weaponry in an unused room. Their task was accomplished. Now all that remained was to wait for Gu Qianhu to arrive with his men to catch them red-handed. Gu Qianhu, you've traveled far. We, the Yunhe Martial Arts School, have yet to host a welcoming feast for you, yet you have graciously invited us. I in the Qianhu office. The elderly man in purple robes inclined slightly, his words carrying veiled meanings. The martial arts school was the one holding the resources, and their failure to organize a welcoming banquet for the newly appointed Qianhu was a clear indication of their disregard. Master Wei, you jest. I am but a rough soldier unacquainted with such customs. Gu Juanxiang, clad in full armor, stood surrounded by several sword-wielding 100 households. Since that is the case, let us speak plainly. Wei Lingfeng understood that the Qianhu was forcibly summoning his martial artists for ulterior motives. Was this an attempt to establish authority? Wei Lingfeng smirked, knowing his school had thousands of disciples, bolstered by years of connections and resources. Who was to establish authority over whom? Master Wei, this morning, one of your martial artists assaulted my subordinate, Wang Baihu, who executed him for treason. Wei Lingfeng, puzzled, recognized that the bonds among martial artists were not as tight as those in the military, and within the martial arts school, various factions existed. If no one reported the incident, they would remain oblivious to each other's affairs. After whispering to him, Wei Lingfeng finally grasped the context of the situation. You come seeking me for retribution after one of my martial artists was killed. Yet you have the audacity to confront me. Wei Lingfeng bellowed, indignant. As the head of the martial arts school, the local emperor of Lingxian County, no one dared to offend him. Even the county magistrate treated him with respect. And now these military households had committed murder yet brazenly sought him out. Gu Juanxiang remained unfazed, ignoring the inquiries and continuing. Moreover, I have heard that your Yunhe Martial Arts School is hoarding a significant cache of weaponry. Intending to declare independence like the rebel forces of Lindong County, the Lindong County rebellion was well known. To bear the label of treachery was to invite doom upon one's entire clan. Such a notion is utterly unfounded. If you wish to kill, then kill. Why sully our names with accusations of treason? People often sought compromise. If the accusation were simply murder, Wei Lingfeng would certainly object. However, if it were treason, he could argue it was merely a couple of lives taken. Do you dare allow me to conduct a search? The truth of the matter will be evident. You think I lack the courage? Search away. When Wei Lingfeng beheld the room filled with weapons and armor, he found himself at a loss for words. All procurement of arms and armor passed through his hands. It was impossible for such a stockpile to appear out of thin air. These items are not ours. The situation was decidedly one-sided. Wei Lingfeng vehemently denied any wrongdoing, but with so many eyes upon him, it was as if he had stepped in yellow mud. Who was responsible for this? The more Wei Lingfeng panicked, the more he appeared to be evading responsibility. He paced the room, under the watchful eyes of the assembled crowd. Regret washed over him. Why had he agreed to this? Had both sides remained at an impasse, the military would not have dared to intrude upon the martial arts school. However, in a moment of anger, he had consented to the search. Gu Qianhu, you must vouch for me, these items are truly not ours. Wei Lingfeng realized he could not escape this predicament and could only concede to negotiations. I am well aware of your difficulties, Master Wei. How about this? I will assist you in managing these items. But what will you offer in return? Gu Juanxiang seized the opportunity to take control of the situation. 2 days later, Wang Wenfu reported back to the Qianhu office, where he was greeted by a beaming Su Shangrong. Did you strike it rich? Having the master foot the bill is even better than finding money. Su Shangrong clapped Wang Wenfu on the shoulder, chuckling. From now on, the martial arts school will provide us with a weekly supply of blood-replenishing soup, not to mention an abundance of medicinal supplies, all thanks to you. Wang Wenfu had not anticipated such a concession from the martial arts school. It seemed the weight of the treason charge was indeed too heavy to bear. Gu Qianhu was looking for you, you should go. Su Shangrong pointed towards the room of Qianhu, which had been transformed from a tent into a stone abode. Wang Wenfu approached and knocked on the door. Wenfu, come in, Gu Juanxiang said, seated at the table, gazing intently at the sand table before him, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Wang Wenfu was puzzled. How could such a significant gain leave the other party so troubled? Don't forget to collect the blood-replenishing soup funded by the Martial Arts Academy. Additionally, I shall personally provide you with a flask of tiger bone wine. Gu Juanxiang raised his head, yet his brow remained tightly knit. Thank you, Gu Qianhu. Noticing Gu Juanxiang's silence, Wang Wenfu refrained from further inquiries, sensing that there were likely more ominous plans ahead. Are you familiar with the area beyond the Great Wall? Gu Juanxiang inquired. I have never ventured beyond the Great Wall, nor have I even been stationed atop it, Wang Wenfu replied, truthfully uncertain as to why the question had been posed. The Ministry of War has issued new orders, Gu Juanxiang announced, producing a wooden tablet inscribed with a multitude of directives. The orders commanded Wang Baihu to lead elite soldiers to assassinate an enemy general at a tribal camp 30 miles away and to return with the severed head and insignia. Upon hearing the command, Wang Wenfu's expression turned to one of confusion. I am but a lone commander. Where would I find elite soldiers? Moreover, the tribes have not launched a significant offensive in years. Why provoke them now? I share your suspicions. It appears to be directed specifically at you, Gu Juanxiang replied, shaking his head at Wang Wenfu's bewilderment. However, I have verified the authenticity of this order. It is to be obeyed without question. The air grew tense, leaving both men to ponder the motives behind such a strenuous command aimed at Wang Wenfu. You have 1 week to prepare, and I shall provide you with the necessary assistance. Gu Juanxiang offered, albeit limited in what he could provide, yet the command was absolute. Once beyond the city walls, Wang Wenfu would be on his own. Thank you for the warning, Gu Qianhu. I must indeed make preparations. Faced with unavoidable circumstances, Wang Wenfu resolved to train relentlessly. The tribal camp, located 30 miles away, was likely the nearest to Ling Mountain County. The inhabitants there adhered to the same hierarchical structure as the Wuyin dynasty, even mirroring military ranks. If assassination was the objective, self-preservation would be paramount. Concealing one's presence could be achieved, and a photographic memory would aid in retaining the routes. As long as there were no warriors surpassing the bone refinement stage within the enemy ranks, he could return safely. The blood-replenishing soup and tiger bone wine would soon be followed by intensive training. Chapter 35, The Great Breaking of the 100-Man Formation. Old Su, let us practice. Wang Wenfu wasted no time. Stepping outside to collect the potions and wine before seeking out Su Shangrong. You're back again. Su Shangrong, having sparred with Wang Wenfu previously, felt a twinge of apprehension regarding his prowess. This young man was truly extraordinary. He could easily overpower those in the later stages of skin refinement with just a few moves. Wang Wenfu explained the mission he was to undertake, leaving Su Shangrong astounded. What kind of person would assign such a suicidal task to an ordinary Baihu? The military is already short on troops, let alone leaders, he exclaimed. It's absurd. The nation has reached such a state. Su Shangrong understood the gravity of military orders and could only draw his golden hammer to spar with Wang Wenfu. This time, I shall unleash all my strength. Any injuries incurred are not my responsibility. Su Shangrong summoned his qi and blood, swinging the golden hammer with fervor. That's exactly what I need. Wang Wenfu drank the blood-replenishing soup. Feeling the surge of energy within him, the sound of clashing metal echoed across the training grounds, and after just a few exchanges, Su Shangrong staggered back, losing his balance and landing on the ground. Let us go again. He brushed himself off, disregarding his dignity, as he prepared to serve as Wang Wenfu's training partner. Time and again, Su Shangrong found himself unable to last beyond 10 exchanges, yet he displayed remarkable resilience. Rising each time, sweating profusely, he resembled a man who had just emerged from a torrential downpour, with beads of perspiration stinging his eyes. He focused intently, attempting to discern Wang Wenfu's attack patterns. Unfortunately, before he could grasp it, a piercing sound cut through the air, and instinctively he raised the golden hammer to shield his chest. The impact sent him flying several meters away, rolling across the grass. Su Shangrong lay on his back, gasping for breath. I can't take it anymore. Your stamina is monstrous, he groaned. Wang Wenfu approached and helped him to his feet. Su Shangrong's legs trembled as he limped over to a nearby wooden post to sit down. With your abilities, why not test your skills against my formation, he suggested, fanning himself with his robe while catching his breath. Su Shangrong had witnessed Wang Wenfu break through a rebel formation before, but those makeshift bandits were no match for seasoned soldiers. Very well. Gather your men. It's not as if I haven't broken through formations before, Wang Wenfu replied, fully aware of the intricate dynamics of formations. which could significantly narrow the gap between ordinary soldiers and warriors. However, having previously shattered the bandit formation, he was filled with confidence. "Brothers, this lad boasts that he can break through your military formation. Will you allow it?" Su Shangrong rallied his 100-man unit. "We will not allow it," the soldiers shouted in unison, their spirits and training evidently high. "He is a skin refinement warrior. Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." The soldiers stood tall, their responses sharp and resolute. Su Shangrong nodded in satisfaction. His ability to command was well established within the garrison, which was why he had been chosen as a reserve. Once ready, the 100 soldiers encircled Wang Wenfu at the center of the formation. This was the most disadvantageous position for a martial general, confronted by attacks from all sides. Like a pulverizer, even the hardest bones would be reduced to dust. "Take it easy," Su Shangrong cautioned, instructing his men to avoid injuring Wang Wenfu to prevent him from entering battle wounded. Wang Wenfu stood resolutely at the center of the formation, doubting the tiger bone wine in one go. As the wine jar struck the ground, the practice commenced. He launched the jar high into the air and took his stance with the blade. With a resounding clang that echoed like a starting gun, the formation sprang into action. In an instant, a flurry of military blades surged towards Wang Wenfu from all directions, their attacks coordinated with precision. As if honed through extensive practice, Wang Wenfu utilized both hands and feet, weaving and dodging amidst the onslaught of blades, carving out a space for himself. Though the soldiers before him were formidable, each opponent he toppled was quickly replaced by another, and even those who fell were eagerly pulled back into the fray by their comrades. Wang Wenfu had to not only push forward but also remain vigilant against attacks from behind. Although the skin refinement stage could withstand ordinary soldiers, the pain inflicted was very real. It was no wonder that both the Wuyin dynasty and the tribes maintained vast armies rather than relying solely on a few warriors to dominate. Wang Wenfu successfully thwarted a sneak attack from behind, achieving precisely the outcome he desired. This training was essential preparation for the trials that lay ahead, as he might find himself surrounded by the tribal forces outside the city. His exceptional stamina meant that warriors of the same realm could not withstand his tempestuous assaults. The military formation served as a grueling sharpening stone, refining his skills and enhancing his realm. Wang Wenfu felt his skin gradually becoming tougher, a sign that he was approaching the mid-stage of skin refinement. He decided to experiment. Deliberately deflecting the attacks of others, he allowed one military blade to strike him. The clang of metal rang out as the blade landed heavily on the back of his hand, resonating with a metallic clash. The soldier who had struck him recoiled in surprise, shaken, and was quickly replaced by another. A faint white mark appeared where he had been struck, not even breaking the surface of his skin. Wang Wenfu felt a surge of satisfaction as the qi and blood within him seemed to respond, swelling once more rather than ceasing to grow after breaking through to the blood refinement stage. His blood vessels were intertwining and thickening even further, with secondary veins beginning to emerge. These vessels continuously supplied him with an unending flow of strength and vitality. The formation continued to whirl, albeit with a hint of sluggishness as the soldiers began to tire, casting incredulous glances at Wang Wenfu in the center of the formation, this Baihu had been surrounded for so long. And aside from receiving a single blow, he had dominated the battlefield. Nearly every soldier had felt the impact of Wang Wenfu's blade, and had he not held back, they would have surely faced dire consequences. Is there truly such a skin refinement stage? One soldier wondered aloud. What were the warriors we faced before? At this level, even Gu Qianhu, a warrior of the bone refinement stage, would likely struggle to match his prowess. Finally, as the formation began to falter, Wang Wenfu seized the moment, breaking through the ranks of soldiers and charging out. The formation collapsed like mercury spilling across the ground. As he broke through, the remaining soldiers exhaled in relief. Collapsing to the ground drenched in sweat. Level up. Mastery of Fuhu blade technique achieved. 8650 King of the Forest, roaring tiger over the mountains and rivers. Ambush, when the enemy is unaware of your presence. Attack effects are doubled upon reaching the mastery level. The skill gained an additional trait. This trait could synergize with stealth, making it even more suited for a single strike against foes. Truly, the name Fuhu was well deserved. That lad managed to wear down a 100-man formation, Gu Juinxiang's aide marveled, having just returned from a trip earlier that morning. Initially, he had assumed that the newly appointed Baihu was merely a scion of some high-ranking official. Little did he know that the young man possessed genuine skill. Gu Juinxiang, having long since become accustomed to such feats, nodded slightly before returning his focus to the sand table before him. The sand table marked a tribal camp located over 30 miles from the Qianhu's residence, where Wang Wenfu was destined to go. Between the Qianhu's residence and the tribal camp stood a sign that read Spy. Chapter 36, 20 power Bao. The spy should arrive in time, Gu Juanxiang mused aloud, stroking his chin. My lord, do you truly intend to utilize the invaluable spy for this young man's reconnaissance? The aide inquired. Spies are a non-renewable resource, exceedingly precious. Every mission entails a degree of risk. Thus, in the absence of significant military operations, the deployment of spies is executed with remarkable caution should he truly achieve a remarkable feat. Would it not mean usurping our positions? The officer's gaze shifted from the training grounds as he observed Wang Wenfu, who, after breaking through the formation, barely rested before he resumed archery practice at the shooting range. If he were to return alive from beyond the Great Wall, would he not ascend to a position above us? Gu Juanxiang regarded his adjutant, recalling that he had been under his command for 6 years. Bao Yuan, do you believe that the ambitions of that youth are merely to replace you and me? The adjutant, Bao Yuan, found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. If you were to breach Old Su's 100-man formation, could you match his prowess? Gu Juanxiang probed further as Bao Yuan remained silent. I am at the initial stage of bone refinement. While I could break through, the cost would be considerable, Bao Yuan eventually replied. Do you know his level of cultivation? No, he is at the skin refinement stage. Were it not for his restraint, these soldiers would have perished thrice over, yet he remains unscathed. Gu Juanxiang narrowed his eyes and spoke solemnly. Do you think such a person would still covet our modest holdings? Bao Yuan returned to the present, realizing the weight of his superior's words. Should that youth succeed in leaping over the Dragon Gate? Those who aided him will naturally share in his glory. Your Excellency's vision is far-reaching. I cannot compare. Bao Yuan bowed his head in humility. It is good that you understand. If the spy has any developments, inform me immediately. At that moment, Wang Wenfu was unaware of the happenings within the district office as he stood 100 steps away, fully drawing his war bao. The one-stone bao now lagged behind his rhythm. The strength he exerted to pull it felt akin to tugging at a child's toy. 1 stone is equivalent to 10 forces, or 100 pounds, the tension of a 100-pound bowstring was. For Wang Wenfu, simpler than stretching a rubber band. It seemed that Xing the craftsman's son was the leader of the archery formation, and now, as a military household, he should be able to procure a bao with greater strength. While practicing, Wang Wenfu contemplated acquiring better equipment for himself. After all, in solitary operations, thorough preparation is never a thud. The heavy arrow struck the target made of straw, emitting a dull thud. At 100 paces. Wang Wenfu could easily hit the bullseye with a mere lift of his hand, thanks to his improved archery skills. As twilight fell, he returned to the county town and entered Xing the craftsman's shop. Wenfu, long time no see, you've been promoted. Xing greeted him. I owe much to your weapons for my victories in battle, Wang Wenfu replied as he produced his broadsword, for this visit also aimed at maintaining his blade. As long as you are pleased, that's all that matters. Xing nodded, accepting the broadsword to begin sharpening and oiling it anew. Has that bao I saw last time been sold? Wang Wenfu recalled the half-finished bao Xing had held during his last visit. Ah, that was made for my son, a 13-force bao that he is scheduled for duty at the Great Wall this month, Xing explained while he worked. I seek a 20-force bao. Do you think it can be crafted? 20-force, Xing paused his work, rummaging through his toolbox. Such bows are rare in this county. Only the battle generals in the archery formations require them. I do have the mulberry wood for the bao, but the bowstring may pose a challenge. He glanced at Wang Wenfu with a resigned expression. Whatever the bowstring requires, I shall procure it, Wang Wenfu insisted, eager for a more powerful bow. It requires the sinew of a semi-spiritual beast, preferably from a large creature. This is not easily found. It is a matter of chance, Xing replied. What about a tiger's sinew? Wang Wenfu knew exactly where to find such material, and it suited his needs perfectly. Not all tigers will suffice. It must be of the semi-spiritual variety, Xing warned, fearing Wang Wenfu might misunderstand. Agreed, tomorrow, I shall bring it, Wang Wenfu declared as he turned to leave, preparing to act that very night. The elder in the purple robe was the head of the martial arts academy, at the bone refinement level. He wondered if anyone would be captured tonight to feed the giant tiger. If encountered, confrontation was inevitable. Worst case, he could raid the martial arts academy and compel them to reveal their hidden treasures. Years of accumulation had likely left them with numerous valuable items. With his growing strength, Wang Wenfu felt confident in his ability to handle the martial arts academy. Previously, they had relied on brute force to bully the villagers. Now, they would simply lose what did not belong to them to a stronger force. Upon returning home, Wang Wenfu crafted a sled from wooden planks. It was unlikely that hunters would assist him in transporting his catch in the dead of night, so he resolved to load the tiger onto the sled himself. Once ready, he made his way to the city gate, displaying his insignia to the county guards to gain passage. He then headed directly to the Martial Arts Academy's medicinal garden. That night, no one was destined to become a meal for the giant tiger. Leaving only the previous guard disciple present, Wang Wenfu scaled the fence, and the sleeping guard was granted eternal peace. The giant tiger lay in its cage, unaware of the approaching presence. Wang Wenfu drew his bow. Aiming for the tiger's eye through the gaps in the iron cage, a vulnerable spot. This was his first encounter with a semi-spiritual beast, and he was uncertain whether its hide could withstand the impact of a one-stone bow. To be safe, he aimed to first shoot out one of its eyes. Whoosh! To his surprise, the arrow had barely left the bow when the giant tiger let out a roar and evaded the attack. This beast had been feigning sleep. Wang Wenfu was astounded by the cunning of the semi-spiritual beast, which could deceive human attacks. However, evasion was of little consequence. After all, the tiger's range of movement was confined to the cage. Wang Wenfu readied 2 more arrows, aiming at the giant tiger once again. The tiger glanced around, realizing it had no escape, and charged towards the cage's entrance. Bang! The tiger's powerful forearm collided with the iron lock of the door, producing a jarring metallic sound. With a couple more strikes, the lock would likely give way. It turned out that this creature had always been capable of escaping. It merely understood that remaining inside would ensure a steady supply of fresh meat. A life without hunting was far more comfortable than the dangers outside, so the giant tiger had been pretending to be imprisoned. Bang! With another forceful impact, the lock's casing began to warp. Wang Wenfu quickly released 2 arrows. Targeting the tiger's eye sockets, the tiger halted its assault on the door, using its body to absorb the incoming arrows. The projectiles pierced its skin, embedding themselves within its muscle, yet, this minor injury did not hinder the tiger's movements. It charged at the door one last time. Crash! The iron cage burst open, and the giant tiger let out a thunderous roar. Chapter 37. Hunting the tiger in the mountains. A roar from such a close giant tiger would likely leave an ordinary person half-spooked. Their spirits diminished, yet, Wang Wenfu instead summoned his vitality and took the initiative. Who could predict whether this creature, once freed from its cage, would flee? If it escaped into the mountains, who knew where it would hide? With a swift movement, Wang Wenfu closed the distance to the giant tiger in the blink of an eye. His blade thrust forward, he seized the opportunity to stab beneath the ribcage. It was no wonder the semi-spiritual beast was so cunning. Realizing it could not evade, it pushed forward, deflecting the impact with its ribcage. The blade, which could have pierced its heart, was deflected away. After sustaining the injury, the tiger kicked off the ground, evading the attack range. It bared its teeth, eyeing the approaching Wang Wenfu, recognizing that this hunter was unlike the previous sources of food. This one was a true predator, deserving its full attention. The giant tiger fluffed its mane, its long tail swaying menacingly. It turned and whipped its tail like a steel cable. Wang Wenfu ducked just in time as the nearby fence was snapped in 2. The tiger had a counterattack. It spun around, using its momentum to strike down with a paw. Boom! Like a heavy hammer hitting the ground, it stirred up a cloud of dust. Wang Wenfu seized the opportunity once more, seeing the tiger's momentum waning. He drove his knife into its jaw. With a powerful thrust, he split the tiger's jaw nearly in half. It hung limply, emitting guttural sounds from its throat. Accustomed to captivity, the giant tiger struggled to contend with a warrior forged in battle. After only a few exchanges, the outcome was evident. Wang Wenfu pressed the advantage, but unexpectedly, the beast used its tail to kick up dust, turning to leap over the fence. A cooked duck could not simply fly away. Observing the limping giant tiger, Wang Wenfu leapt into position for an attack. With his broadsword raised high, he aimed a decisive strike at the tiger's neck. Clang! The blade struck bone, sparks flying. The tiger's head was cleanly severed. The cut as smooth as a mirror. This cunning giant beast had been effortlessly dispatched by Wang Wenfu. Binding the tiger to the sled, Wang Wenfu returned to the medicinal garden. He found a bundle to carry away the herbs. To cover his tracks, Wang Wenfu lit a torch and set the garden ablaze. With an abundant haul that night, he carried a large bundle of herbs on his back, dragging a tiger behind him as he made his way back to the town. The county guards at the gate, upon seeing him emerge from the shadows, dared not inquire further. First, he hid the herbs in his home. As dawn began to break on the horizon, Wang Wenfu then made his way to the tavern. Summoning the sleepily disheveled innkeeper, rubbing his eyes, the innkeeper, still half asleep, approached the peculiar yellow and black mass. It wasn't until he was pricked by the coarse mane that he fully awakened. His eyes widened as he beheld the enormous tiger head. Trembling as he stammered, "A big bug, even in death, the size of the king of the jungle instilled a measure of fear in ordinary folk. This is a semi-spiritual beast. I've brought you such a fine prize. It should fetch a handsome price." No, Wang Wenfu summoned his vitality and patted the innkeeper's back. The warmth of his presence brought a slight comfort to the innkeeper, who repeatedly expressed his gratitude. How did you manage to find this? The innkeeper exclaimed, having not encountered such a beast in ages. After a moment, he shook his head, saying, "Never mind, hunters like you have your secrets, I shan't pry that." He called upon the cook and several workers to properly prepare the tiger. As keeping it in the back kitchen was not a viable option, the internal alchemy of the tiger's heart and sinews, "Please reserve those for me. Also, set aside a hind leg of the tiger. The tiger bones and gallbladder, prepare them as tincture." Wang Wenfu was no longer the naive youth he once was. He deftly directs the cooks to dismember the colossal tiger with practiced ease. The remaining items were sold for approximately 44 taels of silver. The shopkeeper summoned an assistant from outside, instructing, "Put the sign out, inscribing potent aphrodisiac delicacies, and cease sales once they are gone." The assistant scampered off eagerly. Does this semi-spiritual beast possess such effects? Wang Wenfu, unaware of the miraculous nature of the semi-spiritual beast, inquired. The shopkeeper, with a mysterious smile, replied, "This semi-spiritual beast enhances vitality for you martial artists, but for ordinary folk, it serves as an excellent tonic for replenishing blood and invigorating the body. With ample blood, one's vigor remains unyielding." He chuckled, departing to personally attract customers. Wang Wenfu shook his head in amusement and took the remaining materials to the craftsman's workshop. "You truly brought it," Master Xing exclaimed upon seeing the tiger sinews, astonished. "Is it mere luck that you encountered a tiger, and a semi-spiritual beast at that? The spiritual energy attached to the sinews cannot lie. How long will it take, and what will the cost be?" Wang Wenfu, in urgent need of enhancement, was willing to accept any reasonable price. 15 days, 3 taels of silver. Master Xing responded, 15 days is a bit too slow for my upcoming mission. Wang Wenfu quickly pressed, "Can it be done in 7 days? I can offer 10 taels of silver." Master Xing was taken aback, puzzled by the youth's urgency. "I must set out beyond the Great Wall within 7 days. Hence, I need to prepare new weaponry." Wang Wenfu explained. "A new command? Why was I not informed?" Master Xing recalled that he had learned of the rebellion due to the gravity of the situation and its widespread dissemination. Wang Wenfu recounted the details of the order. After listening, Master Xing shook his head. "Such a secretive operation, sending you on a mission alone, is highly irregular. My son is also a soldier and has some understanding of the execution of missions. This is unusual, far too unusual." "Very well, 10 taels of silver will suffice. I will gather the other craftsmen and exert every effort to complete it before your mission," Master Xing declared, abandoning his current task and rushing out without even drying his hands. Wang Wenfu placed the money on his workbench and assisted in shutting the shop's door behind him. Upon returning home, he looked at the large bundle of medicinal herbs, knowing that trouble still lay ahead. He began categorizing the herbs according to his medical texts. During this process, his medical skills steadily improved. Coupled with his photographic memory, Wang Wenfu memorized all the herbs he acquired. Many of the herbs were precious perennial varieties. Confirming that the territory of the martial arts school was indeed bountiful. He resolved to return next time. Level up. Medical skill beginner 7200. Compassion as a guide. A glimpse into the medical realm. It became evident. The potions you use will reveal their ingredients and methods of preparation. He acquired a new trait, and the formula for the blood-replenishing soup he had previously consumed was now displayed. Likewise, the toxins within his body were identified by the skill. The emperor truly spared no expense. Observing the materials of the toxins within him, Wang Wenfu chuckled lightly. These materials were all precious herbs capable of providing substantial vitality, yet they also carried a significant risk of addiction. No wonder the imperial wine provided skill enhancements. This was the reason behind it. Recognizing the nature of the toxic substance allowed for the formulation of an appropriate antidote. After concocting the remedy, Wang Wenfu drank it in one gulp. He felt the warm potion coursing down his throat. Igniting an intense battle within his body, the potion sought to expel the toxins, while the toxins resisted fiercely. After a tumultuous struggle, Wang Wenfu retched violently, expelling a mass of black substance onto the ground. It felt as though the shackles binding him had been shattered. He felt invigorated and refreshed. The remaining materials could not be wasted, so he rummaged through his medical texts, preparing to concoct enhancement potions with the available ingredients. Just as he was engrossed in the study of medicine, a loud voice suddenly boomed from outside. "Rascal, come out here." Chapter 38, Overlevel Slaughter. Wang Wenfu couldn't shake the feeling that there was a monster spawning ground hidden at his doorstep. As all sorts of bizarre entities seemed to emerge, the shouting grew louder. To prevent damage to his door, he reluctantly rose to open it. Outside stood an elderly man in purple robes, his anger evident. The force of his aura causing his robes to billow dramatically. The old man wielded a slender, flexible sword, his long sleeves rolled back to reveal muscular arms that seemed incongruous with his aged appearance. "You little brat, Look at the mischief you caused last night. Wei Lingfeng brandished the severed tiger head in his hand, glaring at him. Clearly he had heard the news and investigated at the tavern. My semi-spiritual beast was harmed, and my medicinal garden was torched. What do you have to say for yourself? Just because you claim it, does it become yours? Wang Wenfu leaned casually against the door, smiling at the enraged old man. Since you weren't around last night, but now come seeking death, do you really believe you are still the local tyrant of the county, my good sir? Times have changed. Don't assume that just because you are a soldier, you can act with impunity. I will personally capture you and report to my superiors, Wei Lingfeng declared. Charging forward, the flexible sword in his hand danced through the air. Akin to a bloodthirsty serpent, the flexible weapon, unlike others, attacked with unexpected strikes. Wei Lingfeng lunged, but the sword twisted and whipped around, striking from the side. The last person to witness my swordsmanship in such a manner now lies in a grave. He was confident that his soul-consuming swordplay was unrivaled in Ling Mountain County. Moreover, as a late-stage bone refinement practitioner, he could easily subdue this youth. I will sever your tendons and render you useless. The flexible sword darted toward Wang Wenfu's wrist. Are you fighting against the air? Wang Wenfu's voice came from the right, and Wei Lingfeng realized that his previous target had merely been a mirage. He quickly turned to block, narrowly deflecting the incoming attack. The clash of weapons produced a resounding impact, and the flexible sword was bent at an improbable angle under immense force. Boom! In the ensuing chaos, Wei Lingfeng's right side was struck by a sweeping kick, bending him into a shrimp-like position. Normally, a bone refinement practitioner would not be harmed by physical strikes, but this kick's force penetrated skin and bone, making him feel as though his internal organs were about to burst. What realm are you in? Wei Lingfeng rolled to the ground to dissipate the impact, clutching his waist as he asked. Mid-stage bone refinement, Wang Wenfu replied with a smile, approaching Wei Lingfeng. Impossible. This shattered Wei Lingfeng's understanding accumulated over decades. He knew only of downward dominance, never had he heard of upward challenge. Old fool, how long has it been since you last fought? Is this all you can do? Wang Wenfu's words stripped Wei Lingfeng of his dignity, yet they also sparked a realization within him. Indeed, how had he not considered that during his time atop the mountain? His body had grown sluggish, with eyes only for wealth and power. He had neglected his martial skills. Wei Lingfeng endeavored to recapture the spirit of his youth, channeling all his vitality. Humph, young man, you erred in awakening the old man? His aura surged several-fold in an instant, and the flexible sword creaked ominously in his grip. You truly are a prodigy. Had you been my disciple, you would have received true teachings. Alas, now you shall become a representative of talent envied by heaven. Wei Lingfeng's face, resembling a hill, radiated vitality, and he seemed to swell in stature. His purple robe burst open, hanging in tatters around his neck. Now that's more like it. Wang Wenfu did not interrupt the old man's transformation. He knew he needed extensive training. A late-stage bone refinement practitioner would serve as the finest sharpening stone. Wei Lingfeng exhaled white smoke, his skin reddening. Prepare to meet your end. His swordplay erupted like a wildfire, instantly engulfing Wang Wenfu. The once singular flexible sword now seemed to sprout multiple serpentine heads, each with sharp fangs poised to claim lives. The pressure on Wang Wenfu intensified dramatically. This was the challenge one would expect when crossing realms. Wang Wenfu sank his center of gravity, using his blade to deflect the oncoming flexible sword attacks one by one. As the two remained locked in combat, a sudden flash of crimson burst forth from the multitude of cold glints. While his horizontal blade was fully engaged in fending off the flexible sword's assault, this unexpected strike made Wang Wenfu's expression harden. At the critical moment, he used the sword sheath to block the weapon aimed at his heart. Sizzle! The deerskin sheath was pierced, yet it successfully neutralized the lethal attacker. Upon closer inspection, Wei Lingfeng held the flexible sword in his right hand while his left had produced a dagger adorned with red tassels from who knows where. With a sly grin, he withdrew the dagger that had become lodged in the sheath. You are the first to successfully block this attack, Wei Lingfeng declared, launching another offensive while preparing for a follow-up ambush with his left hand. This combination of long and short weapons certainly created a varied rhythm of attack. Wang Wenfu had to split his focus to contend with the potential dagger strike. However, after the first failed ambush, the dagger had lost its element of surprise. The two exchanged blows for quite some time. Lord Su, the opponent, is a bone refinement practitioner. Shall we offer assistance? Shen Zongqi, who had been observing the duel between the two warriors, finally came to his senses. The exchange had provided him with many insights. From the perspective of the two fighters, it was a life-and-death struggle amidst flashes of blades and swords, yet to the onlooking martial artists, it was a feast for the eyes. This was the highest level of martial confrontation they could witness, and merely watching it could deepen their own cultivation. No need. Wenfu can win.at. First, Su Shangrong felt a tinge of concern. But as the duel progressed, he noticed that Wang Wenfu was not at a disadvantage. He cannot be killed, he will only grow stronger. Wang Wenfu was once again late for the assembly. Su Shangrong had grown accustomed to it. After greeting Gu Qianhu, he returned to that familiar entrance. Sure enough, another martial artist had come seeking Wang Wenfu. However, this time, the visitor was the head of the largest martial arts school in the county. Su Shangrong no longer felt like a newcomer in this place. Instead, he began plotting how to swiftly incorporate the martial arts school into his command after eliminating the headmaster, unbeknownst to him. His thoughts had gradually begun to mirror those of Wang Wenfu. Meanwhile, Wang Wenfu was drenched in sweat, having not experienced such exhilarating combat in a long time. His tiger-subduing blade technique advanced swiftly. Nearing minor completion. On the opposite side, Wei Lingfeng appeared utterly disheveled, having long since shifted from an offensive stance to one of passive defense. The vitality within him had failed to keep pace with his body's demands, causing his strength and reflexes to wane progressively. I am a master of bone refining. How could I possibly be exhausted by a mere young pup like you? Wei Lingfeng bellowed, though his voice had grown somewhat hoarse. If this continues, I will perish. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Wang Wenfu's gaze piercing through him, as sharp as a blade, ensnaring his very soul. What is happening? Wei Lingfeng felt himself frozen, as if bound by the sheer intensity of his opponent's stare. By the time he regained his senses, it was too late. The blade had already pierced through his chest. I have the governor above me. You shall pay dearly for this. Wei Lingfeng's voice dwindled to a whisper until it finally faded away. At that moment, Wang Wenfu turned his attention to his panel. Level up. The tiger-subduing blade technique has reached minor mastery. 31650. A force to be reckoned with, drawing the attention of many. Ambush. When the enemy is unaware of your presence, attack effectiveness is doubled. Tiger glare. When the enemy gazes directly into your eyes, there is a chance of intimidation. The more unstable their mind, the more pronounced the effect. Chapter 39. Double level up. Although it was known that Wang Wenfu was formidable, this was beyond belief. To slay a warrior across realms was unheard of. Xian Zongqi, standing behind Su Shangrong, marveled. Wei Lingfeng, the master of Yunhao martial arts, dared to assault a military household and has now been slain by our own Wang Baiyu. He got what he deserved. Su Shangrong did not respond to Qian Zongqi's words. Seeing the situation settled, he announced loudly, reproaching Wang Wenfu. He lowered his voice. You little rascal, you truly know how to stir up trouble. Wang Wenfu methodically flicked the blood from his blade onto the ground, saying, You should return and inform Gu Qianhu to prepare for the takeover of Yunhao martial arts. He relayed his thoughts to Su Shangrong. Upon hearing this, Su Shangrong nodded and hurried towards the Qianhu's location. Gu Juanxiang, upon receiving the news, stroked his chin. Initially, he thought he could simply extort some benefits from the martial arts school, but now Wang Wenfu had orchestrated something monumental. Following Wang Wenfu's approach, it was indeed possible to absorb the entire assets of the martial arts school. However, the martial arts school was a prized possession. Its outright confiscation would surely displease those in higher authority. Moreover, it was rumored that Wei Lingfeng's backer was the governor, a fourth-grade official, which caused him to frown. Although civil and military officials typically did not interfere with one another, having an additional enemy was not necessarily advantageous. He instructed his men to convey that those who most supported the Qianhu's establishment would receive our assistance. Gu Juanxiang summoned his deputy and issued orders. He did not fully take control of the martial arts school but instead took a step back, allowing those who wished to seize the position of master to seek the Qianhu's recognition. To solidify their foothold within the school, these individuals would undoubtedly have to offer greater benefits. Meanwhile, Wang Wenfu returned home and brewed a restorative blood tonic with the medicinal herbs at hand. He then stored the remaining herbs in a cool, dry place. After completing these tasks, Wang Wenfu turned his attention to the ingredients on the table. The yellowing inner dan of the mixed essence remained an enigma. As he could not yet ascertain how to utilize it, he would have to wait until his medical skills advanced. He kept it close to prevent losing it. Next, he tended to the tiger heart and tiger meat, preparing them so that he would have a sufficient supply of meat during this period. Once finished, Wang Wenfu made his way to the Qianhu's location. At the shooting range, only a handful of archers were practicing their aim. Wang Wenfu's arrival drew their attention. His reputation had spread far and wide, from single-handedly breaching fortifications to slaying foes beyond his level. The soldiers discussed his feats with great familiarity, and upon seeing him in person, they cast admiring glances. Standing 100 paces away, Wang Wenfu drank a dose of the blood tonic and drew his bow to its fullest extent. Thud, thud, thud. In no time, the target was filled with arrows, arranged neatly to form a perfect square. He did not need to aim meticulously. wherever his gaze fell, there was a target, level up, mastery of archery, 11480. Arrows pierce the air, striking true rapid fire, 3-star continuous shot. After completing his archery practice, Wang Wenfu approached the stableman to borrow a horse. Gu Qianhu had already informed everyone that Wang Wenfu would receive all the resources he required, mounting the horse. Wang Wenfu galloped through the stable. After exhausting the first horse, he procured another. Mastery of horsemanship. Having practiced with all usable horses, Wang Wenfu's horsemanship reached a proficient level. The stableman, observing the horse foam at the mouth after use, could only shake his head and fetch cool water to help it recover. At the Qianhu's location, Gu Juanxiang noticed a homing pigeon returning to the coop. An ominous premonition stirred within him. For the color of this pigeon matched that of the one sent with the spy. The spy had not returned personally but had released the pigeon, indicating that something had gone awry. Gu Juanxiang hurriedly examined the pigeon's leg, where he indeed found a blood-stained scroll. This letter, composed of torn fabric, had been inscribed with charcoal. The handwriting was disjointed, clearly written at different intervals with fragmented pieces of charcoal. Shen, Gusan, Gu Juanxiang read the two characters inscribed, connecting the dots. Shen likely referred to the nearby camp being at Qianhu's location, but what of Gusan, Gugu? After reading it several times, he discerned the homophonic detail. Perhaps it was due to the complexity of the character bone, leading to insufficient charcoal to complete the writing. Qianhu, 3 bone refining generals. Gu Juanxiang stroked his chin. Within such a short span, and under capture, the spy had managed to relay such crucial intelligence back. Gu Juanxiang was now not only concerned for the spy's safety but also for whether the individual could maintain their silence. If they succumbed to torture and divulged everything, their intelligence would fall into the hands of the barbarians. Bring Wang Wenfu to me. Helplessly, Gu Juanxiang called for Wang Wenfu. Gu Qianhu, what calamity has befallen? Wang Wenfu entered, drenched in sweat, as he sheathed his sword with a clang. Having likely just finished practicing his sword techniques, the spy has gathered information from the barbarian camp, at Qianhu's location. 3 bone refining generals. Gu Juanxiang relayed the gathered intelligence. Understood, thank you Gu Qianhu, for the information. Wang Wenfu bowed. Being forewarned of such details would enable him to make informed decisions. However, there was another piece of bad news. Gu Juanxiang spoke gravely. The spy has likely been compromised. Their fate remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenfu understood why Gu Juanxiang had urgently sought him out. The spy possessed extensive knowledge of the military camp. If they were dead, it would be for the best, but if alive, who could say what they might reveal? What does Gu Qianhu mean? I may need you to depart tomorrow, aside from the military department's tasks. I have an additional mission for you. Gu Juanxiang stood and pointed to the map indicating the location of the barbarian camp, saying, investigate the status of that spy, alive or dead, we must have confirmation. Understood. Wang Wenfu did not make excuses and accepted the mission. Are there any further requests? Gu Juanxiang was taken aback by the youth's confidence as he unhesitatingly accepted the task. Yes, I request that Gu Qianhu spar with me. Let us train with real blades, Wang Wenfu asked. Gu Juanxiang hesitated. This matter pertained to his reputation at the Qianhu's location. It would be akin to challenging his authority. Sparring between Baihus was acceptable, as they were of the same rank with little consequence. However, a Qianhu sparring with a Baihu was not of the same order. If the Qianhu prevailed, it would be deemed appropriate, potentially leading to accusations of bullying. If the Baihu gained the upper hand, however, the Qianhu's title might as well be changed to Baihu's location. I can agree to this request, but it must be in a secluded area. Gu Juanxiang ultimately consented but stipulated a condition. Alright, I know a place. This condition suited Wang Wenfu perfectly. There were plenty of uninhabited areas for hunting, so any location would do. The two mounted their horses and headed toward the mountains. What realm is Wei Lingfeng in? Gu Juanxiang dismounted and drew the long spear from his horse. Mid-bone refining, Wang Wenfu replied. I am in the late stage of bone refining and am on the verge of a breakthrough. Gu Juanxiang weighed the spear in his hand and practiced a few motions against nearby trees. Then please give it your all. Chapter 40. Beyond the Great Wall, your blade is the commander of 100 weapons, while my spear is known as the king of 100 weapons. Gu Juanxiang jested, having not felt so liberated since returning from the ranks of the military. In the ranks everyone was of comparable skill, engaging in healthy competition that was exhilarating. Those were the times when his abilities progressed the most. Upon returning to the military post, he had to maintain a demeanor befitting a Qianhu, whether dealing with superiors or subordinates. Recollecting his focus, Gu Juanxiang unleashed a flurry of spear moves advancing toward Wang Wenfu. Today, we shall settle the rivalry of the commanders. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the personnel at the Qianhu's location watched as Wang Wenfu and Gu Juanxiang rode back. The outcome of their spar remained unknown to them, however. Since that bout, they had seen Gu Juanxiang intensifying his martial arts training. The accompanying drills had also become significantly more rigorous, leading the soldiers to grumble incessantly. But that was a tale for another time. Wang Wenfu organized his belongings, securing the heavier items onto the horse's back. This horse, the gray steed from the previous pacification, was crucial. It must not falter this time. Wang Wenfu patted the horse's neck, uncertain if it could comprehend him. Leading the horse to the entrance of the Qianhu's location, he found everyone had gathered spontaneously to bid him farewell. The soldiers viewed him as a reliable leader, while the Baidus regarded him as a comrade worthy of trust. Wenfu, be cautious out there. If you cannot win, retreat. It is better to return with a blemished reputation than to lose your life, Su Shangrong advised, having faced the barbarian forces and knowing their ruthless and cunning tactics. Understood, do not worry, Wang Wenfu reassured him, confident in his ability to elude enemy pursuit with his stealth. Moreover, in a direct confrontation, the adversaries were merely three generals at the bone refining stage. The art of bone refining has been previously mastered by Wang Wenfu, who has already completed 2 such endeavors, and he does not mind undertaking a few more. Su Shangrong was about to voice his thoughts but hesitated, falling silent once more. Thank you for your concern, Wang Wenfu said, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Wenfu go, a voice echoed from behind, belonging to Zhang Deshang, who appeared breathless and panting. That he bore a hunting bow on his back and held another, larger and more formidable war bow in his hands. Xing the craftsman knows you left the city early and asked me to bring this for you. He mentioned there are still processes to complete, and these reinforced chime needles are a form of compensation. Zhang Deshang handed over the bow and a large sack of arrows, his eyes filled with envy. I heard it's a bow of 20 force. I truly hope that one day I might possess such incredible strength. Wang Wenfu examined the war bow, noting the evident signs of haste in its craftsmanship, with corners and edges left unrefined. However, it was unlikely to hinder its functionality, and he resolved to have Xing the craftsman refine it further upon his return. Observing Zhang Deshang, he encouraged him, you will keep pushing forward. After bidding farewell to his companions, Wang Wenfu mounted his horse and galloped toward the foot of the Great Wall. Jiu Qianhu was already waiting there. Without the hand order he carried, the soldiers guarding the pass would never allow passage. Take care, Gu Juanxiang said with a bow, a gesture of respect towards someone of lower rank. Thank you, Wang Wenfu returned the gesture. Creak, the hidden door at a corner of the Great Wall seemed to have been long unused, the rusty hinges emitting an unpleasant noise. Hurry out, the commanding officer urged, waving his hand. Wang Wenfu gently squeezed his horse's belly, guiding it through the low, concealed entrance. Bang, as the horse's hooves touched the ground outside the city walls, a loud sound of the gate slamming shut echoed behind him. This was Wang Wenfu's first venture outside the Great Wall. As he gazed out, an expanse of desolate scenery unfolded before him. Unfolding the hand-drawn map in his possession, he began to search for his bearings. Utilizing the skills he had acquired during his previous hunting expeditions, he quickly discerned the signs of barbarian activity. A multitude of hoofprints guided his way forward, and he followed them closely. The barbarian camp was not stationary. It migrated with the seasons of grazing. Riding his horse, Wang Wenfu soon discovered fresh tracks. These footprints were less than half a day old, indicating that the camp was nearby. Tethering his horse to a distant thicket, he resolved to scout the surroundings first. Finding a hill, he peered down at the barbarian encampment. The camp consisted of various tents, with shadows of bustling figures moving about. A wooden fence encircled the outer perimeter, with watchtowers strategically placed around. It was quite simple to discern the hierarchy. The largest and most ornate tent was undoubtedly that of the Qianhu. No one else in the camp could claim a higher status than the Qianhu. While observing, a sudden cloud of dust caught his attention. A troop of cavalry was charging from the horizon, heading directly toward the path Wang Wenfu had taken. Why had these uninvited guests appeared so unexpectedly? Wang Wenfu concealed his presence. This troop of cavalry made their way toward the Great Wall, ambushing the very road he had traversed. Fortunately, he had departed a few days earlier. Had he followed the original plan, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to their surprise attack. How could they have accurately obtained such information? Did Emir Baihu require such extensive resources? Numerous questions swirled in Wang Wenfu's mind. Hiding until nightfall, he observed the movements of the cavalry. When they noticed that no one was approaching, they regrouped and entered the barbarian camp. The camp was soon illuminated by flickering campfires, casting an orange glow over the tents. Having confirmed the area was safe, Wang Wenfu finally emerged from the hill and returned to his horse to replenish his energy. Within the barbarian camp, a group of burly men sat around a fire, tearing into chunks of cooked meat. "Why does the king want so many of us to kill a Baihu from the Yin?" one of the cavalrymen asked, his voice buzzing. "The king says this is a token of sincerity from the Yin, demonstrating our willingness to cooperate," another cavalryman replied, sipping from a cup of goat milk wine. "Then why bring the 16th prince along?" the first cavalryman questioned again. "The Qianhu here is said to be a master of horse taming. The prince has acquired a spirited steed and needs his expertise." Came the answer. That explains it. This place is so remote that there isn't even a Yin village in sight. Last time I caught a glimpse, their women were truly delicate and fair-skinned," they chuckled. While the cavalryman chatted outside, the Qianhu knelt within the camp. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for your visit." A dark-skinned man clad in studded leather armor knelt on one knee. "Rise, ignorance is no sin," replied the young man addressed as the prince, dressed in a formal attire with long riding boots. "I have heard you are exceptional at horse taming. I possess a mare that has just reached maturity." With quite a fiery temperament, the 16th prince ordered someone to bring the horse forth. A magnificent, glossy black stallion was led in, neighing as it was pulled along. Its sheer strength required 4 to 5 men to maneuver it. One careless soul inadvertently stood behind the horse, and suddenly the stallion kicked back, sending him sprawling to the ground. The impact of its hoof struck his chest, leaving him lifeless. What a fierce horse, even among the nomadic tribes! Its ferocity exceeded their understanding. "Can it be trained into a suitable warhorse?" the 16th prince inquired, showing no concern for the deceased attendant. "Rest assured, Your Highness, no matter how wild a horse may be, with the right methods, it can be tamed. Please leave it to me," the confident Qianhu replied. "Then it is entrusted to you. However, this is my prized steed, so treat it gently. I expect results within a month," the 16th prince concluded, departing with his retinue toward his lavish tent. At that moment, Wang Wenfu seized the cover of night to infiltrate the barbarian camp. Following the trail of blood, he discovered the captured spy confined within a cage. The state of this individual appeared dire. This cage resembled a pigsty, barely accommodating a single person in a crouched position. The spy's clothing had been stripped away, revealing a body marked with whip scars. His back was a vivid red, as if it could bleed at any moment. Wang Wenfu reached out to assess the spy's pulse. Suddenly, upon feeling the touch, the spy, with eyes still shut, partially opened them. Upon seeing a fair young man observing him from outside the cage, he gasped silently. "Sure." Wang Wenfu signaled for silence. However, this gesture was unnecessary, as the spy lacked the strength to speak. Time was of the essence. Wang Wenfu deduced that the spy had gone without food or water for an extended period and had endured significant abuse. His survival thus far was a testament to his resilience. Wang Wenfu drew forth a water flask, intending to offer the spy a drink, yet the confines of the cage made it difficult for the man to even turn his head. Wang Wenfu resorted to pouring water from above, allowing it to trickle onto the spy's face, encouraging him to drink. The spy lapped at the refreshing liquid with desperation, and his complexion improved slightly. "Stay calm. I have other tasks to attend to. First, you need to restore your strength." Wang Wenfu placed a piece of tiger jerky into the spy's mouth to help rejuvenate him. He then retreated into the shadows once more. The pathways between the tents were heavily guarded by barbarian soldiers, making infiltration exceedingly difficult. Is the Qianhu truly that fearful? Why are there so many guards? Wang Wenfu circled the camp, finding no viable route for entry. With no other options, he resolved to peel back the layers like an onion, proceeding with stealthy eliminations from the periphery. "If I eliminate everyone, no one will know I entered." Wang Wenfu drew his war bow, aiming at the outer guards, clad in studded leather armor and iron helmets. Most notably, these helmets bore faceplates forged with fierce expressions that served both to intimidate on the battlefield and deflect arrows. Nevertheless, Wang Wenfu's bow, with its 20 force power and penetrating chimay needles, could pierce through such defenses. Thunder rumbled in the distance as a fierce wind swept through. "What bad luck, to be on duty during the rainy season," a barbarian soldier murmured to himself. Rainy nights were the most troublesome. Not only would they become drenched, but they were also unable to abandon their posts. However, he would not have to worry about this for long. With the next clap of thunder, an arrow pierced through his skull, sending him crashing to the ground. Wang Wenfu had cleverly masked the sound of his bowstring with the thunder, successfully infiltrating the innermost circle of tents, now only a step away from the grand tent. Yet 4 guards still stood watch outside, 2 with bows and 2 with curved blades. "You lot stay here. I'm just stepping out for a moment," one of the bow-wielding guards said, shivering as he lowered his voice to his companion. "You're really jumpy. How many times have you gone tonight?" the other guard complained. Reaching middle age, there are always urgent matters. I'll be right back. Quickly then, don't disturb the prince's rest. The bow-wielding guard dashed to a distant corner. And shortly after, the sound of water splashing could be heard. However, the rumble of thunder soon drowned it out. Oh, that feels good, he said, having relieved himself. Returning to his post, he seemed much more confident, whispering, didn't he, the spy, open his mouth after all those attempts at persuasion? When no one responded, he continued, if it were up to me, I'd just have him executed. The Een have been too afraid to show their faces beyond the Great Wall for years. They only dare send spies to their deaths, such cowards. Surrounded by silence, the bow-wielding guard grew impatient, playfully nudging his companion. Hey, why is everyone so mute? Have you all gone dead? With that shove, the person beside him slumped to the ground. Another flash of lightning illuminated the area, and he realized the next clap of thunder was imminent. In that fleeting moment, the last image he saw was of a young man standing behind the kneeling guard. With a swift motion, Wang Wenfu dispatched the guard. He dragged the bodies into the shadows, then entered the grand tent. The darkness was filled with the sound of steady breathing. His target lay within. After waiting for a moment, his eyes adjusted to the dim light, revealing a figure asleep upon the bed. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Wenfu delivered a swift strike. His adversary offered no resistance and was swiftly beheaded. This Qianhu displayed a remarkable lack of vigilance, drawing Wang Wenfu's disdain. He had not anticipated that the task would unfold so effortlessly. He merely needed to slip a bag over the opponent's head. Now, his primary objective was to discover the identity of the individual by locating the tooth token. The attire of the Qianhu hung nearby, and as Wang Wenfu reached out, he indeed found a token. However, it appeared that this token was not crafted from silver. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a beautifully carved jade plaque. Was the barbarian tribe truly so affluent? Even the tooth token of a Qianhu was made of jade. Such extravagance! In Wang Wenfu's recollection, the barbarian's military structure had descended from the Wuyin dynasty. His own tooth token was made of bronze, while Gu Qianhu's was silver. There was no reason for the barbarians to deviate from this tradition. Perhaps they were indeed excessively wealthy. Nevertheless, the primary task had been accomplished, and he decided to think no more of it. Wang Wenfu contemplated the next step, the rescue of the spy as arranged by the Qianhu. The thunder rumbled, but the rain did not fall. Unfamiliar with the climate of the grasslands, Wang Wenfu had previously assumed that rain would soon come, concealing his movements. To his surprise, the thunder was receding. And not a drop of rain fell. As he exited the tent, preparing to rescue the spy and make their escape, he was suddenly interrupted by the sight of a figure bursting through the darkness. Brandishing a torch and calling out towards the second largest tent, report, Lord Qianhu, we have detected an anomaly. Immediately, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the tent, as if something had been overturned. Wang Wenfu was taken aback. Qianhu, was there more than one Qianhu present? How had they discovered an anomaly? He had concealed the bodies so well. The man's shout roused those nearby, creating a tumult in the camp. At that moment, Wang Wenfu had no choice but to halt and hide. The tent was suddenly torn open, and a dark-skinned man emerged. The robust figure was clad in studded leather armor, enveloped by a thick outer layer. Wang Wenfu noticed the glint of a silver tooth token hanging from the man's waist. What was happening? You had better provide me with an explanation, or I shall have you torn asunder. The barbarian Qianhu glared impatiently at the chaotic camp, knowing that this was the most perilous of moments. Of the clamor, combined with any additional disturbances, could lead to utter chaos. However, this newcomer was his trusted confidant. And the current uproar certainly indicated that something had indeed been uncovered. Lord Qianhu, we were attempting to extract the spy's teeth one by one to compel him to divulge information. To our astonishment, upon opening his mouth, we found traces of flesh lodged between his teeth. Undoubtedly, someone had been feeding him. The man knelt on the ground, his chest heaving, urgently stating, it is impossible for soldiers in the camp to show sympathy towards the Een people. There must be other spies who have infiltrated. The barbarian Qianhu furrowed his brow, absorbing the information from his subordinate. He ordered a count of personnel to encircle the camp, declaring that they would search every inch of the ground to unearth the intruder. The officer, having received the command, dashed off. In no time, the sounds of barking dogs echoed through the vicinity. Wang Wenfu, hidden in the shadows, could no longer remain passive. Damn it, there are dogs! Chapter 42. The camp in flames. While concealing himself could mask part of his scent. This was no forest. In the forest, various biological scents mingled, but here, the vast camp was different. A dog's keen nose would easily detect unfamiliar scents, especially since Wang Wenfu noticed the blood seeping from the pocket at his waist. Such a potent aroma was impossible to obscure. Gripping the jade plaque in his hand, Wang Wenfu felt he had chosen the wrong target, yet, the true objective lay before him, and he was determined to complete the mission. If a fight broke out now, the ensuing noise would undoubtedly attract attention, and Wang Wenfu had no desire to be overwhelmed by a multitude of assailants. What could he do to divert the attention of others? His gaze fell upon the burning bonfire. Since it was not raining, the fire could easily spread. With a swift motion, he loosed 3 arrows, scattering the nearby bonfire. Who goes there, with the cover of thunder gone? The barbarian Qian, who clearly heard the sound of the arrows slicing through the air. He sensed the infiltrator was nearby, yet as he scanned the area, he saw no one. The burning logs rolled towards the tents and other wooden structures. Quickly igniting a larger area, the flames illuminated the dark night, intensifying the clamor within the camp. It's on fire, put it out. The first voice rang out, followed by others echoing the call. The officer leading the dogs shouted, "Enemies have infiltrated, half of you go extinguish the flames, while the other half search for the enemy." Initially, the orders were still coherent. However, as panic spread, the message morphed: "The enemy is setting fires, we are under attack. 10,000 enemies, we are doomed." One person took the lead, prompting a wave of chaos throughout history. Campfires have been the most feared. The shouts and cries drowned out all semblance of normal commands. "Stop shouting. Officer, quickly restore order." "Where is the officer?" The barbarian Qian, who attempted to call for his officer to maintain control, but as he looked around, he realized the officer had long been swept away by the crowd. People were scattering in all directions, completely oblivious to his presence. The flames, fueled by the wind, spread uncontrollably, soon consuming the entire camp of the barbarian Qian, who stood frozen, bewildered. How could a single person create such turmoil within his ranks? Before he could utter a curse against this accursed individual, a roar erupted from behind him. Wang Wenfu launched a surprise attack from the shadows of the barbarian Qianhu, activating the ambush characteristic of his gale step. The blade was poised at the opponent's neck. The barbarian Qianhu, as if breaking free from some genetic lock, exhibited extraordinary reflexes, rising onto his toes and elevating his body. The slash intended to sever his head instead struck his shoulder. Following the clash of metal, the barbarian Qian, whose right arm was severed, Wang Wenfu's blade was lodged against the opponent's ribcage, halting its advance. Was this the power of bone refinement? In previous sparring matches with Gu Juanxiang, neither had sustained serious injuries. Gu Juanxiang, aware of his inability to win, had voluntarily withdrawn, conceding defeat. In that battle with Wei Lingfeng, the enemy had also been pierced through the heart, avoiding any damage to the ribs. A typical person struck by Wang Wenfu's sweeping blow would surely have been cleaved in two. The bone-refined warrior, however, had only lost an arm, exhibiting far superior physical resilience. Nevertheless, having pierced through armor and the skin and bones of a bone-refined warrior had significantly weakened the opponent. Wang Wenfu twisted his wrist, preparing to redirect the blade to pierce the chest. The barbarian Qianhu, unfazed by his injury, seized the opportunity to turn and face Wang Wenfu, enduring the loss of flesh from his chest in exchange. He awkwardly drew a slender saber from his waist and charged at Wang Wenfu with a fierce shout. The barbarian Qianhu aimed to exchange blows, seeking to perish alongside Wang Wenfu. He disregarded his wounds entirely. Intent on a life-for-a-life exchange, were it another individual, they might have been overwhelmed by such reckless abandon. However, Wang Wenfu's swordplay was profound. He had practiced with Gu Juanxiang precisely because his techniques were on the verge of an upgrade. The mastery of the tiger-subduing blade allowed him to perceive the opponent's intentions, rendering the barbarian Qianhu's every move futile. Each of his strikes was deftly countered, exacerbating the Qianhu's injuries. The barbarian Qianhu watched helplessly as his desperate attacks were neutralized by the youth. Each time he struck, not only did he fail to harm his opponent, but he also incurred new, bloody wounds. These injuries accelerated the flow of his vitality, and with every swing of his sword, the saber felt heavier in his grasp. Ultimately, he could no longer maintain his grip on the weapon. Clang! The saber fell to the ground, and the barbarian Qianhu exhaled his last breath. Wang Wenfu swiftly severed his head, securing it in a bag, and casually removed the silver tooth token from his waist. He saw no reason to discard an additional trophy. After all, more spoils meant greater merit. As for this man's identity, he would leave it to the military department to investigate, allowing them to deal with any complications that might arise, thereby diverting attention away from himself. Wang Wenfu mused, the flames around him growing ever more intense, the scorching air making it difficult to breathe. The primary mission had been accomplished. Now, he needed to locate the spy. He hoped the spy had managed to survive amidst the chaos. Setting the fire had been a means for him to ensure his own survival. If he lived, there was a chance for the spy to escape as well, otherwise both would perish on this vast expanse of grassland, a loss without gain. Following the trail, Wang Wenfu soon discovered the position of the spy. The spy had been placed atop a secluded boulder, bound and left exposed. It seemed that, as the officer had indicated, preparations were underway for severe punishment. However, after discovering the anomaly, the officer had fled, abandoning him in this predicament. The fire had not reached him, and the panicked crowd had not trampled him. Wang Wenfu swiftly severed the ropes binding the spy, assisting him to his feet. "Can you still walk?" Wang Wenfu inquired. Supporting the limp figure of the spy, "Not yet," the spy replied weakly, regaining some ability to speak, but Wang Wenfu could feel the lack of strength in the arm draped over his shoulder. Reluctantly, Wang Wenfu hoisted the spy onto his back and began to run. The jostling motion caused the spy to grunt in pain, but he understood there was no other choice. At least they would survive. A spark reignited in the spy's eyes. After being captured, he had believed he would never even be buried in his homeland. To his astonishment, someone had come to his rescue, an adept warrior. Surely he must be a formidable general, single-handedly turning the barbarian camp upside down. Enduring the pain, the spy's mind brimmed with fantasies. Wang Wenfu, however, had no time for such thoughts. He strained to discern the direction amidst the flames. The fire consumed all recognizable markers, and all he could see was the blinding light. Having finally managed to bring the spy to safety, the darkness of the grassland ahead felt more familiar than the fiery chaos behind. The horses hidden not far away. "We should reach it in about 10 minutes. Hold on," Wang Wenfu encouraged the spy, who responded with a faint acknowledgement. 2 Individuals sharing a single horse may indeed reduce the steed's speed. However, it is unlikely that these barbaric tribesmen could efficiently organize a pursuit in the immediate aftermath. Just after they had taken a few steps, the unmistakable sound of thundering hooves erupted behind them. The rhythmic clatter rapidly morphed into a resounding rumble, akin to a cavalry charging forth. Who could possibly regroup amidst such chaos? Whose morale could remain so unwavering? Wang Wenfu turned to behold a formidable troop of cavalry advancing with lethal intent. The flickering flames illuminated their contorted visages, each warrior brandishing a saber, roaring for vengeance against the Yin people. Clamoring to avenge the prince, it dawned on Wang Wenfu that this was the very squad that had sought to ambush him earlier. These riders were clearly not part of the Thousand Households' ranks. It was no wonder they had swiftly rallied their scattered forces to counterattack. With 2 legs, one could scarcely outrun their 4, especially when burdened with an injured comrade. Resolute, Wang Wenfu charged towards the still burning barbarian encampment. Chapter 43, The Black War Horse. Wang Wenfu recalled that the encampment housed a stable, which he had observed from a distance during his reconnaissance. The flames were growing increasingly fierce, and he wondered if any horses remained unscathed. Heat seared his skin, sending sharp pangs coursing through him as he navigated the treacherous inferno. The horses of the barbarian cavalry trembled in fear of the raging fire, even as their riders kicked their flanks with fervor. The steeds neighed in protest, refusing to advance. Consequently, the barbarian cavalry was left to patrol the perimeter of the encampment. If the Yin people did not emerge, they would surely be consumed by the flames. Wang Wenfu braved the blaze and dashed into the stable, only to be taken aback by the sight of the wide-open doors. The horses had already been spirited away by the riders, and those that remained had fled in terror from the inferno. Must he abandon his informant to save himself? Contemplating the pros and cons, he pondered whether to forsake his mission for the Thousand Household. Surely he could escape the fire with his refined skills in skinning. Once outside, facing the barbarian cavalry was not an insurmountable challenge. Yet, should they employ a strategy of attrition, shadowing him with incessant harassment rather than engaging in direct confrontation, matters would become quite troublesome. They could also dispatch a portion of their ranks to guide the main force, encircling him with overwhelming numbers. Against a 100-strong formation, Wang Wenfu was confident in his ability to break through. 1,000 strong, he might still hold his ground, but multiple 1,000-strong formations, or even a 10,000-strong legion, Wang Wenfu was self-assured yet not arrogant. His current prowess had yet to reach that zenith. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed 2 crimson eyes emerging from the shadows of the stable. What could be lurking within? To avoid a surprise attack, Wang Wenfu carefully placed his informant beside a water trough. Brandishing his blade against the unknown entity, the flames crept closer, threatening to engulf the stable. Bathed in the eerie red glow, he finally discerned the owner of those blood-red eyes. It was a magnificent black stallion, its sleek coat glistening under the flickering flames, radiating an unparalleled beauty. This horse stood taller than any he had ever encountered, reaching nearly 6 feet at the shoulder, unfazed by the encroaching flames. The black stallion stood resolute, facing the inferno. To his astonishment, within the barbarian encampment lay such a magnificent warhorse, a creature Wang Wenfu had long coveted. He contemplated employing his equestrian skills to claim the steed as his own. However, as he approached, the horse reared, delivering a swift kick. Had he not possessed remarkable agility, those iron hooves would have certainly marked his chest. Infuriated, Wang Wenfu found it frustrating that, at such a critical moment, he had encountered a troublesome horse. No wonder the riders had not taken it. It was clearly a spirited beast. Excellent, I have a penchant for the fiery. Wang Wenfu boldly advanced, evading another kick and closing the distance to the black stallion. You rebellious creature, do you not recognize your superior? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the terrifying upright ape. Standing before the black horse, he delivered an uppercut. Thud, the stallion was struck beneath the jaw. The force of the blow leaving it momentarily dazed, its body lost control, tumbling to the ground. Wang Wenfu, mindful not to injure the magnificent beast, tempered his strength. Fortunately, the soft earth absorbed the impact, preventing any injury. Upon landing, the horse lay there, seemingly aggrieved, its eyes shimmering with unshed tears, gazing at him with a look of deep resentment. You feel wronged? To his surprise, the horse exhibited such emotional depth, its expression rivaling that of a child. I am your master, do you understand? Wang Wenfu thought. If this horse dared to kick, it was truly deserving of a reprimand. He held a firm belief regarding all domesticated animals: humans were the rightful masters. Any creature attempting to elevate itself above its human counterpart was asking for a swift correction. The black stallion, oblivious to the meaning of Wang Wenfu's words, had grown accustomed to adoration since its youth. People marveled at its robust physique, casting envious glances in its direction. Forcing such a powerful horse to move was a perilous endeavor. It was not uncommon for its powerful legs to inflict harm upon humans. Even Prince 16 held this stallion in great esteem, instructing the horse trainers to treat it with the utmost gentleness. Thus, the black horse had always regarded humans as inferior beings, rebuffing their attempts to approach, let alone mount its back. Little did it expect to be struck upon their first encounter, planting seeds of self-doubt within its mind, the human before it appeared to be a being of a higher order. Wang Wenfu had no time to analyze the horse's psychological state. He noticed that the power of his previous punch had significantly enhanced his equestrian skills, with the horse still lying on the ground. He seized the opportunity to saddle it. The black stallion immediately accepted the saddle and bridle, rising to its feet as it was led. Wang Wenfu secured his informant upon his back using a rope and mounted the horse. Giddy up! With a newfound steed beneath him, Wang Wenfu felt an irresistible urge to charge toward the blazing fence of the warhorse. Without hesitation, executed his command, timing it perfectly. Wang Wenfu tightened his grip and lowered his center of gravity. Lying flat against the horse's back, the black stallion leaped, soaring over the waist-high fence and bursting forth from the inferno. The barbarian cavalry, patrolling the perimeter, caught sight of the radiant fire, through which emerged a majestic black warhorse. It bore a fair youth clad in silver-scaled armor, the stark contrast of black and white creating a striking visual dichotomy. To its that in person, kill him. These riders had accompanied Prince 16 to the Thousand Household. And with the prince slain, returning empty-handed would spell their doom. They believed they could redeem themselves by slaying this perpetrator and returning with both corpses, hoping to appease their king, yet the black horse's speed was unmatched. The barbarian cavalry could not hope to catch up. Not only was it swift, but its stamina was exceptional. Their mounts were already panting heavily, slowing down, while the young man's black stallion continued to gallop at breakneck speed. Boss, what should we do? The barbarian riders, growing increasingly distant from Wang Wenfu, felt a twinge of urgency. If they allowed this opportunity for redemption to slip away, their king's wrath would be unbearable. Maintain speed. That fellow is surely heading back to the city walls. We must simply appear on the horizon, and the Yin people will dare not open the gates to allow him entry. The cavalry leader, drawing from his experience as a prairie hunter, excelled in tracking and pursuit. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Yin people, we shall encircle him and enact our revenge outside the Great Wall. Wang Wenfu glanced back and saw that the barbarian cavalry had vanished from view. This black horse was truly remarkable. Its height and long legs allowed it to cover distances that would take other horses twice as long. Moreover, it was robust enough that he could fashion a proper saddle for it in due time. He turned the horse around to retrieve the gray steed he had previously hidden along the way. He also gathered some herbs, crushing them to give to his informant to stabilize his injuries at perfection. He had not only completed his mission but had also acquired a fine steed. Elated, he stroked the neck of the black stallion beneath him, which responded with a contented snort. Jiu Juanxiang stood atop the watchtower of the Great Wall, arms crossed, awaiting news. As long as Wang Wenfu had not returned, he would remain vigilant. The Great Wall had its protocols. To prevent enemy ambushes, the gates could only be opened with a signal. Should he leave, Wang Wenfu would find himself unable to gain entry. Your brother Gu, if one of your subordinates ventures beyond the Great Wall, Their fate is likely dire, remarked Yan Junqi, Gu Juanxiang's disciple and a fellow captain. Do you believe he won't return? Gu Juanxiang turned his gaze toward his younger companion. In the past, he had shared the same sentiments. When Su Shangrong reported his battle achievements, he had thought the lad was insane. A single person breaching the gates and seizing victory, such a feat was unfathomable for someone not yet 20. However, after Wang Wenfu arrived at the military camp, Gu Juanxiang's perspective gradually shifted. Following their practice in the woods, he had come to understand. A golden-scaled creature is not a mere pond fish. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. He should not return. He is but 100 household. How could he possibly slay the 1,000 household of the barbarian encampment, and then fight his way back through the siege? Yan Junqi, being a promising young leader, naturally believed that if he could not achieve something, neither could anyone else. I beg to differ, Gu Juanxiang replied calmly. Some things must transpire in front of one's eyes to alter others' perceptions. Yan Junqi, full of pride, failed to grasp why his master placed such importance on 100 household. He comes, Gu Juanxiang exclaimed excitedly, then strode forward with a beaming expression. Yan Junqi, perplexed, stepped forward to the parapet. Gazing into the distance, there, on the horizon, a lone figure on horseback began to materialize. Chapter 44. The charge of the cavalry. Wang Wenfu rode furiously, racing across the landscape. Behind him trailed his informant. Now mounted on the gray horse, after a period of recuperation, the informant was finally able to ride, prompting Wang Wenfu to allow him to ride on his own, although the gray horse was slower than the black stallion. Wang Wenfu lowered his speed accordingly. The towering watchtower of the Great Wall loomed ahead. Victory was within reach. Wang Wenfu urged his mount onward. I am Wang Wenfu, captain of the 11 Guard. I returned victorious from my mission. Open the gates. He soon arrived at the base of the city wall, calling out loudly. The informant followed closely behind, awaiting the Great Wall's gates to swing open. The harrowing experience of narrowly escaping death bestowed upon him a wealth of insights. Along with profound gratitude towards Wang Wenfu, this young man might have chosen to abandon him as a burden, or perhaps he could have merely severed his own head and falsely claimed that a spy had fallen victim to the barbarian's wrath. Once the gate is opened, you shall receive treatment. Do not give up, even in such dire moments. Wang Wenfu continued to encourage him. Thank you. The spy's eyes glistened with tears, and just as he was about to speak further, a louder voice interrupted. We cannot open the gate. The barbarian cavalry is approaching. The guards above replied in unison. What? Wang Wenfu was taken aback, not anticipating the relentless pursuit of these horsemen, after having slain a mere 1,000 households. They were chasing him with such fervor. One could only imagine the scale of their response had he taken the life of a prince or princess, reluctantly, since the presence of barbarians precluded the opening of the city gates. They would have to be eliminated instead. Wang Wenfu entrusted all his belongings to the spy beside him, brandishing his sword as he charged forward, directly towards the pursuing cavalry. What was he contemplating? Did he truly intend to charge headlong into the cavalry formation? Yin Jun had been astonished. This young general dares to confront the cavalry alone. It is well known that cavalry possesses far greater mobility than infantry. The cavalry formation can exploit their maximum advantages, perfectly combining mobility with impact. Just this band of over 50 barbarian cavalrymen could easily overwhelm several hundred infantry soldiers. Yin Jun noticed that his senior brother remained silent, merely observing intently. As he glanced outside again, the young general was on the cusp of colliding head-on with the cavalry. Wang Wenfu faced the barbarian horseman, drawing his bow from his back, releasing 3 arrows in unison. 3 barbarians fell to the ground in an instant, creating a gap in their formation. Wang Wenfu struck again, achieving another triple kill. Drawing his bow and knocking another arrow, he executed yet another triple kill. Before they could clash, the barbarian cavalry had already suffered 9 casualties. They howled in fury, swiftly regrouping to charge at Wang Wenfu with unyielding momentum. The distance was now sufficient. Wang Wenfu sheathed his bow and drew his sword, thrusting it forward like a bayonet. Clang! In the brief moment of engagement with the cavalry, he blocked several attacks aimed at himself and his steed. Twisting the blade, Wang Wenfu leaned back, piercing a barbarian cavalryman from behind. The formation of the barbarian cavalry began to shift, moving with a speed that far surpassed that of infantry. Correspondingly, their attacks grew more numerous and ferocious. Fighting atop a horse, not only was his Hu Hu Dao technique advancing, but his horsemanship was also rapidly improving. Wang Wenfu fought fiercely within the ranks, facing foes who posed no qualms, delivering lethal strikes that cleaved both men and horses of the barbarians in half. For the barbarian cavalry, this battle was a fight to the death. They had to bring Wang Wenfu back to answer for their failures in defense. For Wang Wenfu, it was equally a struggle for survival. He must return to the Great Wall before the bulk of the barbarian forces arrived. The fierce clash escalated into a brutal confrontation, leaving the soldiers atop the Great Wall in stunned silence. They had never witnessed such a bloody struggle, each participant exerting their utmost effort. Wang Wenfu was drenched in blood, unsure whether it was his own or that of his enemies. His scale armor had been rent in several places. Sacrificed in his haste to vanquish foes, Wang Wenfu felt his vitality surging, while the barbarian cavalrymen continued their relentless fight. He was on the verge of reaching the later stages of his realm. Needing only a little more to achieve it, the black warhorse neighed, its hind hooves kicking back, sending a barbarian cavalryman sprawling several meters away. It then turned to grant Wang Wenfu space. Wang Wenfu's sword traced a magnificent arc, cleaving through the charging barbarian cavalryman, splitting him and his weapon in two. This young man is remarkable. Yan Jun had become completely enthralled by the battle unfolding before him, not even noticing that he was leaning dangerously far over the city wall. It's become a habit. Jiu Juanxiang appeared nonchalant, yet his gaze was fervent as he scrutinized Wang Wenfu's every move. He was learning, aspiring to break through the bottleneck of his own cultivation. To those present, it felt as though a great deal of time had passed, while in reality, it was merely a few breaths. The 50-strong barbarian cavalry unit had been all but annihilated by Wang Wenfu. Only a single cavalry captain at the later stage of the bone refinement realm remained, stubbornly resisting. Wang Wenfu gasped for breath. This battle had indeed proven more arduous than breaking through a 100-man infantry formation. However, he was fortunate to possess ample vitality, having drained theirs. The cavalry captain gritted his teeth, his spiked leather armor tattered. "Remove your armor," he shouted, discarding his defenseless gear and charging forth clad only in a simple tunic. Wang Wenfu steeled himself for this final confrontation. The opponent's decision to shed heavy armor was a desperate gambit for agility, initiating a reckless assault, yet Wang Wenfu's armor did not hinder his movements, allowing him to easily evade this attack. With a swift flick of his sword, he severed the forelegs of the cavalry captain's horse. The horse neighed in distress, throwing the captain off, who fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. The captain lay there, pinned beneath the chest of the black warhorse. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, weakly stating, "You have slain the prince. The king will not let this go unpunished." "A prince? Thank you for the information." Wang Wenfu swiftly brought his sword down, granting him eternal rest. It turned out that the one in possession of the jade contract was indeed a prince. Yet who could have foreseen that this prince would venture to such a remote barbarian outpost, and that he would cross paths with Wang Wenfu? Moreover, this 1,000 households had even offered him their grand tent, which ultimately benefited Wang Wenfu. With matters concluded, Wang Wenfu returned to the foot of the Great Wall. "The barbarians have been vanquished. Open the gates." This cry roused the crowd atop the Great Wall. Still immersed in the aftermath of the battle. One person single-handedly annihilated the barbarian cavalry unit. Do we truly have such a person in our garrison? The soldiers, having witnessed the thrilling confrontation, began to disregard military discipline and engage in animated discussions. Yet at this moment, no officer intervened to silence them, as they too were intensely deliberating how this feat had been accomplished. It seems we have found a candidate for this year's 1 against 100 selection. Yan Jun shook his head, genuinely impressed. No wonder his senior brother harbored such concern. It was clear that this young man was no ordinary talent. "Open the gates and allow them entry," Gu Juanxiang instructed, signaling for the secret door to be opened to let the two outside in. "Captain Gu, the mission has been accomplished." Wang Wenfu dismounted and bowed to Gu Juanxiang. "Good," observing the spoils of war brought back by the youth, along with the spy who entered behind him. Gu Juanxiang nodded approvingly. "Assist me down." The spy dismounted with the help of soldiers, then knelt before Wang Wenfu. "I owe you my life. I, Dian Zeman, shall serve you faithfully for the rest of my days." Wang Wenfu helped him to his feet, reflecting that he had merely fulfilled his duty. However, while actions may speak volumes, the gratitude expressed by the spy was indeed warranted. The notion of serving him for life was excessive. Wang Wenfu was not a person who would take advantage of such sentiments. As the spy looked at him, it felt inappropriate not to say something. "Your name is Dian Zeman, is it not?" Dian Zeman. Wang Wenfu's memory stirred, feeling a vague familiarity with the name. "Isn't it Dian Wei?" Wang Wenfu blurted out, recalling the name of the legendary warrior. "How did you know my nickname, my lord? Your nickname is Dian Wei." Wang Wenfu could scarcely believe it. Surely he had not traveled back to the Eastern Han Dynasty. Dian Zeman smiled and explained, "I was rather slow-witted as a child, and in moments of urgency, I would only blurt out wah wah wah, so my hometown folks began calling me Dianwei, and it just stuck." Wang Wenfu observed the spy's frail and diminutive frame, as if he might topple over with the slightest breeze. The torment from the barbarians had left him so weak that he could barely stand, his legs trembling with every few steps. he bore no resemblance to the fierce and mighty warriors of old. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence of names. He decided to treat it as such. Wang Wenfu bid farewell to Dian Zimin, instructing him to rest and recuperate. He then proceeded to report the battle to Gu Juanxiang. Yan Jun stood nearby, having witnessed the entire battle and eager to learn what this young man had accomplished outside the Great Wall, infiltrating the barbarian camp, assassinating a barbarian prince, igniting the camp to incite chaos, ambushing a barbarian 1,000 households, and circumventing the cavalry's interception. The string of achievements left both men momentarily speechless. Even the guards nearby were drawn in by the captivating tale, leaning in to listen intently. "Do you have any evidence?" Yan Jun was momentarily overwhelmed by the deluge of information, astonished by the strength of this young man. It was fortunate he was on their side, otherwise such power could become a terror. Of course, Wang Wenfu dismounted and retrieved the tokens from Prince 16 and the barbarian 1,000 households, as well as their insignias from his bosom. Yan Jun fell silent, filled with admiration. Jiu Juanxiang, however, closed his eyes in contemplation and murmured, "The fire in the camp, it seems there are no witnesses." Wang Wenfu nodded, exasperately replying, "At that time, the spy was bound at a distance on the execution platform, and I was surrounded only by barbarian soldiers. He couldn't exactly bring the barbarian soldiers to testify. He could only answer truthfully, 'I wish I had left a cavalryman alive, but those horsemen hadn't witnessed me setting the fire either. So it can only be considered indirect evidence.'" Jiu Juanxiang pondered for a moment, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. "I will compile the battle report and submit it accurately. As for how the Ministry of War will interpret it, I cannot intervene." Just as he finished speaking, a sleek black horse head pushed aside the curtain and entered the tent, nuzzling Wang Wenfu's shoulder, seeking his affection. Since entering the city, this horse had remained inseparable from Wang Wenfu. Earlier, when the stableman attempted to lead it away, it had fixed him with a fierce gaze, rendering him utterly frozen. Wang Wenfu, unable to resist the horse's insistence, gently stroked its head. "You not only disrupted the barbarian camp but also brought back this magnificent steed." Gu Juanxiang chuckled, "Take good care of it. It might just save your life at a critical moment." Wang Wenfu tied the horse nearby and bowed once more. Captain Gu's words effectively acknowledged that the horse belonged to Wang Wenfu and would not be reclaimed. "Rest well, you have completed your mission splendidly. Not only will the Ministry of War reward you, but I shall also provide you with a corresponding reward." Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Gu Juanxiang led Wang Wenfu back to the 1,000 households compound in Ling Mountain. The Qianhu Manor has undergone a remarkable transformation. Once a desolate expanse of land, it now boasts several brick-antile edifices. The newly appointed leader of the martial arts school, in a bid to quell the ambitions of other covetous parties, must firmly ally himself with the Qianhu Manor. He has provided an abundance of resources, ensuring that meals are now overseen by dedicated personnel, and the soldiers' provisions are significantly improved compared to the past. "Here, take this," Gu Juanxiang said as he emerged from his chamber, handing a scroll of blueprints to Wang Wenfu. Upon opening it, Wang Wenfu discovered the designs for weaponry. True to his reputation as an experienced veteran, he immediately recognized the pressing need to enhance his striking range. In future cavalry engagements, he would no longer have to worry about the length of his weapons. "You can enlist a craftsman to forge it. Just procure the materials from me." "Thank you, Gu Qianhu," Wang Wenfu replied. "No need for thanks. I have another piece of news to share with you." Jiu Juanxiang flipped through his schedule and stated, "The selection officer arrived at the Wei Manor a few days ago. Once the selection is complete there, he will come here, and it shouldn't take long." Selection officer? This was the first time Wang Wenfu had heard this term. Leaving him puzzled about its meaning, the selection officer is appointed from among the elite instructors to scout promising talents across various garrisons. Gu Juanxiang elaborated, "Each Qianhu has one quota, and for this location, I have chosen you. Thank you for your recognition, Qianhu," Wang Wenfu said, now realizing he had the opportunity to qualify for the elite ranks. He had heard much about their esteemed reputation, yet he never expected the chance to come so swiftly. "Focus on your training. What is your current level?" "I am preparing for the later stages of skin refinement." Jiu Juanxiang nodded approvingly, noting the youth's remarkable progress. After skin refinement comes bone refinement, followed by muscle and organ refinement. "However, as you are still a Baihu, I cannot grant you the techniques for muscle refinement. Moreover, I believe that once you enter the elite ranks, the techniques you acquire there will surpass the ordinary methods I provide." "Is muscle refinement truly after bone refinement?" "At last, I have learned the names of the subsequent stages, but why must one refine the bones before the muscles? Shouldn't the muscles be strengthened first?" Wang Wenfu inquired. If one were to enter the muscle refinement stage prematurely, the bones would be unable to withstand the muscle's force, leading to fractures. Gu Juansheng explained, these stages were developed through the sacrifices of our predecessors, and thus, they are universally applicable. The skeleton serves as the body's framework. Similarly, if one does not first refine the skin, the muscle's exertion could tear the flesh. Wang Wenfu absorbed this wisdom, realizing that martial arts training had such intricacies. Skin refinement is not merely a means of defense against enemies' weapons but also a form of self-protection. After bidding farewell to the Qinhu, Wang Wenfu made his way to the familiar artisan's shop. His visit had two objectives: to have the blueprints transformed into usable weapons and to complete the 20-force bow. Due to the hasty exit from the Great Wall last time, the battle bow had been rushed, with many aspects poorly calibrated, resulting in a subpar feel and barely functional quality. This time, he aimed to grant it its full potential, which would also benefit his future archery skills. Wenfu, back again, artisan Xing greeted warmly. Without the dismissive attitude often reserved for regular customers, Xing artisan, please help me repair this bow. I would greatly appreciate it. Of course, hand it over. Wang Wenfu passed the bow to him, then produced the blueprints. Can you make this? The materials and payment will be covered by Qinhu Manor. Xing artisan accepted the bow and blueprints, unfolding the designs. This design is decent but rather mundane. It does not suit you. It can be improved. After contemplating, he set the blueprints aside and pointed to the sword at Wang Wenfu's waist. Understanding the cue, Wang Wenfu handed over the sword. The scabbard needs repair as well. Noticing the large gash in the scabbard, artisan Xing murmured, long weapons, short weapons. His hands moved quickly, sketching and measuring various parts of the sword. Once he finished the drawings, he first repaired the scabbard and returned it to Wang Wenfu. All done. I have a new design that will surely suit you, artisan Xing declared confidently, rubbing his hands together with excitement. In about 10 days, both items will be ready for you. Thank you. I shall take my leave for now. After bidding farewell, Wang Wenfu stepped outside. Suddenly, he was jostled by someone at the entrance. My apologies. The individual repeatedly apologized, yet remained in close proximity to Wang Wenfu, observing the street, which had been bustling with activity. Wang Wenfu noticed a clear path had formed, with the crowd pressed against the sides. A group of guards brandished whips, shouting, "The governor has arrived, make way." Chapter 46, Not a Banquet of Deceit. The governor? Wang Wenfu recalled what Wei Lingfeng, the former leader of the Yunhe martial arts school, had said before his demise, that there was a powerful figure backing him. It was surprising that they had come so quickly. It seemed Wei Lingfeng's death had indeed severed a significant piece of flesh from the governor's side. However, his arrival did not interfere with Wang Wenfu's plans. The governor was a civil official, while he was a martial general. The former could not cross that boundary to target him. Furthermore, since Wang Wenfu had consumed imperial wine, he was regarded as half an imperial subject, which the governor should be aware of. At last, as the governor departed the street, the crowd, previously cornered, began to disperse. Their faces were filled with indignation, yet they dared not voice their anger. A few slow-moving individuals, who had been struck by whips, could only nurse their wounds and resign themselves to misfortune. Wang Wenfu shook his head and returned home. He unfastened the bridle and saddle of the black horse that had been following him, allowing it to roam freely within the house. This creature simply refused to remain in the stable, trailing after him wherever he went. There was no choice but to bring it home. He would have to care for this enormous beast. But fortunately, it only consumed vegetables. Wang Wenfu heated oil in a pot and cooked the remaining tiger meat along with rice. Just as he awaited the meal's completion, he noticed the black horse gazing at him intently. Hungry, Wang Wenfu had initially intended to purchase some fodder outside, but the vendor had been injured by the governor's guards and closed shop. The black horse ambled to a corner and began to scratch the ground with its front hooves. That area was where the leftover herbs were stored, proving it indeed had a knack for finding sustenance. Go ahead, eat. Wang Wenfu brought out the herbs and placed them on the table for the horse to choose from, considering it a substitute for the missed fodder. After all, it was still from the master's household, and he wouldn't need so much for himself for the time being. As he watched the black horse relish the precious herbs, Wang Wenfu pondered a name for it. Observing the horse's sleek, jet-black coat that shone like satin, he recalled a legendary steed. How about I name you Zhuying? Whether it understood or not, the black horse gave a slight nod. After finishing his meal, Wang Wenfu began practicing his sword techniques. He was merely a step away from upgrading his skills, estimating that completing a set of sword techniques would lead to mastery. In the backyard, Zhuying instinctively stayed by the door, not disturbing Wang Wenfu's training. Wang Wenfu centered his thoughts and circulated his vital energy. A tempest arose in the backyard, sending dust and debris swirling. After completing a set of sword techniques, he indeed reached the pinnacle of the tiger subduing blade technique. Simultaneously, his skin refinement stage advanced to the later period, rendering him nearly impervious to harm. The next practice session would be the moment of breakthrough. Gu Qianhu had mentioned that once he entered the elite ranks, he could freely choose from the top-tier techniques available. He wondered how the selection process worked and heard that each assessment varied. After finishing his sword practice, Wang Wenfu turned to archery. A mastery in both close and ranged combat would serve him well in overcoming adversaries. Just as he was engrossed in his training, a knock sounded at the door. Wang Wenfu put away his bow and arrows and opened the door. Before him stood a cleanly dressed young servant he had not seen before. Upon noticing the door open, the servant bowed and announced in a clear voice, "My lord, the governor requests your presence at the county office for a banquet." After speaking, the servant lowered his head and gestured for Wang Wenfu to follow. The governor was quite prompt. He had just arrived in Ling Mountain County and was already eager to seek out Wang Wenfu. However, it seemed he was wary of Wang Wenfu's martial status and did not resort to force, as those who had done so previously now had grass growing over their graves. A governor. Is it? Very well, I shall see him, Wang Wenfu replied, following the servant's gestured invitation and mounting Zhuying as they headed toward the county office. The servant trailed closely behind, his steps barely matching the horse's strides. Yet he kept his head lowered, unwilling to meet Wang Wenfu's gaze. It appeared the governor had strict protocols. The servant's timid demeanor hinted at the seriousness of the matter. The county office was festooned with decorations. Clearly an effort by the magistrate to please the governor. The streets were bustling with guests invited to the banquet. The servant led Wang Wenfu through the crowd, bringing him to the innermost hall. As the door opened, a large table came into view. Only the most prominent figures of Ling Mountain County could sit at this table. The governor occupied the main seat, with the magistrate seated beside him. Among the guests were Gu Qianhu and the newly appointed leader of the Yunhe Martial Arts School, Wenfu. "My young brother, please have a seat," the governor welcomed warmly, exuding familiarity. "Thank you, governor," Wang Wenfu replied with a slight bow. He refrained from being rude, especially with Gu Qianhu seated comfortably, suggesting that both parties had yet to sever ties. As Wang Wenfu settled beside Gu Qianhu, the latter nodded slightly. "I have heard from Gu Qianhu that my young brother is indeed a heroic youth. Come, let me toast to you." Before long, the governor raised his glass in tribute, expressing admiration. Wang Wenfu reciprocated, engaging in polite exchanges. The wine was potent, smooth upon entry, yet packing a significant punch, unbeknownst to him. However, it seemed that since acquiring the system, the intoxicating effects of alcohol no longer affected him. Instead, he found himself reaping numerous benefits, noticing that Wang Wenfu handled the wine well, maintaining his composure and eloquence. The governor recognized that this youth was indeed formidable and thus abandoned any plans to intoxicate him. After several rounds of toasting, the governor smiled and began to articulate his intentions. My young brother Wenfu, I am not particularly talented. I have merely ascended to this fourth-rank position from being a magistrate. During my rise, I have offended many, and thus I am in urgent need of capable subordinates. I am aware that the leader of the martial arts school beneath me has had some disagreements with you. So I have come to resolve any lingering animosities. Should you choose to follow me, I can offer you access to the martial arts techniques of my school, and I also possess exclusive medicinal baths that I can provide. Upon finishing, he cast a glance at Gu Qianhu and the new school leader. Naturally, he was aware of the influence the Qianhu manor had over the Ling Mountain County martial arts scene. The implication was clear. As long as Wang Wenfu aligned himself with him, matters concerning the martial arts school could be manipulated at will. However, trading a county martial arts school for the favor of a royal prince was an exceptionally advantageous exchange. Wang Wenfu turned his gaze towards Gu Qianhu, who wore a smile indicating that he should make a choice. The governor had praised him falsely, claiming, "I have already partaken of His Majesty's imperial wine. I am now one of his people." Wang Wenfu sought to deflect responsibility by invoking the emperor. "Brother Wenfu, such words are misguided. Consider this, the ruler of the realm will eventually be His Highness the Prince. And I am also one of his followers. If you align yourself with me, and should you catch the prince's eye in the future, would that not lead to your rapid ascendance? Serving His Highness is, after all, akin to serving the emperor himself. You shall not be wronged." The governor had long prepared a counter-strategy. Observing Wang Wenfu's hesitation, he launched into a well-rehearsed speech of the prince, not the crown prince. Wang Wenfu astutely sensed that the governor's patron was not the current crown prince, but rather someone else entirely. Moreover, to utter such treasonous words could warrant a death sentence, yet this man spoke them brazenly. "I appreciate the governor's recognition, yet I still believe serving His Majesty is the true path." Wang Wenfu feigned a visage of distress, appearing as if he had no choice. The governor, aware of the underlying intricacies, promptly stated, "Do not be hasty in your refusal. We possess corresponding remedies, and I can offer you several doses of my medicinal bath for trial. What do you think? Can I truly try it?" Wang Wenfu thought, relishing the opportunity to indulge in the medicinal bath without obligation. "That if you desire, I shall procure it for you immediately." "Very well." The governor, unaware that Wang Wenfu could see through his scheme, felt a rush of triumph in his heart. Chapter 47. The four stars aligned. The governor summoned his subordinates, instructing them to set up a large tub in an adjacent room. This chamber appeared to belong to the county magistrate, yet the governor paid it no mind. The magistrate could only lower his head in silence. He directed his men to fill the tub with warm water before stepping forward. The value of this medicinal bath far exceeded its weight in silver. Once prepared, he retrieved a cloth pouch from his waist and submerged it in the water. The herbs within the pouch dissolved into the liquid like dye, transforming the clear water into a rich brown hue in no time. "Brother Wenfu, please proceed." The governor gestured towards the steaming tub, inviting Wang Wenfu to immerse himself. He discarded the used herbal pouch, squeezing out the excess liquid before tossing it into the fire pit. The governor's secrecy was indeed commendable. Wang Wenfu chuckled, feigning regret. It was essential to portray an eager pursuit of power and profit, creating a facade that the other party could manipulate through perceived benefits. After all, this was a family secret. Otherwise, the prince would not have entrusted him with such a significant responsibility. The governor smiled confidently. "This secret formula has taken generations to develop." "He bring Brother Wenfu garments for his bath," he commanded, summoning two maidservants to attend to Wang Wenfu. Initially, Wang Wenfu felt slightly uncomfortable, but with eyes upon him, he had to play the part of one who relished the experience. "Such torment, I could use more." Wang Wenfu shed his outer garments, revealing his strong thighs and robust arms. The maidservants blushed, yet with the governor present, they had no choice but to seize the opportunity to be a little intimate while assisting him. "The governor, do you intend to watch me bathe?" Wang Wenfu, now clad only in his undergarments, glanced toward the governor, who remained rooted in place, as if he intended to observe the entire process. Wang Wenfu was unaccustomed to being seen naked by another man. The governor chuckled and lowered the sheer curtain. The curtain obscured the view, allowing only silhouettes to be seen through the light. Two delicate figures, curvaceous and petite, flanked Wang Wenfu, assisting him in removing his final garments. "Did I just catch a glimpse of a giant serpent?" When the governor glanced back, only the massive tub and the boy's head remained visible. Shaking his head, he returned to the previous room. Wang Wenfu had immersed himself in the bath, and the moment his skin made contact with the medicinal water, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The potion penetrated his skin, invigorating his vitality and enhancing his internal energy. This concoction not only provided skill enhancements but also refined his skin. No wonder the governor exuded such confidence. This medicinal bath was indeed a remarkable treasure. "Excellent. However, it now belongs to me." Wang Wenfu began to identify the herbs used in the bath, committing them to memory. The ingredients were not particularly rare. The true value lay within the formula itself. It was no wonder it was a family secret. No one would have guessed that these herbs, when combined, could yield such miraculous effects. During the bath, the brown potion was absorbed, replacing the impurities within his body. Yet the water in the tub gradually transitioned from a deep brown to a frothy black sludge. Wang Wenfu emerged from the tub, ready to cleanse himself of the residual filth. Standing upright, a maidservant approached to wash his body. Her soft, gentle hands glided over his skin, inducing a mix of pleasure and ticklish sensations. Once dried, he extended his hand, and garments were promptly draped upon him. At last, he understood the meaning of clothes come to hand. Returning to the banquet, Wang Wenfu observed Gu Qianhu and the governor reveling in merriment. The county magistrate, who should have been the host, appeared restless, gripping an empty cup. "Brother Wenfu, have you reached a decision?" The governor, now flushed from drink, turned to see Wang Wenfu approaching with a beaming smile. He believed that one medicinal bath had secured his favor, but he was unaware that Wang Wenfu had grasped the essence of his secret. Although the bath was indeed beneficial, one trial could hardly reveal its full potential. It would require several sessions. Wang Wenfu refrained from offering a direct response, instead broaching the subject of the medicinal bath. "Very well, I shall gift you 3 more doses." The governor assumed that Wang Wenfu was merely being courteous in front of Gu Qianhu, unwilling to accept outright, hence he only mentioned the matter of the bath. Waving his hand, he considered himself magnanimous, saying, "If you desire more, come find me, and we shall negotiate thoroughly when the two meet again privately." With Gu Qianhu no longer an obstacle, this inexperienced youth would be firmly within his grasp. "Thank you, Governor. I am not one for drink, so I shall take my leave." Wang Wenfu bowed, eager to return and practice his archery. "Take your time, I await your good news." The governor, beaming with delight, felt confident about his hold over Wang Wenfu. Having tasted such sweet rewards, he was unafraid that the young man would not seek him out again. He assumed that someone favored by the prince would exhibit unwavering resolve, yet he was merely a captive of the governor's medicinal bath. After bidding farewell, Wang Wenfu made his way to Qinhu's residence to practice archery. Since his 20-pound bow was being fashioned by the craftsman Xing, he had to settle for a mere 10-pound bow. Fortunately, this did not hinder his skill progression. Level up, Archery Intermediate 1650, 100 steps to pierce the sun. The enemy cannot evade rapid fire. 4 stars align. 4 stars align. At this rate, reaching the pinnacle would merely require achieving 6 stars align. Wang Wenfu had heard of the legend of 9 stars align and knew that 6 stars was not the ultimate limit of archery. Could there be even more advanced techniques? For now, he could only speculate, uncertain of what skills awaited him. The county magistrate's olive branch was one he had no intention of accepting. As a marshal general, venturing into the realm of civil officials could embroil him in royal disputes. Once he entered the gilded palace, he would find himself ensnared. Wang Wenfu aspired to assemble a force of his own rather than trail behind the royal family. The selection officer was likely to arrive soon, at which point he could justifiably decline the county magistrate's overtures. For now, however, he would indulge in the luxury of the medicinal bath. Wang Wenfu's military achievements were reported to the Ministry of War, garnering attention from various factions. Upon a grand throne carved from colossal jade, draped in golden silk, sat a withered figure. His body was emaciated and frail, resembling that of a desiccated corpse. "That boy has accomplished another feat?" he ordered. "Ensure the dosage is doubled. He must be kept firmly under control." The figure spoke in a booming voice that belied his fragile appearance, commanding those kneeling below him. Asu command. Among those receiving orders was none other than Lu Qinchai, who had previously delivered imperial wine to Wang Wenfu. In a nearby opulent hall, a disheveled young man sat in the same posture. That lad not only survived, but he also killed the barbarian prince in Qinhu, earning commendation. "Indeed, your highness, the wall's defenders were witnesses. He single-handedly charged through a 50-man cavalry unit of the barbarians." TSK. The young man clicked his tongue in displeasure, muttering curses under his breath. The official in white, sensing his master's dissatisfaction, quickly remedied the situation. "We have invested considerable resources to bribe the imperial physician. We can now replicate His Majesty's formula. I have dispatched my subordinates to entice Wang Wenfu. He will not refuse our offer. When the king arrives with heavenly soldiers to demand retribution, we shall hand over Wang Wenfu, acting independently. I hope your highness will pardon this transgression." A smile crept across the young man's lips as he declared, "You are truly my beloved minister. Only you understand my heart. Once I divide that old coot's realm with the king, I shall bestow upon you the title of chancellor." Chapter 48, 1 dead. 1 wounded. Wang Wenfu approached the governor for the 3rd time, hoping to secure another complimentary medicinal bath, but the governor could hardly contain himself. "Brother Wenfu, have you reached a decision? This is the final trial dose." The governor, impatient, felt certain that Wang Wenfu had taken the bait, yet he sensed no weight on the line. "I shall complete my trial first. Please be patient, governor." Wang Wenfu employed a tactic of delay. Avoiding any mention of switching allegiances, the governor, left with no alternative, waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements. After indulging himself, Wang Wenfu emerged feeling rejuvenated. Stretching lazily, he encountered the governor blocking the doorway, flanked by 3 guards. "Bone refining? 3, is it?" Wang Wenfu immediately discerned the guard's prowess. The governor had indeed spared no expense in this endeavor to corner him, further proving that his claims of urgently needing talent were nothing but fabrications. A mouthful of lies, not a word of truth. Truly an old fox in the bureaucratic arena. What is the meaning of this, governor? Wang Wenfu feigned ignorance, unable to comprehend the tension in the air. "Humph, we've spoken enough. You've tried the bath. Today, I demand an answer. Will you come with me or not?" The governor's demeanor had shifted from cordiality to an overt display of his true intentions. A dignitary of the 4th rank should have been high and mighty, yet he would not have treated this minor official with such disdain had it not been for the task imposed upon him from above. "What sort of talk is this? I have never claimed I would seek refuge with you. It was you who suggested that I might try the medicinal bath, prompting my visit." Wang Wenfu, seeing that the other party had ceased their pretense, felt no inclination to utter any pleasantries. With the formidable strength of these 3 bone refinement guards, he was confident he could break free. "How absurd! You are inviting punishment by refusing my hospitality." Never before had a governor been treated in such a manner. His expression twisted in rage, his furious words spitting like venom. the guards behind him were all martial arts prodigies from various regions. Yet upon displaying his rank as a fourth-grade official, these men would promptly bow and submit to him. Only this Wang Wenfu remained obstinate, impervious to both coaxing and threats, truly detestable. Capturing him would suffice. As long as he remained alive, he could be presented as a trophy. With a command from the governor, the guards closed in, they rolled up their sleeves, eager to showcase their prowess before their master. Governor, swords and blades are merciless. Nurturing a bone refinement guard requires considerable resources, does it not? Wang Wenfu rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, awaiting their approach. Humph, you're merely 100 household captain. At best a practitioner of the skin refinement realm. What audacity! The governor, aware of the youth's capabilities, had brought along his 3 strongest subordinates. Survive if you can, do not perish too swiftly, or I shall have difficulty reporting back. He crossed his arms and raised his chin, signaling for the guards to commence their assault. The 3 guards immediately drew their swords and charged forth. It was evident to all that they had initiated the conflict. Wang Wenfu muttered something indistinctly. Then, in the cramped room, the 4 engaged in fierce combat. Furniture and decor were shredded by the clashing blades, and even the doors and windows suffered their wrath. The 3 fought individually. Lacking coordination, Wang Wenfu, on the other hand, was free to unleash his full strength without reservation. The guards' attacks were sporadic, with their rhythm thoroughly disrupted. Utilizing the walls as cover, Wang Wenfu darted between the 3 like a fish in water. Inflicting wounds upon them, the expressions of the trio shifted from initial confidence to an indescribable bitterness. Could this truly be a mere practitioner of the skin refinement realm, who has ever witnessed a practitioner of that tier maneuvering so effortlessly against 3 bone refinement warriors? Moreover, this youth wielded his blade with a ferocity reminiscent of a battle-hardened veteran. His strikes came from the most unexpected angles. Even though he was a tier below, they found it difficult to parry his blows. Furthermore, he seemed impervious to fatigue, as if he were an everlasting engine. Finally, a breach appeared to the foremost guard, facing the brunt of Wang Wenfu's onslaught and expending the most energy, found his spirit waning. In a moment of distraction, he caught sight of a gaze as fierce as a tiger's. It was soul-chilling, rendering him paralyzed. The next instant, this guard was pierced through the heart, collapsing lifelessly. Do not look at his eyes, before the second guard could articulate his warning. The blade appeared before him. He hastily raised his sword to block, but the anticipated impact never materialized. The blade twisted in mid-air, evading his guard and carving a wound into his chest. Fortunately, he retreated swiftly enough to avoid a fatal blow. However, the cut severed a chunk of flesh, leaving him bleeding profusely and impairing his right arm's strength. With 1 subordinate dead and another injured, the governor's heart bled. The funds required to cultivate a bone refinement warrior could sustain a 1,000-man army. Moreover, these individuals were exceptional martial arts talents, destined for greatness. With a fallen comrade, the remaining 2 guards huddled in a corner, their hands trembling as they clutched their swords, having shifted from a mindset of capturing Wang Wenfu to merely seeking survival. They were now in a position of defense. Wang Wenfu turned towards the governor, who in a panic attempted to flee but unexpectedly collided with the wall behind him. With a thud, a large bump instantly formed on his forehead. "What do you intend to do? I am an official of the court," he bellowed, his tone a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. "I have invested so much in you. Hurry and save your master." Wang Wenfu merely brandished his bloodied sword, amused by the governor's comical display. A dignified governor, reduced to such a pitiful state, what a disgrace! Outside, a booming voice interrupted the governor's cries. Gu Qin, who strode through the now shattered door, followed closely by Lu Qingchai. Wang Wenfu's earlier remarks had clearly been directed at these 2. Gu Qin and Lu Qingchai. Wang Wenfu performed a respectful bow, acknowledging them. "Please tidy this place, we have matters to discuss." Lu Qingchai gestured towards the weeping county magistrate in the corner, instructing him to clean up the chaotic room. This was, after all, the county office, the magistrate's domain, yet under the incessant commands of the governor and the imperial envoy. He had become a servant in his own establishment. "I shall attend to it at once," the magistrate replied submissively, beginning to restore order to his surroundings. Once everything was in place, the 4 gathered around a table. Although the governor shared the same table, his earlier bravado had evaporated. Like a bereaved dog with a broken spine, he sighed in despondency. "I did not expect to see you again so soon," Lu Qingchai remarked with a smile, producing a prepared imperial wine to offer to Wang Wenfu. Knowing he could not evade it, Wang Wenfu accepted the imperial wine with familiarity. After all, he possessed an antidote, rendering him unconcerned about being controlled by any substance. In his eagerness, he inadvertently splashed a few drops onto his chest. As the wine soaked into his clothing, it came into contact with the inner elixir he had discreetly kept close. The elixir vibrated as if it had encountered a long-awaited blessing, immediately absorbing the wine within. Wang Wenfu sensed this and seized the opportunity. The previously dormant elixir was now stirring, since he had yet to discover how to utilize it. Why not experiment? He set down the wine cup and scratched at his chest. What's the matter? Lu Qingchai inquired, noting Wang Wenfu's hesitation with the cup. Just a bit of an itch, nothing to worry about. Wang Wenfu replied with a smile, discreetly transferring the elixir from his clothing to his palm, concealing it within. Chapter 49, Instructor Song. Wang Wenfu once more lifted the wine cup, feigning an intention to drink the imperial wine. As the elixir neared the cup's rim, it absorbed the liquid like a sponge soaking up water. What fine wine! Wang Wenfu set the cup down and began to pour himself another glass. In truth, each time the wine entered the cup, it was absorbed into the elixir. He remained uncertain whether the elixir was consuming wine or poison, but it was worth a tea or y in no time. Wang Wenfu had emptied a flask of imperial wine, returning the cup to Lu Qingchai. It seemed this youth had yet to realize his life had been extended. Lu Qingchai nodded in satisfaction. Collecting the wine vessels, Wang Baihu. No, I suppose I should call you Deputy Qianhu now, Lu Qingchai declared, producing a copper plaque inlaid with silver to replace the original copper badge of 100 household captain. You are now a Deputy Qianhu, elevated from a 5th-grade martial officer. He then glanced at the governor, the implications unmistakable. The turmoil within the royal family had become an open secret, and he was aware that a prince had set his sights on Wang Wenfu. However, it was not yet time for an open confrontation. Thus everyone continued to play their cards close to their chests. Although the Deputy Qianhu was a 5th-grade official, the value of martial positions far surpassed that of civil ones. Such rapid advancement in a short span confirmed that His Majesty had indeed recognized a worthy individual. I am grateful for the Emperor's favor, Wang Wenfu responded, both men chuckling amicably. Yet, unexpectedly, a commotion erupted outside. Accompanied by heavy footsteps. My lord, a group of soldiers has arrived claiming they wish to see Wang Wenfu, and they are currently forcing their way in. A subordinate of the magistrate rushed in to report. The magistrate, taken aback, dared not speak. The two dignitaries had yet to voice their opinions. He glanced left and right, unsure whether to seek the governor's or the envoy's assistance. Allow them entry, Lu Qingchai commanded with a wave of his hand. Seizing command of the situation, the subordinate looked confusedly at the magistrate, who, once an imposing figure, now resembled a frightened rabbit. With no other option, the magistrate nodded reluctantly, permitting the subordinate to carry out the order. Thud, 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 the heavy footsteps drew closer, and a golden figure strode through the door. The individual donned a helmet adorned with golden phoenix wings and wore golden heavy armor. Instructor Song, what brings you here in person? Gu Qianhu exclaimed, his typically stern visage now displaying fear. Little Gu, you are here as well. I trust you are well. The person referred to as Instructor Song, a stocky man, entered, clapping Gu Qianhu on the shoulder. Under his hand, Gu Qianhu appeared like a junior, grinning through his discomfort. Instructor Song, you are here for the selection, I presume. This is the individual I recommended, Wang Wenfu. Gu Qianhu quickly redirected the conversation to Wang Wenfu to divert attention. Isn't this the legendary 100-to-1 Instructor Song? It has been quite some time, Wang Wenfu remarked, remaining silent as Lu Qingchai spoke up first. Instructor Song turned his gaze towards Lu Qingchai, noticing the imperial wine in the box. He shook his head dismissively, scoffing, is that you, Lu, you still resort to such despicable means? Lu Qingchai, unperturbed, retorted, do you not also believe in achieving victory through unexpected strategies in warfare? Instructor Song huffed, realizing he could not outmaneuver Lu in a verbal spar, and opted for silence. So you are Wang Wenfu? He addressed the seated Wang Wenfu, who had just concealed the elixir. Greetings, Wang Wenfu replied with decorum, bowing slightly. I have heard of you. I hope your skills will match your reputation in tomorrow's assessment. With that, Instructor Song exited. I, too, must return to report, Lu Qingchai added, leaving behind a parting remark. Wang Wenfu, I hope when we meet next time, you will still be alert. Unexpectedly, in the small Ling County, an assembly of the Emperor's envoys, a prince's subordinates, and the legendary 100-to-1 instructor had converged, all drawn by Wang Wenfu. Such a scene could not be deemed insignificant. Prepare whatever is necessary. The arrival of Instructor Song suggests the assessment will not be lenient, Gu Qianhu remarked before rising to pat Wang Wenfu on the shoulder. I wonder how the prince treats those who fail the governor. Upon hearing the prince's title, the previously indifferent governor trembled. It appeared that Wang Wenfu would not need to intervene. The governor's fate was already sealed. With a casual demeanor, Wang Wenfu departed, accompanied by a resounding crash, followed by the sound of shattering bone. Arriving at the blacksmith's shop, craftsman Xing had already prepared the weapons. The battle bow in particular was a far cry from its initial crude form. Testing its feel, he thought to himself, the powerful bow was unrivaled. His gaze shifted to another item, a hefty iron rod. This seemed somewhat different from the design on the blueprint. Although Wang Wenfu lacked an understanding of design, he certainly comprehended the imagery presented. The design unmistakably featured a long-handled knife. Don't be hasty, draw your knife, instructed artisan Xing, signaling for Wang Wenfu to hand over the weapon. After receiving the knife, he laboriously raised a towering iron rod and inserted the knife's handle into it. With a sharp click, the knife's handle and the iron rod fused seamlessly, becoming 1.4 close-range combat. You may wield the knife independently. In cavalry skirmishes, however, the two must be combined, artisan Xing elucidated. It was no wonder that, during the custom order, they had to measure the dimensions of the horizontal knife. This was the reason behind it. Wang Wenfu accepted the weighty new weapon and tested its heft. This weapon was versatile and capable of catching foes off guard. The only drawback was that the combined weight made it cumbersome for an ordinary person to wield, let alone to maneuver skillfully. Nevertheless, the weight suited Wang Wenfu perfectly. In fact, he found that even heavier weapons enhanced his sense of control. Thank you, artisan Xing, Wang Wenfu said, slinging the weapon onto his back as he returned home. Once inside, he quickly retrieved the inner elixir to observe its changes. Outside, amidst the throngs of people, it had been imprudent to display such an item, for wealth should not be flaunted. After absorbing a jar of imperial wine, the surface of the inner elixir appeared smoother and rounder, gradually transforming from a yellowish hue to a subtle white, glimmering faintly like a pearl. He wondered if other liquids would be effective. Wang Wenfu brewed a restorative blood soup and placed the inner elixir within the concoction, but there was no reaction. He poured a bowl of tiger bone wine, yet it seemed to elicit no response either. Could it truly be that it absorbed toxins? Wang Wenfu possessed no tools for toxin production, and all the herbs he had were restorative, lacking any toxic properties. Another question arose: where did the absorbed toxins go? And how was one to utilize them thereafter? He hoped it was not a bottomless pit, a one-way street of intake without any means of release. Touching the inner elixir, it appeared that skin contact did not result in any adverse effects. So he decided to keep it on him. Wang Wenfu mounted Zhu and galloped towards the Qianhu office. The assessment was to take place the following day, and he still had time to hone his writing and archery skills. Moreover, he needed to acclimate to the new weapon. The handling and range of the long-handled knife were entirely different from those of the previous single-edged sword. The Qianhu office was now bustling with numerous unfamiliar faces. Seemingly brought in by Instructor Song, they were the recommended candidates from various Qianhu of the 11 guard offices, all possessing exceptional capabilities. The training grounds and archery ranges were nearly filled to capacity. Upon seeing Wang Wenfu arrive on his magnificent black steed, many looked on with envy. What a splendid horse, a truly extraordinary steed. Which general rides such a horse? Isn't that Wang Wenfu? How could a mere Baihu possess such a warhorse? He's now a deputy Qianhu. Just look at that insignia, promoted in such a short time. Must be connections. Ignoring the envious glances of others, Wang Wenfu dismounted and sought a vacant target to practice his archery. It's merely an assessment. Bring it on. Chapter 50. The easy assessment. The following morning, a gathering took place, and Wang Wenfu stood in the midst of the selection line. Surrounding him were unfamiliar faces. With soldiers from other Qianhu offices lined up at the rear, the commanding position on the platform was no longer held by Gu Qianhu, but by Instructor Song, for this assessment of the 11 guard offices. You may choose at least 2 events, Instructor Song announced, gesturing toward the designated areas, which had already been organized within the Qianhu grounds. The equestrian, archery, and martial arts arenas each had corresponding instructors overseeing the assessments. Do not presume that the recommendation from a Qianhu grants you immunity. A rigorous evaluation awaits you. Instructor Song's voice boomed, resonating in everyone's ears even without a trumpet. As the elite force of the Wuyin dynasty, it was imperative that no unworthy individuals be among the ranks. Thus, this assessment served as a trial for these candidates. Those who could not pass would find it even more challenging to endure the formal training to come. The assessment would last 2 days, and now it begins. With a command, the crowd swiftly dispersed, rushing toward the assessment grounds. Wang Wenfu observed the assessment criteria, which encompassed a vast array of challenges. The elite unit was akin to a super special forces team in this world. The evaluation involved not only martial skills but also tasks related to sabotage, assassination, and reconnaissance. Even arithmetic and logistics were considered. This team was indeed formidable. Wang Wenfu first approached the martial arts arena. The venue for combat evaluations endured 20 rounds under the scrutiny of the bone refinement realm instructor. I heard it was only 10 rounds previously, he remarked. You haven't misheard. This time, Instructor Song leads the assessment. And the difficulty has increased, came the response. What shall we do? I should have waited for the assessment in the latter half of the year, candidates in line discussed amongst themselves as the previous participant was unceremoniously kicked out by the instructor. What kind of level did you Chinhu see in this one? Scram, the instructor barked, berating the candidate who had not even lasted 10 rounds. And next, with the preceding candidate's fate in mind, those waiting began to hesitate. Martial skills were the foundation of a military officer's livelihood. If one could not pass this assessment, the future would be even bleaker. Are all of you from the 11 guard offices this week? The instructor taunted when no one dared to step forward. If none of you will, then I shall. A young man stepped forward confidently of the instructor, seeing someone finally willing to take on the challenge. Felt a sense of appreciation. Brave indeed. During the assessment, ease up a bit at first to let him through. The instructor thought this individual was none other than Wang Wenfu, who preferred to skip the line to save time. As he had many assessments to complete, standing on the martial arts stage, Wang Wenfu unsheathed his long-handled knife. Is there a rule that allows candidates to initiate an attack? Wang Wenfu inquired. You wish to initiate an attack? The instructor was momentarily taken aback by the question. Did this youth have some sort of illness? A typical bone refinement martial artist would be deemed strong if they could withstand 20 of their own attacks. How could he possibly wish to attack first? There are no rules. If you have the capability, then come at me, the instructor declared, launching himself forward, initially intending to reduce the difficulty for this youth. He was taken aback by the boy's audacity. In that case, let him experience the instructor's prowess. Clang. The clash of weapons startled the instructor. The force behind the attack was far beyond what one would expect from the bone refinement realm. Moreover, he noted that the opponent did not retreat upon being struck. Instead, he seized the opportunity to thrust forward with his knife. The blade flashed, and the instructor reacted swiftly, turning his head to the side. The knife's edge grazed past, and he could feel the chilling touch of metal. The instructor accelerated his circulation of qi and blood, summoning all his strength to regain control. Wang Wenfu, however, did not afford him the chance. Though still unaccustomed to wielding the weapon, the instructor's bone refinement realm was insufficient to completely suppress him. The two engaged in a back-and-forth battle, far exceeding the 20 rounds. The onlooking candidates gaped in awe as they noticed the instructor drenched in sweat. Showing signs of fatigue, you pass, the instructor finally declared as he distanced himself, realizing that Wang Wenfu had successfully completed the assessment. Next, he gasped, calling for the next candidate. I shall go, step aside, I was here first. Another candidate insisted. Everyone recognized that the instructor had expended considerable energy against Wang Wenfu, making it an opportune moment for others to pass the assessment. The candidates who had previously hesitated now eagerly stepped forward to attempt their assessments. Meanwhile, Wang Wenfu had moved on to the archery range, hit the target 9 times out of 10 from 70 paces, and you must strike the bullseye. This is child's play for me, he declared. Positioning himself 100 paces away. You're standing in the wrong place. That's 100 paces, the assessing instructor called out. No worries, I'm accustomed to this distance, Wang Wenfu replied, knocking an arrow very well. If you fail the assessment, don't say I didn't warn you, the instructor retorted, begrudgingly taking a seat. Anticipating Wang Wenfu's failure, thud, the first arrow struck the bullseye. Just luck, the instructor scoffed, the second arrow with the third arrow. All 10 arrows landed squarely in the bullseye, forming a perfect cone. You pass, the instructor hesitated, confirming Wang Wenfu's remarkable performance. Thus, Wang Wenfu successfully completed all assessments, including equestrian skills, reconnaissance, and sabotage, with the conclusion of the evaluations. His results stood in stark contrast to those of the other candidates. The third day of assembly saw a considerable reduction in candidates. Do you think my assessments are overly harsh, causing others to be eliminated? Instructor Song addressed the sparse crowd from the platform. You should consider yourselves fortunate, for the competition has lessened. Governor Liao will retire this year, and you have the opportunity to become his close disciple. Governor Liao, close disciple. The name of Governor Liao was known by all. To be chosen as his disciple would ensure a position as a commanding officer, a third-rank military official at the very least. The crowd erupted in fervent discussion. Wang Wenfu recognized that this Governor Liao was the founding general of the Wuyin dynasty, a childhood friend of the emperor who had risen alongside him to become the emperor's right-hand man. He represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Wuyin dynasty, and his level of mastery remained a mystery. Why the urgency to retire now and seek a disciple? Wang Wenfu was well aware of the historical precedents where esteemed generals having achieved great merit, fell out of favor. Nevertheless, the opportunity to receive guidance from such a powerful figure was one he would undoubtedly strive to seize. Instructor Song's mention of an opportunity indicated that not everyone would be selected. Sure enough, just as the crowd was abuzz with discussion, Instructor Song cleared his throat, and all chatter ceased, awaiting his explanation. Upon returning to the main camp, you will face one final major assessment. The ultimate victor will receive personal guidance from General Liao and become his close disciple. The crowd erupted into cheers. Reporting. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the Qianhu office. Everyone turned to see a messenger racing towards them, without waiting for his horse to slow. The messenger leapt from the saddle, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Ignoring the scrapes on his face, he exclaimed urgently, "The barbarian tribes are mounting a large-scale invasion. All personnel are to be dispatched to the Great Wall to confront the enemy." Chapter 51, The Blood of the Xuanhu. A large-scale invasion. At this time, after several years of silence, the barbarian tribes finally revealed their fangs. It is uncertain whether the arrival of the 16th prince is the cause of our current predicament, or if he merely serves as a pretext for our troubles. What shall we do? The candidates inquired. They were already on the brink of being officially recognized as part of the esteemed 100-man unit. Having distanced themselves from their former posts, shall we return to the main camp for the grand examination? It seems we may not need to participate, one optimistically conjectured. Instructor Song smiled faintly, casting a glance towards Captain Gu. Captain Gu, aware of the veteran instructor's thoughts, rose to his feet. He identified 800 men to step forward and accompany the expedition, leaving only 2 behind to serve as a garrison. Instructor Song also summoned his subordinate, whispering a few instructions before dispatching them on a swift steed. Do you believe you can remain safely in the rear and avoid the battlefield? His words doused the spirits of many optimistic souls with cold water. Quite the contrary, our 100-man unit is called to battle, to dare to fight. Before the grand examination, we shall first repel the barbarians' assault. With a grand gesture, Instructor Song organized 20 or so individuals into a combat team, which he would personally command. Wang Wenfu was among them, having excelled in assessments and risen to a position of prominence. Your achievements are remarkable. I have the highest hopes for you. Instructor Song patted Wang Wenfu on the shoulder. The force of his hand caused Wang Wenfu discomfort. It was no wonder Captain Gu had struggled to maintain his composure at that moment, for the instructor's grip was formidable. This sort of pat could only cause pain, not injury, showcasing the instructor's mastery over his strength, perhaps even reaching the pinnacle of physical refinement. Come, channel your vital energy. I shall assess your prowess. Instructor Song's hand remained on Wang Wenfu's shoulder, following the instructor's guidance. Wang Wenfu circulated the vital energy within him. The overwhelming aura he emanated caused Instructor Song's eyes to widen in astonishment. Could it be the bloodline of the mystic tiger? Is this bloodline among the strongest? Wang Wenfu inquired, for it was his first encounter with the concept of bloodlines. Uncertain if it was a result of the system's influence, Instructor Song shook his head, replying, "This bloodline is indeed exceptional. Yet there are many others of equal caliber. I have encountered those of the Yinglong and Tianhu bloodlines. I have heard that within other garrisons a warrior of the White Zhe bloodline has emerged, extraordinarily formidable, and is likely to compete in this grand examination, posing a significant challenge to you." Wang Wenfu nodded. Every era is replete with prodigies, and naturally, there will be individuals who stand out. With the headcount complete, let us depart. Captain Gu confirmed that his team was fully assembled. Instructor Song nodded in agreement, and a wave of troops advanced towards the Great Wall. As the army pressed forward, even though this was not a critical pass, countless barbarian soldiers amassed outside the city. They loomed in shadow, the entire force appearing like a dark cloud. The phrase "black clouds pressed down upon the city, threatening to destroy it" resonated with Wang Wenfu as he experienced its essence firsthand. Despite his numerous battles, the sight of an endless enemy still sent adrenaline coursing through him. The barbarians came prepared, equipped with siege ladders, towers, and battering rams, for the vengeance of the 16th prince. Vengeance, plunder, wealth, grain, and women. The fervent cries of the barbarian soldiers surged like waves, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Could it be that there are over 10,000 of them? Can our mere 3,000 truly withstand this? The sheer number of foes contributed to their morale. Many soldiers faltered before the fight even began, gripped by trepidation. I single-handedly breached their 1,000-man unit. They are not to be feared, Wang Wenfu stated nonchalantly. Rallying those around him, the low morale required a boost, otherwise a massive fortress could crumble from the weight of an ant. Who are you? Upon hearing someone speak, a nearby soldier cast a sidelong glance, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are Wang Baihu. Wang Baihu is here to defend the city walls. Wang Baitu has arrived, he can fight." These soldiers had witnessed Wang Wenfu single-handedly defeat barbarian cavalry. Thus they held great confidence in him. With such a reliable commander present, their spirits were steadied more effectively than 1,000 comforting words. What of the 100-man rank? He is now a deputy captain. Instructor Song approached, recognizing that Wang Wenfu's mere presence had uplifted the soldiers' spirits, and he felt a sense of approval. My lord, forgive our ignorance. We were unaware of your promotion. The soldiers laughed, offering their apologies. The gloom that had enveloped them moments before began to dissipate. With Wang Wenfu leading, the troops felt a renewed sense of security, ceasing their despondent remarks. Yet, the harsh reality remained: the barbarian soldiers had begun their tentative assaults. The clamor of battle erupted, and Captain Gu personally engaged the enemy. Meanwhile, Instructor Song, prior to the commencement of battle, withdrew his team to the second line. Instructor Song, did you not say we were to fight? Why retreat now? A candidate queried, leaning against the city wall in confusion. What you must do now is conserve your strength so that when the time comes you can unleash your full potential. Instructor Song remained composed. Observing the soldiers battling atop the wall, alas, the candidates, youthful and vigorous, watched in despair as the casualties among the soldiers mounted. Sighing heavily, Wang Wenfu ascended the lookout tower, drawing forth his battle bow. Given his ample stamina and the distance of approximately 150 steps from the fighting on the wall, he was still within range. Drawing back his bowstring, Wang Wenfu spotted a barbarian climbing up the siege ladder from a corner. A thwack, an arrow soared through the air, piercing the barbarian as he barely emerged. This barbarian was unarmored, merely cannon fodder. The heavy arrow, one obstructed by armor, impaled him completely, the bloodied shaft flying a considerable distance before plummeting to the ground, striking the waiting barbarians below. Instructor Song, why can he attack? Observing Wang Wenfu's actions, the other candidates expressed their discontent. Instructor Song raised an eyebrow, recalling Wang Wenfu's mystic tiger bloodline, an endless source of power, and replied calmly, if you possess the ability, you may also ascend. Some, unwilling to concede, climbed up the lookout tower. Drawing their bows, they aimed to shoot at the barbarian invaders scaling the wall. However, at a distance of 150 steps, the enemy appeared no larger than a grain of rice. Straining against the tension of the bowstring, the archer hesitated, ultimately unable to maintain the draw. The arrow flew in an arc, striking the adjacent stone wall. The rebound caused the arrowhead to graze the cheek of a defending soldier atop the great wall. The soldier turned, pointing an accusatory finger at the shooter, muttering curses. From the lip movements, it was clear the words were not kind. With that, no one dared to shoot recklessly again, settling down to either stand or sit. Recuperating while awaiting their moment to strike, Wang Wenfu remained atop the lookout tower, systematically eliminating the barbarian stragglers. The intensity of the barbarian assault gradually waned, indicating that this probing attack was nearing its conclusion. Indeed, the enemy sounded their horns, and the barbarians began to retreat. Soon, another wave of assault would follow. Chapter 52, Guerrilla Warfare. As anticipated, following a wave of tentative attacks, the intensity of the barbarian assaults surged dramatically. Even before they could sever the hooks of the siege ladders, another wave of ladders was swiftly deployed. Alongside them came towers and battering rams. Now is the time, ascend the battlements, with Instructor Song's command. The eager candidates leapt into action, rushing up the walls. The attacking barbarian soldiers were clad in leather armor, wielding wooden shields. Furthermore, the barbarians had organized their 100-man units into assault teams, specifically tasked with breaching the walls. Ordinary soldiers stood no chance against these seasoned warriors, often falling to their blades in mere moments. With the aid of other barbarian soldiers, the assault teams quickly secured a foothold on the Great Wall. Should they establish a stronghold, the walls would soon fall. Wang Wenfu immediately identified the breach and the defenses and exchanged a knowing glance with Instructor Song, who nodded in agreement. He swiftly approached the gap created by the barbarians and thrust his blade forward. The leading barbarian, caught off guard, was impaled before he could react. For a warrior at the stage of skin refinement, they were mere trifles to Wang Wenfu. Moreover, the barbarians were compelled to maintain formation and could not pursue him. Wang Wenfu employed a hit-and-run tactic, claiming the lives of several with each strike before swiftly retreating, leaving the barbarians in disarray. The barbarian commander below remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding atop the wall. Still intent on sending reinforcements, continuously they dispatched soldiers, while Wang Wenfu continued his relentless assault. Gradually, the barbarian commander began to sense something amiss. After dispatching so many hundred men, they should have captured a segment of the wall. Why was the resistance still unwavering? He personally ascended the wall, only to witness a silver-armored youth cutting a path through his men. The 100 men fell as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Utterly unable to contend with him, how could a young warrior from the Yin clan possess such prowess? The barbarians' incessant harassment aimed to probe the strength of the Yin dynasty's generals. Their reconnaissance teams mingled with spies, meticulously documenting the levels and ranks of each commander within the Yin military. It could be said that the barbarians had a deeper understanding of the Yin dynasty's military forces than many officials within the Ministry of War. However, they had no information on Wang Wenfu. According to their intelligence, their troops should easily capture this stretch of the wall, yet this youth had disrupted their plans and thrown their equilibrium into chaos. Where had he emerged from? His name did not appear in the records of the Yin generals. Witnessing his 100 men being slaughtered like grass, the barbarian commander Nagus could no longer remain composed. "You insolent little general," although mercy does not govern the battlefield, watching his men fall one by one struck a painful chord within him. As a powerful warrior at the stage of flesh refinement, Nagus drew his battle bow and aimed it at Wang Wenfu. 2 arrows flew forth. Even if this young general could evade them, he would undoubtedly be left in a precarious position. The prairie commanders were renowned for their archery skills, capable of giving even the Western heavy cavalry a run for their money. As Nagus's arrows left the bowstring, Wang Wenfu reacted swiftly, drawing his own bow of the stars align, in response to Nagus's assault. He opted for a double counterattack. Nagus watched as his arrows were deflected mid-air, only for 2 piercing arrows to hurtle towards him. He had intended to slay this young general with a single shot to bolster his troops' morale. But instead, he had overreached. The arrows flew swiftly and fiercely. Nagus had no choice but to draw his double-handed sword and raise it before him. Clang, clang, the deep dents left by the chime needle marred the blade of the heavy sword. Wei Zhouwei's archery skills were indeed noteworthy, yet he was utterly defeated by this young general of the Yin people. This round of combat was witnessed by the barbarian soldiers who intended to boost their morale, only to find it transformed into a stage for their adversaries. Frustrated, Nagus had no choice but to summon his vital energy, intent on cleaving this young general in two with a single strike of his sword. Wei Zhouwei, observing the opponent's badge Wang Wenfu, became serious. According to the organizational structure of the Wuyin dynasty, Wei Zhouwei was at least at the flesh refinement stage. Nagus swung his heavy sword, unleashing a gale that toppled nearby soldiers. In the eye of the storm, Wang Wenfu braced himself, meeting the clash of weapons with a thunderous roar. He staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, gritting his teeth as he rubbed his numbed thumb. Indeed, he was at the flesh refinement stage. The explosive power and speed were vastly superior to the effects of the bone refinement stage. Fortunately, his vitality was robust and his foundational skills solid. Otherwise, he might have been disarmed by that blow. Nagus, dissatisfied with the outcome of his assault, found that he had not dispatched this young general with a single blow, despite holding the upper hand. He had failed to achieve his intended goal. The barbarian soldiers, however, witnessed the slash pass harmlessly over the Yin youth. Frustrated by repeated setbacks, Nagus, inflamed with anger, disregarded the formation behind him and charged recklessly forward. Fixated solely on Wang Wenfu assessed the situation. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his complete suppression by this barbarian commander, yet, having scaled the wall, they could only engage in foot combat. And in an instant, he devised a plan. With a sharp whistle, he signaled behind him, prompting a clattering sound. Without a glance back, Wang Wenfu leaped, landing firmly on his steed. The black steed, Zhuiying, maneuvered around Nagus's attack range and charged towards the siege team. The barbarian centurions, accustomed to charging at enemy formations on horseback, were taken aback by the sight of a towering horse barreling towards them. Even if it were just one rider, the impact of cavalry was fearsome. Zhuiying reared and kicked, sending one centurion flying. Wang Wenfu, akin to a shark plunging into a school of sardines, left the barbarian centurions no avenue of escape. The blade danced in the air, accompanied by the thunder of weapons and the whinny of horses. With a long-handled sword in hand, Wang Wenfu's range of attack expanded considerably. At times a single strike could fell 2 barbarian centurions. Witnessing his men fall again, Nagus turned to provide assistance. As Wang Wenfu saw him approaching, he deftly maneuvered away. Nagus, ensnared in a cycle of pursuit, found himself at a loss. This was guerrilla warfare. Had he never seen it before? Wang Wenfu felled 2 more centurions and vanished in a flash. "You are a coward. Give me an honorable duel," Nagus fumed, stomping his foot. With his prowess at the flesh refinement stage, capturing this one man and his horse should have been a trivial matter. Yet, this black steed seemed to possess a life of its own, swift and agile. The young general, slippery as an eel, struck and fled, refusing to engage directly. "You think you can dominate simply by virtue of your cultivation? Is that what you call honorable?" Wang Wenfu retorted, once again disrupting the formation of the siege team. This was a tactic of retreating in the face of the enemy's advance, disturbing them while they pause. The outcome of individual skirmishes did not determine the victory of the campaign. Since he was at a disadvantage in direct confrontations, he opted for guerrilla tactics. He sought opportunities to inflict casualties among the centurions, seeking to keep them at bay. As long as the siege team could not exert its influence, soldiers from other directions could drive the barbarians from the Great Wall. Wang Wenfu's strategy proved effective. Without the leadership of centurions, many barbarian soldiers fought independently and were swiftly overwhelmed and expelled from the walls. The siege team and Commander Wei were left ensnared within, given Commander Wei's level. Breaking free was feasible, yet time was against him. Wang Wenfu spotted Instructor Song and his men arriving to provide support. This section of the wall had been held, and now it was time to deal with the remaining barbarians. Instructor Song shouted, "I come to assist you." Chapter 53, The Sword Techniques of Heaven and Earth. Observing the dire situation, the barbarian commander sought to flee back to his encampment atop the wall. However, Wang Wenfu denied him the opportunity, turning his steed towards Nagus. Though Nagus was aware of the approaching reinforcements, turning to confront them would mean closing the door to escape. He glanced back, only to be met by a flurry of blades. Wang Wenfu summoned all his vital energy, swinging his sword toward Nagus's neck. Nagus raised his massive sword, swinging backward. If their weapons clashed head-on, the young general would certainly be forced to retreat. Wang Wenfu, however, had no intention of meeting the blow directly. He angled his blade to slip beneath Nagus's sword and target his wrist. Faced with the threat of death, Nagus chose to endure the hit, the blade slicing through his forearm and embedding itself in flesh. The strength of the flesh refinement stage had fortified Nagus's body, so Wang Wenfu's impactful strike did not pierce through entirely. Unfazed, Nagus pressed on, preparing to leap onto the city wall and flee. Wang Wenfu swiftly mounted his horse, and Zhu Ying understood its master's intent. Leaping forward in a surge, Wang Wenfu felt as if he had stepped onto a springboard, propelling himself in front of Nagus. Just moments before, Nagus had contemplated a direct confrontation with Wang Wenfu. Now, he found the young general standing before him. With no other choice, he summoned all his strength to attempt to send Wang Wenfu flying. Confronted with the oncoming giant sword, Wang Wenfu stood firm, resolutely receiving the horizontal sweep. This time, he felt as if his feet had taken root. Remaining steadfast, however, withstanding such an attack took a toll on his body. His vital energy surged within, and a gash opened in his thumb. The taste of iron filled his throat, surging outward, yet he managed to suppress it. In that moment, Instructor Song finally arrived, and the two became entangled in combat. Wang Wenfu gasped for breath, regaining a measure of composure. Instructor Song and Nagus were evenly matched in cultivation, and a decisive outcome could not be reached in the short term. Wang Wenfu sought opportunities to launch surprise attacks from behind, diverting Nagus's attention. The injury to Nagus's arm became Wang Wenfu's breakthrough point. Seizing the moment, he struck with his blade. The small cut ignited Nagus's fury, with an opponent of equal cultivation restraining him. He had to remain vigilant against the ghost-like appearances of Wang Wenfu. This young man specifically targeted his defensive gaps, seizing every opportunity to take a bite out of him. Even the flesh of the flesh refinement stage could not withstand such relentless assaults. Nagus's arm became drenched in blood, each exertion spraying forth a deluge. His vision began to blur, and the strength in his hands waned. Finally, the exhausted Nagus, commander of the barbarians, was pierced through the heart by Instructor Song. Victory! The soldiers erupted in cheers, unable to believe that these 3,000 had repelled the barbarian assault and slain a commander. Only Wang Wenfu and Instructor Song exchanged knowing glances. This commander was merely a high-ranking officer overseeing 5,000 men within an army of tens of thousands. The true commanding officer outside had yet to perish. Upon ascending the city wall, they beheld the dense throng of barbarian troops still amassed below, unmoved by the death of their commander. Wang Wenfu understood that he must break through to the bone refinement stage. If even the commander of the flesh refinement stage could suppress him, one could only imagine the prowess of the commanding officer or a general leading troops. Did Instructor Song possess any texts on the bone refinement stage? Wang Wenfu did not wish to be choosy. He needed to break through to the bone refinement stage as soon as possible. You wish to break through in the midst of battle. Instructor Song discerned the young man's intent. Had it not been for his assistance, Wang Wenfu would not have dispatched the barbarian commander so swiftly. However, achieving a breakthrough required a significant amount of stamina, which was perilous in uncertain combat. I must break through, but I cannot wait to return to the main camp, Wang Wenfu asserted resolutely. I must elevate my strength now. Who knows if there will be another savior like Instructor Song? You practice swordsmanship. Instructor Song planted his long spear into the ground and stroked his chin. Governor Liao also wields a sword. It seems you are fated to cross paths. How did Instructor Song know? Now that you mention it, when I first joined the ranks, I was young and reckless, often wandering around the camp. I recall hearing the sounds of blades clashing nearby, and out of curiosity, I went to take a look. I found Governor Liao practicing his sword techniques, and his gallant demeanor captivated me deeply. From that moment on, I vowed to follow him faithfully. Practicing sword techniques, Wang Wenfu seized upon this crucial information. Instructor Song, do you still remember Governor Liao's sword techniques? Could you replicate them? It is possible, but without the proper method, your progress will be exceedingly slow, Instructor Song explained, concerned that this promising young man might hinder his martial development. If the sky were to fall, I would bear the weight. Wouldn't it be better for you to consult Governor Liao yourself later? Time is of the essence. I implore you, Instructor Song, teach me. Wang Wenfu clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. The term slow progress was the least applicable to him. As long as he could hone his proficiency, he could break through even without a method. Should danger arise again, Instructor Song could use an extra hand. What he needed now was that final push. Wang Wenfu's voice was earnest, his tone sincere. Very well, I hope I do not squander your potential. Instructor Song conceded, shaking his head as he recalled Governor Liao's sword techniques. The impressions were so vivid that each move and stance seemed to leap into his mind, holding the spear in both hands. He closed his eyes slightly. Although the techniques of the spear and longsword differed, they would suffice for demonstration. You should position your feet shoulder-width apart, or slightly wider, with your toes pointing inward, and your weight centered between your feet. Instructor Song meticulously deconstructed each move. Though lacking the formal method, he endeavored to restore it to the same level. Wang Wenfu mirrored Instructor Song's actions, beginning to learn in synchrony. The two practiced diligently atop the beacon tower of the Great Wall. The more they practiced, the more Wang Wenfu felt that this set of techniques was perfectly suited to his long sword. No wonder it was Governor Liao's personal sword style. Each slash, thrust, and sweep fully exploited the length, weight, and momentum of the long sword. After completing a round, Instructor Song turned to Wang Wenfu, who had just finished the movements. So, what do you think? I told you, without the proper method, progress will be quite slow. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Wang Wenfu once again replicate the sword techniques he had just demonstrated. The recent maneuver was executed with slightly more speed, yet the transitions remained somewhat clumsy. After completing a set of techniques, beads of sweat visibly appeared on Wang Wenfu's forehead. Is this truly the path to a breakthrough? Observing the earnest expression on Wang Wenfu's face, Instructor Song retreated to the side. Even if one could force a breakthrough, the process would be excruciatingly painful. The intricacies of martial arts encompass breathing techniques, body movements, and inner strength. Otherwise, anyone could simply learn through observation and emerge as a martial master, plunging the world into chaos. Such a promising talent is truly regrettable. Instructor Song shook his head and sighed. Meanwhile, Wang Wenfu was oblivious to such concerns. He was suppressing a breath, finding the unorthodox martial arts practice to be quite discomforting. After merely repeating the movements once, it felt as if needles were piercing his lungs. His vital energy seemed drained, and the once robust flow of blood within him now stirred not a single ripple. Nevertheless, effort yields results, and Wang Wenfu glanced at his skill list. Shin Kuan Ryu Daofei, uninitiated experience, 47. 200. Glimpsing the profound truths of the Earth's cycles and the interplay of sun and moon, the edge of the blade remains concealed, and the hidden dragon remains dormant. Chapter 54. The breakthrough. Before the formation, the barbarian tribe did not afford much breathing room. As the earth-shaking horns sounded once more, with their numerical superiority, their assault came in relentless waves, intent on exhausting the garrison on the walls both physically and mentally, denying them any respite. Listening to the horn, Instructor Song cast a complex gaze upon the still training Wang Wenfu. He admired the determination of the youth, yet time was of the essence. Ordinary breakthroughs require the alignment of time, place, and people, alongside the support of potions and rare materials. Here, however, there was nothing but the bare walls. Moreover, one must be wary of the flying arrows and the stealthy attacks from the barbarians. How could one possibly focus on a breakthrough under such circumstances? There was no need to force it. With such a large-scale assault, the military would undoubtedly be working tirelessly to dispatch reinforcements. Instructor Song observed the approaching enemy forces and murmured softly. Wang Wenfu remained silent, continuing to execute each technique of the blade art with precision. The air around him seemed to stagnate, each movement leaving behind a lingering afterimage. Instructor Song rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. Wang Wenfu's fierce attacks manifested in front of him, while the afterimages held a poised stance as if ready to strike. How swift! For the first time, Instructor Song felt an unexpected tension watching another breakthrough. Unconsciously he clenched his fists, his gaze filled with anticipation. Instructor Song, the scale of the barbarians' assault has escalated. Gu Qianhu requests reinforcements. A messenger rushed over to find Instructor Song. With no other choice, Instructor Song had to lead the combat team to extinguish the fire. This time, the barbarian army had deployed a siege tower, a massive wooden structure equipped with wheels at the base. The tower loomed even higher than the walls, with a ramp positioned in front. Once the tower was sufficiently close, the ramp would allow a continuous influx of barbarian soldiers to surge forth. Where are our crossbow carts? As Instructor Song watched the giant structure draw nearer, he urgently sought out the quartermaster. Such immense siege engines not only defended against arrows shot by soldiers but were also guarded by numerous martial generals. To dismantle them, multiple heavy crossbow carts would need to fire simultaneously, breaching the general's defenses to inflict damage to I and the armory. The quartermaster replied meekly, "It's already wartime. Why are the weapons still locked away in the armory?" Instructor Song's temper flared as he seized the quartermaster by his armor. Lifting him effortlessly from the ground, the quartermaster, combined with his armor, weighed over 200 pounds, yet he was hoisted single-handedly. My lord, spare me, I will open it for you, just let go. The quartermaster hastily produced a key from his waist. Smiling obsequiously, Instructor Song sighed, finally understanding how such an incompetent individual attained this position. Hurry, he dropped the quartermaster, who scurried toward the armory. Upon opening the armory, a cloud of dust enveloped him. Instructor Song's heart sank as he peered inside. Indeed, the crossbow carts and catapults had succumbed to neglect. Their wooden frames rotted and decayed, metal components had vanished without a trace, likely pilfered by those meant to guard them. Damn it, even with his high composure, Instructor Song could not suppress his expletive in the face of such a dire situation. These dilapidated machines would be of no use, explaining why they had been left to gather dust. As Instructor Song's long spear twitched with the urge to exact retribution, the quartermaster collapsed to his knees. My lord, we are powerless. Each year, funds are siphoned away until, by the time they reach me, only a pittance remains, barely enough to sustain the soldiers' basic needs. Silence, you shall answer for this later. Instructor Song understood that killing the quartermaster now would be futile. He could only escort him back to the walls. The siege tower had now loomed overhead, casting a shadow that enveloped the hearts of the defending soldiers. The archers exerted every ounce of strength, their bows smoking from the strain, yet the tower's heavy wooden panels mercilessly swallowed their arrows. Must we rely on lives to fill this gap? Instructor Song recognized that without heavy machinery, it would be exceedingly difficult to dismantle the structure. The only course of action now was to use lives to block that ramp, preventing the barbarians from expanding their gains. He gazed at the towering beacon, its movements obscured by the cacophony of battle cries surrounding him. He found himself unwittingly placing hope in that young man. Coming to his senses, he lamented whether he was growing old, for such hope seemed insubstantial. Even if a breakthrough occurred, that youth remained at the bone refinement stage, still distanced from the flesh refinement stage. Bang! The ramp of the siege tower crashed down onto the walls with a thunderous sound. Swarming forth like a tide of insects, barbarian soldiers emerged, their faces contorted in ferocity. At the forefront stood two of the barbarian commanders. The thunderous crash of the ramp reached Wang Wenfu's ears, yet he was at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. Once his body had acclimated to the pain, he found himself able to concentrate fully, executing the movements with fluidity. The increase in proficiency allowed him to move with greater speed. The breakthrough was but a step away. Form up quickly. The defending soldiers of Wuyin, still relatively well trained, swiftly formed ranks upon the arrival of their generals. However, a formation requires a numerical advantage, and the barbarians held that edge. With the two barbarian commanders as the spearhead, they effortlessly divided the Wuyin defenders into two halves. Instructor Song recognized that he could no longer remain passive. Even though the opposing commanders were of the same realm as himself, three defending captains had already stepped forward to confront them. Even with three bone refinement captains taking turns, they only slightly impeded the progress of the barbarian forces. After several exchanges, the captains emerged wounded. Although Instructor Song's arrival managed to restrain one of the barbarian commanders, the other continued to push through the line formed by the three captains. Among them, Gu Qianhu fared the best, as he was closest to the flesh refinement stage and could occasionally match the barbarian commander blow for blow, yet even he was now bleeding from his mouth. With over 10 wounds adorning his hands, boom, misfortune struck again. As the defenders struggled on the walls, the barbarian siege engines arrived. The heavy impacts tightened the hearts of every Wuyin soldier, and the ominous sounds emanating from the gates raised their anxiety to a peak. Was this the end? The fighting atop the walls had rendered the Wuyin soldiers incapable of launching counterattacks against the advancing siege engines, and breaching the gates was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a black horse neighed, and Instructor Song recognized it as Wang Wenfu's steed. Zhuying had been tethered to a post, but a barbarian soldier, seeing an opportunity, attempted to claim it for himself. To his surprise, Zhuying broke free of its restraints, kicked the approaching barbarian soldier dead, and charged toward the beacon. The great wall was built wide enough for Zhuying to gallop freely without hindrance. It leaped onto the wall, directly entering the beacon's interior. This was merely a minor episode amidst the chaotic battlefield. The barbarian onslaught continued unabated. Instructor Song's momentary distraction resulted in a new wound on his face. The clash of martial generals was such that when both sides were evenly matched, seizing upon the opponent's mistakes became the critical opening. Now he found himself suppressed by the barbarian commander, with the three captains nearby retreating steadily. My apologies for the wait, everyone. The youthful voice, though not loud, was clear enough for all to hear. A black and white figure leapt down from the beacon. A silver-armored youth rode atop a tall black steed, yin and yang, complementing one another perfectly. Chapter 55, The Body of a Vidra. The breakthrough in realm breathed new life into Wang Wenfu. As the vitality that had been drained began to rejuvenate, spinning his blade, he saw Zhuying galloping toward him with a powerful stride. Zhuying halted before Wang Wenfu, nuzzling against his chest. A slight smile graced Wang Wenfu's lips as he mounted the horse. Giddy up, like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, Wang Wenfu charged over the parapets of the beacon, plunging into the heart of the battlefield. Could it be that this youth truly advanced his realm through my imitated blade techniques? Instructor Song dared not divert his gaze this time, his heart still reeling from the shock. Noticing his unusual expression, the barbarian commander sneered. What is this? Have you finally recognized the strength of our forces? Surrender now and spare your miserable life. A body like yours would make for an excellent slave. Instructor Song dismissed the taunts, knowing that a commander must never succumb to rashness. Realizing that his jibes had no effect, the barbarian commander continued, we still have a flesh refinement commander who has yet to engage, and the commanding officer is even at the bone refinement stage. Your resistance is futile. Instructor Song remained calm as still water. Seizing the opportunity presented by the commander's speech to counterattack, the barbarian commander found himself thrown off balance by his own words, retreating several steps. Wenfu, handle that side first, gaining a brief respite. Instructor Song immediately called to Wang Wenfu. 4 bone refinement warriors should be able to hold back 1 flesh refinement commander. Once I deal with the barbarian before me, I can then lend them support. This was Instructor Song's reasoning, with the immediate goal of stabilizing the front line. That he assumed Wang Wenfu had only recently reached the bone refinement stage, hoping he could delay the commander for a bit longer. Understood. Wang Wenfu, unaware of Instructor Song's thoughts, merely heard the instruction to deal with the barbarian general before him. With a subtle smile, he tightened his grip around the horse's belly. The steed, in perfect synchrony with its rider, sprang into action, galloping forth with great agility. Wang Wenfu, wielding a long-handled blade, kept it close to the ground, channeling its power upwards. At the moment he neared his adversary, the barbarian commander had cornered 3,000 households against the wall when the sound of thundering hooves and slicing air pierced the atmosphere. Reacting swiftly, he dodged, managing to intercept the sudden onslaught. The clash of weapons resounded like a thunderstorm, the barbarian commander being propelled backwards by the force, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. Where did this young general come from? Such formidable strength. The barbarian commander flexed his weary fingers, recalling the intelligence report of a fallen commander that had sparked an immediate analysis of the situation within the city. According to the soldiers who had escaped, the one who had slain their commander was a martial artist specializing in flesh forging. From the description of his appearance, weaponry, and armor, he was identified as an elite instructor from the Yin's elite forces. Capable of taking on 100 foes alone, armed with such intelligence, they resolved to dispatch 2 flesh-forging commanders to besiege the city, one to entangle this instructor, while the other would attempt a breakthrough. The initial stages of their plan unfolded smoothly until an unexpected young general appeared mid-operation. Seeing his strike land successfully, Wang Wenfu pressed his advantage. After advancing to the bone-forging stage, his movements became even swifter, and his body could withstand greater force. Following his exchange with the barbarian leader, he no longer felt the fatigue in his arms that had previously hindered him, though the energy expended in breaking through to the bone-forging realm was considerable. The recovery of his vitality surpassed that of most ordinary warriors. He swung his blade once more at the barbarian commander, who gritted his teeth, determined to absorb the strike. How dare you underestimate me? The barbarian commander bellowed, veins bulging like worms across his body. His physique swelled dramatically, his upper body becoming immensely robust. This muscular frame forced him to brace himself against the ground like a gorilla. His armor split apart, hanging in tatters. It was no wonder his weapon was a spiked club. Combined with his powerful arms, it could inflict considerable damage. Behold my indomitable physique, let the Eans witness its strength. Upon finishing his declaration, the barbarian commander slammed his arm against the ground, unleashing a shockwave. The tremors sent several men sprawling, their legs numb, while some unsteady soldiers fell to the ground. The indomitable physique, observing the golden sheen of his skin. Wang Wenfu charged forward. Whether or not it truly was indomitable, only a test would reveal. He directed his blade towards the commander's neck, but the barbarian intercepted with his arm, the force of the impact igniting a trail of sparks. Ha, futile! The barbarian commander reveled in the strength of his body, thumping his chest in excitement. Have you finished your assault? Now it is my turn. Observing Wang Wenfu attentively, he scrambled forward on all fours. His heavy body thudding rhythmically against the ground, muscles bulging in his right arm as the spiked club swung towards him. Wang Wenfu deftly distanced himself, regarding his opponent, who resembled a tank. The enhanced strength of his arms allowed the barbarian to withstand direct attacks. But this enhancement came at the cost of agility. If he could defend himself with his entire body, he wouldn't need to use his hands to block Wang Wenfu's blade. This indicated that his so-called indomitable physique was merely a result of developed arms. Wang Wenfu circled around the hulking figure, seeking an opportunity to target his lower body. Such a top-heavy opponent was remarkably weak below. Indeed, the barbarian was aware of his vulnerabilities, vigilantly shielding his legs with his arms. However, the weight of his upper body ultimately proved a hindrance. Wang Wenfu thrust his blade toward the barbarian's foot. The opponent grunted in pain, swinging his club in retaliation. Wang Wenfu, having landed his strike, evaded swiftly. Now aware of the barbarian's superficial strength, his powerful arms could not mobilize his entire body, leaving him helpless, with his foot pierced. Each step the barbarian commander took was a painful limp. Yet, Wang Wenfu continued to maneuver around him. To shield his own vulnerabilities, the commander spun like a top, enduring the agony. Maintaining this state drained his energy far more than regular attacks. Even a flesh-forging warrior could not sustain it for long. As Wang Wenfu observed his movements slowing, he accelerated his own attacks. Ultimately, the barbarian commander could no longer uphold his stance, his body collapsing like a deflated balloon. He had believed his indomitable physique would swiftly vanquish Wang Wenfu, only to find himself on the brink of exhaustion. Had he engaged Wang Wenfu directly from the onset, he might have withstood longer. Wang Wenfu, having just broken through and still low on vitality, realized the outcome hung by a thread. Yet, one misstep led to another. In his eagerness for a swift victory, his energy waned, rendering him no match for Wang Wenfu. Wang Wenfu's blade pierced the barbarian commander's throat, lifting him into the air. The enemy general has been slain. The impact of this spectacle was far more effective than 1,000 shouts of bravado. Witnessing their leader's demise, many barbarian soldiers scattered in panic. Even the barbarian commander facing off against Instructor Song was gripped by fear. He was aware of his comrade's strength. Although still in the early stages of flesh forging, his indomitable physique allowed him to contend with mid-level warriors. No one could have anticipated that such a formidable opponent would be slain by a young general clad in silver armor, hoisted into the air like a flag. Realizing he was about to be caught between two foes, the remaining barbarian commander felt a surge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Instructor Song gradually gained the upper hand. Victory within reach. Boom! The resounding crash drew attention. The next impact would surely shatter the city gates. Chapter 56, The Barbarians Retreat? Ha! Your gates will be breached. What awaits you is endless torment. The barbarian commander cackled as he watched the trembling gates. Worry about yourself first. Instructor Song concentrated fully on his opponent. Whether the gates fell or stood did not sway his resolve to eliminate the enemy general. He thrust his spear into the shoulder of the barbarian commander, lifting it upwards. A large chunk of flesh was sheared from the shoulder, exposing bone beneath. Yet, such an injury was merely a minor wound for a flesh-forging warrior. Seeing that Instructor Song was momentarily safe, Wang Wenfu swiftly sought to address the most pressing threat. Where is the ram? He seized the trembling quartermaster, who pointed towards a corner of the city wall. That area had already been occupied by barbarian soldiers, who sought to use the ram against the defenders within the city. Wang Wenfu charged forth on horseback. The ordinary barbarian soldiers posed no challenge to him. After dispatching them, he dismounted, embracing the massive ram that towered over him. He effortlessly lifted the several hundred pounds of timber. Ascending the battlements, he surveyed the scene from above, arrows whizzing past his ears. He raised the ram above his head, aiming it directly at the battering ram at the gates, and hurled it down. Though his skill in throwing weapons was still rudimentary, the distance was more than sufficient to strike such a large target. The ram soared like a colossal club, crashing into the siege engine. A tremendous sound reverberated, followed by a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, it revealed the support beam of the battering ram shattered. The ram itself toppled to the side, the barbarian soldiers below scattered in panic, falling prey to the arrows of the defending forces atop the city walls. The immediate crisis was averted, but the threat of the tower remained. Wang Wenfu leapt onto the battlements, confronting the thronging enemy. If he could seal off this outlet from which the barbarians poured forth, containing the remaining forces within the walls would merely be a matter of time. A new wave of barbarian reinforcements began to ascend from below the tower, immediately spotting Wang Wenfu, clad in silver armor and drenched in blood. "Kill the Yins, the luscious women await us," they screamed as they charged forward. Treating the young man as a mere obstacle to be kicked aside, with their numerical advantage, the barbarian soldiers dismissed the need for formation. "Just a lad, can he really turn the tide?" To their astonishment, their relentless assault crashed against an impenetrable barrier, repelled as though against a dam. The advancing barbarian wave surged like a tide, severed limbs flying through the air like spray from the waves. Wang Wenfu single-handedly held back the barbarian horde, driving them back with relentless force. One man guarding the pass, none shall pass. He stood firm at the juncture of the bridge and the tower, preventing the barbarians from crossing the threshold. The bodies of fallen barbarians piled high beneath the bridge, their comrades atop the tower halted in their tracks. "What's happening up front? Keep moving," the newly arrived barbarian soldiers, oblivious to the situation above, pushed forward relentlessly. The frontline soldiers pleaded, inching towards the line of death. Wang Wenfu felt his vitality waning, yet the residual energy within him, like a sponge, could still be squeezed for more. The assault appeared to have ceased. No new barbarians ascended the tower. Breathing heavily, Wang Wenfu glanced back towards the city interior. The barbarian commander lay lifeless on the ground, caught in a deadly melee. His fate uncertain. The remaining barbarian soldiers had either perished or surrendered. Did we truly hold the line? The soldiers of Wuyin, drawing from their past experiences, refrained from exuberant celebrations faced with the retreating barbarians. They remained skeptical, keeping vigilant. These men had been tempered by the crucible of war, now seasoned veterans. Wang Wenfu allowed himself a moment of respite, grateful for the chance to recover some strength, having just broken through. He had immediately engaged in a fierce battle against a flesh-forging warrior. After defeating his opponent, he had tirelessly defended against the onslaught of the tower, slaying countless barbarians. Had it not been for the replenished vitality coursing through him, Wang Wenfu would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. Thud, thud, thud. He drained a flask of water, licking his parched lips. The barbarian forces had retreated a considerable distance, likely believing they were beyond the range of arrows. In Wang Wenfu's eyes, they remained mere targets. However, he lacked the strength to pursue them at present. He sat atop the battlements, savoring the gentle breeze against his face. "Well done." Instructor Song ascended the walls, observing the enemy's movements while offering him a medicinal pill. The stamina elixir would hasten the regeneration of his vitality. Wang Wenfu accepted the pill, placing it in his mouth, the bitter taste dissolving on his tongue. The depleted blood vessels within him gradually revitalized, and he stood, wiping the sweat from his brow with bloodied hands. This action only intensified the flush on his face. Instructor Song smiled as he looked at the young man. Brave and resourceful, nodding in satisfaction. It was his arrival that had turned the already disadvantaged situation around. By first slaying the enemy general, he would diminish the morale of the enemy troops, and then by sealing the breach in the city wall, he would prevent reinforcements from entering. Such a strategy was beyond even his own imagination. If this youth were to lead troops in the future, he would undoubtedly be able to outmaneuver his adversaries. Yet, wasn't this youth at the bone refinement stage? How could he cross realms to slay enemies of the flesh refinement stage? The advantage of bloodlines should not overshadow the crushing power of cultivation levels. It seemed they were retreating. Wang Wenfu's words snapped Instructor Song back to reality, and he noticed that the majority of the barbarian forces were beginning to withdraw. They were retreating, but not completely. The barbarians still left several thousand troops stationed outside, the reason for which was unclear. Why the sudden withdrawal? With their strength, they should have been able to launch several more assaults. Instructor Song stroked his chin, murmuring, perhaps their supplies had been cut off, or they were redirecting forces to attack another front. Wang Wenfu observed the barbarians. Their actions were methodical, indicating it was not a rout. Instructor Song nodded in agreement with this assessment. However, the current intelligence was scant, and it was unclear what was happening elsewhere. If the Great Wall was breached at other points, it would spell disaster, leading to encirclement from all sides below the wall. Gu Qianhu also approached. Among the three Qianhus, he was the only one still able to move. The other two had been sent to the rear to recuperate. Instructor Song, what shall we do now? Gu Qianhu inquired. Information is paramount at this moment. Do not leave any spies behind, send them all out. Instructor Song decisively commanded. The barbarians were likely on the offensive across the board, and it was crucial to immediately ascertain their movements. Understood. Now the garrison at this section of the Great Wall had dwindled to less than 2,000 men, and Gu Qianhu gathered the soldiers together. The command authority of the two recuperating Qianhus was entrusted to him. So his subordinates would heed his orders. Following Instructor Song's directive, Gu Qianhu dispersed the spies to gather intelligence from the surrounding areas. After a period of time, the information gathered by the spies began to trickle back. Initially, the reports were relatively good. Although the intensity of the barbarian assault was high, the various locations had managed to hold the fortifications of the Great Wall, until the last spy, battered and bruised, crawled into the tent. Report, the Jingu Pass has surrendered. The barbarians are gathering their forces to breach the central plains. What? This news sent shockwaves through everyone present. It was only a 2-day journey to the Jingu Pass. If that position fell, it would be a dire situation here as well. Who was commanding at the Jingu Pass? Instructor Song urgently asked. It is Commander Chao Boyue. Impossible. As soon as the spy finished speaking, Instructor Song glared furiously. There are countless in the Wuyin dynasty who wish to surrender, but Chao Boyue is certainly not among them. The spy lowered his head, speaking in a deep voice. I conducted a thorough investigation and overheard a rumor. The Jingu Pass received an edict to open the city and surrender, and Commander Chao Boyue complied with it. I only escaped with my life after being discovered while investigating this matter. Instructor Song stood frozen in place upon hearing this. Wang Wenfu helped the spy to his feet, urging him to rest. That makes sense. After a long silence, Instructor Song sighed and uttered a phrase. Wang Wenfu was perplexed and glanced at Gu Qianhu, who also shook his head, evidently unaware of who Chao Boyue was. This edict is truly strange. If I had received it, I would have first sent someone to verify its authenticity. Instructor Song observed the confusion on their faces and began to explain, but Chao Boyue is different. He is extremely loyal to the emperor, sometimes to the point of foolishness, so he would not doubt the authenticity of the edict. So you assert that he would never open the city to surrender? Wang Wenfu inquired, yet he became the first to do so. People are indeed complex. Instructor Song nodded, sighing once more. There are traitors within the court, and some hold significant power, capable of forging edicts. This was the consensus among everyone present. What should we do now? Gu Qianhu asked. If this is true, we will be completely surrounded by the barbarians in 2 days. A brief silence fell over the tent. With less than 2,000 troops remaining, holding this section of the Great Wall was already a Herculean task, let alone launching a counterattack. Report. Just then, Wang Wenfu heard a familiar voice. It was Dian Ziman, who had returned from gathering intelligence. Your injuries healed so quickly? Wang Wenfu asked, recalling that when he had brought him back, he had needed assistance even to walk, and now he seemed to be moving with great agility. Thank you for your concern. My injuries heal rapidly. Some wounds don't even take a night to mend. Dian Ziman replied with a bow. This recovery ability was remarkable. No wonder he had survived the barbarian's torment and was retrieved by Wang Wenfu. Moreover, he appeared to be much stronger than when he first returned. What information do you have? Please report. Wang Wenfu, mindful of the urgency, prompted. Yes, I traced the route of the barbarians' movements and discovered their supply route. The supply route, is it outside the city wall? Instructor Song's eyes lit up as he inquired. Yes, then, it may not prove immediately useful. Instructor Song's excitement quickly dimmed, though cutting off the supply line could compel the enemy to retreat. They had undoubtedly anticipated this. The several thousand barbarians stationed outside were there to block this route, and the less than 2,000 soldiers inside the city could hardly breach such an obstacle. Even if they were fortunate enough to defeat the external barbarian forces, the retreating soldiers would surely alert their comrades, thereby revealing their intentions. Instructor Song slammed his fist on the chair in frustration. A golden opportunity lay before them, yet they could not seize it. How many guards are there with the supply convoy? Wang Wenfu inquired with growing interest, wanting details about the supply route's status. If they truly were to be surrounded, not only would his fellow soldiers be in peril, but he himself would also be ensnared. Furthermore, having slain the 16th prince of the barbarian king, he would surely become a prime target for them. Rather than awaiting doom, it would be better to take the offensive and catch the barbarians off guard. There are about 100 guards. I observed for several days and noted that large convoys frequently pass through. Dian Ziman pointed to the narrow path between two hills on the sand table. They believe this supply route is concealed, allowing them to act with impunity. Wang Wenfu scrutinized the terrain, which was highly suitable for a surprise attack. Although the barbarian forces seemed numerous, every individual was merely a mouth to feed. This supply route was their lifeline. If it could be severed, there was no doubt they would retreat. Wenfu, do you intend to? Gu Qianhu observed Wang Wenfu's eager demeanor and understood his intentions. I will cut off their supply route, Wang Wenfu declared confidently, looking at Instructor Song. Nonsense. Instructor Song waved his hand, rejecting Wang Wenfu's proposal. The barbarians are stationed outside. The moment you venture out, they will see you. I have my own plan. Follow me. After Wang Wenfu finished speaking, he strode outside. The two exchanged glances. Both had once doubted Wang Wenfu's capabilities, only to be proven wrong by reality. Shaking their heads, they followed him up to the city wall. Outside, the barbarian soldiers were gathered in small groups, chatting idly and appearing quite relaxed. Their orders were simply to block this route and prevent the Yin people from charging out. They were unaware that directly behind them lay the critical supply route. They only knew they had been assigned a rather undesirable task. Ugh, they have already breached the Great Wall. I've heard it's filled with jewels and flowing with cream and honey. One soldier complained, yet we are left to guard this desolate spot and they call it a life or death order. Those lucky fellows are probably embracing the Yin people as fair-skinned women by night. How envious, the barbarian soldiers grumbled, idly kicking at the weeds at their feet. Hey, look at the wall, there's someone up there. One of the barbarian soldiers spotted a figure standing tall on the rampart. Is he still drawing a bow? Nonsense, at this distance he is long beyond the range of a bow and arrow unless he has a human-shaped crossbow. Exactly, if they had such a thing, they would have used it by now. No need to worry. The barbarian soldiers laughed derisively at the sight, dismissing Wang Wenfu's presence. As they continued to jest, they suddenly noticed several specks in the blue sky growing larger. When they realized what it was, they saw the arrows descending upon them. Enemy attack. They finally grasped the seriousness of the situation and began to flee, yet the arrows relentlessly pursued their targets, and they turned back in despair. Witnessing the arrows growing ever larger, powerless to evade them, the whistling arrows pinned the barbarian soldiers to the ground one by one. In the next moment, more dark dots appeared in the sky, and another wave of arrows struck down their comrades. The barbarian soldiers dared not even retrieve the bodies of their fallen. They fled back to their encampment as if their flimsy tents could shield them from the lethal rain of arrows. What kind of monstrous strength allows arrows to be fired so far and with such accuracy? The arrow rain showed no signs of abating. Anyone who dared to peek out would be struck down in an instant. Witnessing the continuous casualties among his men, the commander could only order the camp to relocate, distancing themselves from the archers' onslaught. Even so, they left behind several corpses in their retreat. On the wall, Gu Qianhu and Instructor Song stood in stunned silence, watching the panicked retreat of the barbarians. See, this has forced them to fall back. I can leave the city under the cover of night. Reluctantly, Instructor Song agreed to Wang Wenfu's request to take action. Gu Qianhu, I need to borrow something from you. Wang Wenfu turned to the side, addressing Gu Qianhu. Of course, what do you need? Although Wang Wenfu now held the position of Deputy Qianhu, he had nothing to his name, thus, those venturing out would need to borrow from Gu Qianhu. I need 10 agile 100 to accompany me, and 20 swift horses. Previously, when the barbarians had formed 100-man assault teams, it had sparked an idea in Wang Wenfu. One can indeed form such an elite team to undertake specialized missions, concerned that the stamina of ordinary horses may not keep pace with Jueying. Arrangements are made for each member to have 2 horses to alternate between. When it was stated that 1,000 households were required, it was anticipated that Gu Qianhu would hesitate, to everyone's surprise. He agreed without a moment's thought. As night fell, Wang Wenfu led his men through the concealed entrance out of the city. On this second venture beyond the city walls, it had become a familiar path. This time, the team included Dian Ziman, specifically tasked with reconnaissance to gather intelligence for Wang Wenfu. Observing his silhouette, Wang Wenfu initially believed this spy would harbor apprehensions about the grasslands, but much to his astonishment, after enduring a harrowing ordeal, he emerged more resolute and meticulous than before. Such a transformation bodes well for the barbarian tribes, for this Dian Ziman will be a formidable opponent. To intercept the grain convoy. The journey on horseback would take a day and a half. Wang Wenfu's objective was to race against the encirclement of the barbarian tribes. Should he succeed first, the encirclement could be broken. Conversely, if the encirclement were completed first, he would face relentless pursuit. Master, we are slightly ahead of schedule. Just ahead lies their grain route. Dian Ziman had already detected the movements of the barbarians and returned to report. Wang Wenfu nodded. After a day of travel, they had arrived at the foothills of Two Mounds. The grain route of the barbarians lay concealed along the road below, judging by the condition of the path. It had evidently been in use by the barbarians for quite some time. It was no wonder they exhibited such audacity. Had it not been for Dian Ximian, the information regarding this route might have eluded the Wuyin dynasty altogether. Their grain convoy passed through every 2 days, transporting hundreds of carts of goods each time. Counting on his fingers, Dian Ximian calculated, if I'm not mistaken, the last convoy should have passed this afternoon. Wang Wenfu immediately became invigorated and began preparations. The 100 households accompanying him were all at the skin refining stage, easily capable of dealing with ordinary soldiers. Before long, the grain convoy indeed arrived as expected. A glance revealed over 100 ox carts and more than 200 horse-drawn carts. This formidable display, if one were unaware it was a grain convoy, could easily be mistaken for an army on the march. The guards of the convoy numbered only about 100, scattered thinly around the procession. Prepare yourselves, hold your weapons tightly, Wang Wenfu whispered as he crouched on the ground. The seasoned 100 households held their breath, eyes fixed, awaiting the convoy to enter the ambush zone. Fire! Just as Wang Wenfu's command fell, the 100 households released the ropes in their hands. The bound boulders were freed, cascading down from the hillsides. The sound of the rocks crashing against the cliff echoed through the valley, misleading the barbarian soldiers into believing the mountains were crumbling. The dense rain of boulders struck the barbarian soldiers, some of the unfortunate ones meeting with instant demise, kill. With the ambush a resounding success, Wang Wenfu led the charge of the 100 barbarian soldiers were thrown into disarray, scattering in panic, yet they could not escape the relentless pursuit of the cavalry. Akin to hawks chasing fledglings, the 100 households fervently hunted down the fleeing barbarians. Wang Wenfu rode through the convoy, severing the reins of the oxen and horses, setting them free to return to the grasslands. Subsequently, he ignited the torches in his hands, incinerating cart after cart of provisions. These supplies could sustain an army of over 100,000 men, Dian Ximian remarked, trailing behind Wang Wenfu. Oh, you can tally these as well? Wang Wenfu observed him dispatch several barbarian soldiers, indicating he too was at the skin refining stage. It was unexpected that this man not only excelled in martial prowess but also possessed substantial logistical knowledge. Indeed, a horse-drawn cart can carry 1,000 pounds of grain, while an ox cart can bear 3,000. With this raid, over 100,000 barbarians will find themselves deprived of sustenance. Wang Wenfu nodded. If they repeated such assaults a few more times, the barbarians would have no choice but to retreat. Following the rising flames, the 10 pursuing 100 households returned. Retreat, Wang Wenfu commanded as they departed, leaving behind a scene of carnage and wreckage. Days later, Wang Wenfu employed the same tactics once more. This time, the barbarians had learned their lesson. The number of guards escorting the grain convoy had doubled. However, against skin refining warriors, these ordinary soldiers were hardly a match. An increase in numbers merely prolonged the engagement, yet ultimately, another convoy was devastated. The repeated disruptions to their supplies infuriated the barbarian general Heinaher, who vowed to have these petty thieves torn limb from limb. Yet, these individuals were as cunning as serpents. The patrols had doubled, yet they remained elusive. If too many frontline soldiers were diverted to the rear, their attacking force would diminish. However, the grain route could not be abandoned, for it was the closest and most convenient path to the front lines. Should they opt for a safer, longer route, the supply train would expend 60% of their provisions, and with the wear incurred along the way, they would be fortunate to retain 30% by the time they arrived at the front. Hence, the grain route remained indispensable. You are my capable aide, and you have already advanced to the mid-stage of flesh refining, Heinaher inquired, patting his subordinate's shoulder. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I have indeed reached the mid-stage of flesh refining. Excellent, I have a critical task for you. Heinaher planned to insert this subordinate into the next grain convoy. A warrior at the flesh refining stage could easily overpower the grain raiders. These marauding bands were but insignificant foes. The Wuyin people would surely hesitate to deploy flesh refining warriors for such trivial harassment, especially as they struggled to manage their own forces. Days later, Wang Wenfu reappeared upon the hills overlooking the grain route. His appearance had grown rugged after several days without grooming, the stubble on his face lending him a certain rugged charm. These barbarians were indeed obstinate, returning to this route after suffering multiple raids. This time, Wang Wenfu had come equipped with fireballs. These hollow spheres could be folded and stored in saddlebags when not in use, expanding to half a person's height when deployed. Composed of oil-soaked fabric and wood, they were perfectly suited to roll down the mountain and wreak havoc, subsequently igniting the accompanying carts. This grain route was the closest to the Jinggu Pass. The barbarians would not abandon it lightly. Dian Ximian gazed at the poised fireballs and murmured, "Let us teach them a lesson." Wang Wenfu watched as the convoy entered the valley, grinning. The convoy struggled to navigate through the heaps of debris, their pace faltering. Now, Wang Wenfu ignited the fire, and a dozen fiery dragons cascaded down the slope into the convoy. The barbarian soldiers, having likely undergone some prior training, managed to maintain their composure. Only a few succumbed to fear and broke formation to flee. Those soldiers became the targets of the 100 households, each meeting their end. Seeing the disruption was ineffective, Wang Wenfu charged forth. Such scenarios were not unfamiliar. If one strike failed, he had a combination of strikes to rely on. Wang Wenfu closed the distance enough to clearly discern the soldiers' faces. The leading soldier, rather than displaying panic at the sight of the charging steed, wore a menacing grin. Dian Ximian sensed the danger and cried out, "My lord, be cautious." With a swift stroke, Wang Wenfu brought his blade down, feeling a tremendous force rebound through his arm. Zhu Ying neighed in protest, evidently shaken. A master among the grain convoy, as their weapons clashed. The adversary was also propelled backward, regaining balance only after bracing himself against the ground. "You wretch, you have destroyed our supplies time and again. Today, you shall pay the price." Wusud, an elite of the barbarian forces, could distinctly sense that his opponent was of a lower realm. As long as he could annihilate the grain raiders, it would be a significant achievement. Wusud tightened his grip on the hooked spear, which was exceptionally effective against cavalry. Should the foe dare to charge, they would be dragged from their mounts. Without the speed of their horses, these petty thieves would stand no chance against his flesh-refining prowess. Wang Wenfu surveyed the blazing convoy, where the 100 households were engaged in dispatching the remaining barbarian soldiers. This meant the warrior before him was a hidden threat sent by the barbarians. Fortunately, he had not underestimated his opponent, otherwise, he could have faced great peril upon first encountering this individual. This warrior was likely at the flesh-refining stage and had already reached the mid-level, making him a formidable adversary. The only piece of good news was that only one such strong foe was present. Wang Wenfu signaled to Dian Ximian, who nodded and maneuvered around Wusud to ignite the carts behind him. "Stop the thieves!" Wusud bellowed, enraged at the audacity of the Wuyin people to disrupt his supplies in his presence. Just as he prepared to retaliate against Dian Ximian, the sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out. Clang, 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 for crisp sounds resounded as Wusud deftly deflected all incoming arrows. The heightened senses of a flesh-refining warrior rendered the bow and arrow ineffective against him. Observing yet another volley of arrows, Wusud scoffed, "Your arrows are useless." Wang Wenfu understood that, barring a surprise attack, it was nearly impossible for a warrior at the flesh-refining stage to be struck by arrows. However, merely stalling the enemy was sufficient. For the primary objective was not to slay the enemy general but to sabotage their provisions. No matter how high their cultivation, without sustenance, they could not endure for long. Wang Wenfu continued to assault, hindering Wusud's movements and causing him great frustration. "I am the personal guard of General Hainaher. How can I allow you to provoke me repeatedly?" He abandoned the notion of attacking Dian Ximian and resolved to eliminate this bothersome foe first. This was precisely the outcome Wang Wenfu desired. As long as the warrior did not interfere with his comrades' missions, the remaining soldiers would pose no obstacle to the 100 households' advance. Once he saw Wusud had distanced himself from the convoy, Wang Wenfu prepared to confront the flesh-refining warrior directly. Unlike the previous state of depleted energy from his recent breakthrough, he now felt invigorated, brimming with strength. Moreover, the Qian Kuan Sun and Moon Blade technique required practice, and the opponent before him was the perfect training apparatus. As he contemplated this, Wusud's hooked spear was already upon him. This fellow intended to drag him from his horse, but Wang Wenfu would not allow such a thing to happen. He swung his sword to deflect the incoming attack, the rebounding force causing his arm to tingle. Wusud, too, was taken aback. The flesh-refining stage represented a significant enhancement of the physical body. At this level, one could be said to have nearly completed external cultivation. Yet, even when viewed through the lens of a practitioner at the meat-refining stage, the adversary before him was undeniably a formidable presence not to be underestimated. Both sides summoned their utmost concentration, engaging in an intricate dance of attack and defense. As the master held the meat-refining marshal general at bay, I knew I must hasten my pace. Dian Ximian gazed into the distance at the fierce confrontation, a pang of guilt swelling within him. Had it not been for his oversight and intelligence, failing to notice such a formidable opponent within the enemy ranks, the master would not have found himself in such peril. Now, all he could do was make amends by accelerating the destruction of the supplies. If the task could be completed swiftly, the master would be liberated from his precarious situation. Come quickly to assist. He called, waving urgently at the 100 households who had already cleared the soldiers. "What is happening?" Su Shangron was the first to gallop back, observing Wang Wenfu engaging fiercely with the barbarian, and inquired. The remaining 100 households soon followed suit. A practitioner at the meat refining stage has infiltrated the barbarian supply team. "The master is holding him back for us. We must finish burning the remaining supplies and complete the mission." Dian Ziman pointed at the half-destroyed convoy, his urgency palpable. The 100 households quickly grasped the situation and sprang into action. Wang Wenfu, meanwhile, was utterly focused, exerting every ounce of his strength to counter Wu Suder's assaults. The meat refining stage indeed posed a formidable threshold. Crossing it resulted in a significant enhancement of physical prowess. Fortunately, his martial skills and vitality were ample. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since fallen from their horse. Zhuing bore several injuries, yet as a war steed, it remained steadfastly committed to its duty, its gaze resolute and unyielding. After returning, he would have a custom saddle made for it. Witnessing his beloved steed wounded stirred a twinge of pain in Wang Wenfu's heart. Zhuing seemed to sense this sentiment, neighing fiercely, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Wu Suder. Just a little longer. Wang Wenfu glanced at his skill attributes. His swordsmanship was on the verge of an upgrade. Bang! After a few exchanges, his swordsmanship ascended to a new realm. Upgrade. The Qian Kuan Ryu swordplay advanced to mastery experience. 1600. With Qian Kuan in hand, the sun and moon serve as my blade. A new understanding blossomed within Wang Wenfu, and his attacks surged in speed. In an instant, Wu Suder felt as though his opponent's onslaught had slowed. It was not a decrease in aggression, rather, it was an unseen assault that caught him off guard. Wang Wenfu wielded his long-handled sword, finally comprehending the significance behind the name of his technique. Each strike appeared singular, yet concealed within were myriad intricacies. What seemed like a deceleration in attack speed masked countless transformations, blurring the line between reality and illusion, leaving the enemy disoriented. Truly, there lay profound depth within, an impenetrable defense. With the interplay of yin and yang, his brilliance shone forth. Wu Suder bore several puncture wounds. However, shaking himself, he felt the bleeding wounds begin to seal. He had merely been careless. He would retaliate. He could not fathom being injured by a lower-tier warrior and sought to console himself. Previously, Wu Suder had boasted to the supply team as foot soldiers that if the Yin people came, he would strike them down one by one. Now, he had no victories to claim and had instead been pierced several times. Seizing the advantage, Wang Wenfu denied him a moment's respite, launching another offensive. Having learned from his earlier blunders, Wu Suder dared not be reckless again, opting to engage in a tactical retreat. Unable to gain the upper hand in direct confrontation, he sought to delay as long as he could stall until the patrol team arrived. All would be well. Patrols traversed the grain route, yet thanks to Dian Ziman, who acted as a human radar, Wang Wenfu's team had consistently evaded detection. Previously, their strategy had been to settle matters swiftly, burn the supplies, and flee, leaving no trace for the patrols to follow. For Wang Wenfu, confronting the barbarian soldiers was akin to harvesting wheat with a sickle, swift and decisive. However, this time, amidst the stalks of wheat, a steel rod had emerged, complicating matters. Spread out and remain vigilant. The patrol team is approaching. Wang Wenfu discerned the enemy's intent and issued commands to his comrades. Eliminating Wu Suder would be time-consuming, and should the patrol team arrive now, it would spell disaster. The patrols served as an alarm system. Their activation would summon a horde of barbarian troops. Wang Wenfu deemed it more prudent to prioritize his own safety, understanding that if he did encounter the patrol, he would have no choice but to retreat. The patrol team is just ahead. One of the dispersed 100 households quickly spotted the approaching patrol. There is no choice then. Withdraw. Wang Wenfu was about to issue a retreat order when he felt a tremor in his chest. Reaching to touch it, he discovered the inner elixir. It emitted a soft green glow, as if something within was prepared to emerge. Chapter 60. Qi congeals into blade. The green light seemed to materialize, extending tendrils to entwine with the long-handled sword. Wang Wenfu allowed the two to connect. With a resounding chime, the inner elixir embedded itself into the sword's hilt, merging into its core. Instantly, the silver blade appeared to be coated in a layer of green film, shimmering brilliantly. The vitality within Wang Wenfu began to flow into the long-handled sword. As the essence infused, the film expanded and elongated. Qi gathers into blade. Even among those he knew, not even the meat refining stage instructor Song had demonstrated such a technique. There was no time for contemplation. The blade in his hand surged to life. Wang Wenfu's thoughts synchronized with his movements. The weapon seemed to possess a spirit of its own. With a gentle flick, Wu Suder was sent tumbling by the force of the Qi blade. A massive gash opening across his abdomen, sending him rolling backward multiple times. Wang Wenfu curtailed the flow of vitality, knowing such an attack consumed an immense amount of energy, even with the blood of the Xuanhu coursing through him. He could not endure this torrent of expenditure. The previous powerful strike had devoured half of his vitality. As the attack subsided, the luminous green gradually faded, and the blade returned to its silver hue. On the ground, Wu Suder writhed in agony, mumbling incoherently. As a practitioner at the meat refining stage, he could have contained the wound at his waist, yet for reasons unknown, he had not done so. Crawling toward Wang Wenfu, he left a trail of blood in his wake. As he drew closer, Wang Wenfu could finally discern his words, "Please give me. I need." Wu Suder lifted his head, his complexion ashen, his tongue lolling out like a hangman. Was this the appearance of poison's onset? Wang Wenfu recalled how the inner elixir had absorbed an entire flask of medicinal wine's toxins. It seemed that now it was manifesting its effects. If memory served, the onset of this toxin was typically 3 months, yet a single strike had triggered its activation. Could this inner elixir also refine toxins? My lord, the towering clouds of smoke serve as a colossal marker. The patrol team will certainly see it. We must depart. Dian Ziman rode over, informing him that the patrol was drawing near. Wang Wenfu nodded, lowering his gaze to bestow a merciful end upon Wu Suder. Only to find him lifeless. The blood gushing from the wound had turned from red to black, mingling with a viscous, tar-like substance. It seemed the toxin had reached its second stage, beginning to corrode his insides. Wang Wenfu mused that had he not swiftly learned the healing arts to dispel the toxin, he might have been the one with his insides dissolving. In his heart, he made a mental note against the emperor. Upon returning to the Great Wall, Wang Wenfu discovered that the thousands of barbarians who had previously besieged them had mysteriously retreated. The Wuyin guards opened the gates, welcoming them inside, once safely within the city. Instructor Song personally greeted him. "Wenfu, you have accomplished a tremendous feat. The barbarian assault has ceased, but not retreated." Wang Wenfu's relentless efforts had disrupted the rhythm of the barbarian offensive, although he had not achieved the optimal outcome of forcing a direct retreat. It was sufficient. While a segment of the wall had been lost, the Ministry of War swiftly mobilized troops to fortify the defenses along the rear lines. During this period, Instructor Song had been dispatching scouts to ascertain the situation. Upon Wang Wenfu's return, he poured forth the intelligence gathered. "Thanks to you, the barbarian offensive has been curtailed, their momentum waning, and several attempted assaults have ended in failure. Now, both sides exist in a delicate balance. The barbarians cannot expand their gains, nor can we reclaim the lost section of the Great Wall." After absorbing this information, Wang Wenfu nodded. The current state of affairs was a tenuous equilibrium, waiting for one side to falter. The barbarians, wary of deep incursions, would likely bolster the defenses along that grain route, so it would be wise for you to refrain from taking risks. Instructor Song leaned back in his chair. Observing the scruffy Wang Wenfu with a hint of relief, Wang Wenfu too felt a sense of ease. He would no longer have to venture outside the city to harass the enemy. Escaping the rigors of outdoor living, what he desired most now was a warm bath, followed by a good night's sleep. Instructor Song. Other candidates entered the tent, each bearing wounds, their numbers reduced from over 20 to 11. In warfare, casualties were inevitable, especially in large-scale battles. However, the experience had matured them significantly. Their youthful faces no longer bore the traces of naivety. Instead, they moved with a newfound efficiency, an undercurrent of lethal intent evident in their demeanor. "You have all worked hard, especially you, Wang Wenfu. Go rest. In 2 days, I will return you to the main camp." Instructor Song waved his hand, dispersing the assembly. Wang Wenfu returned to his tent, retrieving the remaining medicinal herbs to prepare a medicinal bath. Afterward, he ascended the beacon tower, seizing the opportunity to practice his swordplay while under the beneficial effects. Upon returning to the main camp, the imminent grand examination awaited. The victor of this examination would earn the privilege of becoming a direct disciple of Governor Liao. Thus, Wang Wenfu needed to intensify his training and master the use of the inner elixir. Vitality coursed through his arms, imbuing the long-handled sword. The blade shimmered as always the more vitality he infused. The larger the chi blade grew, glowing with a silver luminescence, this fluid chi blade opened up numerous possibilities for transformations, perfectly complementing the Qian Kuan Ryu swordplay. As for the toxin attack, the only formula he currently knew was that from the medicinal wine. The ingredients for that formula were exceedingly rare, many being royal tributes, unobtainable in the market. Moreover, who could teach him the art of toxin creation? No one would dare to propagate the title of Toxin Master, for that would be courting death. As he perused his skills, Wang Wenfu stumbled upon an epiphany. Every medicine carries its poison. If he could hone his medical skills, He might unearth some formula for toxins, however. At this moment, Wang Wenfu must concentrate on refining his sword, while the concoction of poisons is merely a secondary pursuit, according to the revelations from Instructor Song. This selection of elite contenders has gathered all the young masters from within the borders of the Wuing dynasty. Many of them are unparalleled geniuses, not to be underestimated. Furthermore, after Governor Liao announced the recruitment of disciples, numerous noble families have been devising ways to send their offspring to participate. These families are wealthier than nations, able to procure the finest martial arts instructors and summon rare resources as needed. Such prodigies are countless, often surpassing even those martial talents from more humble backgrounds. As Wang Wenfu wields his sword, he keenly senses the elevation of his bone-refining realm once the effects of the medicinal bath have waned. He begins to practice archery. Level up. Mastery of archery reaches 9880, aiming directly at the heavens. A quick shot, 5-star alignment. With the enhancement of skills, his current 20-force bow is beginning to lag behind his pace. Once he reaches the camp of 1 against 100, he can simply purchase a new one from the craftsman's shop. After this, Wang Wenfu makes his way to the medical officer's camp. Tending to the numerous wounded and honing his medical skills, the medical officer is somewhat bewildered by this sudden helper, but upon witnessing the youth's genuine knowledge of medicine, he feels reassured. After addressing his immediate duties, the medical officer teaches Wang Wenfu a couple of techniques, elevating his medical proficiency to a skilled level. Instructor Song observes Wang Wenfu bustling about the medical camp, and a peculiar thought arises in his mind. It is rumored that the youngest daughter of Governor Liao harbors a concealed ailment, which requires complete suppression until exhaustion sets in, yet she is also a martial genius, deeply favored by Governor Liao. Should he allow Wang Wenfu to attempt a remedy? Subsequently, Instructor Song shakes his head. Governor Liao has sought out doctors from all corners, yet none could remedy her condition. How could this youth, who still requires guidance from the medical officer, possibly perform miracles? Perhaps it is merely the multitude of wonders this boy has already achieved that has led him to entertain such fanciful notions. With a chuckle, Instructor Song dismisses the thought from his mind. Tomorrow marks the day of their return to camp. Chapter 61. Your refinement of the skin realm. Is the camp not a military encampment? Why is it so lavish? When Instructor Song leads the candidate selections to the 1 against 100 camp, everyone is struck with astonishment. This place resembles a sprawling metropolis. The 1 against 100, being an elite troop, frequently dispatches forces to quell crises. Thus, the camp is strategically located for ease of transport and to facilitate the movement of large contingents. The roads are paved with hardened blue stone. Unintentionally, such conditions have attracted merchants from all walks of life, transforming the vicinity of the camp into a bustling transit hub. The reputation of the 1 against 100 is legendary, rendering the surrounding area devoid of bandits and ensuring good order. Additionally, as the soldiers require expenditures and the quartermaster needs to procure supplies, a city gradually emerges. It bears the name Qingshi City. Instructor Song is quite pleased with the candidates' reactions. This city ranks among the prominent within the Wuing dynasty, and he feels a sense of pride. His gaze sweeps across the candidates, and it is only Wang Wenfu whose expression remains unperturbed, prompting a silent nod of approval from him. Remarkably, he shows no astonishment at the scale of this city. Such composure is impressive. The city's size is comparable to that of a 3rd or 4th tier location. As a time traveler, Wang Wenfu has witnessed far grander cities. Their thoughts drift apart in a curious manner. Once inside the city, the military camp is a distinct area, separated from the external streets by a wall, with soldiers stationed as guards. I will visit the governor's office to assist you with your registration, Instructor Song states after assigning rooms to everyone. Before vanishing from sight, Wang Wenfu sets down his belongings, leading Zhu Ying out. With no pressing matters at hand, he decides to procure some supplies. He needs to purchase a new saddle for Zhu Ying and acquire a new bow for himself. Following the directions of passers-by, he locates the craftsman's shop and steps inside for a look. True to its reputation as a supplier for the 1 against 100, the bows here start at 15 force. Anything lower is simply unavailable. After spending 5 taels of silver, he purchases a 30-force bow and calls the proprietor over to inquire about horse armor. To his surprise, the proprietor steps outside and exclaims, "A fine steed." Of course, he is not cursing but rather marveling at the black Zhu Ying. "I wish to buy armor for it. Do you have any in stock?" Wang Wenfu asks, stroking the horse's head. "Alas, we do not," the proprietor replies, troubled. Most horses produced in the Wuing dynasty are ordinary riding steeds. Once armored, their mobility is significantly hampered. Generals would prefer their horses to run unencumbered rather than sacrifice valuable agility. Thus, the shop seldom stocks such unsellable armor. Your fine steed is larger and more robust than ordinary horses. Standard gear would likely fit too tightly, necessitating a custom set. The proprietor offers his insight. Wang Wenfu has no alternative but to consider this a fortunate dilemma and inquires about the price, approximately 100 taels of silver. Considering the materials and labor involved, my craftsman must be compensated. The proprietor calculates, presenting the figure. Wang Wenfu glances at his remaining 30 taels of silver and sighs. In this unfamiliar place, he is unaware of nearby hunting grounds, and he desperately needs to earn money. Regrettably shaking his head at the proprietor, he prepares to leave and devise another plan. Just as he turns, a frivolous voice calls out to him, "Hey, I have my eye on your black horse. Name your price." "I'm sorry, it's not for sale," Wang Wenfu replies without turning, leading his horse away. The value of Zhuiying is apparent to anyone with eyes. In Lingxian County, Wang Wenfu's name was well known. Even those who coveted his steed would not dare to show it openly. However, in Qingshi City, his reputation has yet to take hold. After being rebuffed, he expected the other party to recognize the situation and walk away, but instead, he hears footsteps approaching from behind. "Seize him," the frivolous voice commands. And another person hastens toward him, hands outstretched to capture him. Wang Wenfu, of course, will not grant him the opportunity. With a sharp sound, the long-handled knife at his back splits into two sections. He sheathes one half at his waist while wielding the other. Sweeping backward. As a newcomer, Wang Wenfu wishes to avoid causing any fatalities. Knocking the assailant unconscious will suffice. Clang. The iron rod connects squarely with the attacker's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Wang Wenfu turns to face the group. The leader is clad in a silken robe, idly toying with a jade turtle, showing no concern for his fallen subordinate. Behind him stand several guards in black attire, poised to strike. "This young master has taken a liking to your possession. You should consider it an honor," the robed youth remarks, flicking dirt from beneath his fingernails with a sinister grin. "I was merely inquiring about the price, although I have no intention of paying." "That is no justification for you to resort to violence. Should I then surrender myself, allowing you to have your way with me?" Wang Wenfu retorts, his expression one of disdain for this twisted reasoning and disingenuous eloquence. "Since you comprehend the situation, it makes things much simpler." The robed youth beckons to his guards, brandishing the jade turtle. "Whoever brings me the horse shall claim this treasure upon hearing of the reward." The guards eagerly rush forward. "In that case, esteemed guest, you ought to mount your horse and flee," suggests the craftsman's shop owner, who has taken refuge behind the door. They are all warriors of the skin refining realm. Rest assured, they strike lightly, and at most, a few bones may be broken. The robed youth stands with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze greedily fixated on Zhuiying. "Ha, you now realize the danger, do you not? It is too late," he cackles, reveling in the moment. Countless commoners have complied upon hearing the ranks of his guards, and it appears this one is no different. The black steed is about to become his plaything. Should he incapacitate them all, he expects no blame, Wang Wenfu declares, eyeing the guards closing in. "What?" The robed youth is momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this fool's erratic bravado. The foremost guard, catching sight of Wang Wenfu's eyes, turns pale and freezes in place. Wang Wenfu channels his energy, bringing the iron rod crashing down. Thud. The impact buries the guard's head into his shoulders. Do not worry, he is not dead, Wang Wenfu reassures before delivering another blow. Shattering the legs of another guard, several sharp cracks resonate as the guard's limbs contort, leaving them unrecognizable. The robed youth stands frozen, dropping the jade turtle from his grasp. Wang Wenfu steps forward to pick it up. Brushing off the dust, "Young master, do take care of your belongings, others may not be so kind." With that, he places the jade turtle atop the robed youth's head. Infuriated and humiliated, the youth flings his hands, smashing the turtle into the ground. Having never endured such indignities, he has always received what he desired on a silver platter. "You dare to humiliate me? Wait for it." Chapter 62. I bet on my own victory. Wang Wenfu scratches his head. Bemused by the antics of these oversized infants, they initially attempted to forcibly seize Zhuiying, yet now they are spinning the narrative to cast him as the bully. It seems he must indulge their whims to appease them. Truly spoiled brats. Observing their unreasonable behavior, Wang Wenfu feels a peculiar maturity in himself, despite being a few years their junior. "You dare ignore me, watch as I ambush you." After a moment of impotent rage, the robed youth, realizing his efforts yield no results, suddenly lunges at Wang Wenfu with a vicious kick aimed at his groin. Such a treacherous move, Wang Wenfu was unyielding, lifting his right leg to meet the assault. Their legs collide mid-air. Crack. The robed youth's calf bends forward into an unnatural angle, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as he writhes on the ground. These young scions, upon hearing the news that Governor Liao intends to accept disciples from the military, They all flock over, causing the atmosphere in the city to decline several notches. The owner of the craftsman shop, witnessing Wang Wenfu swiftly resolving the turmoil, leaped out from within. I had assumed that Governor Liao would only accept military households. Upon hearing the shopkeeper speak, Wang Wenfu seized the opportunity to inquire. Originally, that was the case, but for reasons unknown, the restrictions have been lifted this time, thus this throng of individuals has surged forth. The owner let out a sigh. Wang Wenfu nodded. As the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Wuyin dynasty, no one would wish to miss the chance to become a disciple of Governor Liao. Previously, only military households were accepted, and these prominent families would certainly not allow their offspring to endure the hardships of military service. Hence, with this final opportunity unrestrained, everyone yearned to take a chance. However, why the sudden lifting of restrictions, especially with Governor Liao wielding military authority? Is he perhaps looking to retire gracefully? That remains unclear to me. I am merely a businessman. In response to Wang Wenfu's questions, the owner shook his head, shrouded in ambiguity. Upon returning to the military camp, Instructor Song was already assembling the candidates. Once all were present, he began to announce the rules of the grand examination. This time, the examination was remarkably straightforward. They simply had to fight their way through. Upon concluding his statement, Instructor Song observed the candidates, who were left in stunned silence. Is it really that simple to fight through? Someone murmured. It is essential to note that this grand examination has attracted formidable contenders from all corners. While these individuals are considered elite among the 11 guard posts, they pale in comparison to those pampered prodigies from affluent families who have been cultivated with abundant resources. Do not fret, you are already like 100 men combined, and even without becoming disciples, you still have the opportunity to receive guidance from Governor Liao. Instructor Song reassured, recognizing their apprehensions. You possess an advantage over those outside. Once they are eliminated, they will have no further chances. Noticing the candidates calming slightly, he breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that this examination would be open to outsiders. He too was taken aback. However, since it was Governor Liao's command, he could only comply. The situation felt peculiar, as if some conspiracy lurked behind it. No matter how he pondered, Instructor Song could not fathom it and chose to dismiss distracting thoughts. Focusing instead on Wang Wenfu, he regarded him as the most promising candidate with the greatest chance of triumph, provided no external interference arose. That individual named Wang Wenfu was also participating, the disheveled young man muttered, glancing towards the crowd below. Though this person was clad in white robes, he was no longer the same as the last time. Returning to the prince, the scout reported that he had entered the military camp of Qingshi City alongside Instructor Song. Despite our arduous efforts to vie for supremacy, this person has instead chosen to serve under Governor Liao. The youth burst into laughter, gasping for breath. He pointed at the figure below. The man in white flinched. As the successor, he vividly recalled the fate of his predecessor, falsifying edicts, exterminating 9 clans. He isn't vying for supremacy, is he? Let that individual participate as well. I want to see rivers of blood. Wang Wenfu had been practicing his swordsmanship these past few days, nearing the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm. Meanwhile, the other candidates in the 1 against 100 camp were still mostly at the skin refinement realm. What will become of the armor of Zhuiying? Wang Wenfu pondered while practicing. After inquiring around, he found that with the dense movement of personnel, there were virtually no wild animals to hunt. If there were any, they had long been eliminated. Just as he was at a loss, 2 candidates approached. Brother Wenfu, we discovered that there are betting odds open for this grand examination. Are you interested? Wang Wenfu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that there were betting opportunities in Qingshi City. The two had long accustomed themselves to such occurrences, eagerly discussing how to wager for profits. Take me to see it. Then, seeing their eager expressions, Wang Wenfu thought it would be worth a glance. Sure, let us go. The duo led Wang Wenfu to the largest tavern in the city, where the wall of the main hall displayed the information of all the candidates. Why isn't our name here? Wang Wenfu scrutinized the information on the wall, failing to find his own name. Not only his, but the names of the 2 candidates beside him were also absent. The list consisted solely of names from prominent families, the offspring of officials from the 6 ministries. Stop thinking about it. With our capabilities, we wouldn't rank. It's better to see who has the higher odds. One remarked, indeed, those golden boys and jade maidens have been immersed in medicinal baths since childhood. How could we mere country folk compete? The other chimed in. Noticing Wang Wenfu's silence, the 2 resumed their discussion. Look, it's even the nameplate of a young lord. Even a young lord has come. This spot must surely belong to him, yet everyone knows him, so the odds aren't high. We 1 make much profit. Let us find someone else. Wang Wenfu listened intently to their conversation. A young lord, who, if memory serves, the title of young lord should belong to the son of a certain prince. If even such a person seeks to become a disciple of Governor Liao. It seems this position is indeed highly coveted. Boss, my name isn't on the list. Wang Wenfu summoned the tavern owner, preparing to place a 30-tael wager on himself. You, who? The owner glanced at the youth before him. Stroking his beard, Wang Wenfu. I don't know you. What's the matter? I wish to place a bet on myself. Hearing someone place a wager, the owner lazily produced a bamboo slip and nameplate. Names not on the list must be written by oneself. Wang Wenfu inscribed his name. The owner blew on the ink, allowing it to dry before hanging it in a remote corner of the wall. All right, how much will you wager? He clapped his hands, opening the ledger to inquire. 30 taels. Upon hearing this amount, he rolled his eyes. I thought the one betting on himself was from a prominent family. Only 30 taels, noted. The owner accepted the money, recording a figure in the ledger. Subsequently, he handed Wang Wenfu a receipt printed with half a flower seal, stating, all right, come to settle your winnings after the first round concludes. The other two, having observed Wang Wenfu's wager, rushed over. Brother Wenfu, have you already made your choice? Yes. Who did you bet on? We could use your insight as a reference. Wang Wenfu pointed to his own nameplate. You bet 30 taels on yourself? Truly bold and audacious. The two gave him a thumbs up before returning to their calculations. Wang Wenfu gazed at the matchup chart on the wall, a smile gracing his face. The grand examination is tomorrow, and my opponent is at the skin refinement realm the next morning. Wang Wenfu yawned as he stood in an open area on the outskirts of the city. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, he had been assigned to the outermost arena. Nearby, dozens of other pairs of candidates were also engaged in combat. I won, right, observing his opponent unconscious on the ground. Wang Wenfu stretched lazily. This person had rushed at him only to be struck on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. Yes, indeed, because the match concluded too swiftly, the referee was caught off guard. Wang Wenfu was victorious. Only upon receiving confirmation did Wang Wenfu exit the arena, awaiting the next victor. Thus, he continued to dominate, eliminating over 10 opponents before finally moving to the arena within the city. Wang Wenfu stopped by the tavern along the way. The 30 taels he had wagered previously had already doubled, so he resolutely chose to bet on himself again. Wang Wenfu surveyed the list of participants and noted that over half had been eliminated, leaving only those with some measure of strength. For instance, his next opponent appeared to be the son of a grand inspector. For a commoner to reach this stage is already remarkable. However, unfortunately, this young master will show you what it means to be a prodigy. Arriving at the martial arts arena, this opponent donned gleaming armor and wielded a 3-foot treasured sword, reciting, I sure you do, am already at the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm. If you understand, surrender obediently. Wang Wenfu disregarded him, channeling his energy and charging forward, unaware of his own demise. Sure you do, bellowed, thrusting his treasured sword directly at Wang Wenfu. After a brief clash, the smile on his face turned bitter. Aren't you also at the bone refinement realm? And only in the initial stage? Why? Sure Yudu was incredulous. A foe he usually could suppress with his realm was now proving ineffective. What bone refinement are you talking about? Wang Wenfu retorted, his blade never ceasing. Sure Yudu saw a straightforward strike coming. When he blocked with his treasured sword, he felt no resistance. Moments later, he heard the sound of slicing air as several pieces of armor were severed from his body. The blade precisely sliced through the connections of the armor without harming his flesh in the slightest. After a few exchanges, only the cotton lining remained on. Sure you do. Do you wish to continue? You wouldn't want to return home in the nude, would you? Wang Wenfu had planted his blade into the ground, regarding the flustered Sure Yudu. Although the martial arts arena was now within the city, Wang Wenfu's match still drew a few spectators. As they witnessed Sure Yudu's armor being stripped away, they erupted into laughter. Do not laugh. This outburst left Sure Yudu in a precarious position. He had to win this duel to redeem his reputation. I had initially intended to save this for the finals. He suddenly produced a pill from his sleeve, crushed it, and swallowed it. Hey, you're breaking the rules. The referee called out as he witnessed the use of a substance. Wang Wenfu was victorious. The grand examination does not permit the use of drugs, it relies solely on one's own strength. Otherwise, if someone emerges victorious and is discovered to be merely a pill popper, how can true strength be discerned? Sure Yudu paid no heed to such details. After all, dignity could not compare to victory. Upon ingestion, the pill transformed into boundless energy. This pill had cost his family a fortune, and its effects were swift, enhancing his vitality and recovery speed within 3 minutes. 3 minutes is sufficient. Perish, Sure Yudu charged forward like a rabid dog. Unrestrained by concerns over his vitality, his only thought was to attack recklessly, believing his opponent would surely falter under the onslaught. At least, that was his assumption. Wang Wenfu, noticing the murderous intent in the attacks, felt a chill run down his spine. In this grand examination, all participants had signed a death waiver. After all, the blades and swords are blind, collisions are inevitable, yet, since there were no personal grievances, it was preferable to leave some leeway and foster goodwill. Wang Wenfu's previous opponents had either been knocked unconscious or surrendered without bloodshed. Shiryudu's attack was evidently fueled by rage, aiming for lethal intent. This alteration in nature instantly heightened Wang Wenfu's killing aura. He deftly retrieved the knife that was lodged in the ground, executing a straightforward yet effective thrust. Whoosh! The remaining inner lining was shredded by the tempest, revealing several deep gashes that exposed bone. He was propelled outward, rolling beyond the designated area. Wang Wenfu emerged victorious. Only after declaring this did the referee realize he had already made the announcement. The brilliance of Wang Wenfu's response had led him to mistakenly believe that the contest was still ongoing. Shiryuda lay bloodied on the ground. "How could you be so ruthless, my son?" A middle-aged man in his 40s rushed down from the stands, wailing as he embraced Shiryudu. "Yes, shake him a bit more. Let him bleed out. Do not call for a doctor." Wang Wenfu had long grown accustomed to such accusations, responding with a sense of amusement instead. Within Qingshi City, there were far too many self-centered individuals. "Wait for me." The middle-aged man trembled as he pointed at Wang Wenfu, though he was aware that his son was still alive. He soon summoned servants to carry the now-naked Shiryuda through the streets in search of a physician. A white pig thus traversed the alleys. Though the individual was not dead, he had suffered a social death. Following his victory, Wang Wenfu's earnings surged to 90 taels. Due to his consecutive wins, his odds were no longer as high as before. However, after a few more matches, he anticipated that the accumulated wealth would suffice. Wang Wenfu proceeded to examine the situation of potential opponents in other arenas. Currently, the front-runner for the title was the previously mentioned heir. It was said that he, like Wang Wenfu, was advancing with remarkable speed. His match was taking place next door, so Wang Wenfu decided to take a look. He had to admit that this heir was indeed popular. As the martial arts arena was teeming with spectators, Wang Wenfu drew upon his vitality and surged through the crowd with his strength. "What are you doing?" those who were pushed aside complained. But upon receiving a glance from Wang Wenfu, which bore a hint of menace, they promptly silenced themselves. As he made his way through, he finally caught sight of the interior of the arena. The atmosphere was electric, with cheers erupting as if the finals had already concluded. However, upon observing the scene, Wang Wenfu's brow furrowed. The heir stood at the center, raising his left hand to the audience. His opponent was being hoisted by the neck with his right hand, blood streaming down his face. At the heir's gesture, the cheers from the audience crescendoed. Encouraged, he flung his opponent to the ground, methodically stomping him into the earth. As the opponents ceased to breathe, the heir turned to the referee with a smile. The referee, drenched in sweat, only announced after receiving permission, "Li Shizhi wins." The crowd's cheers surged several octaves higher, vibrating the stands with their fervor. A brutal slaughter. Wang Wenfu shook his head. The heir was clearly toying with his opponent. Clearing his throat, Li Shizhi began to deliver a victory speech. "Thank you all for your support. I have trained in martial arts since childhood and have long desired the guidance of Governor Liao. Upon learning that this selection of champions was not limited to military households, I have been unable to sleep at night. My dream is finally within reach. Everyone, watch closely. This selection of champions is mine alone." Chapter 64, Mid-Stage Bone Refinement. Such arrogance. This fellow is truly insufferable. Amidst the cheering crowd, Wang Wenfu caught an incongruous voice. Turning his head, he spotted a masked individual adorned with a red half-face mask, lounging on the stands with a contemptuous gaze. He had deliberately lowered his voice, yet Wang Wenfu still heard him. Sensing that Wang Wenfu had noticed him, the masked figure locked his gaze on him as well. Upon turning, Wang Wenfu observed a cross-shaped scar on the man's forehead. If not for the adept medical skills, this scar, concealed beneath his bangs, would have been difficult to detect. "Excuse me." Before Wang Wenfu could scrutinize further, someone jostled past him. His view was obstructed, and when he looked again, the masked individual had vanished from his previous spot. Li Shizhi had also departed from the martial arts arena. Compared to his previous smiling demeanor, his current cold expression seemed to reflect his true nature. As the crowd began to disperse, Wang Wenfu noticed that Instructor Song was also watching the duel. "Wenfu, you're here too," Instructor Song greeted him. "I finished my match early, so I came to observe potential opponents." Wang Wenfu took a seat beside him, watching the thinning crowd. "Know thyself and know thy enemy. Splendid, Instructor Song clapped his hands, but then sighed, saying, I initially believed your chances of winning were quite high, but now that Li Shizi has arrived, it's likely that the ultimate victor will be. Instructor Song fell silent, but it was clear what he had omitted. Even he regarded Li Shizi highly, indicating that the heir was not merely a frivolous dandy lacking in capability. Is his realm exceptionally high? Wang Wenfu inquired. No one knows. Thus far, no one in the arena has compelled him to reveal his true level. Instructor Song shook his head, speaking gravely. Li Shizi has been dedicated to martial arts from a young age and has received instruction from numerous esteemed masters. All his opponents are no match for him, as you witnessed earlier. Even if your combat experience surpasses his, the gap in cultivation is simply too vast. Observing Instructor Song's lack of confidence, Wang Wenfu smiled. I am confident in claiming the title. Instructor Song looked at Wang Wenfu in disbelief. Although this youth had slain barbarian warriors on the battlefield, those savages were nothing compared to Li Shizi. The techniques he practiced were on a vastly superior level compared to those of the barbarians. I may not even triumph over Li Shizi. How about this? I will see if I can arrange for you to audit alongside Governor Liao as a backup plan. Instructor Song had already begun to seek an alternative. Just wait and see. Wang Wenfu stood up and walked toward the next arena. Instructor Song watched the youth's retreating figure, gritting his teeth as if he had made a firm resolution. After several more consecutive victories, the selection of champions ultimately narrowed down to 4 contenders. As an ordinary participant, Wang Wenfu naturally garnered less attention than the remaining 3. His next opponent was the grandson of the Grand Tutor. Upon arriving at the tavern, the owner greeted him with a beaming smile, recognizing the cash cow before him. In recent days, Wang Wenfu had brought him considerable profit. 90 taels. I'll bet on myself. Alright, after this round, the odds for the shadowless steed should materialize. Back at the camp, Wang Wenfu used the remaining funds to purchase materials for a medicinal bath. After soaking, he headed to the training grounds to practice his swordplay. As the selection of champions reached its conclusion, the eliminated members of the 100 had officially entered the ranks. Their structure was similar to that of the guard units, comprising divisions of hundreds and thousands. However, the 1,000-man unit was the maximum deployment for the 100, with Governor Liao above them. Observing the regimented figures on the training grounds, synchronized battle cries echoed in unison. Wang Wenfu found an empty space for himself. As he was still in the selection process, he was not required to participate in collective drills. Wang Wenfu focused intently, immersing himself in the practice of his swordsmanship. He aimed to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of bone refinement before the finals. Even if Li Shizi were at the mid-stage of flesh refinement, he would still be able to contend. Though the Qian Kuan Sun and Moon Sword technique had reached a proficient level, he lacked the method, hindering his progress significantly. Even with the aid of the medicinal bath, his advancement felt stagnant. However, with sufficient diligence, he believed he would eventually unravel the secrets within. Wang Wenfu was drenched in sweat, his vigorous vitality compensating for the absence of a method. Huff, gasping for breath, he noted that his swordsmanship experience had plateaued at 499/600. The remaining progress would have to be earned gradually. After a brief rest, he resumed practicing with the long-handled sword. Who taught you this sword technique? A voice emerged from behind him, startling Wang Wenfu. Someone had approached without his notice. If this were a battlefield, he might have perished. Wang Wenfu swiftly turned around to find a man with slicked back hair standing behind him. His dark hair was interspersed with strands of white, and his muscular physique stretched his attire taut. What realm was this person in, that he could approach so closely without being detected? Don't be so tense. I am just passing through. The man spread his arms, indicating no ill intent. This sword technique looks quite familiar. Could you kindly demonstrate it again? Wang Wenfu pursed his lips. He intended to continue practicing regardless. Besides, if the man had malicious intent, he would have acted already instead of asking. With this thought, he began to execute the technique once more, having become accustomed to being observed during his time in Ling Mountain City. He was unbothered by this individual. The man watched with keen interest as Wang Wenfu wielded his blade, nodding slightly with his right hand resting on his chin after completing a set of techniques. Wang Wenfu took a sip from the water flask at his waist. The absence of a method led to significant fatigue. You haven't told me how you learned this sword technique, the man inquired. Remaining insistent, Wang Wenfu certainly could not reveal that it was Instructor Song's imitation, so he casually replied, I taught myself. Seeing that Wang Wenfu was unwilling to divulge more, the man pondered for a moment before stating, this sword technique is not something that can be casually self-taught. Wang Wenfu ignored him, but the man continued to ask questions, creating an odd atmosphere. As he resumed practicing, the metallic taste of rust returned to his throat. Wang Wenfu continued his training undeterred, while the man remained at his side, observing intently. Level up, Qiankuan Sun and Moon Sword Technique Mastered. Experience 0-1200. Qiankuan in hand, the Sun and Moon shine together. Achieved mid-stage bone refinement. Comprehended 50% of the method. The elevation of his skill accompanied the understanding of the method. Once he reached the maximum level, the method would naturally mature, just as Wang Wenfu was about to continue practicing. He heard the man remark, to comprehend 50% without a method is indeed a rare talent. Meanwhile, Instructor Song had arrived at the governor's residence. Governor Liao, please punish me. Instructor Song knelt on the ground. His tone laden with remorse. You seek an audience only to request punishment without cause, spoke a figure from the shadows, his voice devoid of warmth. The IT is not without cause. I have replicated the governor's sword technique and taught it to a young general. Aiding his breakthrough. A martial art without a method can achieve a breakthrough. Indeed, I initially believed he would be unable to learn, which led me to encourage his studies. To my astonishment, in a moment of crisis, he succeeded in breaking through and salvaging the situation. Is there truly such a remarkable talent? I am aware that Governor Liao's martial arts are exclusively for his disciples. I humbly ask for your forgiveness regarding my unauthorized dissemination of knowledge. You yourself have stated that it was a moment of crisis. Thus, I shall not pursue the matter further. Thank you for your leniency, Governor Xia. You scoundrel, your apology is merely a facade. You seek to draw my attention to that young lad. The governor is indeed astute, having discerned my intentions so quickly. Very well, lead me to see him. Chapter 65, Acquiring the Method. How did you know? This peculiar individual has been rambling since earlier, yet his ability to silently appear behind me, coupled with his immediate recognition of my martial arts deficiencies, signifies that his strength should not be underestimated. This set of knife techniques is indeed from Governor Liao. Instructor Song also approached from a distance. Governor Liao, Wang Wenfu gazed at the middle-aged man with slicked back hair. The Wang dynasty has been established for a century. As a founding general, this man hardly appears to be of advanced age. I have humiliated myself to invite Governor Liao here as a means to compensate for your prior seizure of supplies from the barbarian tribes, explained Instructor Song, noticing Wang Wenfu's astonishment. Thank you, Instructor Song. Wang Wenfu performed a bow, subsequently offering the same gesture to Governor Liao as a greeting. No method can be honed to this degree without being considered a talent. I shall now teach you the complete technique. Governor Liao casually picked up a long staff from nearby, demonstrating the stance. Is this acceptable? How would I explain this to young Master Li? To receive the treatment of a disciple even before entering. Is this the advantage of entering a competition? However, should Governor Liao's actions be made public, he would undoubtedly face accusations of favoritism. Just know that this year's selection is open to the public. It was never my intention to conceal this. Governor Liao wore a somewhat helpless expression but could not elaborate further. Wang Wenfu nodded. Since the other party was unconcerned, he would proceed to learn. Pay close attention, I shall teach you only once. Governor Liao became serious, and the wooden staff in his hand suddenly struck. The humble wooden stick seemed to radiate an aura of lethality in his grasp, each strike glimmering as if it were edged with a blade. The energy converging into a blade. As Wang Wenfu followed along, he was astonished to find himself already familiar with this technique. Though he could not ascertain Governor Liao's realm, it was evident that the latter's level far surpassed his own. Were it not for the governor's deliberate slowing of pace, he would be utterly unable to keep up with the fluid movements. Have you learned it? Upon completing the sequence, the wooden staff in Governor Liao's hand crumbled into a pile of wood shavings. Wang Wenfu remained silent, reflecting for a moment before resuming his practice. After mastering the method, the experience points required for the knife skill had significantly decreased. Moreover, he no longer experienced the heavy sensation that had previously caused him to cough up blood. Wang Wenfu wielded the knife with newfound vigor. Incorporating his own understanding into the techniques, Governor Liao observed that the knife techniques had not been replicated one for one, rather, they bore Wang Wenfu's unique interpretation. He nodded in satisfaction. This was the best response. Thank you, Governor Liao. Wang Wenfu stood with his knife sheath, feeling liberated from the burden of prior training. Practiced diligently. After delivering his words, Governor Liao proceeded to inspect the training of other squads. Wang Wenfu focused on his skill panel, noting that the experience required for upgrading the Qiankuan Sun Moon knife technique had dropped from 1200 to 800. Furthermore, his practice progress now matched that of previous sessions with bonuses. Unfortunately, Governor Liao had only provided this one instance of instruction. Earlier, Wang Wenfu had witnessed how, under his guidance, the skill had gained 3 enhancements, leading to rapid advancement. However, as a closed-door disciple, there would be ample opportunities for further training together. Tomorrow marks the semifinals. I should be able to meet young Master Li in the finals. Wang Wenfu observed from a distance the inspecting figure of Governor Liao, noticing the presence of the masked individual from earlier. Although the expression of the masked figure was hidden, Governor Liao wore a smile. Wang Wenfu decided not to concern himself with their affairs. He still needed to prepare for the finals. Returning his focus, Wang Wenfu swung his knife once more. On the morning of the semi-finals, the venue was significantly larger. While most of the crowd had been drawn to the other match featuring young Master Li, the stands here were still quite full. As Wang Wenfu walked through the corridor, he glanced at the names on the duel list. Those scheduled to face young Master Li all bore their names written in blood red. INK.No1 had survived his previous encounters. This indicated his ruthlessness. Upon stepping onto the martial arts stage, Wang Wenfu was greeted by the raucous cheers of the crowd. Go grandson, knock him down. An elderly man, his fists raised despite his frail appearance, cheered with surprising vigor for the combatants. Many observed his actions and imitated him, contributing to the atmosphere. Young Master Yu, go. Young Master Yu, go. This elder was likely the Grand Tutor, as most of the spectators had been brought here by him. Silence, do not shout my name like that. The young man opposing Wang Wenfu flushed, clearly embarrassed by the public attention. This individual was of a similar age and his presence in this match indicated formidable strength. Ha, my grandson remains as shy as ever, the old rogue chuckled heartily, while the surrounding guards looked on with trepidation, fearing the elder might laugh himself to an early demise. I am Yu Tianyu. May I ask your esteemed name? The Grand Tutor's grandson stood at the edge of the stage, bowing courteously. Wang Wenfu paused momentarily. Among the many opponents he had faced, this young master was the most cultured and polite. You need not be so formal. My surname is Wang, and my given name is Wenfu. Since the other party was respectful, he felt compelled to reciprocate. I look forward to your guidance. Yu Tianyu smiled and drew his weapon. Two large shields. Wang Wenfu found his opponent's unsteady demeanor quite comical, given Yu Tianyu's shorter stature. When the two iron shields were brought together, his entire figure was obscured. He peeked out from between the shields, then abruptly clanged them together, shuffling toward Wang Wenfu. Though amusing, Wang Wenfu did not underestimate him. The ability to wield an iron shield in each hand indicated considerable physical strength. Indeed, as Yu Tianyu approached, the right-hand shield surged forward like a crashing wave. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Wang Wenfu chose not to evade, directly meeting the assault. Mid-stage bone refinement, for one so young to attain such mastery. It was evident that the resources available to aristocratic families far surpassed those of the common folk. Excellent. The Grand Tutor raised both hands in celebration as Yu Tianyu's assault landed. Wang Wenfu pivoted to absorb the force. The shield struck with the weight of a battering ram. Seeing his attack thwarted, Yu Tianyu retreated behind his shields, slowly advancing. Iron Turtle, Wang Wenfu muttered, facing this armored opponent with a strategy of gradual attrition. The technique Yu Tianyu employed was akin to a stone in a stagnant pond. Is stale, hard, and thorny. He sought to draw Wang Wenfu into his rhythm, forcing him to expend considerable energy to breach the defenses of the shields. At that moment, Yu Tianyu could utilize his ample energy reserves to launch counterattacks. However, in a battle of endurance, Wang Wenfu had yet to fear anyone. Infusing energy into his long-bladed knife, the blade shimmered with a bright edge. Perfect. I wish to test my new technique against this iron turtle. The sharpness of the blade should correlate with the volume of energy infused. Wang Wenfu swung down at the iron shield, slicing off a corner. His weapon is that sharp? Yu Tianyu observed through the gap, astonished that despite his shield being forged from fine iron, a chunk had been cleanly severed. He was acutely aware of the weight of his shield, as even a slight change could affect the balance of his shield strikes. Wang Wenfu's assault came once more. Yu Tianyu braced himself as the blade drew closer. Chapter 66. You are my elder brother. Another ear-piercing sound of slicing echoed, and sparks erupted in the arena. Wang Wenfu's attack carved a V-shaped notch into Yu Tianyu's massive shield. The shavings of iron scattered across the ground, crunching underfoot. It appeared this energy blade was harder than fine iron. Wang Wenfu surveyed the results of his strikes, thoroughly satisfied. As long as he managed his energy expenditure, his knife could slice through iron as if it were mere clay. With this shark's tooth, I need not fear your turtle shell. Wang Wenfu charged forward once more. Since his opponent was not initiating any attacks, he saw no need to alter his strategy, simply pressing the offensive. After several rapid exchanges, the once smooth surface of the shield became marred with terrifying scratches. Should this shield survive into future generations, people might believe it bore the marks of an ancient beast. Inside the shield, Yu Tianyu's complexion turned pale, his hands growing weak. While he had managed to withstand the initial barrage of Wang Wenfu's strikes, the increasing force behind each subsequent blow became increasingly daunting. If his massive shield resembled two doors, then Wang Wenfu's attacks were akin to a battering ram. The gap in the shield was widening, and it was only a matter of time before the final blow would shatter the defenses completely. Peering through the widening fissure, Wang Wenfu prepared to strike down a weight. At a critical juncture, Yu Tianyu suddenly raised his right hand. Wang Wenfu halted mid-swing, the blade poised but not descending. What is this fellow up to? A trick. Having developed a favorable impression of his opponent, Wang Wenfu decided to observe his intentions. In traditional martial arts, one should exercise restraint. Seeing that Wang Wenfu had truly ceased his assault, Yu Tianyu exhaled in relief and smiled. He then abandoned his defensive stance, placing the shield on the ground and declaring loudly, "I concede." The arena erupted in astonishment. They had witnessed a closely matched duel, yet now someone was voluntarily surrendering? Among the crowd, only the Grand Tutor wore a smile. "Tianyu has surrendered, yet you seem unperturbed," a bewildered relative asked, his face etched with concern. He had spent a considerable sum at the tavern, and now all of that seemed wasted. The Grand Tutor shook his head, still smiling, and replied, "Those who recognize the prevailing circumstances are truly wise. My grandson is no exception." The referee regained his composure, looking at the already surrendered Yu Tianyu and inquired, "Are you certain? This is the semifinals. Typically this is the stage where battles are fought to the death. There are those who would risk their lives for a slim chance of victory. I concede." Yu Tianyu reaffirmed. Wang Wenfu was the victor, the referee announced loudly, and the stands erupted in scattered applause. However, as Yu Tianyu began to clap, the rest of the audience followed suit. In an instant, applause resounded like thunder. "You are truly remarkable. From now on, you shall be my elder brother." With admiration evident on his face, Yu Tianyu gazed at Wang Wenfu. "Elder brother." Wang Wenfu was taken aback by the immediate deference. His expression one of bewilderment. "If I do not concede defeat, your next assault will undoubtedly shatter the defense I take such pride in." Yu Tianyu shrugged, casting a glance at his battered shield. "As for the title of elder brother, let's set that aside." Wang Wenfu waved his hand dismissively. "After all, this Grand Tutor is a man of high standing, a close advisor to the emperor. His grandson might indeed have significant ties to the royal family. So it is prudent to tread carefully. The escaped prince and the poison-wielding emperor are, in Wang Wenfu's eyes, not to be trifled with." Having concluded his thoughts, he turned to leave the venue, unbeknownst to him. Yu Tianyu clenched his fists, resolutely murmuring, "Is this the composure of a true warrior? Knowing I am the Grand Tutor's grandson yet still refusing, I have resolved to regard him as my elder brother." Just as Wang Wenfu stepped outside, he was confronted by two familiar faces. "Wenfu, congratulations." "Brother Wenfu, congratulations on reaching the finals." Surprised to see them, Wang Wenfu exclaimed, "Uncle Zhang Deshang, what brings you here?" The two familiar faces belonged to Zhang the Hunter and his son. "Zhang Deshang. My father learned where you were competing and came to cheer for you." Zhang Deshang rushed forward, eyes filled with envy as he admired the fully armed Wang Wenfu. Zhang the Hunter nodded with a smile from behind. "Ling Mountain County is nearly 3 days' journey from here." Their arduous trip touched Wang Wenfu. After arriving in this world, it was Zhang the Hunter who had helped him through the most challenging times. Meanwhile, Zhang Deshang had been like a younger brother, under his care. Reflecting on their past, Wang Wenfu composed himself and handed 2 manuals on sword techniques to Zhang Deshang. "The prison guard's sword technique?" "The tiger striking sword technique." Zhang Deshang read the titles with disbelief. "Brother Wenfu, is this truly for me? These techniques are priceless in the outside world, sought after by many. To simply give them away reveals that you have already attained a higher level of cultivation." Wang Wenfu nodded, saying, "Study diligently. I look forward to the day you rid the world of evil." With that, he stuffed the manuals into Deshang's embrace. Reminded of a previous conversation with his father, Zhang Deshang nodded tearfully. The power of a role model is thus passed on. After this exchange, Wang Wenfu turned to Zhang the Hunter. "Uncle Zhang, do you trust me?" Zhang the Hunter hesitated for a moment before nodding. "The meaning clear. Go to the tavern and place my bet on victory." "Understood, rest assured." Zhang the Hunter comprehended the implications. In Ling Mountain County, he was well informed, and this minor task posed no challenge for him. "Also, please help me withdraw the funds and place my own bet as well." Wang Wenfu handed the tavern receipt to Zhang the Hunter. Since they were going, he need not make an extra trip. "I shall return to the camp first. I have martial arts to practice." Seeing Zhang the Hunter secure the receipt, Wang Wenfu bid farewell to the two and turned back toward the military camp. With the capability to cultivate his own medicinal fields, the herbs in the camp were somewhat cheaper than those sold outside. Wang Wenfu prepared a medicinal bath. Level up, Mastery of Medicine 1680, restoring the world from calamity. Alleviating the suffering of humanity. It is evident. The potions you use will reveal their ingredients and preparation methods. Internal insight. By touching a patient, one can perceive their internal condition. The medical skill level has risen. And a new attribute has been added. Wang Wenfu pressed his hand to his chest, feeling the qi and blood within him surge like a stampede of wild horses, vigorous and unyielding. How extraordinarily healthy. Is this the benefit of martial arts? Tossing the medicinal bath into warm water, he soaked while perusing medical texts. He had already gone through these texts several times. Each review yielded diminishing returns in experience points. Cold food powder. While browsing, Wang Wenfu stumbled upon an intriguing formula. This potion was meant for patients suffering from typhoid fever, as its warming properties provided some benefits to such individuals. However, it also possessed a somewhat hallucinogenic effect. The text noted that patients would experience a sense of transcendence after consumption. Why not give this a try? After completing the medicinal bath, Wang Wenfu procured the formula and began concocting it. Once completed, he blended it with warm wine. As the inner Dan of the dagger approached the potion, a miniature whirlwind seemed to arise within the bowl. The inner Dan voraciously absorbed the entirety of the potion. Now all that remained was to await the refining process. Wang Wenfu observed the potion's efficacy and felt reassured. Tomorrow marks the decisive battle against Prince Li. I wonder if this toxin will take effect in time. He grasped his dagger. The toxin was merely a contingency plan. The primary confrontation would depend on his own strength. The enhancement from the medicinal bath still lingered. It was time to hone his sword techniques. Chapter 67. Born with divine strength, Shang the Hunter and Zhang Deshang arrived at the tavern. Due to the betting frenzy surrounding the selection of champions, the establishment was bustling with activity. Zhang Deshang had never witnessed such a lively scene and curiously surveyed his surroundings. Zhang the Hunter approached the proprietor and, following Wang Wenfu's instructions, withdrew the winnings. Here you go, 200 taels. The proprietor confirmed the identity of the visitor against his records and handed over a heavy bag. The weight of the bag was nearly 10 pounds, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Upon opening the bag, the gleaming silver caught everyone's eye. Zhang the Hunter swallowed hard. Though well-traveled, it was his first time seeing such an amount of money. 200 taels, and I shall continue to bet on Wang Wenfu. He slapped himself across the face in determination, resolutely pushing the silver back. Very well. You should have said so earlier. The proprietor returned the money to the counter and produced a new receipt. I still have 10 taels. I shall also bet on Wang Wenfu. Zhang the Hunter retrieved half his assets from his pocket and handed them over. Hey, look at this fool betting on Wang Wenfu. Come see, someone nearby voiced a discordant remark. Zhang the Hunter, level-headed, accepted the new receipt without acknowledging the individual. The more one entangles with such people, the more time is wasted. However, Zhang Deshang could not remain silent. Youthful and impetuous, he shouted in anger, Brother Wenfu will surely claim victory. You blind fools, claiming victory based on what? Your words? The individual, seemingly a loyal follower of Prince Li, scoffed at the notion of Wang Wenfu winning. Relishing the spectacle, let me tell you, the prince is a once-in-a-lifetime martial genius. You rural bumpkins dare challenge a sage? Know your place. Deshang, let us go. Zhang the Hunter pulled Zhang Deshang out of the tavern. Meanwhile, Wang Wenfu stood amidst a sea of discarded potion vials, engaged in a fierce exchange with Instructor Song. The two were locked in an intense back-and-forth. Unable to gain the upper hand, Wang Wenfu had taken the opportunity to recruit Instructor Song for practice after spotting him passing by. With ample potions and the benefits of a sparring partner, his cultivation was nearing the late stage of bone refinement. Your bone refinement level is quite peculiar, having never practiced one-on-one with Wang Wenfu before. Instructor Song found the situation more complex than anticipated. Even the blood of the mysterious tiger could not sustain such a continuous flow of energy. Perhaps it is my innate divine strength. Wang Wenfu was not inclined to reveal his secrets easily, as he was currently at a critical juncture, and the benefits from the potions were about to be depleted. Clang, clang. After deflecting 2 attacks, Instructor Song suddenly took a step back. The distance allowed the blade to graze his chest. In a moment of clarity, he realized, this sword technique is so refined, it seems as though it has been practiced for decades. He was startled and quickly evaded another incoming strike. Stumbling slightly, this indicated he was at a disadvantage. On the battlefield, he would be under sustained pressure, leading to certain defeat. Wang Wenfu did not pursue the advantage but instead focused on cultivating his energy. Thank you, Instructor Song. I am ready now. The Qiankuan Sun and Moon sword technique has reached great mastery, and my cultivation has also attained the late stage of bone refinement. Wang Wenfu twisted his body, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones. His internal structure had been fully refined. The next stage would be flesh refinement. Instructor Song, panting heavily, realized that this practice had also subtly advanced his own cultivation. It seems there is indeed a chance in the selection of champions. Observing Wang Wenfu's vigorous demeanor, he chuckled. Previously, witnessing Prince Li's cowardly demeanor before battle was truly embarrassing. On the morning of the finals, the streets were bustling with people, the crowd pushed and pulled, all eager to enter the martial arena. This final match was extraordinary. With a host announcing the proceedings, Wang Wenfu stood at the end of the corridor. Waves of cheers crashing against him from the outside. Listening to the announcer's introduction, he learned that many dignitaries had come to attend, including Governor Liao. Now let us welcome His Highness, the son of Prince Li, the esteemed Longi of the Luan County, a martial genius at the late stage of flesh refinement. As the introductions concluded, the announcer began to present the participants. The moment Prince Li appeared, the crowd erupted in a tsunami of cheers. The opponent of the prince is Wang Wenfu, a former prison guard at the late stage of bone refinement. The announcer's biased introduction prompted uproarious laughter from the audience, mocking the terms prison guard and bone refinement, which seemed far beneath the final standards. How did this fellow even reach the finals? There is a clear disparity in cultivation levels. No wonder the odds are so grim. Kill him, I want to see rivers of blood. Wang Wenfu dismissed all distractions and steadily approached the center of the arena. The crowd snickered. Wang Wenfu's armor, worn from countless battles, appeared somewhat tattered, with iron patches in places. His weapon, a long-handled blade, was unusual, resembling a polearm yet distinctly different. In contrast, Prince Li donned golden-scaled armor, overlaid with a dragon robe. The 4-foot-hard whip in his hand shimmered with silver, each segment resembling a pagoda. The protruding conical iron spikes on it would likely strip flesh from the bone if struck. Prince Li regarded Wang Wenfu with a smirk. Thank you, little brother, for granting me the position of your closed-door disciple. His voice was soft yet laced with disdain, implying that the title of closed-door disciple was rightfully his, as no one else stood a chance. Moreover, he immediately adopted the demeanor of an elder, referring to Wang Wenfu as a younger brother, revealing his intentions. Do not taint the military camp, go play your role as a young master instead. Wang Wenfu, undeterred by his words, replied calmly. Governor Liao's remarks that day were abundantly clear. He evidently did not wish for another outsider to encroach upon the military grounds. Regrettably, I had intended to leave you with a complete corpse, yet you refused to appreciate my kindness. Young Master Li summoned his chi and blood, raising his whip to produce a crackling sound. Then I shall use this thunder god whip to flay your skin inch by inch, and even slice your eyelids so you may witness your own demise. With that, he vanished from his original position and charged forward. Truly, his agility was remarkable. That which the royal family learns is indeed of a superior caliber. Wang Wenfu focused intently on his opponent's trajectory, aware that the challenges posed by the realm of flesh were far more daunting than those he had faced before, as his opponent's physical speed and strength had escalated to an entirely new level. Coupled with his swift movements, Wang Wenfu had to expend all his mental energy to track his every motion. Clang! In their initial clash, Wang Wenfu felt every bone in his body reverberate. The impact forced him to involuntarily retreat several steps. Again, young Master Li's expression soured when his first strike failed to annihilate his opponent. The refuse of the bone refining realm was not obliterated. No matter, victory is but a matter of time. On his next strike, he would slay this beloved of Governor Liao with a single lash. He cast a glance at Governor Liao atop the highest platform, a smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 68, Blood of Chaos. This selection of blades was initiated at the Emperor's behest, compelling Governor Liao to loosen his restrictions. The intention was to allow the royal family to infiltrate and oversee with an iron grip. They were certainly aware of Governor Liao teaching Wang Wenfu the art of swordsmanship. Upon discovering Wang Wenfu's realm, they opted not to intervene. After all, he was merely of the bone refining realm. It posed no significant threat. However, such information was known only to Governor Liao and the royal family, remaining concealed from the public. Young Master Li raised the thunder god whip above his head. With Wang Wenfu's crown chakra directly in his sights, death, the anticipated spectacle of a watermelon bursting, did not materialize. The whip struck empty air. Wang Wenfu had already positioned himself a step away, thrusting his blade forward. Futile, my reflexes far surpass yours. Young Master Li deliberately brushed past the blade's edge to mock this audacious counterattack. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed at his chest. What? He looked down to find a gash torn into his chest plate, blood oozing forth, quickly sealing the wound. Young Master Li glared at that peculiar long-handled sword. How could it be that I evaded the blade yet still sustained injury? Young Master Li could hardly believe that one of the bone refining realm could inflict harm upon him. Touching the wound on his chest, the searing pain jolted him into clarity. Cunning trickery, to think I could be harmed in my noble form. He steeled his resolve, channeling his chi and blood, preparing for a full frontal assault. As long as I do not allow my adversary to strike, I shall remain unharmed. Bolts of thunder rained down upon Wang Wenfu as young Master Li launched a frenzied barrage of attacks. The effectiveness of his prior strike invigorated Wang Wenfu. The Qi blade indeed had the element of surprise, even against the reactions of one in the flesh-refining realm. It was rarely able to discern the prelude. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that his own realm was inferior. A single block from his opponent could spell disaster, thus adopting a defensive stance for the time being. The contest would come down to Qi and blood. Whoever exhausted their energy first would be the loser. Seeing that his suppressive attacks bore fruit, young Master Li's spirits lifted. A contest of Qi and blood. Ha, I am the blood of chaos, how dare you challenge me? As he spoke, he intensified his whipping force. Wang Wenfu was pushed back several steps, nearly stepping out of the designated bounds. Pivoting on the edge, he returned to the center of the arena. The blood of chaos suits you rather well. Chaos is one of the four great ferocious beasts, preying on the virtuous, delighting in brutality, and incapable of discerning right from wrong. Such a sadistic young master is indeed a perfect embodiment of chaotic blood. Keep boasting while you can. Once your Qi is depleted, I shall take good care of you. Believing himself to be in the advantageous position, young Master Li began to chant, "The referee is mine. The audience cheers for me. How can you contend with me? As long as I do not give the signal, even if I were to reduce you to a pulp, the referee would not intervene." He struck Wang Wenfu's blade with his whip, attempting to shatter the long edge. However, the recoil left his hands numb. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Wenfu thrust his blade forward once more. The Qi blade consumed a significant amount of Qi and blood. Against an opponent in the flesh-refining realm, he could only activate it when the opportunity arose. This time, young Master Li was prepared. The Thunder God whip parried, the Qi blade grazing his forehead and severing a few strands of hair. The surrounding audience watched in stunned silence. They had anticipated a grand slaughter, yet the duel was fiercely contested. Was a cross-realm challenge truly feasible? Amidst young Master Li's torrential onslaught, Wang Wenfu maneuvered with remarkable ease. Although everyone could see that young Master Li had the upper hand, he was unable to defeat Wang Wenfu. I have wagered my entire fortune on young Master Li. You must support me. Those who had previously mocked Zhang the Hunter rose from their seats, brandishing their tokens. With his influence, many began to wave their tokens like colorful flags, cheering loudly. Did you hear that? They all have faith in you. Wang Wenfu, upon hearing this, seized the moment to taunt his opponent. Young Master Li gritted his teeth. His previous attacks had drained considerable Qi and blood. If he could not swiftly vanquish Wang Wenfu, where would he hide his face? A late-stage practitioner of the flesh-refining realm being delayed by one of the bone-refining realm was simply unfathomable. Should it come to light that young Master Li, the embodiment of the flesh-refining realm, had been outmatched, it would be utterly disgraceful. Silence. Veins bulged on young Master Li's forehead, his expression twisted in rage. The Thunder God whip in his hand emitted a thunderous crack, indicative of the Qi and blood he had poured into it. Wang Wenfu had already expended over half of his Qi and blood, most of which was consumed in fending off his opponent's assaults. Yet young Master Li's countenance was also far from favorable. Veins were bulging, and he had lost the composure he had possessed at the outset. Die, 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 young Master Li spat, no longer caring for his own image. The audience, witnessing his descent into madness, fell silent. Who could have imagined that the previously composed individual would metamorphose into such a frenzied beast? Like a two-faced entity, he instilled only fear. Wang Wenfu advanced with his blade, seizing the opening to slash at young Master Li's thigh artery. His medical expertise afforded him a profound understanding of human anatomy. Recognizing the vulnerable points, young Master Li swung his whip, slamming the long blade into the ground. Before launching another attack, he was already gasping for breath. Wang Wenfu has triumphed. I in the stands, Instructor Song, Captain Gu, and Captain Su sat side by side, speaking in unison. Subsequently, they exchanged glances, each discovering their own reflection in the other's eyes. You were actually defeated by him. Captain Gu's mouth fell open in disbelief, unable to fathom that the fearsome instructor had been bested by Wang Wenfu. Instructor Song diverted his gaze, hesitantly admitting that he had been suppressed during their sparring. Captain Su, however, was unfazed. He had known from the beginning that this youth would rise to prominence one day. Wang Wenfu has emerged victorious. Governor Liao, clad in formal attire, beamed from the highest platform, though he was unsure why the Qi and blood of the bone-refining realm could deplete more than that of the flesh-refining realm. This prodigy had nevertheless thwarted the royal family's grand scheme of father. Do you truly believe that? The masked figure beside Governor Liao observed the arena while glancing at his father. Clearly, young Master Li was the aggressor in the arena. How is your hidden injury? I recall it was approaching the day of its manifestation. Governor Liao did not respond to the question but instead inquired about the masked figure's condition. There are still several days I am fine. The masked figure propped his small foot up, returning his gaze to the martial arts arena. Wang Wenfu had roughly 20% of his qi remaining. Indeed, young Master Li's chaotic blood was quite depleting. However, he still held the advantage. His opponent was already gasping for breath. Wang Wenfu shifted from a defensive to an offensive stance, initiating his assault. The Thunder God Whip in young Master Li's hand had long lost its vigor. He had ceased supplying energy to the weapon. After barely fending off the incoming attacks, he retreated several steps. This was in stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor, though the stands were filled with spectators. The atmosphere felt as if it had been muted. Before the eyes of all, Wang Wenfu of the Bone Refining Realm began to chase after young Master Li of the Flesh Refining Realm. Was the martial arts world on the cusp of a new dawn? This outcome shattered the innate perceptions of everyone present. Young Master Li understood that if this continued, he would surely lose. He prepared to muster his full strength for one final confrontation, a decisive battle to determine victory or defeat. Infusing the last remnants of qi into the Thunder God Whip, he raised it high. Wang Wenfu too gripped his blade, channeling his formidable qi and blood into the blade's edge. The qi blade instantly doubled in length. Charge! In the moment before their weapons collided, the qi blade shifted from silver to green. Chapter 69, Seizing the blade and claiming victory. Unexpectedly, this cold food powder transformed so rapidly, Wang Wenfu was taken aback by the green hue manifesting on the blade's edge. The uncontrollable nature of this poison transformation was its greatest flaw, rendering it somewhat inconvenient to wield. Nonetheless, now that it had been forged, it was the perfect opportunity for this fellow to experience its effects. Wang Wenfu set his gaze upon the charging young Master Li. Doubling the qi infused into his weapon, the qi blade swelled like a balloon, sweeping across half the training ground with a single swing. Young Master Li certainly perceived the impending attack, his eyes locked onto Wang Wenfu with unwavering focus. Swish! A faint sound echoed as the Thunder God Whip intercepted the qi blade. However, its length was halved. Had it not been for the cold iron core within, young Master Li would have been cleaved in two. Humph, your attack consumed all your qi, yet merely grazed my skin. Young Master Li glanced at the wound on his arm, then at the breathless Wang Wenfu. The prior attack had indeed been perilous. The strength of the qi blade had surpassed his expectations, yet, fortunately, he had weathered the most challenging moment. I remain a step ahead. A sense of relief washed over young Master Li's face, and now, if only I could hasten the closure of this wound. He felt his body slipping out of control as the freshly cut area seemed to ignite with fire. What transpired? The heat gradually spread throughout his body, and his vision became increasingly blurred and distorted. The dagger in Wang Wenfu's hand had reverted from its earlier green hue back to silver. The previous attack had indeed drained a significant portion of his remaining vitality, yet the effect of the assault was undeniably pronounced. Before him, Li Shizi began to exhibit unusual behavior. His steps faltered, and his gaze turned vacant. His movements transitioned from fidgeting to an overwhelming fit of tears. Subsequently, he began to unfasten his clothing and armor. Letting his hair fall loosely around him, the onlookers bore witness to a grown man disrobing in plain sight. "It is hot, so unbearably hot," Li Shizi cried out, his eyes filled with blood. "Woman, I want a woman." Having long been stripped of his modesty, he suddenly began to lick the air, then proceeded to make lewd gestures toward the ground. The spectators shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight. "See, I am quite impressive, aren't I? Ha!" Li Shizi jeered, as he pranced about in the air, laughing boisterously. Wang Wenfu found the scene intolerable and approached, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Ai in the arena where life and death intermingled. Killing this prince would elicit no outrage. After all, this fellow had ruthlessly slain his opponents along the way. Granting him a swift end seemed merciful. With his long blade raised high, he brought it down with all his might. Suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air, heading straight for the blade's edge. The downward blade was struck, altering its trajectory and narrowly grazing Li Shizi's scalp, leaving him with a bald patch. A small stone clattered to the ground. Wang Wenfu glanced toward the highest stand. The stone had been thrown from there. The implication was clear. This man was not to be killed. Wang Wenfu sighed, opting instead to kick Li Shizi out of the arena. Regardless, this fellow was now ruined, and he was well aware of the potency of the medicine he had concocted. Thus, let him live in a delusional state, forever yearning for death. Wang Wenfu turned to face the judges. Ordinarily, the victor should have been declared by now. However, the judge beside him hesitated, stammering, how could he dare declare anyone other than Li Shizi the winner? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Hurry up and announce it. The crowd began to jeer. What a disgrace! Governor Liao understood the extent to which the royal family had infiltrated this selection of champions, but he had not anticipated such brazen behavior from the judges. With a scoff, he leaped from the highest stand into the center of the arena. From a height of over 10 meters, he landed effortlessly, as if merely descending a single step. His towering shadow loomed over the judge. Enveloped in an invisible aura of intimidation, the judge squawked like a frightened chick, clearing his throat to announce in a hoarse voice, Wang Wenfu is the victor. The very audience that had previously clamored for Wang Wenfu's demise now erupted in fervent cheers. For in this world, the victor received their unwavering support, yet among the cheers lay a cacophony of desperate curses. Those who had wagered their fortunes on Li Shizhi cursed everything around them in a frenzy. Tearing the scraps of paper in their hands to shreds, Governor Liao approached Wang Wenfu, clapping him on the shoulder. That was quite a spectacle. Congratulations. I owe my thanks to you, Governor Liao. Wang Wenfu understood that the previous guidance had spared him considerable trouble. Ultimately, it was his own strength that had led to this moment. Governor Liao placed his hand on Wang Wenfu's back. Now, channel your vitality. As Wang Wenfu began to summon his internal energy, the furrow in Governor Liao's brow relaxed. And he chuckled softly. So you've already detoxified yourself? I was overly concerned. Wang Wenfu realized he was referring to the toxins in the royal wine, likely informed by Instructor Song of his condition. If that were the case, then he would bestow upon him a little more aid. After speaking, Governor Liao's hand radiated warmth against Wang Wenfu's back. That warmth coursed through his limbs, further amplifying the vitality within him. The blood of the Xuanhu, splendid, Governor Liao remarked, retracting his hand and departing the scene amidst applause and flowers. Wang Wenfu exited the arena. Zhang Lurom awaited him nearby, accompanied by Instructor Song and Gu Qianhu. Wenfu, congratulations. Wang Wenfu bowed respectfully to each of them, acknowledging those who had supported him along his journey. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Wenfu headed to the tavern to redeem his voucher. He then took the exchanged funds to the craftsman's shop. Wang Wenfu presented a silver note to the proprietor requesting the tailored vest they had discussed earlier. The proprietor summoned the craftsman, who busily measured him for the custom fit. This tailored vest would require 15 days to complete. A few days later, within the secluded courtyard, Wang Wenfu wielded a long-handled blade. His muscles began to swell rhythmically, gradually altering the strength of his physique. Vitality seeped into his muscles, refining them to greater resilience. Observers could readily discern that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. The biting autumn wind whipped through the air, yet Wang Wenfu, bare-chested, was slick with sweat. This was the most critical moment. He sensed footsteps approaching from behind. However, given that he was within the governor's estate, it should be one of his own. Wang Wenfu refocused, the blade slicing through the air with a resounding crack. The process of breaking through consistently drained his stamina, yet a warm current flowed through every part of his being, as if reshaping his very flesh. Level up. The Qiankuan Sun and Moon Blade technique has entered the foundational stage. Experience, 1600. Wang Wenfu had ascended to the realm of flesh refinement. This new technique was akin to an upgraded version of the Qiankuan Sun and Moon Blade technique, a martial art created by Governor Liao himself. He must have innovated it through decades of utilizing and researching the original technique. With a sigh of relief, Wang Wenfu planted the long blade into the ground. Applause erupted from the courtyard. Turning around, he saw a youthful figure resembling Governor Liao, who had just lowered his arms. Brother Liao, you've arrived. The visitor was Liao Zhongxing, the governor's eldest son. To achieve a breakthrough in such a short time. You truly are a prodigy. Liao Zhongxing approached and whispered, there is a mission at hand. Chapter 70, Deployment against Bandits. Since entering the governor's estate, this was the first mission assigned to Wang Wenfu. Intrigued, he inquired further. The Ministry of War has reported that a band of bandits is wreaking havoc near Liangxi City. They request our forces to eliminate them. Liao Zhongxing explained, the ministry lacks the authority to deploy troops for such matters. They can only make requests. However, we have never turned down such requests. Bandits? Aren't bandits a common occurrence? Why do we need to intervene? Wang Wenfu questioned. In the Wuyin dynasty, it was considered exemplary security if there were fewer than 2 robberies on the official roads each day. Moreover, shouldn't such matters be the responsibility of the county's soldiers, because this band of robbers is not ordinary? Liao Zhongxing replied, producing a document from the Ministry of War and pointing to the information contained within. They are a splinter group from the Martial Arts Academy in Liangxi City, having fled due to internal power struggles. A martial arts academy? No wonder, Wang Wenfu replied, the martial arts academies in the city are far more prestigious than those in the counties. And their martial artists are not inferior to the leaders in the military. These martial artists, having escaped, pose a far greater threat than typical bandits. Furthermore, they have amassed considerable wealth. Should they gather troops and incite rebellion akin to what occurred in Lindong County, the repercussions would be even more severe. To preemptively mitigate this risk, the ministry has decided to take action. You mean I am to lead the troops? Wang Wenfu had previously led 100 men to intercept food supplies from the barbarian tribes and had gained some experience. Yes, before my father left the city, he instructed me to assign this task to you, Liao Zhongxing said, handing over the command token of the 100-man unit. The command token allowed him to lead a contingent of 50 soldiers for this expedition. Governor Liao has left the city. Wang Wenfu affixed the token to his waist, recognizing the implication in Liao Zhongxing's words. Yes, he mentioned he would be away for a while but did not specify how long. Seeing that Wang Wenfu had accepted the mission, Liao Zhongxing patted him on the shoulder. Exercise caution and return after completing the task. Wang Wenfu nodded, taking the command token to assemble his troops. The soldiers under his command were of the same cohort, also newcomers to the camp. Wang Wenfu's command token drew envious glances from everyone. They are all new recruits. Why does he get to lead us? That is Wang Wenfu, the champion of the selection. Is it really him? The 50-man team buzzed with excitement. Wang Wenfu cleared his throat, and the team fell silent. I understand that many of you may not know me and may have doubts about my abilities. Therefore, I propose this. Once any of you reach the realm of bone refinement, you may challenge me, and should you defeat me, I shall personally present you with this command token. Once these words were spoken, the group fell silent. In this world, strength was the ultimate authority. Most of these newcomers were still in the blood and skin refinement stages, with only a few on the verge of reaching bone refinement. Although some were eager to try their luck, they ultimately held back, realizing they had not yet broken through. No more talk, then let us set off. Mounted on a spirited steed, Wang Wenfu rode at the forefront. His subordinates promptly followed suit, mounting their horses. The soldiers of the 100-man unit were not only disciplined but also possessed multiple skills. Each soldier had been assigned a horse, and horsemanship was merely a basic expectation for them. These men could charge on horseback and engage in foot combat as well. Although they were still in the blood and skin refinement stages, they were formidable fighters in their own right. It was purely Wang Wenfu's rapid advancement that made these newcomers seem less impressive by comparison. After several days of arduous travel, Wang Wenfu arrived at Liangxi City, though it was a city. Its development was grotesquely stunted. As he traversed the muddy streets, he encountered the bodies of the starving scattered about. In stark contrast, rich landlords and gentry traveled in mahogany palanquins, gliding above the emaciated populace without a care. The soldiers are here, run! Upon seeing the fully armed soldiers on the streets, the townsfolk scattered in terror as if they had seen a ghost, save for a few who were too weak from hunger to flee. The rest quickly concealed themselves. What is happening? Wang Wenfu approached a man lying on the stone steps, seemingly waiting for death. After offering him a bit of water, the man opened his eyes upon seeing Wang Wenfu's armor. He scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly and pleading, "Spare me, military sir. Please do not apprehend me." Wang Wenfu helped him up and gently stated, "We are members of the 100-man unit, and we mean no harm to the common folk. Could you please explain what has transpired?" He then extended a handful of jerky to the man. The man rushed forward, swallowing the jerky whole without so much as a chew. Wang Wenfu patiently awaited the conclusion of the man's meal, offering him a pot of water. Observing the courteous demeanor and kind words of the general before him, the man found himself opening up. Little did he know, the individuals from the martial arts school had been pursued by the county soldiers under the direct command of the magistrate after their escape. To everyone's surprise, the martial artists proved to be formidable, scattering the county troops into disarray. Fearing repercussions from a possible defeat, the magistrate resorted to conscripting more manpower. If the county soldiers were no match for these martial artists, how could the conscripts possibly fare any better? Thus, the situation escalated further. Upon learning the full story, Wang Wenfu distributed his rations among the remaining few and then proceeded to the magistrate's office. The magistrate, already in a state of anxiety, was instantly filled with joy upon hearing reports of reinforcements. Troops were on the way from above. Excellent. He pushed past the subordinate blocking his path and dashed outside. With several hundred county soldiers lost, surely this time a grand army was coming to their aid. It would be a breach of etiquette not to welcome them properly. However, when the magistrate beheld Wang Wenfu's insignia and the 50 men trailing behind him, he was momentarily taken aback. This did not seem right. Rubbing his eyes to confirm his sight, he realized he had not erred. These individuals were the reinforcements. The magistrate seized the ear of the messenger and bellowed at him. It appeared the magistrate harbored significant doubts regarding our prowess in battle, did he not? Wang Wenfu observed the foppish magistrate and inquired. 1 against 100. The magistrate recalled snippets of information, while he was aware that 1 against 100 referred to the elite forces of a legendary dynasty. He also recognized that the bandits were no ordinary foes compared to the distant legends. He found himself more inclined to believe in the recent defeat. "Gentlemen, please come in," the magistrate, uncertain in the face of the approaching reinforcements. Could only allow Wang Wenfu and his men to set up camp for the time being nearby on a hillside. The advisor listened to his subordinate's report and remarked, "It seems your affairs have stirred quite a commotion. To have even summoned the 1 against 100. The one-eyed dragon scoffed. "What do you mean we are all in this together. No one is getting away." The advisor chuckled, folding his fan with a snap, and casually replied, "I am but a confidant to the magistrate. Without the martial arts school, you are nothing but a bandit. Now, consider how you might respond." The one-eyed dragon slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "2 for 1, they only have 50 men while my disciples of the blood refinement realm number over 100. Why should I fear them?" The advisor shook his head, rising to his feet as he declared, "I believe it is best to take a long-term view. I shall return to gather more intelligence." Chapter 71, Deployment and Formation. Upon returning to Liangxi City, the advisor's gaze fell first upon the well-drilled troops in the pristine, orderly camp. Such uniformity indicated that indeed elite forces had arrived. Observing the 1 against 100 soldiers, the advisor furrowed his brow. This would not be easy to contend with, especially with the unclear capabilities of their commander. Wang Wenfu led his men in training, and now his skill set had expanded to include a new ability, Formation and Deployment, novice-leveled experience, 56, 300. He had just begun to grasp military formations, and the soldiers remained inexperienced. Warcry, capable of momentarily shattering enemy morale. Although he had previously led 100 households to raid supplies, this skill had not manifested. It remained uncertain whether it was due to an insufficient number of participants or a lack of genuine command authority in his hands. "Alright, that concludes our training for today," Wang Wenfu announced. Dispersing the troops. Training in military formations would enhance skill experience while also allowing his subordinates to become acquainted with one another's strengths. This team was newly formed. Their coordination was still lacking. He wondered if, as more soldiers joined, he would need to personally train each one. Nearby, the advisor approached and struck up a conversation with one of the soldiers, who happened to hail from a nearby county. They engaged in light banter, and once familiarity was established, the advisor inquired about Wang Wenfu. "This young captain has taken the lead at such a tender age. His cultivation must be quite advanced." "Yes," the soldier replied. "Wang Zongqi claims to be at the bone refinement stage, so he should indeed be at that level. Moreover, during the selection for the finals, he was noted to be in the late stage of bone refinement." The soldier recollected Wang Wenfu's words. "Indeed, it is impressive that Wang Zongqi has achieved bone refinement at such a young age." After a few more exchanges, the advisor returned to the magistrate's office for further reconnaissance. Learning that only Wang Wenfu's team had recently engaged in action, he smiled. It appeared that the one-eyed dragon could continue to provide him with lucrative business opportunities for some time. It turned out this fellow was colluding with the one-eyed dragon. The advisor was responsible for intelligence gathering while the one-eyed dragon executed the robberies. They specifically targeted wealthy caravans lacking significant influence, splitting the spoils 50-50 had the magistrate not been intent on earning accolades. Disregarding the advisor's counsel to refrain from military action, they could have continued this lucrative arrangement indefinitely. The advisor returned to the hillside camp and extended a hand toward the one-eyed dragon. "Humph, you will eventually meet your demise amidst your pile of gold." The one-eyed dragon, understanding the request, tossed him a silver ingot. "Better to die in a pile of wealth than by the edge of a blade." The advisor cradled the heavy ingot in his arms. "I have learned that the commander is at the bone refinement stage, and his soldiers are merely at the blood and skin refinement stages. Furthermore, they possess only this one team. This implies that as long as I can repel this group, I need not worry about reinforcements. Indeed, you can rest easy as the mountain bandit king. Our collaboration will be fruitful." The advisor, feeling a twinge of insecurity at the silver ingot nestled against his chest, tightened his clothing. "Bone refinement, you say? I too am at that level. This feels rather precarious." The one-eyed dragon calculated his resources. Realizing that with equal levels of cultivation, the outcome hinged on a razor's edge, preparations were imperative. He summoned his disciples and unearthed an ancient vial of serpent wine, consuming a few potency-enhancing pills. Under the stimulus of the medicine, he felt a fleeting surge of advancement from an otherwise stagnant state. Do not disturb me for the next few days. I shall see if I can break through to the flesh refinement stage. Prepare logs and boulders to ensure they cannot return." After arranging the subsequent matters, the one-eyed dragon retreated into his quarters. Wang Wenfu led his troops out of the city. Over the past few days, Their coordination in military formations had reached a new level, and the fatigue from their journey had dissipated. They were fully equipped and determined to resolve matters in one fell swoop, observing the defenses of the bandit stronghold from a distance. Wang Wenfu noted that it was scarcely superior to the wooden fences found in the village. With such defenses, how could the magistrate and his county soldiers have faltered? What utter incompetence! Wang Wenfu galloped directly toward the stronghold. Follow closely, do not let any fish slip through the net. Upon spotting the approaching cavalry, the bandits rang the alarm bell without delay. Quickly deploy logs and boulders. The thunderous crash of massive wooden blocks and stones cascaded down the slope. The bandits rejoiced, believing the officers to be utterly foolish, surely destined to be crushed into pulp. Yet, Wang Wenfu surged ahead. The falling debris appeared to him as mere oversized toys. He deftly deflected the logs and stones hurtling toward his troops. Acting as an arrowhead that carved a path through the onslaught of wood and stone for the soldiers behind him, are there more logs? As the bandits watched the officers advance with unrelenting fervor. Chaos ensued among them. Yes, fetch them from the storeroom quickly. They scrambled to a side, several individuals straining to hoist logs beside the wooden barricade. Where is the chief? The enemy is almost upon us. Enough chatter, the chief is honing his cultivation. Once he emerges, we shall be saved. The only hope for the bandits lay in their leader achieving the late bone refinement stage. Fear not, with the wall in place. They shall dismount upon assault. The bandit captain rallied his comrades. They are coming, hold the walls. Most of the bandits were disciples of the martial arts school, thus lacking proficiency with bows and arrows, and could only await Wang Wenfu's approach. Wang Wenfu drew his bow, aiming at the enemies hidden behind the barricade and unleashing lethal arrows. Many bandits still cowered behind the wooden barriers, but the arrows pierced through, striking their foreheads directly. After a volley, Zhu Ying leaped, carrying Wang Wenfu over the towering barricade. The enemy has breached. The bandits had never encountered such a scene. The cavalry outside making hasty retreats was the norm. Was it not? They surrounded Wang Wenfu, launching attacks from multiple directions. Yet, to Wang Wenfu these assailants moved as if in slow motion. With a flourish of his blade, heads flew into the air, with the nearby foes dispatched. The mechanism connecting to the wooden door lay before him. Wang Wenfu severed the iron chain binding the gate, and with a resounding crash, the wooden door swung open. The 100 soldiers surged in, clashing with the bandits. Form up. At Wang Wenfu's command, his soldiers swiftly transitioned into formation, creating an octagonal pattern that disrupted the surrounding bandits. The bandits soon realized that although they were all at the blood refinement stage, their adversaries could interchange participants mid-battle. The bandits' vitality waned, and they were mercilessly ground into fragments by the military formation. Step by step, the bandits discovered that despite their numerical superiority, the 50-man formation had suffered no losses. In contrast, their ranks lay strewn with the fallen, and more were being sucked into the formation. Drop your weapons. Wang Wenfu's thunderous shout reverberated, striking fear into the hearts of all nefarious individuals present. Spare us, great sir. The bandits, influenced by his command, hastily discarded their weapons and knelt in supplication. Yet, some of the higher-ranking bandits remained defiant, believing that as long as their chief intervened, they could turn the tide of battle.